Chapter 201, Secret of the Undead Kingdom. World Channel Lord Announcement. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. There really was. His expression was a little solemn. It was not good news for him to have such a mysterious kingdom of the undead at the border of his territory, and he did not know if the other party was friend or foe. And Zhou Zhou looked at Zhang Fugui. I quickly sensed a hidden faction below after I led the caravan into the sandstorm forbidden ground. Then, we used our unlimited right of passage to enter this kingdom of the undead and understood some of the situation inside. The place where this kingdom of the undead is called the capital of eternal silence by the king of the undead inside. There are millions of undead inside, and they are all undead humans. But they're all asleep now. And the existences that command these undeads are the King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence who can wake up at any time. After we got here, these two quickly sensed our arrival and took the initiative to find us. Normally speaking, we should trade with them as a mysterious caravan. However, we didn't prepare any goods at that time. We didn't trade with them for the time being on the grounds that we had come to inspect the market. We also mentioned that we would trade the next time round. They didn't refuse. Then we came back. Zhang Fugui said. Didn't they stop you? Zhou Zhou asked subconsciously. Then, he realized that he had asked a useless question. That was indeed the case. Zhang Fugui smiled when he heard that. They wouldn't dare. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. How strong are they? Do you know why they stay underground? Is there a possibility that they can come out from underground? Zhou Zhou asked 3 questions in a row. These 3 questions were crucial to him. He did not want a bomb that could explode at any time around his territory. As the lords of a kingdom-level faction, the King and Queen of Eternal Silence have already reached the peak of the kingdom level, which is Epic Tier Advanced Grade. Moreover, they are infinitely close to the legendary tier. And these two should be heroes. As for why they've been staying underground, I don't know. They didn't tell me the reason. However, I saw some murals and words near the entrance to the kingdom of the undead. Perhaps those murals and words recorded the answer. Also, according to my observations, this undead couple is very resistant to returning to the ground, and even more resistant to foreign creatures entering their undead world. Actually, even if we're the mysterious caravan, neither of the undead couple is too willing to receive us. But they met us because they didn't want to cause trouble. So I think the chances of them coming out of the ground are not high. Zhang Fugui pondered for a moment and said. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he did not come out and harm his territory. His territory could not withstand the might of a kingdom-level faction with millions of undead army. Then, he pondered. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked up at Zhang Fugui. Tomorrow, I'll bring the goods and go to the undead kingdom with your mysterious caravan. He said. Zhou Zhou naturally did not forget. There was also a fragment of the Emperor of San's glory scepter suspected to exist in the kingdom of the undead. It concerned the inheritance of an empire. Zhou Zhou naturally would not let it go. Moreover, other than the Emperor of San's glory scepter, Zhou Zhou wanted to trade for something else. My lord wants to go personally. But if there's any danger, it'll be very difficult for us to protect my lord. Zhang Fugui was in a difficult position. As mysterious merchants, they did not have much combat strength even though they had the blessing of the Supreme Will. They could rely on the blessing of the Supreme Will to protect themselves in front of the buyer, but it was very difficult for them to protect the living beings outside the mysterious caravan. It was the same for their lord. Don't worry. I have my ways. Zhou Zhou shook his head and said. Yes, my lord. Zhang Fugui did not say anything else seeing that his lord had already decided. After that, the two of them chatted for a while more before Zhang Fugui left. The kingdom of the undead. The king and queen of eternal silence. The Aurora kingdom and the Taiyan kingdom. My blazing sun city is really a troublesome place. Zhou Zhou smiled bitterly. Then, he quickly composed himself. It was useless to blame the heavens and others. Since that was the case, he would think of a way to break out of the situation. The best way was naturally to work hard to increase his strength. This way, he would not be completely helpless even if a disaster happened one day in the future. After my diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower is completed, I would have some form of counterattack even if a kingdom level force were to come personally. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he stopped thinking about it and took out the regional token of the withered forest plain and placed it on the stone tablet of his territory. The next second, a suction force suddenly came from the territory stone tablet and sucked this area token into the stone tablet. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. Congratulations on obtaining a white silver tier regional token, Withered Forest Plain, and officially becoming the regional lord of this region. There is a new Withered Forest Plains, white silver tier, in your regional territory. You have obtained a regional treasure chest. Exclusive to Withered Forest Plains. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first regional lord to officially own 5 regional territories. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Owning 5 regional territories actually triggered the World Channel's Lord announcement. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he sighed. He felt that it had been a while since he had been on the channel's Lord announcement. Now that he suddenly heard it, he was really not used to it. Then, he opened the World Channel. That was indeed the case. The lords on the World Channel were discussing the announcement. Big Boss Blazing Sun, my forever god. Oh my god, he has already conquered 5 regional territories. I'm still worried about how to fight the local regional Scarlet Lord. I just conquered a Black Iron tier regional territory and am still recuperating. I didn't expect the big shot to have already won 5 consecutive victories. Hold on tight to Big Brother Blazing Sun's thigh. I hope those who are reading this will always be happy. Big Boss Blazing Sun, please bring my ashes with you if I die. If you encounter a bad person, sprinkle them on him if it's downwind and let me protect you one last time. If it's upwind, let me hug you one last time. The person above is heaven-defying. Simply too brilliant. I feel very comfortable seeing a lord who has gone mad. Chapter 202, King of the Tree Core Gem. Little Sky Formation Sex Jing Hungzi. Dragon Spine Plain. The territory of the Dragon Lady Lord. The Dragon Lady could not help but clench her fists and grit her teeth when she heard the announcement by the channel. Just a little more. I would have been able to take down the 5th Black Iron tier region territory tomorrow. I would have been able to appear on the Lord announcement then. I didn't expect the Lord of the Blazing Sun to intercept me again. She was a little crazy and helpless. Actually, she had a guess about the next Lord announcement. She felt that the content of the next Lord announcement might be obtained by conquering more regional territories. Therefore, she had long begun to conquer the surrounding Black Iron tier regional territories in order to obtain the largest number of regional territories in a short period of time in an attempt to obtain the next achievement announced by the entire channel. To be an alliance master of a top-notch Lord Alliance, if she could become the second Lord other than the Lord of the Blazing Sun to obtain the announcement of the entire channel, her reputation among the Cerulean Planet Lords would definitely increase greatly. This would also be very beneficial to her development of the Lord Alliance in the future. However, she never expected that even under such circumstances, the Lord of the Blazing Sun had appeared on the entire channel's announcement before her again. She watched all her efforts and hard work turn into water. She was naturally very depressed. Then, the Dragon Lady Lord took a deep breath and opened the exchange. She felt a little comforted when she saw the more than 100 Master-Servant territory contracts. With these Master-Servant territory contracts, she could change from being the leader of the Dragon Blood Alliance in the World Channel to the true leader of the Dragon Blood Alliance in reality. When the time comes, with the help of countless other Cerulean Planet Lord allies, she felt that she was still confident in catching up to the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. The territory of the Night Lord. The Night Lord listened to the announcement of the World Channel with a dark expression. He had been in a bad mood recently. Originally, he thought that his reputation among his race would increase greatly after he reached the top of the Lord battlefield of your race. Unexpectedly, not only did the Cerulean Planet Lords not flatter him when they found out, they also scolded him for being a petty lord who was passionate about internal strife and consumed the resurrection tokens and rebirth tokens from the Cerulean Planet Lords. Other than that, there was another important reason why they scolded him. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Dragon God Lord, Insect Lord, Overlord Lord, Dragon Lady Lord. Top-notch lords like them did not participate in the Lord battlefield of your race at all. Instead, they had been participating in the myriad race lord battlefields and carrying out foreign race battles. In comparison, his image plummeted. From then on, the Night Lord had always been very unhappy with these top-notch lords. He was even more unhappy now that he saw the Lord of the Blazing Sun appear on the entire channel's announcement again. If only I can take this guy down, he thought hatefully. Then, he thought of something and was suddenly stunned. He thought about it. The Night Lord immediately opened the exchange and saw the results of his latest transaction. Those were 54 Master Servant territory contracts. Most of them were Black Iron tier, and a small portion were Green Bronze tier. Perhaps I can really take down that fellow, Blazing Sun. When the time comes, everything he has will be mine. I will be the new Lord of the Blazing Sun. The Night Lord looked at these Master Servant territory contracts with fanatical excitement on his face. At the same time, the other top Cerulean Planet Lords were also very shocked that Zhou Zhou had conquered so many regional territories. At the same time, they became even more afraid of him. However, they all believed that they would definitely be able to surpass Zhou Zhou in the future. This was because they felt that the Lord of the Blazing Sun wouldn't be able to go far without forming an alliance. Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou watched the flattery on the World Channel for a while before closing it in satisfaction. Then, he opened his territories column. Regional territory, Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, Sand Gold Land, Black Iron Tier, Silent Wasteland, Green Bronze Tier, Thorn Dune, Green Bronze Tier, Withered Forest Plain, White Silver Tier. So more regional territories will also trigger the World Channel's Lord announcement. This time, there are 5 regional territories. How many would I need the next time? 10. Zhou Zhou pondered. If that was the case, he had to hurry up and capture more regional territories. With his current strength, he naturally wanted them all. Even though he was a little greedy. However, it was understandable for the Lord. Then, he opened the regional treasure chest in the Withered Forest Plains. He saw a 7-colored gem inside. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, King of Tree Heart Gem. Treasure grade, Special. Treasure effect, it can make the equipment's usage level requirement -1 after embedding it into an equipment below mythical tier. Treasure description, a top-grade gem among the tree core gems. A top-grade treasure that can only be chanced upon by luck. My good lord! Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. It could allow equipment below mythical tier to have a level requirement of -1. Which meant it was useful for legendary tier equipment. Is this really something that can be obtained from a white silver tier area box? Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, he put it away as if it was a treasure. This thing might be very useful in the future. Then, he looked at the supreme treasure chest. After Zhou Zhou opened it, he realized that it was a white platinum tier advanced grade Array Master Recruitment Book. Item name, Array Master Recruitment Book. Item level, white platinum tier advanced grade. Item effect, Advanced Life Profession Recruitment Book. Throw it into the gate of summoning and you can summon a white platinum tier advanced grade array master with diamond tier advanced grade potential to become your subject. Item description: as a product of the Supreme Treasure Chest. It must be a high quality item. It's actually a white platinum tier advanced grade array master with diamond tier advanced grade potential. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. This ability and potential were already comparable to a talent attracted by reputation rating. However, why would the Supreme Treasure Chest give him such a reward? Logically speaking, the rewards given by the Supreme Treasure Chest were all what the Lord needed. However, he did not seem to have much need for array masters. Could it be? Zhou Zhou suddenly had a guess. Thinking of this, he immediately walked out of the Lord's residence and came to the gate of summoning. Then, he threw this array master recruitment book in. Soon, a young man in white walked out of the gate of summoning. "Greetings, my lord," the young man said respectfully. "Jinghengzi?" Zhou Zhou was stunned. He opened his attribute panel and looked at it. Subject: Jinghengzi. Territory: Blazing Sun City. Life profession name: Array Master, Space. Class: White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Battle class name: Chi Practitioner. Strength level: Late Stage Golden Core Realm. Ability overview: an array master from the immortal world's Little Sky Formation sect. He is one of the elders of the sect and has extraordinary attainments in array formations and strength. Skills: White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Spatial Transmission Array, White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade 5 Elements Reversal Array, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Spirit Gathering Array, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Light Splitting Shadow Sword Array, Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade Small Thousand Sword Array, Incomplete, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Sword Control Technique, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Giant Sword Technique. Loyalty: 89. Potential: Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Chi Practitioner. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 203, Green Bronze Tier Return to the City. Zhou Zhou looked at Jinghengzi in surprise. In the past, he had learned that there were also Chi practitioners on the High Continent, a profession in the legends of the Cerulean planet. This was the first time he had seen one in reality. A smile immediately appeared on his face when he saw the other party's skill list. If this Chi practitioner knew these abilities, then the Supreme Treasure Chest had indeed given him what he wanted. "Jinghengzi, tell me more about your ability," Zhou Zhou said to Jinghengzi. "Yes, my lord," Jinghengzi said respectfully. Then, he began to talk about his various abilities. A moment later, Jinghengzi finished his explanation. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It was just as he thought. The formation that he was best at was almost the same as the spatial teleportation array given by the territory contract, or even stronger. The White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade Spatial Teleportation Array that Jinghengzi was good at could transport 50,000 living beings or supplies at once, far exceeding the 1,000 units of living beings and 1,000 units of supplies contracted by the Master-Servant Territory contract. Moreover, it could build teleportation arrays in many places, and these teleportation arrays could teleport through each other. This was much stronger than a territorial contract that could only teleport people bidirectional. The only flaw was that its teleportation distance was only 30,000 kilometers. After exceeding 30,000 kilometers, he needed to build another teleportation array and connect it to the previous spatial teleportation array to continue extending the teleportation distance. It was not like the spatial teleportation array contracted by the territory with unlimited spatial teleportation distance. However, this flaw was naturally not a big deal. He only had to build a few more spatial teleportation arrays. Zhou Zhou was really looking forward to it. With an array master like Jinghengzi who could create spatial teleportation arrays on his own, he would not have to waste time on the road when he led the army in the future. Moreover, being able to create a spatial teleportation array on his own would make it more convenient for him to provide support between his subordinate territory and his subsidiary territory in the future. In the future, every time you conquer a new territory, build a spatial teleportation array on it. Let's build one in Sand Gold City first. Zhou Zhou thought. Sand Gold City was one of the only 2 cities under his command. Moreover, it was a business city that he had carefully prepared. He naturally had to take care of that place first. Then, Zhou Zhou asked the other party for a list of materials to make a spatial teleportation array and the approximate cost. This included the list of materials and the approximate cost of all the spatial teleportation arrays from Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade to White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. This was because his territory was not big at the moment. It was not far from one regional territory to another. For example, from Blazing Sun City to Sand Gold City. If he took the commercial road, it would only be 6 to 70 kilometers. A Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade spatial teleportation array that could teleport 100 kilometers was enough to satisfy the teleportation needs between the 2 places. Blazing Sun City to the furthest withered forest plains was about 3,400 kilometers away. A Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade spatial teleportation array that could teleport 500 kilometers could also satisfy the teleportation needs of both places. So for now, he did not even need a spatial teleportation array at the White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade for the time being. The cost was too high after all. As for the problem of teleporting fewer living beings and resources at once, it was also very easy to resolve. He would just teleport a few more times. In any case, he had plenty of mist cores. Then, Zhou Zhou opened the exchange and set up a transaction to buy the materials to make these spatial teleportation arrays. He placed 1,000 gold tier mist cores on it. He stopped after putting it on. He did not have many regional territories at the moment, therefore he did not need to buy too many materials for the spatial teleportation array. After doing this, he closed the exchange and took out all his current Lord Talent Crystal fragments. There were a total of 74 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments, 98 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments, 3 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments, 6 White Platinum Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments, 2 Legendary Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou looked at these Lord Talent Crystal fragments with a hesitant expression. His original idea was to use these talent fragments to upgrade the Lord's Blessing War Master God's Blessing. However, this Lord Talent had already advanced to the White Silver tier. If he wanted to advance again, he needed a Yellow Gold tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. However, a Yellow Gold tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal represented a total of 1,000 Green Bronze tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. This was too far for his current reserves. It was better to wait for 10 Yellow Gold tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. Then I'll use these 98 Green Bronze tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. It would be a waste not to use it. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the Lord Talent Crystal fragments. Upgrading the Green Bronze tier Lord Talent Rebel or Green Bronze tier Lord Talent Gnome Alchemy Workshop requires 100 Green Bronze tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. I can't level it up for the time being. However, the remaining Black Iron tier Lord Talent returned to the city can be upgraded. There are only 10 Green Bronze tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. Thinking of this, he took out 10 of the 98 Lord Talent Crystal fragments and placed them together. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Soon, a line of golden text quietly appeared. 10 Green Bronze tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments discovered. Do you want to fuse them into one Green Bronze tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second, a bronze light flashed. Then, a familiar hexagonal green bronze crystal appeared in front of him. It was the Green Bronze tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. Zhou Zhou directly chose to advance to the Lord Talent. Do you agree to upgrade your only Black Iron tier Lord Talent, return to the city by default? Yes. He said. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, a familiar warm feeling came from between his eyebrows. A moment later, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your Black Iron tier Lord Talent, return to the city, has been upgraded to Green Bronze tier Lord Talent, return to the city. The following effect have been upgraded to Green Bronze tier. Lord Talent, return to the city, Green Bronze tier. Return to the city, no matter where you are, you will immediately return to your territory and recover 50% of your physical state in the next 10 seconds when you chant the designated password for 5 seconds. You can also specify 100 living beings or 100 units of supplies to return to your territory together. If the designated person is a living being, he will recover 20% of his physical state in the next hour. Lord Talent hint, this talent can be activated twice a day. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 204, Upgrading Territory. Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. I can actually bring people and supplies back with me. And the number of times I can return has increased to twice a day. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He was quite satisfied with this improvement. In the future, if there were seriously injured people in the team during war and the accompanying doctor could not treat them or deal with them urgently, he could bring the seriously injured people back to the city first and think of a way. Or perhaps when there were too many loots, especially when there were important loots. He could also bring these loots back to the city first to avoid losing them through any accidents from happening on the way. Zhou Zhou had not thought of other uses for it yet. However, he would think of it after using it for some time in the future. After that, he brought the Aliyah sisters out of the Lord's residence and looked at this building. Soon, a line of text appeared. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's residence? Yes. He said. The next second. 400,000 units of basic materials, 100 white silver tier mist cores, 10 origin crystals, and 1 white silver tier territory token disappeared from the territory warehouse. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire Lord's residence. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. Zhou Zhou looked over. At this moment, not only was the Lord's residence twice as large as before, but it also looked even more solemn and imposing. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's residence has been upgraded to a white silver tier intermediate grade building. There is an additional quiet room. Your territory has been upgraded to white silver tier intermediate grade. Territory token durability increased to 500,000/500,000. Your territory has expanded to 50,000 m times 50,000 m times 10,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, white silver tier intermediate grade. Lord Talent hint, the upper limit of the enemy lord's power that you can instigate to defect has been increased to diamond tier intermediate grade. Lord Talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Life's shelter has increased. A white silver tier intermediate grade territory. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This level had gotten him stuck for 2 to 3 days. It has finally been upgraded now. Then, he looked at the silver treasure chest that had appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was the basic construction blueprint treasure chest for the upgrade reward. In the past, I was rewarded with a single blueprint. It's changed to a treasure chest now. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Then, he opened the treasure chest. He realized that there were many building blueprints inside. He made a rough count. There were a total of 20 blueprints. Each of these blueprints was different. This included blueprints for a blacksmith shop, tailor shop, carpenter shop, grocery store, medical center, warehouse, and many other basic buildings. Moreover, they were all white silver tier intermediate grade. These building blueprints might be useful to the other lords. But it's not very useful for my territory. Zhou Zhou shook his head. There were many white silver tier architects in his territory. Every architect in his territory had basically dabbled in these basic architectural skills that architects had to master. The difference was just how much they had dabbled in. Therefore, these white silver tier intermediate grade basic building blueprints were really not of much use to him. However, it was not all lost. For example, letting the territory's white silver tier intermediate grade architect master a few more white silver tier intermediate grade basic building skills. Or he could reward the territory's white silver tier elementary grade architects to learn these white silver tier intermediate grade architectural blueprints. As long as he learned even one successfully, he could create a white silver tier intermediate grade architect. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou put away these blueprints and prepared to hand them to Elder Zheng tomorrow so that he could distribute them. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements for the next level of the Lord's residence. Construction upgrade, 300,000 units of wood, 300,000 units of fine sand, 300,000 units of metal, 300,000 units of stone, 500 units of white silver tier mist core, 20 origin crystals, 2 white silver tier territory tokens. I have the basic materials, mist cores, and origin crystals. I can upgrade again as long as I obtain another white silver tier territory token. Zhou Zhou's eyes were filled with excitement. This was too simple for him. He would conquer another white silver tier Scarlet Lord's territory tomorrow. Then, he stopped thinking about it and went to the gate of summoning to upgrade it. As 60,000 units of basic materials and 200 white silver tier mist cores disappeared. The gate of summoning had successfully advanced to the white silver tier intermediate grade. Congratulations! Your gate of summoning has been upgraded to a white silver tier intermediate grade building. You can summon plus 10 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 9 professionals every day. Prompt: under the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer 2, you can summon 219 subjects a day. You will definitely summon 12 professionals every day. And the professional levels of 3 of them will be the same as your territory level. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The effect of the Glory of the Pioneer 2 was still powerful. Without it, he could only summon a maximum of 73 new subjects a day, and among these subjects, there could only be 9 professionals. With the enhancement of the Glory of the Pioneer 2 title, it directly tripled. There were also 3 more professionals. The improvement was not small. Moreover, the effect of this title would only become stronger and stronger as his territory increased. I have to hurry up and increase the level of my territory. I can only continue to obtain the Glory of the Pioneer 3 title by becoming the first lord to raise my territory to the yellow gold tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou also felt a sense of urgency apart from being happy. With the appearance of the master-servant territory contract and the spatial teleportation array, the advantage of the Lord's alliance would gradually be revealed. And as time passed, the advantage of the Lord's alliance would only increase. In the past, he could also use his advantage of being a step faster to obtain the unique quality title of this race earlier. Now that the alliance was starting to take effect, it was very likely that he would be overtaken by another lord and obtain the unique title of the race if he didn't hurry up. They would only get the Glory of the Pioneer I and not the Glory of the Pioneer 3, but that was not what Zhou Zhou wanted to see. He really wanted to see what the effect of the final title would be like if he could continue getting this title in succession. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the requirements for the next level of the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade, 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of fine sand, 50,000 units of metal, 50,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of white silver tier mist core, territory level upgraded to white silver tier advance grade. He looked away. These materials were nothing to him. The upgrade of the Gate of Summoning was as easy as ever. Then, Zhou Zhou took out 3036 Aurora Cavalry recruitment books. Among them were naturally the 10 white platinum tier advance grade Aurora Cavalry recruitment books. Then, he threw all these recruitment books into the Gate of Summoning. Chapter 205, Aurora Cavalry. The First Gem Artisan. Soon, the first Aurora Knight led a white horse with faint golden spots and walked out of the door. Zhang He greets, my lord. He knelt respectfully. Rise. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou smiled and said this familiar sentence. He observed him. He was wearing bright white and golden cavalry armor. A 3-meter-long Aurora spear hung on his back. His face was firm and his figure was tall. He looked like an elite soldier. Zhou Zhou opened his attribute panel. Subject, Zhang He. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier class name, Aurora Cavalry. Skill level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, former subject of the Aurora Kingdom. His father was a vice-captain of the Aurora Kingdom's Aurora Cavalry Legion. After he died on the battlefield, as his only son, Zhang he naturally obtained the inheritance of the intermediate-level soldier profession left behind by his father. Not long after, he chose to inherit his father's ambition and became a new Aurora Cavalry. Skills, Talent Power of Aurora, Gradeless Horsemanship, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Spear Technique, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Summoning Aurora Warhorse, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Shock, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Physique, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Fearless Charge, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Tenacious Will, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Strong Body. Loyalty, 85. Potential, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. The skill panel was not bad. In the time that followed, 10 Aurora Cavalry with White Platinum Tier Advance Grade potential walked out first. Another half an hour passed. The remaining 3026 Aurora Cavalry also walked out of the Gate of Summoning. I have 21,564 soldiers under my command now. Including these 3036 new Aurora Cavalry. I have a total of 24,600 soldiers under my command now. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied. His monster ranch had been upgraded again. In the future, the number of recruitment books produced every day would increase. He believed that it would not take more than a day or two for the number of soldiers under his command to break through to 30,000. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the 28,741 class change certificates in his spatial ring and fell into deep thought. I can't waste so many intermediate grade class change certificates. Tomorrow, I'll get Elder Zhang to issue a recruitment order in the territory. Let the unemployed subjects use these class change certificates. Let the unemployed subjects use these class change certificates. I believe those beginner soldier type cavalrymen will be interested. It's a pity that sword shield soldiers and Pudeo soldiers can't use these class change certificates. Otherwise, I'll let them use it. Zhou Zhou thought ruefully. The class change certificate could only change classes between the same type of profession. For example, when Bai Yun was still an archer, she could use the poison crossbow soldier class change certificate to change her profession. Archers and poison crossbowmen were different professions, but they were both long-range soldiers and had a certain profession similarity. However, if the difference in professions was too great and the profession similarity was too low, they could not change professions. For example, sword shield soldiers could not change their profession to archers. The Aurora Cavalry could not be changed to Star Musketeers. However, it was said that there was an item called the Formless Stone in the world. It could wash away the original profession of a professional and turn them into a jobless person. This way, he could choose any profession again. However, Zhou Zhou had only heard of this before. Not to mention possessing it. Then, he asked the Aurora Cavalry to look for Bai Yun while he returned to the Lord's residence. After returning, he first went to the newly added mansion building, the quiet room. This was a relatively spacious room. There was a futon in the middle of the room. In front of the futon was a small incense burner. At this moment, a faint fragrance came from inside, making people relax. It's a good place to cultivate and think. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he returned to his room, prepared to sleep. Wu Tu did not report the latest map drawing results to him today, probably because he had yet to finish mapping out the territory he was exploring. Wu Tu had a bold idea previously. He planned to use the Mechanostriders to lead the Heavenly Army to explore further places. Then, he would find the borders of the other kingdom-level forces near Blazing Sun City and draw a larger map. That way, he could understand the kingdom-level forces around him and their border location. This was naturally a good thing for Zhou Zhou and his territory, therefore, Zhou Zhou readily agreed to his idea. He probably wouldn't be able to see Wu Tu for the next few days if Wu Tu wanted to complete his goal. After Zhou Zhou confirmed that he had not forgotten anything, he lay on the bed and fell asleep after a while. The next day, in the master bedroom, on a big bed, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes sleepily. He only completely awakened after a long while. Today is the third day of the Myriad Races Lord battlefield. Thinking of this, he stopped sleeping and immediately got up. Then, he refused the service of the Aliyah sisters. After washing up, he walked out of the Lord's residence and walked towards the Gate of Summoning. In front of the Gate of Summoning, Zhou Zhou looked at the door. Soon, a text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes, he said. The next second, the Gate of Summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, the subjects walked out one after another. After a while, all 219 new subjects walked out of the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord. The 219 new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City, Zhou Zhou said. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand out and realized that he had summoned a total of 12 professionals. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou began to check their interface information. A moment later, the inspection was completed. Among the 12 professionals, there was a white silver tier intermediate grade gem artisan, a white silver tier intermediate grade musketeer, and a white silver tier intermediate grade crossbowman. There was also one white silver tier elementary grade chef, 2 green bronze tier advanced grade farmers, 1 green bronze tier elementary grade blacksmith, 3 black iron tier advanced grade carpenters, 1 black iron tier intermediate grade doctor, and 1 black iron tier elementary grade sword shield soldier. Zhou Zhou was a little happy. This time, he had actually summoned 2 white silver tier intermediate grade elementary grade soldier professionals. Bai Yun was only at white silver tier advanced grade. It was the first time he had seen a professional such as a gem artisan. Zhou Zhou looked at him. He was a young man in his 20s. There was a faint smile and melancholy buried deep in his eyes. He seemed to be someone with a story. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he opened his attribute panel. Subject: Geobase He. Territory: Blazing Sun City. Life profession: Gem Artisan. Profession level: White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade. Ability overview: Geobase He, who has inherited his grandfather's gem craftsmanship since he was young. He is determined to get his hands on a top-notch gem from the high continent when he grows up. Even touching it is fine, but war has made him suddenly realize that the heart that yearns for peace. Peace is the most dazzling gem in the world. Skills: White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade Gem Appreciation, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade Gem Polishing, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade Gem Buffing, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade Gem Carving, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade Gem Embedding, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade Gem Packaging. Loyalty: 80. Potential: Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. When Zhou Zhou saw the gem embedding skill in the other party's skill bar, his eyes lit up. His tree heart gem seemed to be finally usable. Chapter 206, Upgrade of the Mysterious Caravan. 7 Monster Ranches. Zhou Zhou called Jiabase to him. Then, he took out a white platinum tier advance grade tree core gem and the white platinum tier advance grade soul devouring spear that dropped from the boss of the undead knights. Jiabase, can you use this tree core gem to lower the level requirement of this gun? It's best if it can be lowered to yellow gold tier advance grade. What kind of name is this? Is this name not in conflict with his own life profession one? Zhou Zhou might look calm on the surface, but he could not help but complain in his heart. Jiabase naturally did not know what Zhou Zhou was thinking. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the tree core gem and the soul devouring spear in Zhou Zhou's hands. With his white silver tier intermediate grade gem artisan knowledge, he immediately determined that these two items were top grade treasures. My lord, may I take a look? Jiabase looked at Zhou Zhou carefully. Don't be reserved. Zhou Zhou comforted him. Then, he handed the two items to the other party. Jiabase took it excitedly and looked at it carefully. Soon, he returned them to Zhou Zhou regretfully. My apologies, my lord. I need at least a white platinum tier advance grade gem artisan to personally open the holes and embed the gems if I want to degrade this white platinum tier advance grade equipment to yellow gold tier advance grade. I'm not good enough. At the moment, I can only punch holes and embed gems in white silver tier intermediate grade equipment. In addition, my lord, you said that it can be used if you want to reduce it to an advanced yellow gold tier expert. Then we have to prepare at least 3 white platinum tier advance grade tree core gems. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. Jiabase said. I see. Zhou Zhou was not too disappointed. He really did not expect a white silver tier intermediate grade gem artisan to do such a thing. The reason why he specially asked was just asking because he did not know anything about this profession. He did not think too much about it since he got his answer now. It's just a pity for this soul-devouring spear. Zhou Zhou looked at the white platinum tier advance grade soul-devouring spear regretfully. The soul-devouring deathmatch equipment of this soul-devouring spear was extremely effective. He really wanted to lower the level requirement and hand it to Elder Wu, the Dragon Horse Spear General Hero, to use. At that time, he would definitely be able to shine in the hands of Elder Wu. He could only wait for a while. That's not right. There might be a white platinum tier advance grade gem artisan in the Aurora Kingdom. You can take a look when you have time. At that time, Elder Wu might even be able to use this spear. Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this and hope reignited in his heart. Then, he asked these subjects to look for Elder Zheng and let him arrange their residence and work. As for this gem artisan, Zhou Zhou specially asked him to look for Elder Zhao again. He remembered that there was a building called the Gem Workshop in Elder Zhao's skill list. It should be Jiabase's life class building. He could get Elder Zhao to build one for Jiabase. This way, if anyone in his territory wanted to use equipment above their level in the future, they could ask the other party for help. Everyone left. At this moment, Zhang Fugui quickly walked over. Greetings, my lord. Last night, I suddenly sensed that there were more companions in the mysterious caravan. At the same time, our mysterious vendor level and mysterious caravan skill have also increased from white silver tier elementary grade to white silver tier intermediate grade. After finding out the specific upgrade last night, I didn't disturb you because it was too late. Now, I want to report to you. He said respectfully. Tell me. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. The mysterious caravan was naturally strengthened again because of the upgrade of his territory. Yes. After I investigated. Other than the increase in the level of our mysterious merchant, the number of our caravan has increased from 28 to 50 today. In addition, our carriages have increased from 18 to 30 now. With this improvement, in the future, we can go further away and trade for more rare goods. Zhang Fugui had a smile on his face. As a mysterious merchant, Trading all kinds of rare goods was almost an instinct and hobby engraved in their bones. Now that he saw the upgrade of the mysterious caravan, it would be easier for them to trade various rare goods in the future. He was naturally very happy. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he thought for a moment and said, "Today, you will do as we said last night. Wait for me in the territory. After I deal with my matters, I'll go to the kingdom of the undead with you." "Yes, my lord," Zhang Fugui said respectfully. Then, the two of them did not talk much and left. After seeing Zhang Fugui leave, Zhou Zhou left Blazing Sun City and arrived at the city gate. He had just arrived and he already saw Bai Yun and Wu Xian standing there neatly after reorganizing the Blazing Sun army. Nazario and Soul Reaper Maris were also standing not far away. "Greetings, my lord," Bai Yun and Wu Xian said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. "Let's go straight to the monster ranch," he said. "Yes, X2. After the two of them finished speaking, Wu Xian used his hero skill, desired military morale, to order the entire army to advance towards the monster ranch. Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi walked beside him. He looked at Bai Yun's side profile and realized that she was looking at the neat Blazing Sun army soldiers with envy in her eyes. Zhou Zhou's eyes flickered before he smiled. He knew what she was envious of. She was envious of Wu Xian's desired military morale hero skills. However, it was understandable. This hero skill was indeed top-notch. The hero skill, desired military morale, was just as its name indicated. The effect was to control the morale of the army at will. He could even communicate mental communication with every soldier in the army from afar and truly do as he was told. The thoughts of the general were the thoughts of every soldier under his command. This was a hero skill that could command the entire army. Every general yearned for it without a doubt. It was normal for Bai Yun to be envious. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else. Heroic skills were not unique. If he satisfied a certain condition, he could learn it even without a skill book. However, it was extraordinarily difficult to do this. If Bai Yun wanted to possess the hero skill desired military morale, it would depend on her own hard work and talent. Soon, everyone arrived at the monster ranches. "Greetings, my lord." Mu Gu and Zhao Chongshao, who had been waiting at the entrance of the ranch, immediately said respectfully when they saw Zhou Zhou bring people over. "Elder Zhao, Mu Gu. Has the monster ranches been upgraded?" Zhou Zhou nodded and asked. "Reporting to my lord. Brother Mu Gu and I have already upgraded the original 7 monster ranches from White Silver Tier Elementary Grade to White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade overnight. In addition, we also built the 8th monster ranch. It has also been upgraded to the White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade. A total of 800,000 units of basic materials, 4,000 White Silver Tier mist cores, and 1 origin crystal." Zhao Chongshao said respectfully. "Thank you for your hard work." Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This consumption of resources was naturally nothing to him. Then, he looked at the monster ranch in front of him. The area of the 8 monster ranches in front of him had doubled again. Other than the last monster ranch being empty, there were countless monsters in the remaining 7 monster ranches. He could not even see the end at a glance. Desert fog lizard, black-tailed fog scorpion, sand man, sand corpse summoners, wild sand believers, undead knights, withered tree. The 7 monsters lived in their respective ranch areas, looking very docile and harmonious. "Mu Gu, how many ranch monsters have you nurtured?" Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Chapter 207, Tens of Thousands of Soldier-type Recruitment Books. Double Happiness. Reporting to my lord. After I advanced to the White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade, the number of monster ranches I can manage has reached 8. The maximum capacity of each monster ranch has increased from 1,500 to 2,000. The upper limit of the monsters I can nurture has also increased to the White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade. I've always nurtured it according to its maximum capacity. Therefore, there are a total of 14,000 monsters in the 7 monster ranches. Mu Gu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou looked at the endless ranch monsters as he listened to him. He felt a little emotional. 14,000 monsters. If someone who didn't know better came over to take a look, they would probably think that his territory had been occupied by monsters. Then, he did not think too much about it. Instead, he came to the monster ranch of the undead knights. This was because he realized that the monsters here seemed to be different. Reporting to my lord. The monster ranch of the undead knights is special. Maybe it's because their soldier types are relatively high level. Therefore, the weakest of these 2,000 undead knights is at the green bronze tier elementary grade. Mu Gu followed over and said. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and nodded. This was the same situation as when they attacked these undead knights yesterday. At that time, the strength of these undead knights was at least at the bronze tier elementary grade. Then, he looked at the green bronze tier elementary grade undead knights. Monster name, Undead Knight. Strength level, green bronze tier elementary grade. Monster description, a monster nurtured by the monster ranch. It is good at controlling the power of death. Occasionally, it will recall that it was an Aurora cavalry previously. Loot's drop rate, 2 green bronze tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 gradeless skill book, horsemanship, drop rate, 20%, 1 green bronze tier elementary grade equipment, Aurora spear, drop rate, 10%, 1 true faith tier scarlet crystal, drop rate, 3%, 1 green bronze tier elementary grade skill book, Aurora spear technique, drop rate, 2%, 4 gradeless Aurora cavalry class change certificates, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 green bronze tier elementary grade Aurora cavalry recruitment books. Drop rate, 0.1%. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the scarlet crystals in the loots. True faith tier scarlet crystals. Are scarlet crystals also divided into shallow faith tier, true faith tier, and pious tier? He was a little surprised and seemed to have understood something. Could these scarlet crystals also be treasures similar to the faith divine crystal? If the faith divine crystal was a faith-type treasure condensed from the faith of life forms towards the god spirits under the supreme will, could the scarlet crystals be faith-type treasures condensed from the fog monster's faith in the supreme will? No wonder the shelter could transform scarlet crystals into faith divine crystals. Zhou Zhou thought for a while before looking at the other monsters. In the end, he realized that every monster had 1 scarlet crystal in their bodies. However, the quality of the scarlet crystals was different. Most of the scarlet crystals were still at the shallow faith tier and true faith tier. A small number of them were true faith tier scarlet crystals. Occasionally, he would see a pious tier scarlet crystal. Zhou Zhou did not see any fanatic tier and Holy Spirit tier scarlet crystals. The quality of the scarlet crystals seemed to be related to strength. The stronger the monster, the higher the quality of the scarlet crystals condensed in its body. The weaker the monster, the lower the quality of the scarlet crystals. However, even though he did not see any fanatic tier or Holy Spirit scarlet crystals, Zhou Zhou was also quite satisfied. Just the monster ranch alone could provide him with 14,000 faith divine crystals a day. Looking at it this way, the shelter services in the shelter did not seem so expensive anymore. He might be able to visit the god of death, Thanatos, when he had the time. On the surface, the shelter of the goddess of life looks like a white platinum tier lord talent. But under the influence of my king of loots, the effect it can unleash is probably comparable to an epic tier lord talent. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied. He had also realized it. Any lord talent that was related to loots, no matter how low its original level or how weak its talent effect was, under the influence of his mythical tier lord talent, the king of loots, it could always unleash an effect that far exceeded the original lord talent level. This was the case for the gnome alchemy workshop. The shelter of the goddess of life was the same. I can specially gather information about Lord Talents in the future. Zhou Zhou pondered as he asked Nazario to use his dragon might to control the monsters in the 7 monster ranches. Then, he asked the soldiers to deal with them one by one. Half an hour later, all 14,000 ranch monsters were dealt with. Then, he led his troops to clean up the time ruins again. Then, he took out all the conquerors' blast furnaces to retrieve the loot of these corpses. It took another half an hour for all the loots to be extracted. Under the effect of the perfect loots, other than the +1 quality monster flesh, skill books, potion formulas, equipment, materials, fire demon fog wolf outfits, and other items, he obtained a total of 55,154 green bronze tier mist cores, 25,144 white silver tier mist cores, and 2,447 yellow gold tier mist cores. 26,457 soldier type class change certificates. 3,001 sand corpse summoner class change certificates. 1,624 sword shield soldier recruitment books. 1,451 Pudeo soldiers recruitment books. 1,531 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books. 384 elemental archer recruitment books. 5,471 Aurora cavalry recruitment books. 10,021 kilograms of light drawing crystal. 2,000 tree core gems. Green bronze tier, white silver tier, yellow gold tier. 2,000 bottles of plant vitality potion. Green bronze tier, white silver tier, yellow gold tier. 143,516 kilograms of jade sun tree seed. Green bronze tier, white silver tier, yellow gold tier. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he saw the loots. After confirming it again and again, he was sure that he had really used an entire morning to obtain 10,460 soldier-type recruitment books just by relying on the monster ranch. Zhou Zhou's face flushed red with excitement. Since he could obtain so many soldier-type recruitment books today, it meant that he would be able to get the same from tomorrow onwards. Which meant, from now on, his territory would have more than 10,000 military professionals every day. Before long, the number of military professionals in his Blazing Sun army might be able to break through the 100,000 mark. This was not the end. At this moment, Bai Yun also walked over after counting the number of soldiers who had advanced. "I've something to report, my lord. A total of 10,524 soldiers just broke through. Among them, 6,842 have advanced to the Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 3,141 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to the Green Bronze Tier. There are also 541 people who have advanced to the White Silver Tier. There are a total of 17,639 Black Iron Tier soldiers in our army. 5,724 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. 1,240 White Silver Tier. In addition, Maris has already broken through to the White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. Double happiness. This was the only thought in Zhou Zhou's mind. There were more than 1,000 White Silver Tier military professionals alone amongst the military professionals under his command. This strength was enough to crush them even when compared to the regional lords of the White Silver Tier regional territories. Chapter 208, 50,000 Mist Cores. Begin ranking. Zhou Zhou was very happy. Every time his territory and the monster ranch upgraded, it could greatly increase his strength and development speed. He began to think. Looking at it this way, he already had as many as 10 Lord Talents currently. However, the 3 Lord Talents that could increase his strength the most were King of Loots, Mythical Tier, plus Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, plus Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the War God, White Silver Tier. These 3 Lord Talents were like a perfect combination. Together, they could erupt with an extremely high territorial development ability. I think I can upgrade the Monster Ranch too. It should be good. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he could not help but smile bitterly. He seemed to have too many lord talents that he wanted to upgrade. Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, he stopped thinking about it and opened the exchange to set up a transaction. He threw in 20,000 basic soldier class change certificates, excess materials, skill books, equipment, and other items. Then, he directly announced the transaction. The Lord on the World Channel quickly discovered Zhou Zhou's deal. Then, they were shocked. F***ck, why did Big Boss Blazing Sun suddenly sell so many soldier class change certificates today? It's good to have more. There won't be so much pressure to buy them. I'll hug Big Boss Blazing Sun's thigh. I can finally buy Big Boss Blazing Sun's soldier class change certificate again. Every day, I refresh Big Boss Blazing Sun's transactions at the same time. It's very similar to when I used to wait on time to snatch takeaway rolls. Like when I snatched the train ticket. The sudden increase in the number of soldier class change certificates not only attracted the attention of ordinary lords. Overlord Lord, Dragon Lady Lord, Undead Lord. These top-notch lords also noticed. They quickly realized something from the transaction with the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. The Lord of the Blazing Sun had probably become stronger again. Otherwise, why would he take out so many good things to sell? What would a lord usually sell? Other than the merchant-type lords who specially created goods to trade, most lords typically sold goods they did not need. And the Lord of the Blazing Sun's style of doing things did not seem like that of a businessman. That could only prove that these goods were unnecessary to the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. That was why the other party took it out to sell. Thinking of this, the lords could not help but be speechless. It was something that others abandoned, yet it was actually very tempting to them. Was this the difference between the Lord of the Blazing Sun and them? Zhou Zhou did not look at the World Channel, so he naturally did not think too much about the Lord's reactions to his deal. After posting the deal, he closed the exchange interface. Then, he went to the golem nest and recruited 126 golems today. Then, he brought all the soldier recruitment books to the gate of summoning and threw them in. Soon, Black Iron Tier elementary grade professionals walked out one after another. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou realized that the deal he had just announced had been completed just as more than 6,000 professionals walked out. He looked at the transaction results. Trade result: 58,112,441 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. He had only sold more than 18 million Black Iron Tier Mist Cores when he sold the loots from the Monster Ranch yesterday. Today, it has increased by 3 times. However, he had already thought about it, so he was not surprised by this benefit. Yesterday, he had only sold more than 6,000 basic soldier class change certificates and the corresponding loots from other monster ranches. Other than Black Iron Tier goods, there were green bronze, white silver, and even yellow gold tier items. This was only the benefit from 5 white silver tier elementary grade monster ranches. Today, the number of monster ranches under his command had reached 7. Each monster ranch had been upgraded to the white silver tier intermediate grade. The value of the loot dropped by the monsters had also increased to the white silver tier intermediate grade. The number of monsters in each monster ranch had also increased from 1,500 to 2,000. Therefore, the overall profit from selling the loots of the ranch had increased by more than 3 times. It was completely within his expectations. However, why did this group of people only use the Black Iron Tier Mist Core to buy things? Zhou Zhou could not help but complain in his heart. He felt a little helpless. But there was no choice. Black Iron Tier Mist Cores were the easiest for lords to obtain and have the most number of them. If he forced the lords to use the higher level Mist Cores to buy his goods, he might not even be able to sell his loot. Moreover, low-level Mist Cores could also be exchanged for high-level ones. Zhou Zhou complained a little and stopped caring. After a while, 10,460 professionals walked out of the gate of summoning. The number of professionals I had yesterday was 24,600. In the morning, the gate of summoning summoned 3 professionals and 126 golems. Now, with these 10,460 new professions, which means I have 35,189 people. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. With more than 30,000 professionals, he should be able to advance further in the Lord Battlefield. Then, he opened the Lord Battlefield and looked at the Lord Battlefield interface in the upper right corner. Title: Lord of the Blazing Sun. Rank: White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Number of rankings tries: 47. Battlefield points: 129. 47 ranking tries. It's time to level up. I shouldn't be far from the highest rank among my kind. Zhou Zhou thought. Yesterday, he had queued up with famous lords of the same race. Occasionally, he would even encounter some top-notch undead lords. From this, it could be seen that he had already entered the high-end game among his fellow lords. He should not be far from the lord with the highest rank amongst his race. Thinking of this, he asked Bai Yun and the others to prepare for battle and clicked on the group ranking. A text notification appeared. Matching with your ranking opponent. Match successful. Entering the battlefield. You have entered the White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Battlefield Frost Plains. Your teammates are 1. Cerulean Planet Human Lord Dragon Lady Lord, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. 2. Cerulean Platinum Planet Human Lord Green Phoenix Lord, White Platinum Tier Advance Rank. Your opponents are 1. Undead Lord Black Knight Lord, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. 2. Undead Lord Aller Lord, White Platinum Advance Rank. 3. Undead Lord Golden Bone Lord, White Platinum Advance Grade. Condition to defeat the enemy: kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown: 9 minutes, 59 seconds. At the same time, the 3 human lords who had just descended on the battlefield were stunned. I actually queued the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. That's true. It's indeed about time. The Dragon Lady looked up at the tall city wall that was as black as an abyss not far away with a complicated expression. The two of them might have some conflicts and competition. However, at this moment, looking at the light element city wall that was far taller and more majestic than the city wall under her feet, she felt like she was spying on a leopard through a tube. The Dragon Lady had to admit that this guy, whom she had always regarded as her opponent, had indeed far surpassed her in the development of her territory. However, she felt a little better when she thought of the 6 white silver-tier wyverns in her territory. I can't compare to you in the development of the territory. But I might not lose to you in terms of combat strength. She snorted softly and began to deploy without greeting the others. Green Phoenix City. The Green Phoenix Lord clicked her tongue as she looked at the tall pitch-black city wall. Is this the Blazing Sun City of the Lord of the Blazing Sun? How did he build such a tall and magnificent city wall in just 13 days? Could it be that the Lord of the Blazing Sun directly inherited an abandoned city when he came to the High Continent? This city wall is also a little strange. It clearly looks black. Why do I feel that there's abundant light elemental energy inside? The Green Phoenix Lord muttered in her heart. Then, she did not think too much about it and began to make the best use of her time for deployment. On the city wall of Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou looked down at the cities on both sides of Blazing Sun City. I actually queued them. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 209, Green Phoenix Lord. White Ghost. Zhou Zhou looked at the 2 cities. He saw the Dragon Lady and the Green Phoenix Lord almost immediately. Moreover, he had seen the layout of these 2 cities. The development in both the Green Phoenix City and Dragon Lady City were naturally far inferior to his territory. There were only a few dozen buildings in the city. Moreover, most of them were black iron tier and green bronze tier buildings. They did not look like cities but villages instead. In comparison, his Blazing Sun City was a joint effort of dozens of architects and hundreds of life professions. There were already more than 1,000 buildings in the city with all kinds of buildings. Moreover, there was no lack of yellow gold or even white platinum tier buildings. These high-level buildings were naturally specially built for high-level lifestyle professionals. However, even though the difference between the two was huge, Zhou Zhou did not underestimate these two top-notch lords. Is this the Wyvern's Nest? Zhou Zhou looked at the black mountain peak that was like a beehive. The Dragon Lady Lord often spoke on the World Channel. She was second only to him in fame among the Cerulean planet lords. But in contrast, most of the lords already knew about her lord talent. Photos of the Wyvern Nest had been circulating on the World Channel for a period of time. Zhou Zhou had also seen it. Therefore, he could tell immediately. Moreover, the powerful sixth senses from the chaos human race made him feel a dragon aura similar to Nazario's from this Wyvern Nest. However, even though their auras were similar, they were also very different. If Nazario emitted the pure and dignified aura of a pure-blooded dragon, the dragon aura from this Wyvern Nest could be said to be quite chaotic. It was more of a wild aura even though it vaguely revealed a trace of the dragon's pressure. Zhou Zhou shook his head. In comparison, he still preferred the dragon aura on Nazario. Then, he looked at Green Phoenix City and could not help but think of the female Green Phoenix Lord. He knew about the Green Phoenix Lord who was the owner of the epic tier Lord talent, the Green Phoenix Immortal Body. It was said that it came from the immortal realm and had a deep relationship with the legendary immortal Dao civilization. If the Overlord Lord's gluttonous demon body was slightly weak in the early stages, grew rapidly in the middle stages, and would reach the ceiling of his physique in the later stages, then the Green Phoenix Immortal Body was a top-notch physique that was very strong all stages. At this stage, she was even much stronger than the Overlord Lord. However, in the later stages, it would be a level weaker than the gluttonous demon body. Nonetheless, it was still quite extraordinary. From the beginning, this Green Phoenix Lord had completely relied on the advantage of her immortal body to develop her territory rapidly. Be it attacking the territory of the Scarlet Lord or killing it was all done by this Lord herself. Her subordinates were of little use to her and were not much different from cheerleaders. Unlike Zhou Zhou who had won by laying flat, she had also developed to a level that was not much weaker than the Dragon Lady Lord relying on herself. It could be seen how hard she worked. Then, he did not think too much about it and began to deploy. Soon, Bai Yun, Wuxin, Nazario, Soul Reaper Maris, and 30,000 soldiers of the Blazing Sun Legion appeared in Blazing Sun City. When Nazario appeared, the Dragon Lady Lord's heart suddenly trembled, and then she looked in the direction of Blazing Sun City. At this moment, the Dragon Lady Lord felt the wyvern bloodline in her body tremble. She was afraid, but she also yearned and desired for a certain existence in Blazing Sun City. Pure-blooded dragon. The Lord of the Blazing Sun actually has a pure-blooded dragon. She looked in the direction of Blazing Sun City in disbelief. At this moment, she seemed to see a pure-blooded dragon as hot as fire obediently staying beside the Lord of the Blazing Sun while in a daze. She could not help but look at her 6 wyverns. That was indeed the case. The 6 wyverns also looked in the direction of Blazing Sun City with reverence and desire. 2 of the wyverns even flapped their wings uncontrollably, wanting to fly over and throw themselves to it. Seeing this, the Dragon Lady Lord immediately shouted at them to stop. They still looked in the direction of Blazing Sun City from time to time even though they had become obedient. The Dragon Lady Lord's expression gradually turned ugly. In Blazing Sun City, after Nazario appeared, it immediately sensed something and looked down at the wyvern nest. He looked at it for a few seconds. Surprise flashed across its eyes. Then, it looked at Zhou Zhou and told him something. You said that the wyvern nest is not simple. He froze. Nazario nodded. How many epic tier talents are simple? Zhou Zhou shook his head. Most lord talents had their own secrets. Therefore, he was not surprised that the wyvern nest was not simple. 10 minutes later. Deployment time has ended. The Lord War has begun. The next second. A large number of golden skeletons, black knights, and white ghosts immediately appeared in the 3 cities opposite. Among them, there were the most golden skeletons, more than 20,000 of them. The white ghosts were secondary, but there were also more than 10,000 of them. Even though there were only about 5,000 black knights, they were wearing excellent equipment and looked clearly extraordinary. As expected of the undead race famous for their numbers. This number, tisk tisk. Let's deal with one each. How about that? The Green Phoenix Lord's voice sounded. Her voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears. Okay. Zhou Zhou replied. The Dragon Lady also grunted. Then, they did not have to choose. These undead races had already chosen their targets. The Golden Skeleton race attacked the Dragon Lady Lord. The Black Knight attacked the Green Phoenix Lord. The White Ghost attacked Zhou Zhou. At the same time, the second book of the Myriad Races illustrated book automatically opened, and information about the White Ghost appeared on a new page. Zhou Zhou took a look. He realized that these white ghosts were advanced from the undead of low-level ghosts. It was equivalent to the beginner soldiers in the Lord's knowledge. Their abilities were similar to ghosts, but they were stronger. They could be immune to most physical attacks and could also carry out soul attacks. They could even grow by absorbing souls. There were also some small abilities. For example, going through walls and intimidating others. Its weakness was its fear of light, holy, and other order-type elemental attacks, mental attacks, and soul attacks. Did you choose me because you saw that my city wall was too thick? Because you can walk through walls? Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. That was indeed the case. As soon as these ghosts flew in front of his light elemental city wall, they immediately sensed the light element energy contained in the black city wall. They immediately hesitated. Some of the bolder ghosts went forward and wanted to pass through, but their souls were directly burned by the light elements and died with weak cries. Zhou Zhou shook his head. His light elemental city wall was a white silver tier city wall defense building after all. These white ghosts below the white silver tier would be courting death if they dared to try to pass through. That was indeed the case. They also realized that they could not barge in, so they flew up and approached the top of the city wall. Zhou Zhou grinned when he saw this. Trying to bypass my light elemental city wall? He turned to look at Maris, the Soul Reaper. A smile appeared on Maris' dog face. It sat down cross-legged and placed its hands on the death god scythe. Then, it closed its eyes. The next second, its soul flew out with the death god scythe in its hand. Then, it lay on the city wall and looked at the 10,000 white ghosts flying over. The white ghosts were stunned when they saw Maris. These 10,000 white ghosts did not even dare to move at this moment. They were all frozen in midair. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he could not help but sigh. This was simply like a lonely ghost encountering the black and white impermanence. It was simply restrained. These white ghosts were beginner soldiers after all. And there were so many of them, but they did not even dare to move. In front of Maris. At this moment, the 10,000 ghosts seemed to have reached an agreement and floated away. Maris grinned. Chiculafud. Undead tongue, return to the underworld, it muttered softly and flew towards the white ghosts with the sickle in its hand. Chapter 210, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Is this a high-end leveling booster? When the white ghosts saw Maris rushing towards them, they immediately screamed in fear and ran in all directions. More than 10,000 white ghosts, none of them dared to turn around and call for the other white ghosts to counterattack. All elemental archers, Radiant Aurora Cavalry, Star Musketeers, Water crossbowmen. Let's use long-range elemental attacks to kill these white ghosts. Zhou Zhou ordered. 3 of these 4 types of soldiers were long-range. As for the Aurora cavalry, they also had their own long-range attacks. Therefore, it was naturally not a problem for them to kill these white ghosts. Yes. The soldiers roared angrily and began to attack. At that time, the ghosts died one after another. Dragon Lady City. The Dragon Lady Lord was dealing with more than 30,000 golden skeletons. She frowned slightly as she watched her 6 white silver-tier wyverns rampage through these golden skeletons. White silver-tier wyverns. They could already fight against a yellow gold-tier Scarlet Lord. It was not a problem to tie even though he could not kill them. Therefore, even though there were many of them, they could still rampage inside when facing these golden skeletons below the white silver tier. They could slaughter dozens of golden skells with a casual strike. But even so, due to the huge difference in numbers between the 2 sides, it still made the Dragon Lady tremble in fear. She was afraid that her 6 wyverns would be buried in these golden skeletons forever. These golden skeletons are comparable to beginner soldiers. More than 20,000 skeletons are comparable to beginner soldiers. Is it so difficult to advance to the diamond tier? The Dragon Lady Lord frowned. This was not the first time she had fallen in the qualifying competition to advance to the diamond tier. Every foreign race lord he encountered was quite powerful. This even made her want to give up. However, she was indignant. She was a lord with an epic tier lord talent after all. If this level of lord talent was placed on the best of the myriad races, at this moment, they were probably all at the epic tier lord realm. In comparison, how could she be willing to not be able to advance to diamond tier? At this moment, waves of screams and howls came from the direction of Blazing Sun City. The Dragon Lady Lord looked over. In the end, he saw thousands of white ghosts fleeing in all directions. What happened? What are they afraid of? The Dragon Lady Lord looked at this scene in shock. This should not be the effect even if the enemy was afraid of the dragon might of a pure-blooded dragon. On the other side, the Green Phoenix Lord, who was controlling the Green Phoenix True Fire to burn the Black Knights, also noticed the situation in Blazing Sun City. As expected of a big shot, the Green Phoenix Lord's eyes flickered with golden light. The Dragon Lady Lord and her were both busy dealing with these undead who were not afraid of death. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was better, even though he was dealing with the white ghosts that they found the most difficult to deal with, he managed to scare them away. She stopped thinking about it and continued to focus on dealing with these Black Knights. Even though there were only about 5,000 of these Black Knights, they were indeed intermediate-grade soldiers among the undead race. She was powerful, but even so, she did not dare to be distracted at this moment. Half an hour later, under the joint attack of Soul Reaper Maris and the other elemental soldiers, the 10,000 white ghosts were all destroyed. Not only did Zhou Zhou not suffer any casualties, Maris had dealt with more than half of the white ghosts and had directly advanced 2 levels from the white silver tier elementary grade to the white silver grade advanced grade. A moment later, Bai Yun came over to report the advancement of the soldiers. I've something to report, my lord. A total of 2,024 soldiers just broke through. There are 554 of them who have broken through to the Black Iron tier intermediate grade and advanced grade. 1,241 of them advanced from Black Iron tier to Green Bronze tier. Another 229 people have advanced to White Silver tier. Most of these soldiers who broke through are Elemental Archers and Aurora Cavalry. The rest are the intermediate level soldiers. Bai Yun said. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he could not help but look at the Dragon Lady Lord and Green Phoenix Lord. At this moment, the Golden Skeletons and Black Knights were not foreign race enemies in his eyes. They were clearly walking advancement energy gift bags. Do you need help? He took the initiative to ask. Yes. The Green Phoenix Lord immediately said while the Dragon Lady Lord was still hesitating. She had already eliminated more than 1,000 Black Knights alone. The results might be fruitful, but the energy in her body was about to be exhausted. She was naturally happy to accept the Lord of the Blazing Sun's help. When the Dragon Lady Lord heard the Green Phoenix Lord agree so quickly, she did not know whether to open her mouth or not. Even though she had already eliminated more than 5,000 golden skeletons, the stamina of her 6 wyverns was almost exhausted. Zhou Zhou ignored the Dragon Lady Lord, seeing that she did not react, and directly asked Nazario, Maris, and the Blazing Sun army to leave the city to support the Green Phoenix Lord. When the 30,000 soldiers of the Blazing Sun army appeared, the Dragon Lady Lord and the Green Phoenix Lord were shocked again. Especially when they realized that more than 1,000 of the 30,000 soldiers had reached the White Silver Tier, they were so shocked that they could not speak. At this stage, White Silver Tier existences could definitely be considered top combatants. A White Silver Tier combat strength would be extremely precious to a stronger lord. And the Lord of the Blazing Sun actually had more than 1,000 White Silver Tier combatants. Was this the true strength of the Lord of the Blazing Sun? A moment later, the more than 4,000 Black Knights that the Green Phoenix Lord faced were wiped out by the flood of population of the Blazing Sun army. After that, they did not say much and went straight to Dragon Lady City to help her deal with the 10,000 golden skeletons. With Zhou Zhou's help, these golden skeletons began to decrease at a visible speed, even though they were strong and there were many of them. The scales of victory were already tilting in their favor. Thank you. The Dragon Lady Lord looked at Zhou Zhou with a complicated expression. Her wyverns would probably all die in the sea of golden skeletons if not for his help. Not to mention victory. It's okay. Face the foreign race's enemies first. Our conflict and competition naturally have to come later. Zhou Zhou did not care. He looked at the Dragon Lady Lord and could not help but praise her in his heart. This Dragon Lady Lord was indeed a Western superstar on the Cerulean planet. She was top-notch among the women on the Cerulean planet, be it her image or temperament. Of course, the Green Phoenix Lord standing at the side was not bad either. This girl who came from the same country as Zhou Zhou had an image and temperament that was not inferior to the Dragon Lady Lord after awakening the Green Phoenix immortal body. She even had an immortal aura on her that made people unable to help but pay attention to her. A moment later, a golden text notification appeared as the last golden skeleton fell. You and your teammates have defeated 1. Undead Lord Black Knight Lord, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. 2. Undead Lord Aller Lord, White Platinum Advance Rank. 3. Undead Lord Golden Bone Lord, White Platinum Advance Grade. Congratulations, you have obtained 1,875 battlefield points. Congratulations, you have advanced to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade in the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield. You have obtained a Diamond Tier title Diamond Lord. Your fashion has upgraded. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every 3 days. Otherwise, your rank will -1. Your battlefield shop has been updated. You can return to your territory. Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. The Dragon Lady and the Green Phoenix Lord, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally advanced. The two women thought. Then, they could not help but look at Zhou Zhou. This advancement was really brought about by this Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Was this the effect of a high-end leveling booster? Chapter 211, The Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord's Backgrounds. Zhou Zhou looked at the gradually disappearing golden skeletons and felt a little emotional. These undead creatures were not good. They were not even as threatening as the White Platinum Tier griffins he had encountered last time. However, he also understood. It was not that these undead were weak, his strength had increased again. In addition, their abilities were extremely effective against these undead creatures. That was why it was easier to win than last time. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Can I add you as a friend? At this moment, the Green Phoenix Lord looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly. How can I refuse since Fairy Green Phoenix has spoken? Zhou Zhou smiled. He still harbored good feelings towards his fellow countrymen. The Green Phoenix Lord blushed. She was not as high profile as the Dragon Lady Lord, but she was a small time-up master when she was on the Cerulean planet. After coming to the High Continent, she liked to upload videos of her battle and post it on the exchange for free for the other lords to see. Then, she would sell the goods in her territory through this method. Even though her motive was not pure, it was understandable. It was to earn money. Many lords who liked her also expressed understanding and support for this. They also called her Fairy Green Phoenix. As time passed, more lords called her Fairy Green Phoenix. She didn't expect the Lord of the Blazing Sun to know. I thought he would not appear on the World Channel. The Green Phoenix Lord thought to herself. The Dragon Lady Lord beside her felt very angry when she saw this. Back then, she had put in so much effort to add Lord of the Blazing Sun as a friend, but he still rejected her in every way possible. In the end, she just asked, and you agreed? What a lecherous fellow! Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Zhou Zhou looked over. He saw the Dragon Lady Lord looking at him angrily. This puzzled him. What's wrong with this woman? Did I provoke her? You should encounter the Dragon God Lord and the others next. Be careful. They're very powerful. The Dragon Lady Lord wanted to say that they were not weaker than him. However, when she thought about the thousands of white silver-tier soldiers under the Lord of the Blazing Sun, she retracted her thoughts. Have you ranked with the Dragon God Lord and the others? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Yes, once for both the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord. The Dragon Lady Lord's expression was a little ugly. Did you ask why they didn't appear on the World Channel? Zhou Zhou was most curious about this. The Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord had never appeared on the World Channel. Therefore, the mysterious aura on the two of them was very strong. Zhou Zhou was a professional diver of the World Channel to begin with, so he was even more curious about this. I did. They are not on the High Continent, but in the world near it. The Dragon God Lord said that he's in a place called the Elemental World. The Insect Lord said that he did not know where he was. He found himself on a deserted planet as soon as he descended. It's said that there's nothing on that planet except monsters. They also have a separate world channel where they are. It's not connected to the Cerulean planet world channel on our high continent, so they can't appear in our world channel. They are only in the same universe as us, during the previous Novice Lord test and this Lord Battlefield event. The Dragon Lady Lord said. Zhou Zhou and the Green Phoenix Lord were a little surprised. They were not in the High Continent but in another world? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of Jing Hengzi, the array master from the immortal world he had recruited yesterday. Since there were lords in other worlds, then would there be human lords or lords of other races in the immortal world? Zhou Zhou speculated that the possibility was very high. The Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord also said that they really want to meet you, but they didn't know if there's a chance. I think they'll have a chance soon. The Dragon Lady suddenly smiled. She suddenly wanted to see what the two Cerulean planet lords, who were full of confidence, would think after seeing the powerful strength of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. That scene would definitely be interesting. I want to meet them too. Zhou Zhou smiled. He was naturally very interested in competing with a powerful lord of the same race. Is that Dragon God Lord related to the dragon race? Zhou Zhou asked again. The Dragon Lady Lord looked at Zhou Zhou and said expressionlessly. Why should I tell you everything? We're adversaries now. We'll still be competitors after the event. What do you want? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. I'll answer your question if you answer one of mine. The Dragon Lady Lord said. Tell me about it first. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. How did you develop so quickly? The Dragon Lady frowned. This was the question she wanted to ask the most. This thought became even stronger especially after seeing his Blazing Sun army. In front of the 30,000 professionals of the Blazing Sun Army, even the pure-blooded dragon was no longer eye-catching. A white silver-tier pure-blooded dragon would be beaten to death when facing 30,000 professionals, especially since there were more than 1,000 white silver-tier professionals inside after all. She did not realize that Nazario was a yellow gold-tier elementary grade pure-blooded dragon and thought that it was a white silver-tier pure-blooded dragon. This was because she knew very well how difficult it was for the dragon race to advance in strength. If the advancement energy needed for ordinary professions to advance was compared to an experience bar, assuming that the experience required for ordinary professions to advance was 100. Then the experience required for her wyverns would be 1,000 while the experience required for a pure-blooded dragon to advance was 10,000. Pure-blooded dragons would find it more difficult to advance than wyverns. Among her 6 wyverns, the strongest winged demon dragon was only at the white silver-tier advance grade. The dragon race of the Lord of the Blazing Sun would definitely not surpass the white silver-tier advance grade. At most, it would be at the white silver intermediate grade. That was her guess. Zhou Zhou naturally did not know what the Dragon Lady Lord was thinking. After hearing her question, he thought for a moment and said seriously, "My current achievements are all because of my personal hard work." Dragon Lady Lord. The Green Phoenix Lord was also speechless. Who would believe you, big brother? Zhou Zhou did not think there was a problem. The Lord talent was not given to him by anyone. He had awakened it himself. What's wrong with me saying that? Why are you looking at me like that? Is your Lord talent at mythical tier? The Dragon Lady Lord suddenly had a complicated expression. That's the second question. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he thought for a moment and said frankly. Not at first. It was after the Novice Lord test. The Green Phoenix Lord's mouth fell agape as she looked at Zhou Zhou. The Dragon Lady Lord looked at him with a complicated expression. It was really a mythical tier Lord talent. She was silent for a moment, then exhaled. The Dragon God Lord is indeed related to the dragons. Chapter 212, Diamond Tier Lord. Battlefield Veterans. He has the ability to summon pure-blooded dragons. He had a bronze dragon and a golden dragon under his command when I teamed up with him yesterday. They're all pure-blooded dragons not inferior to your dragon. And their strengths are at the white silver tier intermediate grade. As for whether he has other pure-blooded dragons, I don't know. Nazario sneezed disdainfully at that. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. He really had the ability to summon pure-blooded dragons, and he already had 2. However, if that was all, then he was not afraid at all. It was true that pure-blooded dragons were strong. However, they were not invincible. Not to mention anything else. If the 2 pure-blooded dragons dared to charge into his 1,000 white silver tier professionals, with Nazario beside them to offset its dragon might, they would definitely die. The Dragon Lady Lord looked at his thoughtful expression and fell silent for a few seconds before saying calmly. The Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord are both ranked higher than me, but not much higher. If you still want to continue teaming up, you should be able to be matched with them. You should be fighting with them for the highest rank among our kind next. I won't be involved. Good luck. I'll get going first. With that, she prepared to leave. Aren't you going to continue ranking? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Why should I continue ranking? The Dragon Lady Lord gritted her teeth. Should I be making a fool of my wyverns in front of both you and his pure-blooded dragons? With that, she, her wyvern, and Dragon Lady City all disappeared from the Lord battlefield. Zhou Zhou could not help but be speechless when he heard her words. However, he did not say anything. As a bystander, the Green Phoenix Lord was clearly very happy. Not only did she get to know that Big Boss Blazing Sun was actually the owner of a mythical Lord talent, but from the Dragon Lady Lord's attitude, it was obvious that she had given in to the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. This was big news. This was because the Dragon Lady Lord had never given in to the Lord of the Blazing Sun on the World Channel. Or rather, Everyone knew that the Dragon Lady wanted to surpass the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Her words today actually had a faint hint of giving up. How could this not make her, a bystander, happy? Big Boss Blazing Sunday. Is Big Boss Dragon Lady Lord openly admitting that she's inferior to you? The Green Phoenix Lord looked at the Lord of the Blazing Sun with sparkling eyes. Zhou Zhou. Your temperament as a bystander is a little too obvious. I'm not a big boss. Just call me Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Dragon Lady Lord shouldn't mean that. Even though I haven't interacted much with her, I can feel that her ambition for the path to becoming an outstanding lord is not inferior to a man's. Maybe she thinks that her current wyverns might not be as good as mine. But she might find another way to defeat me. The Dragon Lady Lord is still the same Dragon Lady Lord as before. Zhou Zhou said. The Green Phoenix Lord nodded twice before looking at Zhou Zhou expectantly. Big Boss Blazing Sun, can I play doubles with you next? All right. However, I might have to play solo if the next ranking involves the competition for the strongest lord of our race. Zhou Zhou said. If they teamed up, they could obtain 3 times the battlefield points. He naturally would not refuse to form a team if it did not affect the competition for the strongest lord of the same race. Moreover, the Green Phoenix Lord was not weak either. Zhou Zhou was also willing to form a team with such a lord. When the Green Phoenix Lord heard Zhou Zhou's words, she hurriedly nodded. Then give me a moment. I'll team up with you later. Zhou Zhou said. The Green Phoenix Lord nodded. After the two of them added each other as friends, Zhou Zhou led his troops back to Blazing Sun City. He had just returned to the city. Bai Yun went forward and reported. Reporting to my lord. In the battle just now, a total of 15,295 soldiers broke through. Among them, 8,241 have been promoted to Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Advanced Grade. 6,049 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to the Green Bronze Tier. Another 1,005 people have advanced to the White Silver Tier. Our army has a total of 22,076 Black Iron Tier soldiers. 10,868 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. 2,245 White Silver Tier soldiers. However, we also lost 642 soldiers in this battle. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. In just one group battle, he had slaughtered more than 30,000 foreign race enemies, increasing the strength of his Blazing Sun army by so much. Green Bronze Tier soldiers exceeded 10,000. The number of White Silver Tier soldiers had also increased from more than 1,000 to more than 2,001. It was not an exaggeration to say that his strength had doubled. But he knew that such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. After all, enemies like the undead race, who were populous but not very strong individually, were not something that they would encounter in every ranking. Then, he stopped thinking about it and took out the White Platinum Tier Resurrection Token to revive the 642 soldiers who had died. Then, he looked at the Resurrection Token. As his Lord rank advanced to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, the upper limit of his resurrection quota had increased from 10,000 to 50,010. After reviving 642 people, the resurrection quota changed from 6,124/50,000 to 6,766/50,000. Then, he checked his Diamond Tier rank title and activity clothes. Title: Diamond Tier Lord. Title quality: Diamond Tier. Enhanceable. Title Effect 1. When fighting against the enemy forces of the Scarlet Fog, your subjects and you will obtain an additional 25% increase in strength. Title Effect 2. When fighting the Myriad Race Lord, when the opponent's battlefield rank is White Platinum Tier, you and your subjects will obtain an additional 5% increase in strength. When the other party's battlefield rank is Yellow Gold Tier, you and your subjects will obtain an additional 10% increase in strength. When the other party's lord's battlefield rank is White Silver Tier, you and your subjects will obtain an additional 15% increase in strength. When the opponent's battlefield rank is Green Bronze Tier Lord, you and your subjects will receive an additional 20% increase in strength. When the other party's battlefield rank is Black Iron Tier Lord, you and your subjects will receive an additional 25% increase in strength. Title Effect 3, same as before. Title Description, same as before. Fashion Name, Battlefield Veteran, Event Limited Fashion. Fashion Grade, Diamond Tier. Enhanceable. Fashion Feature 1, reduces 20% of the wearer's Diamond Tier and below damage. Fashion Feature 2, leave the battlefield when your side is at a disadvantage in the Diamond Tier Lord battlefield ranking, and if you have a Diamond Territory Rebirth token, you have the right to choose to admit defeat and automatically withdraw from the Lord battlefield ranking. Fashion Feature 3, same as before. Fashion Feature 4, same as before. Current Fashion Outfit Completeness, 5/5. Introduction, same as before. So it has become Battlefield Veteran now. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and nodded. After that, they left the battlefield. Then, Zhou Zhou invited the Lord of the Green Phoenix to form a team. However, just as he clicked on the ranking, a notification suddenly appeared in front of him. Prompt: Diamond Tier and above Lords cannot form groups. Please upgrade your Lord rank in a solo manner. Zhou Zhou looked at the Green Phoenix Lord. The Green Phoenix Lord also looked at Zhou Zhou. The two of them were helpless. In the end, the Green Phoenix Lord bade farewell and left. Zhou Zhou began to rank himself. Chapter 213, The Battle to the Summit. A Lord from the descendant of the God Spirit race. In the next 2 hours, Zhou Zhou experienced 2 more Diamond Tier ranking battles. These 2 Diamond Tier opponents, one of them was the Lord of the Holy Unicorn race while the other was the Lord of the Four-Armed Snake Demon race. These 2 foreign race lords were divided according to their bloodline levels. One was a race from the Heaven Realm with an extraordinary tier intermediate grade bloodline, while the other was a race from the Abyss with a Diamond Tier advanced grade bloodline. These 2 foreign race lords were very strong. Zhou Zhou paid a total of 11,242 resurrection spots to defeat them and obtain victory. These 2 victories not only raised his rank to Diamond Tier advanced grade. Moreover, every ranking competition gave him a total of 5,000 battlefield points. The 2 victorious ranking competitions gave him a full 10,000 battlefield points. Zhou Zhou finally understood. While the Lords of Diamond and above could only play solo, they could also obtain even more battlefield points that the team could obtain. Other than these 2 gains, when he was promoted to Diamond Tier advanced grade, a line of text that Zhou Zhou had been waiting for appeared. Lord Battlefield Hint: you need another victory in the Myriad Race Lord Battlefield ranking competition to temporarily become the strongest Lord among the Cerulean planet's human lords and temporarily obtain the title of the strongest Lord. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. I only need 1 more round? He did not hesitate and chose to rank. Matching with your ranking opponent. Match successful. Entering the battlefield. You have entered the Diamond Tier advanced grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the Diamond Tier advanced grade battlefield Demigod Death Ruins. Your opponent is a Lord of the God Spirit's descendant race Uncle Wind Lord, Diamond Tier advanced grade. Condition to defeat the enemy: kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown: 9 minutes, 59 seconds. A Lord from the God Spirit's descendant race? Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. This name did not sound like an easy race to deal with. The Index of All Races, Book 5, seemed to have sensed his thoughts. It automatically flew out and activated in front of Zhou Zhou. Soon, information about the God Spirit's descendant race's index appeared. Descendant of the God Spirit race, a descendant of a God Spirit from the myriad worlds. He was born with magical power. His bloodline contains the power of the laws mastered by the God Spirit. He will constantly awaken as he grows. However, he will still become a god spirit no matter whether he succeeds or fails. The descendant of the god spirit race can't walk the path to becoming a god spirit contained in their bloodline. They can only take another path to become a god spirit or kill the person who gives them their bloodline. However, the success rate is extremely low. In the end, most of them will only die at the legendary tier or lower. It's actually a descendant of a god spirit. I didn't expect to encounter it at such a critical moment. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. However, he did not have time to think too much. He seized the opportunity to start deploying. After the deployment, he looked at his surroundings. In the furthest place from his blazing sun city was a city with a sky-blue ancient castle as the center. This was naturally the territory of the descendant of the god spirit race, Uncle Wind Lord. In the middle of the two cities was a battlefield covered in blood-colored smoke. On this battlefield, all kinds of corpses could be seen everywhere. The closest to Zhou Zhou was a huge head that was more than 20 meters tall. The head was pale and had two pitch-black eye sockets, but he could not see the eyeballs inside. It was as if it was staring at Zhou Zhou strangely. He did not have a nose, but had a lipless mouth. It emitted an inexplicable might and suppression. Zhou Zhou had once vaguely felt this might and suppression in the temple of Thanatos, the god of death. However, it was far less powerful and oppressive than the death god Thanatos. Demigod ruins of death. Could it be that the owner of this head was once a demigod? He guessed as he looked at the other parts of the battlefield. He discovered that there were many corpses that were suspected to be demigods. They seemed to be charging in one direction, but in the end, they were all killed halfway. I wonder who killed him. It should be a god spirit to be able to kill so many demigods. Then, his expression changed slightly. There are so many demigod corpses on the battlefield. Would it give the descendant of the god spirit race on the other side an additional battlefield advantage? That was not good news for him if that was indeed the case. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. This was how random battlefields were. The lords of the ranking would never know if the environment of the next lord battlefield was beneficial to them or not. For example, he had once encountered a fire elemental creature called the fire cloud bird. At that time, he and the other party were randomly sent to a snow battlefield. In the end, the fire cloud bird's fire elemental ability was mostly suppressed by the environment in the lord battlefield and he obtained victory with ease. Zhou Zhou naturally could not do anything about the current situation. He could only choose to accept it. At the same time, Uncle Wind City. A two-headed four-armed creature surrounded by green airflow floated above the azure castle and looked at the lord's battlefield in surprise. What a rich ownerless divine power! Unfortunately, the essence of divine power has already fallen and decayed because too much time has passed. Otherwise, it would be a top-grade cultivation place for me. He shook his head regretfully. A smile appeared on his face. But my advantage in this battlefield is simply too great. With so much ownerless divine power, my strength can increase by at least 10 times. It's really rare for a human lord to fight until this stage. What a pity. 10 minutes later. Deployment time has ended. The battle has begun. Everyone, guard Blazing Sun City. We'll mainly defend the city in this battle. Wu Xin had already obtained information about the opposite lord's race from Zhou Zhou. After discussion, he decisively chose to defend the city. Then, Zhou Zhou and the others saw that the other party was actually guarding the city and not coming out. The battlefield advantage for them is so great, but this Uncle Wind Lord is actually so cautious. Bai Yun felt a little helpless. Let's not be anxious. They have a huge advantage. It won't do them any good to drag it out. Wu Xin said in a deep voice. Bai Yun nodded. Zhou Zhou naturally had no objections. That was indeed the case. A moment later, they saw Uncle Wind Lord walk out of the city gate with more than 1,000 wind elemental creatures that looked like tornadoes. Zhou Zhou looked at the leader, Uncle Wind Lord. Soon, attribute information appeared. Foreign race name, descendant of the God Spirit race Uncle Wind Lord. Strength level, White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade, sealed. Foreign race description, a lord of the descendant of the God Spirit race from the elemental realm. The God Spirit bloodline flowing in his body comes from the God of Wind Erosion, Jabal, intermediate grade God Spirit. As the sixth generation of the God of Wind Erosion, he is favored by his ancestors because of his talents. Uncle Wind Lord's original strength was at the Diamond Tier Elementary grade. After becoming a lord, his strength was sealed to the Black Iron Tier Advanced grade. Now, as his strength increases, part of the seal has been lifted, and his strength has returned to the White Silver Tier Intermediate grade. Loot's drop rate, none. Chapter 214, First Loss. The strongest lord, time limit. So the Supreme Will chose to temporarily seal the strength of lords who already had a certain level of strength and gradually unseal them to recover their strength. This is quite fair for races like us who do not have such strengths. Zhou Zhou thought in surprise when he saw the last paragraph of the other party's introduction. It made sense. If they did not seal their original strength and allowed someone with the strength of a complete God Spirit became a lord, then what was the point of competing with the lords of other ordinary races? They would just become pacers. Moreover, sealing these lords who already had a certain level of strength allowed the lords to stand on the same starting line again, at least in terms of strength. As for experience, combat awareness, and so on, it was accumulation of personal ability. There was no need to seal it. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the wind elemental creatures brought by Uncle Wind Lord. He realized that they were all high-level military professionals called the Wind Erosion Spirit. On the battlefield, just as Uncle Wind Lord brought the Wind Erosion Spirits and quickly arrived within the range of the elemental archers, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the elemental archers and other long-range soldiers on the city wall of Blazing Sun City with surprise. Finally, he looked at Zhou Zhou from afar. "You're the strongest human lord among all that I've met. And you seem to be quite extraordinary yourself," he said softly. Zhou Zhou looked at him and did not say anything. Then, he suddenly said, "Wind." A green wind surged. Then, it quickly turned into a strong wind, violent wind, gale. The 1,000 wind erosion spirits behind him also chanted an incantation. Even fiercer and more violent wind blew. Extremely sharp wind blades mixed in, and there were more and more of them. After they condensed successfully, they shot towards the soldiers on the city wall of Blazing Sun City. "Sword Shield soldiers, defend!" Bai Yun shouted. As soon as she finished speaking, all the Sword Shield soldiers stepped forward and placed their shields at the front of the other soldiers. They then erected a shield wall and covered all the soldiers under it. Not only that, the soldiers under the shield wall even used defensive skills like sandification and rock armor to increase their defense. These skills were naturally not their professional skills, they were monster drop skills that the soldiers had exchanged for with military merits from the military merit exchange system. With the military merit exchange system and the monster ranch as support, the abilities of the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Corps were already varied and comprehensive. They were not something ordinary soldiers could compare to. After Zhou Zhou saw that he had blocked this round of attacks, he immediately ordered Maris, which was already a White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Soul Reaper, to harvest the souls of these enemies. Under the city wall, Uncle Wind Lord could not help but be surprised when he saw that his first round of attacks did not cause much casualties to the other party. He had just created more than 10,000 gale blades in that strong wind. He did not expect it to be so ineffective. A human lord who can reach the diamond tier is indeed not simple. If not for the advantage of the battlefield environment, I might really not be able to defeat you. Uncle Wind Lord shook his head. He was about to drive the ownerless divine power that filled the battlefield. At this moment, an extremely dangerous feeling suddenly appeared in his mind. Uncle Wind Lord's body stiffened. The next second, He saw a dog-headed soul holding a black and red death god scythe flying straight at him from afar. Uncle Windlord's pupils constricted. He had never encountered a soul reaper. But at this moment, his intuition from his bloodline made him feel that he definitely could not defeat the other party. He turned around and wanted to run. But Maris was faster. He quickly arrived in front of Uncle Windlord and waved his sickle without hesitation, slashing at his neck. Bang! A divine pattern formed by wind erosion divine power quietly lit up on Lord Wind Uncle's body. Maris' death god scythe was actually blocked by the divine patterns. The divine power protection given to me by Father has been activated. It's only triggered to protect me when I'm about to die. Wouldn't I be dead if not for it? Uncle Windlord was shocked. Then, he felt extremely regretful. He still had the territory rebirth token. This divine power protection could have been reserved in reality to protect his life. He did not expect it to be used in a place like the Lord battlefield. At this moment, he felt that he might as well be dead. His expression was a little ugly as he looked at Maris in front of him with some fear. Then, he suddenly waved his hand. Descendant of the God Spirit Bloodline Skill Soul Corrosion Divine Wind. Whoosh! A pale white wind suddenly blew. This pale white wind was mixed with the divine power of the God of Wind Erosion. Even though Maris was a white silver tier advance grade, he was still blown more than a mile away by the soul corrosion divine wind that contained divine power. Zhou Zhou immediately asked after Maris. He heaved a sigh of relief when he learned that Maris was unharmed. As expected of a divine kingdom tier soldier who regarded souls as slaves. He was actually not injured at all facing such a soul-type attack with divine power. Then, he looked at Uncle Windlord. The Lord raised his hands again. Wind! Gale! He called out loudly. Whoosh! 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 More soul corrosion divine wind appeared. They covered the sky like a white world-destroying storm. The next second, this world-destroying storm tilted towards Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou did not even have time to use the characteristics of the battlefield veterans leaving the battlefield before he was devoured in the soul corrosion divine wind formed by divine power. Seeing this scene, Uncle Windlord, who was controlling the soul corrosion divine wind, was stunned. How many demigods have died in this ruins of death? Why are there so many ownerless divine powers left behind? Uncle Windlord clicked his tongue. He glanced at the slowly disappearing Blazing Sun City, but he did not feel happy. Even though he had won this qualifying competition, it made him lose one protection by divine power. There was a limit to the number of times he could be protected by divine power. Those were his life-saving trump cards in the Lord competition in reality. In the end, he lost it in one diamond tier Lord ranking. It would be strange if he was happy. Lord Feng shook his head. Then, he disappeared from the battlefield with the wind erosion spirit and his city. I lost. In Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou looked at the territory resurrection token that was already missing from his spatial ring and frowned slightly. Then, he quickly relaxed. It was good that he had lost. He had been winning since he was a black iron tier elementary grade. Even though he had always reminded himself that this was because he had not encountered a powerful foreign race lord, he had actually been feeling a little smug. He was not the only one. Even the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army under his command, Bai Yun, and the experienced and prudent Wu Xian had become a little arrogant. This was a competition between all the foreign race lords of the myriad races. They had actually been winning as human lords. It would be strange if they didn't become arrogant under such circumstances. And this lost ranking had destroyed their smug state. At this moment, Zhou Zhou straightened his mentality. He looked at Bai Yun and the others. Bai Yun was still a little dazed and low. It was as if she had yet to recover from their failure. Wu Xian had already adjusted his mentality and frowned slightly as he looked at the situation of the Blazing Sun soldiers. At this moment, the situation of the Blazing Sun soldiers was similar to Bai Yun's. They had yet to recover from their first defeat. Then, they looked at Zhou Zhou. My lord, they need to adjust their mentality now. Elder Wu. You're a professional at this. Adjust their mentalities. They've become like this with only one defeat. How can they face stronger foreign race lords in the future? Zhou Zhou said solemnly. Leave it to me, my lord. Wu Xin nodded. Then, he went to the soldiers. Zhou Zhou was not worried. Elder Wu was a big general. He naturally knew how to resolve this situation. That was indeed the case. Half an hour later, when the Blazing Sun army appeared in front of Zhou Zhou again, he realized that not only had these soldiers regained their previous fighting spirit, they also had an additional calm and tenacious temperament. Zhou Zhou nodded. Very good. Very energetic. Everyone. The blazing sun is never worshipped by the world for a short period of time. The constant rising and setting of the sun, the eternal emitting of light, illuminating the world, is the reason why the blazing sun is worshipped. A moment of failure is nothing. It can pave the way for a better victory. Isn't it just one loss? We can win it back better next time. Zhou Zhou looked at everyone and said in a low voice. Follow me to the Lord battlefield again. Yes. The soldiers' eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Bai Yun and Wu Xin looked at Zhou Zhou with light in their eyes. More than an hour later. Diamond Tier Lord Battlefield Snowwind Sacred Mountain. A text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou as the last Storm War Bear fell. You have defeated the Storm War Bear Lord Bet, Diamond Tier Advance Grade. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, your Lord rank in the Lord Battlefield of all races has advanced to Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the top of the Cerulean planet's human lords and obtained the title of the Strongest Lord, limited time. You need to maintain this title until the Lord Battlefield event ends. Only then can you obtain this title permanently. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every day. Otherwise, your rank will decrease by -1. Your battlefield shop has been updated. You can return to your territory now. Zhou Zhou looked at the soldiers cheering for victory and smiled. Chapter 215, The Title of the Strongest Lord. Race Divine Artifact. I won 2 more after losing 1 game. I'm finally at the Strongest Lord tier. It's not easy. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. He led the soldiers out of the Snowwind Sacred Mountain battlefield and opened the battlefield ranking of the lords of all races to look at the current top 3. Original Spirit Race True Lord, Mythical Tier Advance Grade Battlefield Ranking, 1 St. Chaos Gods Race Grade 1 Lord Rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade Battlefield Ranking, 2 ND. Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord Rank, Mythical Tier Advance Grade Battlefield Ranking, 3 RD. These perverted lords are already at the Mythical Tier Advance Grade. They can't advance anymore. Then they should be killing each other soon, right? Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. He did not pay any further attention to it. Instead, he limited the ranking range of the Lord Battlefield to the lords of the Cerulean planet. The search results immediately changed. Zhou Zhou looked over. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun Rank, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Battlefield Ranking, 584,751 St. Cerulean Planet's Human Race Dragon God Lord Rank, Diamond Tier Advance Grade Battlefield Ranking, 1,214,541 Th. Cerulean Planet Human Race Insect Lord Rank, Diamond Tier Advance Grade Battlefield Ranking, 1,251,144 Th. 584,751 St. Zhou Zhou's expression did not change. He already felt that it was not bad to have this name among the lords of all races. Moreover, this was only the 3rd day since the Lord Battlefield activity began. He still had a full 7 days to continue improving his rank. Therefore, he did not feel that this was his limit. Let's try harder. Maybe I can be ranked in the top 10. Zhou Zhou smiled. This goal might be difficult to achieve, but it was a goal nonetheless. No matter how difficult it was, there had to be one. It's a pity that I can't form a team after attaining the diamond tier. Otherwise, I can see these two lords with my own eyes. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but think as he looked at the names of the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord. Even though he was the strongest, these two were also the top figures among the human lords. He naturally wanted to see them too. He looked at the top three lords without relaxing at all. He had only temporarily become the strongest lord among the human lords on the Cerulean planet. The Insect Lord and the Dragon God Lord were also Diamond Tier Advance Grade, only a step away from the same level as him. They only needed to reach the Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade to surpass him. At that time, he, the strongest lord, would be changed. That was not what Zhou Zhou wanted to see. Therefore, he still needed to continue improving his rank until he was a huge distance away from the second human-ranked lord. Only then would he not have to worry about his title of the strongest lord being surpassed and taken away by others for the time being. I have to continue fighting. Zhou Zhou's expression was firm. However, he did not start a new battle immediately. Instead, he looked at his Lord Battlefield title and battlefield fashion. Title name, Strongest Lord. Title quality, Unique title of the race, limited time. Title effect 1, you will receive 100% additional strength increase and 100% additional damage reduction when fighting against any enemy faction. Your subjects will receive 50% additional strength increase and 50% additional damage reductions. Title effect 2, the suffix of your Lord Battlefield title will be added behind your title when you speak in the World Channel. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title effect 3, Supreme Blessing, the drop rate of your loots is increased by an additional 10% when you and your subjects are extracting loots. The number of loot you obtain is increased by 10%. Title description, a unique title of the race that can only be obtained by a lord after obtaining the highest rank within the race on the Lord Battlefield. The strongest lord of every race will be blessed by the supreme will. Prompt, the drop rate for these loots has increased by 10% as the drop rate of your loot has reached 100%. The number of loots you have obtained has increased by an additional 20%. Fashion name, Battlefield Veteran, Event Limited Fashion. Fashion grade, Extraordinary Tier Enhanceable. Fashion feature 1, reduces the damage received by the wearer by 20% to Extraordinary Tier and below. Fashion feature 2, leave the battlefield when you are at a disadvantage in the Extraordinary Tier Lord Battlefield ranking and you have an Extraordinary Tier Territory Rebirth token. The Lord has the right to choose to admit defeat and automatically withdraw from the Lord Battlefield ranking. Fashion feature 3, same as before. Fashion feature 4, same as before. Current fashion outfit completeness, 5/5. Introduction, same as before. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. There was nothing to see about the Battlefield Veteran. Its greatest value was that its defense had increased again. However, the title effect of the strongest lord surprised him. The number of loots he could gain increased by 20%. It had to be known that he could drop all the enemy's loot, and all the loots could be increased by one level in their quality. The number of loot could be increased by an additional 20% under such circumstances. This improvement was undoubtedly the most valuable to him. Not to mention anything else. He would have at least 2,000 additional soldier-type recruitment books every day. Moreover, this increase would also increase as the monster ranches increased. This title effect of the strongest lord is too important to me. I must protect this title. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He thought of more. The effect of just the title of the strongest lord in the race lord was already so powerful. Then what would the effect of the title of the strongest lord of all races be like? Zhou Zhou could not help but yearn. However, he knew that he currently did not have the ability to fight for the title of the strongest lord of all races. The descendant of the God Spirit Lord alone made him powerless. While it was partly because of the advantage on the battlefield, it was something that the other party could make use of. A loss was a loss. No excuses. Zhou Zhou would never find excuses for himself in this aspect. A higher level lord will definitely be stronger. What I have to do now is continue to rank and increase my ranking to consolidate my position as the strongest lord. He thought silently. Then, he looked at the ranking one last time, closed it, and opened the battlefield shop. Zhou Zhou looked over and was stunned. This is 1. Race Divine Artifact Incomplete Sword of Xian Yuan 1, Purchase Count, only 1, Price, 20,000 Battlefield Points. 2. Cerulean Planet Human Race Building Triumphal Arch Blueprint Fragment, 6/7, Remaining Purchases, 1, Price, 10,000 Battlefield Points. 3. Cerulean Planet Human Race Building Triumphal Arch Blueprint Fragment, 5/7, Remaining Purchases, 1, Price, 5,000 Battlefield Points. 4. Index of All Races, Book 6, Remaining Purchases, 1, Price, 2,000 Battlefield Points. 5. 1 Diamond Tier Master Servant Territory Contract, Remaining Purchases, 1, Price, 4,000 Battlefield Points. Race Divine Artifact. Moreover, it is the sword of Xian Yuan. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. Chapter 216, Sword of Xian Yuan Agriculture Husbandry Sword. He naturally knew about this divine artifact of his race's ancestor as a Chinese. He did not expect that not only was this divine artifact present on the high continent, but it had also been turned into a race divine artifact by the supreme will. Still, what did a race divine artifact mean? Zhou Zhou did not think about it and clicked to check the information of the sword of Xian Yuan. Race divine artifact name, Incomplete Sword of Xian Yuan. Equipment grade, unique in the race. Race divine artifact ability 1 Sun Moon Star Sword, unknown, you need to collect and fuse the sun, moon, star faces of the sword of Xian Yuan to activate this race divine artifact ability. Race divine artifact ability 2 Mountain River Plants and Tree Sword, unknown, you need to collect and fuse the mountain, river, plant and tree faces of the sword of Xian Yuan to activate this race divine artifact ability. Race divine artifact ability 3 Agriculture Husbandry Sword, gains of all cerulean planets human lords agriculture, livestock and breeding industries plus 100%, agricultural, livestock and breeding industry plus 300% for the lord who obtained the sword. Race divine artifact ability 4 Heaven and Earth Unification Sword, unknown, to activate this race's divine artifact ability, you need to collect and fuse the hilt of the sword of Xian Yuan's Heaven and Earth Unification. Introduction to the race divine artifact, Sword of Xian Yuan, also known as the Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon and stars, while the other side is carved with mountains, rivers, plants and trees. The hilt is filled with the art of agriculture husbandry sword, and the other side contains the strategy of unifying the world. It contains endless power. Not only can it kill demons, but it is also one of the important reliances of the Cerulean Planet Lord in fighting for the position of Lord of all races on the high continent. Special Hint 1, Race Divine Artifacts are unique. Once exchanged, other lords can't exchange for them. Special Hint 1, Race Divine Artifact not only has a certain enhancement effect on the holder, it can also have a certain increase effect on the lord of the race that the holder belongs to. Zhou Zhou's heart jumped. So this was what a race divine artifact meant. My God! As expected of a divine artifact of the race, the effect of providing enhancements to the lord was much higher than the slots of other equipment. In addition, they could only use the agriculture husbandry ability from the 4 abilities as a race divine artifact. However, Zhou Zhou was very envious of the effect of this alone. Returns from agriculture, livestock and breeding have increased by 300%. Even though Zhou Zhou's Blazing Sun Desert's agricultural environment was very poor, the harvest from the Jade Sun fruit tree that had just been planted in his territory could be increased by 300%. This would greatly benefit the environment of the Blazing Sun Desert and the harvest of the Jade Sun fruit. In addition, even though the Blazing Sun Desert was currently limited by the environment and could not produce crops with rice, fruits, and vegetables. However, his current territory was no longer the same as before. It was no longer just the Blazing Sun Desert. Whether it was the Green Bronze Tier territory, the Silent Wasteland, or the White Silver Tier territory that he had just conquered yesterday, withered forest plains, the soil environment could be used to grow crops like rice, fruits, and vegetables. Therefore, the enhancement effect of agriculture was very useful to him. As for animal husbandry and breeding, there was no need to say. His monster ranch was most likely within the influence of the animal husbandry and breeding industry. As long as he could obtain this incomplete sword of Xianyuan. When the time comes, with the additional increase of 300% of the monster ranch gains and 20% of loots, the loots that Zhou Zhou obtained every day from the monster ranches would undergo a qualitative change. He immediately made up his mind to exchange for this incomplete sword of Xianyuan. This race divine artifact was unique after all. If he did not have the time to exchange and the other lords beat him to it, he would not regret going. Still, 20,000 points was a little too much. He looked at his battlefield information. Title: Lord of the Blazing Sun. Echelon: Extraordinary Tier, Elementary Grade. Number of rankings tries: 41. Battlefield points: 17,004. Zhou Zhou's frown relaxed a little. One Diamond Tier ranked battle gave him 5,000 battlefield points. He already had 17,004 points. He should be able to exchange for this incomplete sword of Xianyuan if he were to win another round. However, he was still not in a hurry to start a new ranked battle. Instead, he looked at the other exchange goods. In the end, he realized that after reaching the extraordinary tier, there were no new soldier-type professionals and life profession class exchange options. While items like the extraordinary tier territory resurrection token and rebirth token still existed. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised, but he did not pay much attention to it. Even if those soldier-type professionals and lifestyle professionists still existed, he probably did not have any extra battlefield points to exchange for them. He did not have to be distracted now that it was gone. For the sword of Xianyuan. Continue ranking. Zhou Zhou clicked on the ranking. In the next 2 hours, Zhou Zhou had lost a ranking match with the plant-type life form, the cloud contact race, and lost 10,000 battlefield points. His total personal battlefield points had decreased to 7,004 points. Fortunately, after winning 3 more rounds, he directly obtained 30,000 points. His rank had increased to extraordinary tier advance grade, and his total points on the individual battlefield had reached 370,044 points. At this point, Zhou Zhou stopped ranking, opened the battlefield shop, and exchanged for this incomplete sword of Xianyuan. Zhou Zhou looked at the sword of Xianyuan in his hand. It was an ancient golden sword. Its sword body was simple and flat, without any patterns on it. The hilt was also divided into 2 sides. One side was not depicted at all. On the other hand, the key points of primitive agriculture were written in small ancient Chinese characters. Zhou Zhou looked at the ancient sword solemnly. Then, he called Carter Kim over. When this legendary tier talent first came to his territory, he was only a yellow gold tier advance grade gnome blacksmith with the bloodline of the mountain giant in his body. However, he was already a blacksmith of the highest realm in Blazing Sun City at that time. After this period of training, with his extraordinary tier elementary grade potential, not only had he made many contributions to the territory, but he had also become a white platinum tier advance grade blacksmith. He was only a step away from becoming a diamond tier blacksmith. Even now, he was still the blacksmith with the highest realm in his territory. Carter Kim. Forge a scabbard according to the style of this sword. It will be my personal sword from now on. You must do your best when you are forging the scabbard. Zhou Zhou said seriously. Yes, my lord. Carter Kim also saw how important this matter was to his lord and immediately agreed with a serious expression. When he took the sword, he was first stunned, then immediately shocked. Race divine artifact. You know about it? Zhou Zhou was stunned. I've read about this kind of race divine artifact in ancient books. It's said that race divine artifacts are extremely rare. There are many more divine artifacts in the hands of God spirits than the race divine artifacts because the divine artifacts in the hands of God spirits can be forged by life forms. But that's not the case for race divine artifacts. It can only naturally give birth to an embryonic form during the development of a race. Then, it can finally take shape as the life forms of the race continue to believe in it. Even my teacher has never seen a race divine artifact. Carter Kim clicked his tongue and looked at the sword of Xian Yuan in his hand. This is my race divine artifact. You must forge it well. Zhou Zhou reminded again. Now that Carter Kim's loyalty had reached the level of dead loyalty, Zhou Zhou was assured to give him the sword of Xian Yuan for the time being. Yes, my lord. Carter Kim said solemnly. After he left, Zhou Zhou began to rank again. In the next 2 hours, Zhou Zhou continued to rank 6 more times. In the end, he lost 3 rounds and won 3 rounds after paying more than 30,000 resurrection spots. Not only did his rank not increase, but it was still maintained at the extraordinary tier advance grade. He had also wasted his 6 ranking opportunities and a large number of resurrection spots. Zhou Zhou was numb. The extraordinary tier Lord battlefield was too difficult. Fortunately, the number of rankings could be obtained by conquering the Scarlet Territory, and the resurrection spots could be obtained through purchasing the resurrection token and the territory rebirth token. Therefore, he did not feel that it was too much of a pity. Moreover, he felt even more comfortable when he saw that the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord were still in the Diamond tier. At least for the time being, he did not have to worry about these 2 guys rushing up to snatch his title as the strongest lord. My territory strength should be stuck at the extraordinary tier now. I need to continue going out to capture new ownerless territory and increase my true strength before I can continue to increase my rank in the Lord battlefield. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he opened the battlefield shop and spent 21,000 battlefield points to exchange for the 5th and 6th fragment of the Triumphal Arch, the Index of All Races, Book 6, and the Diamond Tier Master Servant Territory Contract. I'm still missing the last fragment of the Triumphal Arch building blueprint to gather the complete blueprint of the race. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he put away these items and led the injured members of the Blazing Sun Army to the shelter of the Goddess of Life. At the same time, the lords on the World Channel were also collectively discussing the matter of the Lord of the Blazing Sun reaching the top rank of the race. Chapter 217, The Arrogance and Ambition of the Night Lord. World Channel. Previously, I thought that the era of the Lord of the Blazing Sun had passed when I saw the Dragon God Lord ascend to the top. Now, I admit that I'm too narrow-minded. The Lord of the Blazing Sun might be late, but he will never be absent. Lord of the Blazing Sun, my God. Even though the Lord of the Blazing Sun has temporarily become the strongest lord in the race, he won't be recognized by me. Dang! Night Lord, if we don't get rid of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, will we still have a chance to stand out? Don't forget, we are all competitors for the position of the Lord. He is also our enemy. You are also my enemy. Yo, yo, yo. Isn't this the first place of our Lord battlefield of our race? When did you become so bold? You're no longer showing off in our battlefield. You have the guts to diss Big Boss Blazing Sun. He's just relying on the fact that his territory is far away and the Lord of the Blazing Sun can't hit him. He might pee his pants when he sees him in reality. Night Lord, a bunch of people who suck up. What's the big deal about Lord of the Blazing Sun? His days won't last. Is the Night Lord crazy? There's an 80% chance that he reached the top of the battlefield of his own kind. He became arrogant and feels that he can challenge top lords like the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. The water here is too deep. Night Lord, listen to me. You won't be able to control it. I might believe it if the Dragon God Lord, Insect Lord, and Overlord Lord said that. What right do you have to say that? Night Lord, just wait and see. The Lords of the World Channel, including Dragon Lady Lord, the Undead Lord, and the Overlord Lord who were watching the World Channel at this moment, all sensed that something was wrong with the Night Lord. In the past, the Night Lords were not so high profile. He had never publicly attacked the Lord of the Blazing Sun like this because he was afraid of his strength even if he was unhappy. Was he really crazy? Or could it be? He had something that made him so confident that he had what it took to make what he said become reality? For a moment, most of the lords felt that the Night Lord was talking nonsense. Some of the lords were puzzled. There were also a few lords with good friends who took the initiative to contact them, but they quickly realized that the Night Lord did not reply to their inquiries at all. In the time that followed, the World Channel was still discussing what happened every day like before, as if it was the same as before. However, there were already undercurrents surging behind these daily lives. At the same time, on the other side of the high continent, the territory of the Night Lord, Zhou Chang's looked at the more than 40,000 professionals below the stage with crazy excitement in his eyes. I don't believe that Lord of the Blazing Sun can survive with so many of my military professionals. As long as I kill the Lord of the Blazing Sun and replace everything he has, I will be the new Lord of the Blazing Sun. When the time comes. What Dragon God Lord, Insect Lord, Overlord Lord? You have to look at me like you look at the Lord of the Blazing Sun. In the future, with my ability and the wealth of the Lord of the Blazing Sun after his death, I might be able to surpass the achievements that the Lord of the Blazing Sun has achieved. His eyes were shining. He knew that the main reason why the Lord of the Blazing Sun was so powerful was definitely because of his Lord talent, but it was probably not only because of it. Not to mention anything else. Just based on what he knew. The rewards given out every time a Lord announcement was made on the World Channel were definitely an important part of the Lord of the Blazing Sun's powerful strength. He could not snatch the Lord talent away. However, with these enhancement items, his strength could also increase greatly. At this moment, Night Lord, when do we set off? Yeah, everyone can't wait anymore. Let's go. I can't wait to kill the Lord of the Blazing Sun and see what treasures are in his territory. Dragon Slayer Lord, don't say it so early. You make it sound as though we've already won. Haha. Divine General Lord, as though? Is there a need to think about it here? We have 121 lords, including the combat spirit knights of the Night Lord, a total of 42,111 professionals. With so many professionals and my Dragon Slayer warrior, we'll definitely win against the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. He's just a lone lord. He doesn't even have a Lord Alliance. What are we afraid of? That's right. In front of the 40,000 odd soldier-type professionals, the 121 Cerulean planet lords chatted with each other. The Night Lord looked at them with a smile. These 121 lords were where he had the confidence to say on the World Channel that the Lord of the Blazing Sun wouldn't last long. Among these 42,111 professionals, more than 3,000 were his advanced combat spirit knights. The rest were the military professionals brought by the 121 lords. Speaking of which, the reason why he could organize so many lords to deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sun in such a short period of time was because of two key factors. The first was the 121 master servant territory contracts he had bought from the marketplace. It was precisely because of these 121 master servant territory contracts that he suddenly thought of finding 122 lords from his Lord Alliance Knight Council who were willing to sign the contract with him. Then, he would gather a large number of professionals and war supplies to deal with the powerful Lord of the Blazing Sun through the spatial teleportation array attached to the master servant territory contracts. The Night Lord admitted that he could not defeat the Lord of the Blazing Sun alone. But there shouldn't be a problem if I have 122 lords attacking you, the Lord of the Blazing Sun who is alone, right? He didn't believe that the Lord of the Blazing Sun would be able to fight 1v122 on the 13th day after arriving in the High Continent. That was why he was so confident on the World Channel. As for the second factor, it was the Sun Extermination Association that had not been mentioned for a long time but only existed in name. Ever since Zhou Zhou exposed the Sun Extermination Association, only the Storm Lord was left in the alliance that everyone hated. But many lords secretly noticed the Sun Extermination Association and the organization at that time. And these people who noticed the Sun Extermination Association were naturally lords who were afraid of the Lord of the Blazing Sun and did not want him to continue becoming stronger. One of them was the Night Lord. He found the Storm Lord and asked him to continue persevering. At the same time, he was given some development resources. The Storm Lord knew that the other party had a motive for treating him that way, but he was still grateful to him because he could be said to be enemies with everyone because of the Sun Extermination Association. It was not until the Lord of all races battlefield began. The Night Lord noticed the effect of the Master-Servant territory contract. Therefore, he immediately thought of using the Storm Lord's geographical location to approach the Lord of the Blazing Sun's territory. Then, he would use the spatial teleportation array for assassination. Two factors above were why he dared to organize this operation. Okay. Since we can't wait long, then let's board the Flying Lord's mechanical spaceship and set off. The Night Lord said. Okay. The Lords nodded. Then, they could not help but look behind them. It was a silver-white mechanical ship with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Not only could it fly, there was a folded space inside, so there was a huge internal area. It was more than enough to carry more than 40,000 professionals. It came from the Lord talent of one of the 121 lords. At this moment, he looked at everyone with a pained expression. You can use it. But remember to pay. This thing is burning the mist cores. In addition, share more of the Lord of the Blazing Sun's wealth with me. The lords chuckled and no longer hesitated. They led their troops onto the spaceship one after another and disappeared through the spatial teleportation array. Chapter 218, Healing the Wounded. Faith Divine Crystal Conversion. The Night Lord actually said these words. Zhou Zhou stood in front of the shelter of the Goddess of Life and looked at the message Linger sent him. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Then, he thought for a moment. He did not seem to have anything to do with this Night Lord. They had not even communicated much. Why was he so resentful towards him? It was a little strange, but he didn't care too much. A popular person naturally had more rumors about him. As the current number 1 lord of the human race on the Cerulean planet, he was already mentally prepared when he came to this position. Such malicious verbal attacks and threats were nothing. Actually, there were many people who had the same thoughts as a Night Lord on the World Channel. However, most lords were not strong enough for them to do such a thing. Therefore, even though Zhou Zhou had long seen similar comments from other lords, he did not pay much attention to them. They were all lord comments that were not a threat to him after all. If he had the time to worry, he might as well go to the dojo to train for a while. As a lord with diamond tier lord talent, the Night Lord was considered a very strong lord amongst the other lords. However, Zhou Zhou did not take it seriously. In his eyes, only top lords like the Dragon Lady Lord, the Green Phoenix Lord, the Overlord Lord, the Dragon God Lord, and the Insect Lord, coupled with their Lord Alliance, could threaten him. Zhou Zhou was not worried about the lords below them. He came back to his senses. In the face of Linger's concern, Zhou Zhou typed a few lines to comfort her not to worry. Then, he looked in the direction of the shelter door. The door of the shelter was already wide open. The Cardinal, Carol Molly, along with all the clergy were looking at Zhou Zhou with a smile. Greetings, my lord. Carol Molly said respectfully. Get someone to bring these injured people into the shelter and let all the clergy treat them first. Amputate the limbs that require amputation and restore the limbs. Try to get the rest to recover. Don't worry. I won't forget your scarlet crystals. Zhou Zhou said. In the few Lord Wars on the Lord battlefield today, other than the revived soldiers, there were also 3,142 injured soldiers. These soldiers could not recover from their injuries through the resurrection token. Therefore, Zhou Zhou divided them into 3 types of injured soldiers. They were lightly injured soldiers, heavily injured soldiers, and broken-limbed soldiers. There were the most lightly injured soldiers, a total of 2,214. They only needed to treat their wounds and could return to the battlefield to fight again. They would completely recover in a few days. Zhou Zhou asked the other soldiers to bring them to the clinic in the territory and let the doctors be in charge of the treatment. As for the heavily injured soldiers and the soldiers with broken limbs, they were all soldiers who needed urgent treatment. They could not delay even a moment. In this regard, the clergy of the shelter who had healing divine arts naturally had an advantage. Therefore, Zhou Zhou brought them here. As the heavily injured and broken-limbed soldiers were sent to the shelter by the clergy, Zhou Zhou and Carol Molly also entered the middle hall of the shelter. The middle hall was also the prayer hall of the shelter. In front of this prayer hall was a tall and dignified statue of the goddess of life. The nuns, priests, and clergymen were using divine arts to treat these seriously injured and broken soldiers. As the light of the divine art flickered, the heavily injured soldier quickly became lightly injured or even directly recovered. The broken-limbed soldiers also grew new limbs. At that time, the excited voices of the soldiers sounded in the prayer hall. They were all ecstatic at the recovery of their bodies. When Zhou Zhou saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He was also quite excited. With the shelter of the goddess of life, as long as he had enough scarlet crystals, in the future, there might even be 0 casualties when his military professionals fought the enemies. When the time comes, his soldiers would be as good as undead. This was extremely useful to the military development of the territory and to boost morale. Zhou Zhou watched the soldiers' restoration for a while longer before looking at Carol Molly. I wonder if my lord is satisfied. Carol Molly smiled. Satisfied? It's just that you have fewer clergy here. Otherwise, it would be even better. Zhou Zhou smiled. The number of clergymen in our shelter and the ability of each clergyman will increase as the Lord's territory develops. Carol Molly smiled. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He looked at the clergy. He realized that there were much more than yesterday. There were about 100 more people. Zhou Zhou was even more satisfied. As expected of a white platinum tier lord talent. With these increasing numbers of clergy, he did not have to worry about having too many injured soldiers to the point where clergy could not save them. Where should I place the scarlet crystals? Zhou Zhou asked. My lord, please follow me. Carol Molly said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he followed the cardinal to the altar room behind the prayer hall. Zhou Zhou looked at the altar in front of him. It was a golden altar that was about 300 to 400 square meters. On it were complicated golden patterns that had a unique beauty. Behind the altar stood a statue of the goddess of life that was only more than 3 meters tall but was even more exquisite than the prayer hall. My lord only needs to place the scarlet crystals on the altar. Her Excellency, the goddess of life, will naturally give her divine power to purify the scarlet power in the scarlet crystals and turn them into pure faith divine crystals. Carol Molly said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he took out the 8,142 true faith tier scarlet crystals, 3,445 pious tier scarlet crystals, and 2,413 fanatic tier scarlet crystals he had obtained from the monster ranches this morning and placed them on the altar. Carol Molly had been very calm. However, she was immediately stunned when the 14,000 scarlet crystals suddenly appeared on the altar. Zhou Zhou waited for a moment. He couldn't help but look at Carol Molly when he realized that the altar was not responding. Is that all? He asked doubtfully. No, it's not. Carol Molly came back to her senses and looked at her lord in shock. "My lord! Did you destroy a scarlet church?" she said in disbelief. Zhou Zhou smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Carol Molly might be dead loyal to him, but this was the shelter of the goddess of life. Moreover, it was a special shelter. Perhaps the goddess of life was watching them at this moment. What if he told others about how easy it was for him to obtain scarlet crystals and the goddess of life increased the price when she heard about it? Carol Molly was smart enough not to ask further, seeing how her lord did not continue. She came to the altar and began to cast the divine art with the scepter in her hand. Soon, the altar suddenly lit up with golden light. In this golden light, Zhou Zhou saw the 14,000 scarlet crystals that he had just taken out quickly transform into faith divine crystals. A moment later, 8,142 true faith tier faith divine crystals, 3,445 pious tier faith divine crystals and 2,413 fanatic tier faith divine crystals appeared in front of him. Chapter 219, The Influence of the Sword of Xuanyuan. Can faith divine crystals of different levels be converted into each other? Zhou Zhou looked at the 14,000 faith divine crystals that had been converted and suddenly thought of this problem. Carol Molly was still clicking her tongue at the huge number of faith divine crystals in front of her. She was silent for a while when she heard Zhou Zhou's words before she shook her head. The faith divine crystal is not the mist core. Mist cores can undergo a qualitative change when there is enough quantity, upgrading from a low-level mist core to a high-level one. Therefore, most mist cores can be converted through some special methods. However, the faith divine crystal involves the power of faith. The power of faith is related to the beliefs of life forms. Faith is hard to quantify. Therefore, faith divine crystals of different levels cannot be converted into each other. But if it's to exchange for protection services, the faith divine crystals below the Holy Spirit tier can be used at a ratio of 1:10. For example, exchanging for a high-level protection service, divine art limb restoration. Normally, it requires 10 pious tier faith divine crystals. My lord, you can also use 1 fanatic tier faith divine crystal or 100 true faith tier ones to exchange for it. As for the great resurrection spell represented by the Holy Spirit faith God tier, you can only exchange it with the Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal. The other faith divine crystals can't replace the Holy Spirit level faith divine crystals to use the great resurrection spell. Zhou Zhou nodded as usual, but he felt that it was a pity. With his lord talent and the title of the strongest lord and the sword of Xuanyuan race divine artifact, he should be able to obtain a large number of scarlet crystals every day in the future. If these faith divine crystals transformed from scarlet crystals could be converted into each other, then he could obtain some Holy Spirit level faith divine crystals every day. These god spirits seemed to like this kind of thing. If he could obtain a large number of Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals, he would definitely be rich. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work. Zhou Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. A moment later, a female clergyman quickly walked over with a list in her hand and handed it to Zhou Zhou respectfully. Zhou Zhou took it. He realized that this list recorded the use of protective services and the corresponding consumption of faith divine crystals. He read it seriously. This time, he brought 450 seriously injured soldiers and 478 amputated soldiers. A total of 450 basic protection, life healing technique and 478 advanced protection divine art limb restoration were consumed. It recorded that it required 900 shallow faith tier, 2,940 pious tier, and 104 fanatic tier faith divine crystals. Zhou Zhou did some calculations in his heart and was surprised to find that there were fewer than what he had calculated. Why are there so many missing? Zhou Zhou was surprised. The protection expenses you see, my lord, are all expenses by the service of the clergy under standard conditions. As for whether it meets the standards, it depends on the strength of your soldiers. The stronger the soldiers, the more divine art power they will consume and the more faith divine crystals they will need to spend. Otherwise, there will be less. That's why the exact cost is different from the actual cost. Carol Moley explained. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. True. The cost of a white silver tier elementary grade life clergyman healing the injuries caused by a black iron tier advanced grade enemy and healing the injuries caused by a white silver tier elementary grade enemy would naturally be different. Then, he divided the faith divine crystals from the 14,000 and handed them to Carol Moley. Then, he put away the remaining faith divine crystals. In a while, my soldiers will go out and fight other ownerless territory. Later, send some clergymen who are good at life healing technique, limb restoration, and minor resurrection to follow them. This way, if my soldiers are injured, you can treat them with the doctors. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. I'll lead the team myself. Carol Moley said respectfully. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Accompanying the army with a group of medics was too safe. With a large number of doctors and these clergymen around, the soldiers would no longer have anything to worry about when they engaged in life and death battles on the battlefield. At that time, his soldiers would all be suicide squads. Then, he brought Bai Yun and the recovered soldiers out of the shelter and let them return to the team. After they rested for half an hour, everyone could set off again to conquer the white silver tier territory beside the withered forest plains. Currently, there were still 3 white silver tier regional territories that had been explored on the withered forest plains that had not been conquered. Zhou Zhou planned to conquer all 3 white silver tier regional territories in these 2 days. At the same time, about 1 million kilometers away from Blazing Sun City, fertile plains, a human lord's territory on Cerulean planet was located here. Unlike most lords' territories where the territories of the other human lords on Cerulean planet focused on developing the military, there were many military buildings in their territorial areas. The area around this territory was a large amount of farmland, and golden rice was growing lushly on it. The wind blew, and the fragrance of rice filled the air. At this moment, a young man was looking at the rice pile in front of him in a daze. What happened? I just harvested an acre of rice just now. Why did the harvest double after harvesting? Is something supernatural happening? But what supernatural event could it be to increase the farmer's harvest? Nong Chinglin was very puzzled. He suddenly noticed a row of small golden words in the bottom right corner of his vision. Nong Chinglin was stunned. When did this happen? He had actually not noticed it before. Nong Chinglin looked over curiously. Sword of Xian Yuan Agriculture Husbandry Sword, all Cerulean planet human lords agriculture, animal husbandry and breeding industries gain plus 100%. Race divine artifact hint, the Sword of Xian Yuan of the Cerulean planet has been born and is controlled by the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. This is one of the abilities of the race's divine artifact. Sword of Xian Yuan. A racial divine artifact controlled by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. It actually have such an effect. Nong Chinglin's eyes lit up. He had the green bronze tier Lord talent agriculture expert. He could increase his and the subject's strength levels and farmer profession levels by planting and harvesting crops to obtain promotion energy. That was why he planted such a large piece of farmland near the territory. It could be said that the harvest of agriculture was crucial to him and his territory. The effect of this agriculture husbandry sword's divine artifact was undoubtedly greatly beneficial to his development. He asked the surrounding farmers and subjects loudly if their rice harvest had also doubled. As expected, he received an affirmative answer. I don't like to participate in the World Channel, but I didn't expect to owe the Lord of the Blazing Sun a favor for no reason. Nong Chinglin was both happy and helpless. He looked at the endless golden rice field in front of him and then at the farmers who were working hard to harvest in the rice field. He could not help but calm down and smile. The high continent was too chaotic. He was not interested in the position of the Lord of all races. The ordinary yet extraordinary life in front of him was the future he wanted. Chapter 220, Enhanced Ancestral Blessing. The Night Lord on Offensive. Nongqinglin retracted his gaze and opened the world channel. Soon, he realized that many lords had already discovered the enhancement effect that the agriculture husbandry sword had given them. Moreover, more and more lords knew about this as the news spread. Oh my god, Lord of the Blazing Sun has obtained a race divine artifact. This race divine artifact is too powerful. It can actually affect all the human lords of the cerulean planet. I suddenly want to develop agriculture, animal husbandry, and breeding. As a professional who specializes in farming and selling food, I'll take off immediately. Thank you, Big Boss Blazing Sun. Big Boss Blazing Sun, I love you forever. Understood. I'll go elsewhere to recruit some farmers. As expected of us, we still want to farm even after coming to the high continent. Of course. It's an inheritance engraved in our Chinese bloodline after all. I want to add Big Boss Blazing Sun as a friend. I'll give Big Boss Blazing Sun some local specialties after I plant them. Doghead. I don't think I'm the only one who owes Big Boss Blazing Sun a favor. Nongqinglin could not help but smile when he saw these lords speak. After watching for a while, he closed the world channel and sent a friend request to the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Finally, he continued to harvest the rice. Blazing Sun City. In the Lord's residence. Zhou Zhou was also looking at the chat content on the world channel. Most of them were discussing him and the sword of Xuanyuan. Some were curious where the sword of Xuanyuan came from. Some were curious about the sword of Xuanyuan's race divine artifact attribute panel. There were also people who doubted whether Zhou Zhou could protect this race divine artifact. They actually wanted him to hand over this divine artifact and let the top lords with the Lord Alliance take care of it. Zhou Zhou ignored such comments. After watching for a while, Ling suddenly sent him a message. Big brother, I just realized that the sword of Xuanyuan's racial divine artifact ability is also useful towards my divine herb garden. Ling said in surprise. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The Divine Herb Garden was a special building that accelerated the growth of medicinal herbs. Was it also within the influence of the agriculture husbandry sword? He thought for a moment. That seemed to be the case. On the cerulean planet, medicinal herbs were indeed within the coverage of agriculture as a special cash crop. Zhou Zhou was satisfied. Ling's Divine Herb Garden was one of his important logistical sources. It was naturally the best if the agriculture husbandry sword could work on her divine herb garden. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before ending the conversation. A moment later, Bai Yun came over to report. The 30,000 Blazing Sun army was already prepared for battle. At this moment, they were lined up outside the city gate and could set off at any time. Wait a moment. I'll go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple first and obtain an ancestral blessing. Then you can set off. Zhou Zhou stood up and said. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he walked out of the lord's residence and quickly arrived at the Imperial Ancestral Temple. He came to Sun Simiao and Lu Ban's shrine and looked at the ancestral altar. Then, he was stunned. This was because he realized that the top grade upper limit of the altar had changed from 10 offerings below the value of white silver tier mist cores to 50 offerings below the value of white silver tier mist cores. Is it because the level of the Imperial Ancestral Temple increased as the territory level increased, so the value of the offerings on the altar also increased? He guessed but did not think too much about it. 10 or 50 white silver tier mist cores made no difference to him. He placed 50 white silver tier mist cores on the altar. I wonder if the ancestral blessing effect will increase this time. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Soon, the altar lit up slightly. Then, the 50 white silver tier mist cores on it disappeared. A text notification appeared. You have obtained an ancestral blessing, physical injury restoration, white silver tier war gain. Physical injury restoration, White Silvertear War Enhancement. After the Lord's subject is injured, the recovery speed of physical injuries increases by 50%. Duration, 8 hours. Zhou Zhou was delighted. It has really increased. One had to know that the physical injury restoration buff provided by the original White Elementary Silvertear Imperial Ancestral Temple could only increase the recovery speed of physical injuries by 5%. Now, it has increased to 50%. That was 10 times the original amount. However, its duration had also decreased from 24 hours to 8 hours. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. He had long learned from the other lords of the world channel that the duration of the ancestral blessing was not always 24 hours. Sometimes, the blessing given by the ancestor was very likely to have a powerful effect and a short duration. It was precisely because of this that he had not asked for the ancestral blessing before the Lord battlefield ranking. Instead, he chose to come to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to ask his ancestor to give him the ancestral blessing when he went out to conquer other territories. The dead soldiers were not really dead in the Lord battlefield after all. They could be revived with the resurrection token and the territory rebirth token. In reality, if any of them were sacrificed, they would really die. If he wanted to revive them, he could only rely on the shelter's small resurrection spell or even the great resurrect spell. That would cost too much. Zhou Zhou did not want to waste this money. Therefore, he had to use the additional combat strength given by the ancestral blessing in the Lord contest in reality, not in the Lord battlefield. Zhou Zhou stopped thinking about it. He walked out of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and first found Zhang Fugui and the others. Then, he created a blood bat. In a while, this blood bat will replace me and go to the kingdom of the undead with you. I can see the situation on your side through this blood bat and can even convey my thoughts. When the time comes, we'll play it by ear. Also, remember to bring that archaeologist with you. Zhou Zhou said. With his personality, he would not take the risk even if there was only a slight chance of losing his life. Therefore, he naturally would not go to the kingdom of the undead personally. His blood bat form could be used to create blood bats and use them as his clones. Therefore, Zhou Zhou had this idea. Yes, my lord. Zhang Fugui said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He glanced at the blood bat on his shoulder. The blood bat flapped its wings and landed on the carriage behind Zhang Fugui. I'll go with the army first. Zhou Zhou said. Then I'll go find that archaeologist now. Zhang Fugui also said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he parted ways with Zhang Fugui and arrived at the city gate. He looked at Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Nazario, Soul Reaper Maris, and the 30,000 Blazing Sun army soldiers in front of him. At this moment, they were already prepared to fight at any time. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He said a few simple words and did not waste any more time. He set off with the Blazing Sun army. On the other side, White Silvertear Regional Territory Dust Wasteland. The territory of the Storm Lord. A mechanical spaceship with a diameter of 1 kilometer appeared out of thin air on the spatial teleportation array. Inside the spaceship, the Night Lord, his 121 lords of subordinate territory, and more than 40,000 professionals were staying here. The Night Lord looked at the sandstorm outside and frowned slightly. How far is this place from the Lord of the Blazing Sun's territory? He looked at the Storm Lord. We'll fly straight west and arrive at a White Silvertear regional territory called the Withered Forest Plains, which is actually the Lord of the Blazing Sun's territory now. As for Blazing Sun City, you'll see it if you fly further west. The Storm Lord said. The Night Lord nodded and ordered them to continue moving under everyone's expectant gazes. Chapter 221, The Night Lord's Sneak Attack. Initiating Insight Defection. While on the way. My lord, which territory are we going to occupy? Bai Yun asked. Let's go to the Dust Wasteland first. Zhou Zhou said. There were 3 White Silvertear regional territories to the east of the Withered Forest Plains. They were the yellow earth plain, the dust wasteland, and the gravel wilderness. It could be seen from the names of these territories that the further they expanded, the less desert climate and terrain there were in these ownerless areas. As for why they were attacking the dust wasteland first, it was purely because this white silvertier regional territory was the closest to Zhou Zhou and the others. Bai Yun nodded after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. Then, she rode on her mechanostrider and walked to the front to lead the army. When Zhou Zhou saw that there was nothing he needed to do, he closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to his blood bat avatar. At this moment, Zhang Fuegui had already led the mysterious caravan on their way. Not long after he left the territory, he changed into his own exclusive mysterious caravan clothes. When Zhou Zhou saw the mysterious caravan through the blood bat avatar, he was immediately surprised. This was the first time he, the Lord, had seen the true face of the mysterious caravan. Not to mention anything else. It was really cool. Not bad. This was what a mysterious caravan that could intimidate the entire high continent should be like. The previous attire was too ordinary. 15 minutes later. The Blazing Sun army led by Zhou Zhou had just arrived at the regional border of the Sand Gold Land. Zhou Zhou frowned. Stop moving forward. He suddenly ordered. All troops, stop. Wu Xin immediately shouted when he heard Zhou Zhou's voice. Soon. The 30,000 Blazing Sun army soldiers immediately stopped advancing with the help of desired military morale. My lord, what happened? Bai Yun and Wu Xin ran over and asked curiously. Zhou Zhou said nothing. He turned his head and frowned in the direction of Blazing Sun City. At this moment, in his perception, the monster subjects that he had instigated in the past and were later placed in Blazing Sun City to guard it were all mobilized, as if they were preparing for a war. This was an additional ability of his insight defection. He could sense the existence and status of the enemy who had been successfully instigated by insight defection and countermeasures had been successfully counterattacked. He could also give orders through mental communication. He immediately asked what had happened. A Sandman boss immediately replied. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. According to it, a huge silver-colored unknown aircraft appeared in front of his territory, and more than 40,000 human professionals emerged from it. Moreover, these 40,000 human professionals had begun to attack his Blazing Sun City as soon as they came out. However, they were completely unable to break through Blazing Sun City because the city wall was too tall and strong. Moreover, under the attack of more than 4,000 guards of Blazing Sun City, 300 to 400 professionals had died. What's going on? More than 40,000 military professionals. Since when has he been targeted by an enemy of this level? Zhou Zhou was surprised. However, he was not nervous. According to it, more than 90% of this 40,000 strong enemy were of green bronze tier and black iron tier professionals. There were less than 20 white silver tier professionals in total. An enemy of this strength only appeared scary because of the numbers. Their combat strength was not as high as he had imagined. That was why they could not even break through the city wall and could only suffer casualties under the attacks of the defenders. This was even before the Aurora Tower was activated. Once the Aurora Tower was activated at full power, these 40,000 people would all turn to dust in less than a minute. More than 40,000 professionals suddenly appeared outside Blazing Sun City. However, they're very weak and pose no threat to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun and the others. Bai Yun and Wu Xin were surprised. Then should we go back now? Bai Yun asked. Let's go back first. Fortunately, we didn't go far. Otherwise, this trip will be quite troublesome. Elder Wu, I'll leave a blood bat for you to contact me and to give you orders. I'll bring a portion of people back first with return to the city. Lead the army back yourself. Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes, my lord. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and first created a blood bat for Wu Xin. Then, he whispered, return to the city. The next second, a 3D virtual map of the territory appeared in his consciousness. This included the Blazing Sun Desert, Sand Gold Land, Thorn Dune, and all the regional territories under his control. Zhou Zhou directly chose Blazing Sun City. Then, he chose Bai Yun, Nazario, Maris, and 97 Silver-tier elemental archers from the Return to the City selection list. The next second, Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Nazario, Maris, and the 97 elemental archers immediately disappeared. When Wu Xin saw this, he immediately led his troops back to Blazing Sun City. Blazing Sun City. On the light element city wall, Zhou Zhou and the others appeared out of thin air. Zhang King, who was originally the deputy commander of the Blazing Sun Army, had been promoted to the Legion commander of Blazing Sun City's Guard Army, was standing here. At this moment, he was looking solemnly at the 40,000 odd enemies below the wall. He was shocked when he inadvertently saw Zhou Zhou and the others appear out of thin air, but he was pleasantly surprised. "My lord! You're back!" Zhang King ran over excitedly. His lordship was back. Their backbone had returned. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he immediately asked Bai Yun to take over this defense and let the 97 elemental archers participate in the battle now, focusing on killing the experts among the enemies. After making the arrangements, he walked to the edge of the city wall and looked down. A huge number of soldiers and combat professionals were charging at the light elemental city wall like a tide. They kept placing ladders, wanting to climb the city wall. Another group of long-range soldiers and combat professionals stood in the distance and kept shooting arrows or crossbows in the direction of the city wall. However, the guards on his side were not to be trifled with. Sword-shield soldiers raised their shields above their heads to provide protection to the other long-range soldiers to prevent them from being shot dead by the arrows in the sky. These protected long-range soldier types shot arrows at the enemy soldiers who wanted to charge up the city wall. There was also a portion of soldiers who burned these city stairs and killed the enemy soldiers who were constantly climbing up the city stairs by releasing fire element skills. Every minute and second, soldiers were killed on the battlefield. Corpses fell one after another on the way and under the city wall. There would be some casualties on his side from time to time. Zhou Zhou watched everything. While he might already be used to this scene on the Lord battlefield, he still felt a strong killing intent towards these suddenly attacking enemies. "I'll let you fight among yourselves first." His voice was cold. Then, Zhou Zhou extended his right hand and aimed his palm at them. Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Activate. Boom. An invisible wave instantly covered the more than 40,000 professionals below. The next second, the expressions of a total of 2,005 professionals changed. They looked at their companions beside them with a hint of ruthlessness in their eyes. Then, they attacked without hesitation. "Why did you hit me? You're crazy. Everyone, be careful. These guys are moles." In an instant, the Night Lord's side immediately fell into chaos because of the insight defection of these 2,005 soldiers. At the rear of the battlefield, the Night Lords and other lords who were worried about how to attack the city were stunned when they saw this scene. Chapter 222, Besiege. The Loots of the Night Lord. What happened? What are they doing? "Lord Chu Meng, why are your soldiers hitting my soldiers?" "Dragon Slayer Lord! Tell your Dragon Slayer warriors to stop." The 121 lords immediately criticized each other. The Night Lord looked at this scene with an ugly expression. A phrase appeared in his mind. A rabble. This group of people completely fit the definition of this phrase. Stop arguing. How is this an internal strife? Is an internal conflict so sudden? Are you not prepared at all? It's obvious that the Lord of the Blazing Sun used some method to make our soldiers suddenly fight. It might be a form of crowd control skill. The Night Lord said with a dark expression. Everyone came back to their senses. However, it was still unbelievable. No way? What sort of skill is so exaggerated that it can control so many people? The Lord of the Blazing Sun is too terrifying. What should we do now? This city wall is too high and hard. I don't think we can take it down in a while. Let's retreat first. After we go back, we'll first study how to break through this light elemental city wall and guard against the crowd control method of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Otherwise, even if we can rely on our numerical advantage to forcefully capture Blazing Sun City and kill the Lord of the Blazing Sunday, I'm afraid we'll also suffer huge casualties. I'm sure you don't want to see that. The Night Lord looked at everyone's gaze and said. Even though he was unwilling, he knew that now was not the best time to attack. Their losses would only increase if they did not retreat. Everyone opened their mouths but did not say anything in the end. In this situation, it was indeed time to retreat and think of a countermeasure. The Night Lord ordered the soldiers to retreat, seeing that no one had any objections. On the city wall. After Zhou Zhou looked at the scene below for a while, a smile appeared on his face. Then, he looked at the notification that had just appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent Hint: a total of 713 Black Iron Elementary Grade Professionals, 521 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, 341 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, 251 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, 122 Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade, 54 Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade, and 3 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Professionals betrayed their Lord's faction and became your loyal subordinates. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The Lord Talent of Insight Defection. As expected, the more enemies there were, the better it would be to instigate Insight Defection. 2,005 people of the 40,000-odd enemy actually surrendered to his Insight Defection. These were all professionals who could directly join his Blazing Sun army. In the future, I can go to a large faction and attack the other party, but it's not really to fight. It's just to trigger the usage conditions of the Insight Defection. I'll use it directly after the Insight Defection can be used. Will I be able to freeload a large number of high combat professionals like now? Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The upper limit of the local lord power he could induce Insight Defection was Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade. Which meant he could instigate Insight Defection on lord factions below the Diamond Tier Intermediate Grade. How many professionals did a lord faction of this level have? Even if he could only Insight Defection 5% of the enemies, it would also be enough for him to make a killing. This is one of the best uses for Insight Defection. Zhou Zhou thought. As for the other uses, he had yet to think of them. Then, he continued to observe the battlefield. Soon, they discovered the Night Lord and the others at the back of the battlefield. It really is the Night Lord. I almost thought he was high. I didn't expect you to really come to me to deal with me. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Previously, the lords he had dealt with were all unknown small lords. This was the first time he had encountered a lord who was quite famous on the Cerulean planet's Human Race World channel. Then, he looked at the people beside the Night Lord. Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue when he realized that these 121 people were all lords. No wonder they have such a huge army. So there are 121 lords gathered. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wouldn't he be rich if he obtained all the Lord Talent crystal fragments or even a complete Lord Talent from their bodies? My lord! They seem to be escaping. At this moment, Zhang Kang's uncertain voice sounded. Zhou Zhou immediately looked over. That was indeed the case. These nearly 40,000 professionals were defending against his attacks as they retreated, wanting to leave Blazing Sun City. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take me as? A trace of coldness appeared in Zhou Zhou's eyes. He looked into the distance. With the perception of the blood bat form, he already knew that Wu Xian had led the Blazing Sun army back and was hiding not far away. Zhou Zhou immediately ordered him to take down these enemies with the soldiers. Behind the battlefield. Behind a sand dune. After Wu Xian received Zhou Zhou's order, he immediately got the soldiers to prepare for battle. When the enemies appeared, they would immediately besiege them. The other party might have more than 30,000 professionals, but he had already learned from the Lord that even though the 30,000 odd professionals sounded terrifying, their combat strength was actually far inferior to his Blazing Sun army. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. Soon, the scene of the Blazing Sun army defeating more than 30,000 professionals appeared in the distance. After they approached, kill! All the soldiers immediately jumped out and attacked these enemies, accompanied by Zhou Zhou's furious roar. These enemies were also stunned. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Counterattack! The Night Lord shouted with red eyes. He would never have dreamed of it. Their escape route had actually been ambushed in advance and they were caught off guard. At this moment, a huge shadow rays flew over and enveloped the battlefield below. Then, it looked down at the Night Lord. It was Nazario. It roared at the sky, and an overwhelming dragon might poured down from its body. Boom! All the professionals and lords below were stunned by the dragon might and could not move. The battle had only just begun, but it had already officially ended. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked at the Night Lord, who was tied up by the soldiers 2 to 3 meters away. A text notification appeared. Lord name, Night Lord Zhou Chang's, Cerulean Planet Human Lord. Combat class name, Combat Spirit Knight. Strength level, Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade. Lord description, a human lord from the Cerulean Planet. He awakened the Diamond Tier Lord talent, Night Hall, when he first descended. He is good at close combat. Loot's drop rate, 8 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Combat Spirit Armor, drop rate, 10%, 1 Gradeless Skillbook Horsemanship, drop rate, 50%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Combat Spirit Horse, drop rate 10%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Combat Spirit Secret Manual Thunder Fighting Combat Spirit, drop rate, 5%, 1 Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Combat Spirit Knight Class Change Certificate, drop rate, 0.1%, 1 Diamond Tier Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%, 8 Diamond Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Chapter 223, Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Sphere. Night Lord. There is no hatred between us. Why do you suddenly want to attack me? Zhou Zhou looked at the Night Lord and said. The Night Lord looked at Zhou Zhou with an even darker expression. Then, he suddenly chuckled. You're developing too quickly. But you don't have a Lord Alliance. As Lords, we are competitors to begin with. Under such circumstances, do I need any other reason to gather the Lords of my Night Council to deal with you? The Night Lord only hated one thing in his heart. That was, he had summoned too few Lords. He shouldn't have gathered only 121 Lords to destroy the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. He should wait a little longer and gather 500 or even 1,000 Lords before coming over to destroy the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. When the time comes, he would have at least hundreds of thousands of professionals under his command. That way, the outcome would definitely not be like today. In short, he had miscalculated. The Night Lord never expected that the Lord of the Blazing Sun really had the strength to go up against 122 Lords. You're a man. At least you didn't do anything to make me look down on you at this time. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he stretched out his right hand and aimed at his heart. Vampire Race Skill Blood Boiling Technique. The next second, the Night Lord felt the blood in his body suddenly turn hot as if it was boiling. Soon. Puff. A dull sound of his heart exploding sounded in his body. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, then his eyes quickly lost their luster. A kill notification appeared. You have killed the Cerulean Planet Human Lord Night Lord, Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade. Promotion Energy plus 400. Loots Condensed. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade plus 1. Title Hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent Hint, you have obtained Perfect Loots 10 White Silver Tier Mist Cores, 1 White Silver Tier Advance Grade Combat Spirit Armor, 1 Gradeless Skill Book Horsemanship, 1 White Silver Tier Advance Grade Combat Spirit Horse, 1 White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Combat Spirit Secret Manual Thunder Fighting, 1 Gradeless Combat Spirit Knight Class Change Certificate, 1 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Sphere, 10 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Zhou Zhou looked at the gains and pondered. The loots with only 1 in quantity did not become 2 just because of the 20% increase in number. However, the 8 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments had become 10. In reality, the additional 20% of the loot should be rounded up. After coming to this conclusion, he began to carefully inspect the unique loots. Equipment Name, Combat Spirit Armor. Equipment Grade, White Silver Tier Advance Grade. Equipment Effect 1, A-Class Equipment exclusive to Combat Spirit Type Professionals. It can reduce 60% physical and energy damage from the outside world. Equipment Effect 2 Battle Armor, after infusing the Combat Spirit Armor with the Battle Chi in its body, it will form a special Battle Chi barrier on the surface of its body. The Battle Chi shield can reflect 20% of the physical damage from the outside world that is White Silver Tier and below. It can also be returned to its enemies. Skill Name, Combat Spirit Horse. Skill Quality, White Silver Tier Advance Grade. Skill Description, control your battle aura and form a horse condensed from battle aura outside your body. The strength and speed of the horse depends on the strength and type of battle aura injected. Combat Spirit Secret Manual, Thunder Fighting. Secret Manual Quality, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Cultivation Effect 1, Thunder Fighting Combat Spirit. Your body contains abundant thunder fighting combat spirit. Your movement speed and reaction speed will increase by 5 times when using it in battle. Moreover, your attacks will have the attack effect of the thunder element. Cultivation Effect 2, Hear thunder when you are fighting. Your active thunder fighting combat spirit will increase your perception by 3 times. Cultivation Effect 3, Thunder Fighting Spear Technique. Your spear technique is as fast as lightning. Your attack speed can be increased to up to 20 times per second when using spear-type arms at full strength. Cultivation Effect 4, Thunder Fighting Break. Your entire body will turn into lightning after accumulating power for 1 second. Your speed will increase by 20 times in 3 seconds. You will launch a violent stab forward and instantly kill all enemies in a straight line attack range. Item Name, Combat Spirit Knight Class Change Certificate. Item Level, Gradeless. Item Effect, Advanced Combat Professionals Class Change Tool. You can become an Advanced Combat Class Combat Spirit Knight after using it. You will also have standard equipment of the corresponding level, a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Wind Horse, 10 years of combat experience as a Combat Spittle Knight, and the initial strength of a Black Iron Elementary Class. Item Description, Advanced Combat Class Class Change Certificate. Just one can allow ordinary people without any strength to step onto the extraordinary path of a combat professional. Zhou Zhou looked at the loots. These 4 loots were all related to battle combat spirit profession. Especially the upgraded version of the Thunder Fighting from the Thunder Fighting Combat Spirit. Its stats could be said to be top grade. Zhou Zhou picked up the Thunder Fighting skill book. He could not learn it because he was of the combat spirit profession. Zhou Zhou was helpless. But there was no choice. The martial artist he chose had to persevere even if he had tears in his eyes. However, even though he could not learn it, he was a lord and did not have high requirements for combat-type items, so he did not feel that it was too much of a pity. Then, Zhou Zhou put away the loots. He might not be able to learn it himself, however, if he encountered a professional subject with high potential in the future, he could give this to him so that his territory would have another valiant general. Then, Zhou Zhou looked into the distance. At this moment, more than 20,000 of the professionals brought by the Night Lord had been killed after the battle just now. Under the intimidation of the dragon might, the other 20,000 surrendered. Under Zheng Yuankai's arrangements, the 20,000 people who surrendered all changed their identities and became subjects of Blazing Sun City. Then, with the help of the Lord Talent, Peace and Prosperity, they immediately became subjects with 71 points of basic loyalty. These people who surrendered told Bai Yun and the others everything they knew without hesitation after being interrogated by them. Soon, Bai Yun came to report and told Zhou Zhou everything she knew. There are actually 122 lords involved. No wonder there are so many professionals. There are 5 lords leading this matter. They're the Night Lord, the Dragon Slayer Lord, the Storm Lord, the Skywalker Lord, and the Divine Strategy Lord. They were all killed in the course of the battle just now. As for that unknown aircraft, it disappeared after the Skywalker Lord was killed. Zhou Zhou could not help but shake his head. Someone from the Sun Extermination Association was actually involved in this matter? He thought that the Sun Extermination Association would not be able to cause much trouble after the previous incident. He did not expect it to resurrect. However, this time, the last remaining member of the Sun Extermination Association, the Storm Lord, was also dead. His territory was in the Dust Wasteland. He would also lead troops to destroy it later. The last spark of the Sun Extermination Association would also disappear from the world. He probably would not hear the name Sun Extermination Association again after that. Chapter 224, 3 Lord Talent Spheres. 702 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Then, he asked Bai Yun to bring their corpses over. After the corpses were transported over, Zhou Zhou took a look. Then, he discovered that among the 4 corpses, the Dragon Slayer Lord and the Skywalker Lord both had Lord Talent Spheres and Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Even though the Storm Lord did not have a Lord Talent, it had a Storm Mage's Advanced Combat Class certificate. Only the corpse of the Divine Strategy Lord did not have any good loot. Apparently, the reason why this person could lead the attack on his place with the other 4 lords was mainly because this person was relatively smart and would always think of many ways. Zhou Zhou shook his head. No matter how smart he was still a corpse now. As for the other loots, Zhou Zhou took a look and was not interested. Then, he extracted the loots from their corpses and obtained 1 white platinum tier Lord Talent Sphere, 1 green bronze tier Lord Talent Sphere, 8 white platinum tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, and 6 green bronze tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. I obtained 3 Lord Talent Spheres at once. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied when he saw the loots. Did this Night Lord cause trouble for him? This was clearly a gift to him. Then, he asked Bai Yun to bring over the corpses of the remaining dead lords. Soon, the corpses of the 117 lords were sent over neatly. Zhou Zhou looked at these people's corpses and realized that there was no Lord Talent Sphere in their loot drop list. Then, he remembered the way these people died and could not help but shake his head. They had been at the back of the battlefield when attacking Blazing Sun City because these lords were afraid of death. Later on, they still relied on the soldiers to block in front of them, wanting them to retreat safely when they retreated. However, they never expected that their rear had long been ambushed by the Blazing Sun army led by Wu Xin. After Wu Xin and the others rushed out from behind, these lords bore the brunt of the attack and died faster than the soldiers. Some people might have survived if they had a little courage and did not use the soldiers as shields. What a pity! The wealth in their territory will also be mine if they had survived. Zhou Zhou thought ruefully. They were mostly black iron tier and bronze tier lords, however, there were a lot of them. Not counting the territory of the Storm Lord in the Dust Wasteland. The wealth of the remaining 121 lords, especially the territory of the Night Lord, was estimated to be at least 2,000 to 3,000 yellow gold tier mist cores. But now, he could only give up. The building effect in their territory would disappear once the lords died after all. Including the spatial teleportation array given by the master-servant territory contract. The spatial teleportation array was rendered useless, so Zhou Zhou naturally could not use the spatial teleportation array to head to their respective territories and obtain the wealth in their territories. However, Zhou Zhou did not feel too regretful. The wealth of those territories. He could obtain more every day through the monster ranch. He valued the Lord Talent crystal fragments on these lords more in comparison. Thinking of this, he began to retrieve the loot from these lords. Half an hour later, all the loots had been extracted. Other than the mist core and some worthless items. He had obtained a total of 702 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. I can upgrade the blessing of the 10 gods, the war god's blessing. In addition, return to the city and incite defection can also be upgraded. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. After this incident, he realized the value of the Lord Talent, return to the city. That was to be able to return in time. For example, today's matter. Even if he did not go through the return to the city and return to Blazing Sun City later, there would not be any problems with the Light Elemental City Wall and the Aurora Tower. However, that was mainly because the enemy was relatively weak. If 10 pure-blooded dragons attacked, he would probably only be able to see Blazing Sun City that had already turned into ruins if he had rushed back with Wu Xin and the others without return to the city. With return to the city, they could immediately return to defend or even counterattack when they knew that their territory was in danger when they were out. Half an hour later, Bai Yun came back to report the results again. My lord. In this battle, a total of 21,240 people surrendered to us. This includes 12,187 Black Iron Tier Basic Military Professionals, 8,124 Bronze Tier Basic Military Professionals, 915 Bronze Tier Elementary Grade and 14 Silver Tier Elementary Grade. They have all become our subjects now. We also extracted the loot with the Conqueror's Blast Furnace for the remaining corpses. A total of 111,031 green bronze tier mist cores and 40,622 white silver tier mist cores. 15,451 basic military class change certificates, 3,412 beginner soldier class change certificates, 2,008 combat spirit knight class change certificates. There are also some other loot. This is the specific list of loot. My lord, please take a look. Bai Yun handed a list of loots to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. He realized that it was all loot like skill books and equipment. Even though they were relatively normal, the quantity was relatively large. Put them all in the warehouse later. I'll give you the Faith Divine Crystal. Take the corpses of our injured and sacrificed soldiers to the shelter to be treated and resurrected. As for the professionals who surrendered, break up their original ranks and integrate them into the Blazing Sun Army. He said. This morning, there were only 35,189 people in his Blazing Sun Army. Now that these 21,240 professionals had joined, his Blazing Sun Army had increased to 56,429 people. At this moment, Zhou Zhou even wanted a force like the Night Lord to attack a few more times. Then his development would definitely be faster than normal. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he handed all the Faith Divine Crystals to Bai Yun and asked her to leave them in the shelter in case of emergencies. He returned to the Lord's residence alone. In the Lord's residence, Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 Lord Talent Spheres in front of him. An extraordinary tier Lord Talent Sphere, a white platinum tier Lord Talent Sphere, and a green bronze tier Lord Talent Sphere. After activating it, I should be able to obtain an upgraded version of the Lord Talent of the Night Lord, Dragon Slayer Lord, and Heavenly Lord. I wonder what their upgraded Lord Talent is like. Zhou Zhou was really looking forward to it. He looked at the 3 Lord Talent spheres and thought. A golden text notification appeared. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent sphere, extraordinary tier? Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent sphere, white platinum tier? Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent sphere, green bronze tier? Yes, he said. The next second, the 3 Lord Talent spheres instantly turned into 3 streams of light of different colors and quickly surged into his glabella. Chapter 225, White Platinum Tier Lord Talent Dragon Slaying Hometown. A moment later, after Zhou Zhou absorbed the new Lord Talent, he immediately opened the Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had already been updated. Lord Talent, King of Lutes, Mythical Tier, Unique, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Green Bronze Tier, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, Green Bronze Tier, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond Tier, Return to the City, Green Bronze Tier, Mysterious Caravan, Yellow Gold Tier, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, Legendary Tier, Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the War God, White Silver Tier, The Shelter of the Goddess of Life, White Platinum Tier, Night Temple, Extraordinary Tier. Dragon Slaying Hometown, White Platinum Tier, Gift of the Machina, Green Bronze Tier. I have 13 Lord Talents now. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the 3 new Lord Talents. Night Temple. Dragon Slaying Hometown. Gift of the Machina. The name of the Lord Talent of a Night Lord has changed from Night Hall to Night Temple. The Skywalker Lord's Lord Talent is also called the Gift of the Machina according to his subjects. That spaceship is called the Ranger by the Skywalker Lord. As for the Lord Talent, Dragon Slaying Hometown. According to Bai Yun, the Dragon Slayer Lord once revealed to his subjects that his Lord Talent is the Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent, the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer. Therefore, the Dragon Slaying Hometown should be an upgraded version of the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he was not in a hurry to look at the Night Temple's talent stats. Instead, he chose to start with the Gift of the Machina. He had a small habit. He would save the best for last. Lord Talent, Gift of the Machina, Green Bronze Tier. Gift of the Machina, there is a Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Spaceship, Black Ghost, from the machinery race in your territory. It is a gift from the Machina race to the lords who participated in the fight for the position of Lord of all races. It also represents the friendship between the Machina race and you. Specific Talent Effect 1, Black Ghost is the witness of your friendship with the Machina race. Your diplomatic relationship with the Machina race is now friendly. This function is activated after establishing the kingdom. Specific Talent Effect 2, the Black Ghost is the crystallization of the Machina race's technological wisdom. It has the Diamond Tier Advance Grade Intelligent Life Form, Ghost Princess, the Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade Folded Space Function, the White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Spaceship Defense, the Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Flying Speed, the White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Life Detection and Anti-Reconnaissance Radar, and the Automatic Repair Function. Specific Talent Effect 3, Black Ghost uses the Mist Cores as its energy source. 1000 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores can allow Black Ghost to operate at full power for 24 hours. This gift from the Machina race looks pretty good. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The Black Ghost looked to be at the Green Bronze Tier, but in its Specific Talent Effect 2, other than the Folded Space function being a Green Bronze Tier Advance Grade, the other functions were all above the Green Bronze Tier. In particular, the Intelligent Life Form, Ghost Princess, had reached the Diamond Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou could not help but think. Therefore, the Machina race's way of judging the quality of products was based on which function was the shortest. Not bad. What a good habit. Zhou Zhou nodded in his heart. But where is the Ghost Princess now? Zhou Zhou was about to walk out of the Lord's residence to take a look. At this moment, my lord, I'm about 12,000 meters above your territory. An elegant and gentle girl's voice sounded in his heart. You're the ghost princess. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before trying to reply in his heart. Yes, my lord. The ghost princess said. Do you actually know the mental communication ability as an intelligent life form? Zhou Zhou was a little envious. He could only use mental communication with his subordinates who had been instigated by insight defection and Nazario. He could not do that with the others. As for the mental perception and mental manipulation that he had previously mastered, they had not reached the level of mental communication. After the Machina race transforms into an intelligent life form, they will automatically master the ability of mental communication. The ghost princess smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded. He clicked his tongue in wonder. If not for the fact that he knew that the other party was an intelligent life form, he would feel that he was really chatting with a human girl. However, since the other party was already a life form, it didn't seem a problem to call her a girl. Do you have a name? Or is your name Ghost Princess? Zhou Zhou asked. The Ghost Princess was a code name automatically given to me by the Machina god when I was created. It's equivalent to the serial number automatically generated when the product is manufactured. My lord, do you want to give me a new name? The Ghost Princess said expectantly. Can I? Zhou Zhou asked. Of course. His lordship has such authority. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He thought for a moment and said, let's call you Wenya One. The Ghost Princess voice was like a gentle and elegant girl. Zhou Zhou could not be bothered to think of a complicated name. Moreover, this name felt good. Then so be it. Thank you, my lord. Wenya likes this name very much. Zhou Zhou smiled. Wait for me. We have to continue fighting later. I'll have to rely on you then. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou suddenly became excited. He finally did not have to travel every day. Heaven took pity on him. He led the Blazing Sun army every day. During the process of conquering other territories, he spent at least half of his time traveling. Traveling in a dry area like the desert, not only was the road difficult to walk on, the sandstorm was also strong. They could not travel much faster even if they were all professionals. It could be said that the experience was extremely terrible. If Wenya could solve the problem of traveling, not only could she solve the problem of experience on the road. Moreover, the time saved could also be turned into his development time. His development speed would definitely increase greatly. He would see how Wenya's performance was in a while. Zhou Zhou thought expectantly. Yes, my lord. Wenya is on standby. Wenya said seriously. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at the white platinum tier Lord Talent, Dragon Slaying Hometown. Lord Talent, Dragon Slaying Hometown, white platinum tier. Dragon Slaying Hometown, your territory is the legendary Dragon Slaying Hometown. Every subject has a Dragon Slayer will buried deep in the depths of their hearts. When the subjects of the Dragon Slaying Hometown encounter the pressure of a high-level bloodline, they will erupt with astonishing combat strength and willpower. Dragon Slayer will, when the Dragon Slayer withstands the pressure of the bloodline of the possessor of a high-level bloodline, the will to slaughter the other party will soar quickly and even go crazy. At the same time, the Dragon Slayer will ignore the pressure of the bloodline and erupt with combat power that far exceeds his own strength. The stronger the bloodline pressure, the greater the difference in the bloodline between the two sides, the higher the strength that will erupt until his body can't withstand the increase in strength. Dragon Slayer Song in Bloodbath. After slaughtering high-level bloodlines, the Dragon Slayer can bathe in the blood of the enemy to recover from his injuries and increase his strength. Moreover, he would not be restricted by his potential. The higher the level of the enemy's bloodline, the more strength he will increase. Dragon Slaying King, as the Lord of the Dragon Slaying Hometown, your Dragon Slaying will is extremely pure. Dragon Slaying Hometown, the reputation of your Dragon Slaying Hometown and you have already spread to the ears of other Dragon Slayers. Some wandering Dragon Slayers will come because they want to return to their hometown. Lord Talent description: in the ancient chaos mythical tier, there are records of such a group of life forms. Even though they were born with the lowest bloodline, they had a heart that was unwilling to be enslaved by a high-level bloodline. Countless top-notch bloodline races had once fallen to their butcher's knives. The proud heads of the extreme bloodline race had to be lowered every time they stood above all races in the endless heavens. That dragon slayer blade that can kill them is still sharp. Chapter 226, Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent, Night Temple. This dragon-slaying hometown. Interesting. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He immediately thought of the Lord Battlefield. He had already reached the Extraordinary Tier Advance grade on the Lord Battlefield. 99% of the lords he was going to meet next would be lords of high-level bloodline races. Due to their high-level bloodline, they performed extremely powerful on the battlefield and could easily increase their rank. Zhou Zhou was already developing very well. The other lords called him the number one lord among the human lords on the Cerulean planet. However, it was still very difficult for him to fight these people with high-level bloodlines at this level. For example, the lord of the descendant of the god spirit that he had encountered previously. He controlled the divine power that filled the sky of the demigod death ruins by relying on his god spirit bloodline and almost wiped them out alone. Zhou Zhou remembered this clearly. He also deeply understood the difficulty of human bloodlines facing these abnormal bloodlines. Therefore, he did not fight much after that. Instead, he planned to increase his combat strength in reality before going to the Lord Battlefield. He did not expect to encounter this Lord Talent of the dragon-slaying hometown that specialized in restraining high-level bloodlines. Zhou Zhou was tempted. He wanted to try the Lord Battlefield now. To experience the performance of the dragon-slaying hometown on the Lord Battlefield. Let's try it later. I'll just use some resurrection spots if I lose. Zhou Zhou made a decision. Then, he looked at the last Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Night Temple, Extraordinary Tier. Night Temple, your territory has a Night Temple that is regarded as a holy land by all Night-type professionals. This place has the best teaching facilities to nurture Night-type professionals. There are powerful Night mentors who are good at teaching, and even the most precious Night-type hero inheritance. It is the best choice to nurture Knights. Construction effect protection of the God of Knights. When lords and forces under them go out to hunt fog monsters, they will encounter fog monsters that have a small chance of dropping Knight class change certificates, mount contracts, combat spirit secret manuals, Knight exclusive equipment, Knight exclusive treasures, Knight temple special blueprints, Knight instructor recruitment books, and other loots. Knight temple. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Another special building? He called Aliyah and Atli over from next door and asked them to send someone to find the location of the Night Temple. Soon, the two of them returned. Reporting to my lord. I've found the location of the Night Temple. Aliyah said with a dazed expression. What's wrong with you? Zhou Zhou looked at her, who was in a daze. My lord, the Night Temple you mentioned is too gorgeous. And it's so big. I don't know how to describe it. In short, you'll know when you go. Aliyah said. Atli, who was beside her, nodded repeatedly. Let's go and take a look. Zhou Zhou was also curious. Was it that exaggerated? The Aliyah sisters nodded. Then, the three of them walked out of the Lord's residence and rushed towards the Night Temple. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked at the building in front of him. The building was about 10 to 15 stories tall. The golden door opposite was 30 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters wide. It did not seem like a door to enter. Instead, it was like a god spirit gate that allowed tall god spirits to enter. The walls of its main building were white and gold. At the top of the building were rows of golden spires, looking solemn and gorgeous. A knight wearing silver armor and holding a spear stood guard around the Night Temple. His expression was solemn and his eyes were shining. When Zhou Zhou flew up to look at the building, he fell silent. This night temple actually occupied about 1/20th of Blazing Sun City, inside the city wall, occupying almost 5 million square meters. At this moment, he finally understood how the Elias sisters felt when they reported to him. This night temple was indeed out of line. However, when he thought about how it was a special building brought about by an extraordinary tier lord talent, he understood a little. Zhou Zhou flew down and saw a knight in black ferocious armor with light red eyes walking out of the night temple. "Hi! I'm the lord of this night temple. My name is Bai He. Please take care of me in the future." Bai He extended his right hand and chuckled. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment. Then, he extended his hand and shook it before separating. He clicked his tongue in wonder. This was the first time he had seen a native giving a shake hand after arriving at the high continent. He looked at him. Soon, a text notification appeared. Subject, Bai He, Hero Unit. Hero Title, King of Abyssal Knights. Position, True God Tier Hero Fate Level. Territory, Night Temple. Strength Level, True God Tier Elementary Grade. Ability Overview. Bloodline. Skill. Loyalty, none, the other party is not a territory subject. Potential, Master God Tier Intermediate Grade. Hero Biography. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He looked at the knight blankly. A True God Tier Hero Fate Level? True God Tier Elementary Grade? This is a True God. No wonder there were so many greetings in his personal information list. At White Silver Tier Intermediate Grade, Zhou Zhou felt that it was because of his Lord talent that he could see through a true God's strength and potential. Otherwise, he shouldn't have been able to say anything. Moreover, it could be seen from the fact that the other party's territory was the Night Temple. The other party was not even his subject. That made sense. How could an extraordinary tier lord talent have a true god tier subject and a faction that could accommodate a true god tier subject? It was obviously impossible. His place was probably just a base of this big shot's night temple. If my lord has any good seedlings in the future, you can send them to me. We can definitely nurture them into a qualified knight here. Of course. In terms of fees, we'll give you a 20% discount for the lord's sake. Bai He smiled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He could tell. This extraordinary tier lord talent of the Night Temple should only give him a chance to come into contact with such a top faction and not possess it. If he wanted to have it. Zhou Zhou guessed. It was probably only possible to raise this lord talent to the mythical tier. It was just a small probability. I still have something on, so I won't chat anymore. We can have a good chat when I'm free in the future. I feel like you are an old friend of mine somehow. Bai He smiled. Speaking of that old friend, a complicated look appeared in his eyes for a moment, but it returned to normal in an instant. Zhou Zhou did not notice it at all. He was just a little puzzled about what the other party was talking about. However, Zhou Zhou did not ask further, seeing that the other party had no intention of saying anything. I'll definitely chat with you next time, he said seriously. He did not dare to be negligent when facing a true god tier big shot. Bai He was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and nodded before leaving. Chapter 227, Silver Meteorite Knight Rob Allen. Zhou Zhou watched this big shot leave. Then, he pulled out the blood-red spear on his back. A spatial rift appeared out of thin air with a slash. Then, Bai He stepped into it and disappeared. This spatial rift immediately recovered after Bai He entered. Zhou Zhou widened his eyes as he watched this scene. He tore through space and opened a spatial passageway with a casual wave of his hand. My god! So this is a true god tier big shot. Zhou Zhou recovered from his shock only after a long time. I wonder when I will be able to reach his level. He muttered to himself enviously. Haha, it's very difficult to become someone like my teacher. At this moment, a loud laugh sounded. Zhou Zhou looked over. A golden-haired man wearing bright silver flowing armor and carrying a silver spear on his back walked over from afar with a smile. He was handsome and had fair skin. His every move was filled with the elegance of noble etiquette. His sea-like blue eyes were especially attractive. Anyone who looked at them would not be able to help but take a few more glances. Zhou Zhou could not help but sigh. This appearance and temperament. It's second only to me. The man had already arrived in front of him while he was sighing. Hearing what my teacher just said to you, you should be the lord here, right? My name is Silver Meteorite Knight Rob Allen, the disciple of the knight just now. You can call me the Silver Meteorite Knight or just Rob. He smiled. Zhou Zhou looked at him. The interface information appeared. Subject, Rob Allen, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Silver Meteorite Knight. Position, High God Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Knight Temple. Position, High Level Heroes Fate Level. Ability Overview. Bloodline. Skill. Loyalty, none, the other party is not a territory subject. Potential, True God Tier Intermediate Grade. Hero Biography, 1. When he was 7 years old, he barged into the territory of the enemy lord alone in order to save his brothers who were captured. He defeated 300 soldier-type professionals and saved his relatives with his innate divine strength and the power of the stars contained in his body. Heroes Legendary Tier +1, Reputation in the Human Race +10. 2. The naturally mystical Rob Allen was quickly known by the King of Abyssal Knights of the human race. After a test, he successfully became the 103rd disciple of the King of Abyssal Knights. The hero's personal legendary tier +10, reputation in the human race +1,000,000, reputation in the endless heavens +10,000, and reputation in the high continent +100. 3. At the age of 103, Rob Allen sensed that a dilapidated divine kingdom star was about to fall into the mystic spirit kingdom, a human kingdom, outside the high continent. Rob Allen chose to use all the potential in his body to shatter this divine kingdom star and stop the disaster in order to save the human kingdom. He was already on the verge of death, however, his will to live allowed him to be reborn in the divine kingdom star. He became a hero with a high god tier hero fate level slot meteorite knight with the belief of life forms and history. Individual hero reputation rating +40, human reputation +500,000, endless heavens reputation +3,000, high god tier reputation +20. 4. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue as he looked at the other party's attribute panel. Legendary tier advance grade strength. True God tier intermediate grade potential. Zhou Zhou specially scrolled down his hero biography. In the end, he realized that there were more than 20 points. Most of them were true heroic doings. As expected of the disciple of the King of Abyssal Knights. It's rude to read other people's information without their permission. Rob Allen looked at Zhou Zhou's shocked expression and smiled. I'm sorry. Zhou Zhou immediately apologized. He was a little surprised. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could tell that he was looking at his attribute panel. In that case, that big shot by he should have also realized that he was looking at his attribute panel. He probably just didn't want to expose it. Rob Allen smiled and did not say anything else. Come with me. My teacher asked me to show you around our night temple. We'll be neighbors from now on. We have to get to know each other better. Rob Allen said. Then my two maids? Zhou Zhou asked. The night temple is an important place for the human race. Not everyone can enter. They can't enter. Rob Allen shook his head. But my lord, your safety. Aaliyah and Atli hesitated. Don't worry. It's safe here. Zhou Zhou smiled. This was a product of his lord talent. It was definitely safe. Yes. This is the safest place in the entire human race. Ladies, don't worry and leave your lord to me. Rob Allen also smiled. The Aliyah sisters looked at the expression on Zhou Zhou's face and remembered that their lord seemed to be many times stronger than the two of them combined, so they nodded. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou let the two of them go back first, while Rob Allen and him walked towards the door of the Night Temple. The two of them chatted as they walked. "Oh yes. Where did Temple Lord Baihe go just now? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" Zhou Zhou asked curiously. "Teacher has been guarding the Night Temple at the entrance of the Abyss all year round to resist the invasion of the Abyss. Teacher was still fighting in the Abyss before he came back to see you. Now he's back fighting." Rob did not hide anything and said casually. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. There was such a thing? Are there many night temples? There will always only be one holy night temple of the human race. As for why there is one in the Abyss and one on your side, you can understand it as an extremely magical spatial building. It can instantly transfer a portion of its building entrance to any place in the human territory. The Night Temple in front of you is such a case. You can even walk straight to the Night Temple at the entrance of the Abyss through the Night Temple here. But not now. Why? The gravity in the Abyss is 76 times that of the high continent. You have to at least reach the yellow gold tier to be qualified to walk there normally. You will only be qualified to fight normally when you reach the white platinum tier. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The two of them had already walked into the Night Temple while talking. Zhou Zhou looked around curiously. Humans in all kinds of clothes were walking in here. Most of them were discussing in low voices as they walked. Only a small number of them walked alone, but they walked very quickly, as if everyone had something they had to do. Let me tell you something now. There's something we have to pay attention to when our two forces are together. Rob said. Please do. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze and looked at him. Our Night Temple and your forces are only friends and neighbors. All you have is the right to come into contact with our Night Temple. We can't interfere in the war between you lords as a top organization of the High Continent because of the Supreme Agreement. In other words, we won't be able to help you if your territory encounters a disaster that is enough to destroy it, even if they were fog monsters. Remember this. We're not your protection. Your most reliable protection will always be yourselves. Rob Allen said seriously. Chapter 228, 6 Night Sex. To the Heroic Spirit Hall. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He had been mentally prepared for this ever since he knew that the Night Temple was not under his command. Rob Allen could not help but feel slightly surprised when he saw Zhou Zhou's calm expression. He said nothing and went on. In contrast, we won't interfere in your territory. Other than 100 meters radius from the Night Temple, we won't take the initiative to enter without your permission. We won't stop you from being a virtuous lord or a muddle-headed lord. You can do whatever you want in the territory. We won't spy on you and your subjects either. These are all rules that the Supreme Will has given us to follow. We won't violate them, nor can we. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Which meant, I would be the one looking for the Night Temple instead of the other way around, right? This was good. Otherwise, it would indeed be uncomfortable to have such a huge top faction suppressing him at all times. The Night Temple would not interfere in the development of his territory nor even walk in and observe the situation of his territory. In that case, he could completely treat them as an invisible person and ignore them. A moment later, seeing that Rob still had no intention of stopping. Sir Rob, where are we going now? The Night Temple is very big. It's unrealistic to bring you around in a short period of time. So I plan to take you straight to the two most important places. You can take your time touring the rest on your own. Rob said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. After walking for a while, the two of them arrived at a hall. In this hall sat 6 white-haired old men. This is the core of the Night Temple, the Night Training Center. As the name suggests, its function is to nurture knights. These 6 elder ones are all mentors of the Night Temple. There are mainly 6 main knight sects throughout our history. They are the physique sect, mount sect, element sect, soul sect, machinery sect, and the comprehensive all-rounder section. And there are countless knights from various small sects under these 6 main knight sections. These 6 mentors are top-notch figures in knight training. They know nearly 90% of the knights on the high continent. If anyone wants to become a knight here, the first step is to come here and let them understand that person through communication. Then, they will determine if that person has the potential to become a knight of the Knight Temple. If there's no potential, there's naturally no way. If there is, they will customize the corresponding knight training plan for the person to become the top knight. A knight from a knight training center. The lowest rank is a kingdom level knight. Rob said seriously. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. At the same time, the 6 knight mentors had also listened to Rob's words the entire time. Rob, is this the newbie you brought? It's rare for Rob to bring people into the hall. Come forward and let me take a look. Show me, I'll give you half the price. The 6 mentors spoke at once. Even though they were already very old, they were as active as children. Mentors. He's a lord of all races. I brought him here this time to let him understand our Knight Temple first. I'll show him to you the next time we meet. Rob Allen said. The 6 mentors gradually stopped. You should have said so earlier. You interrupted my rest. Don't you know that the old people need to rest the most? The mentor in charge of the main sect fell asleep. The others also looked away. Rob smiled helplessly at Zhou Zhou. Then, he looked at Zhou Zhou. Come with me. Next time, you can come over and take your time to understand. He said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The 2 of them walked further and further away. Not long after they left, the old man who had just laid down to sleep immediately woke up. I can sense the bloodline aura of the Chaos Human from him. The Chaos Knight School should be very suitable for him. No. He has a rich pure-blooded dragon aura on him. If he has a pure-blooded dragon pet, it would be a waste of his talent if he doesn't take the Mount path. The old man from the Mount sect immediately retorted. Even though this person's physique is weak, his mind and will are quite firm. I can feel that there's a mental power unique to him in his soul. He should take the soul path. Bulsh ****. If he has a mythical tier bloodline like the Chaos Humans, why doesn't he just walk the physique path? You're neglecting the essentials. On the other side, Zhou Zhou naturally did not know that the 6 respected knight mentors of the Knight Training Center were about to fight because of him. He was talking to Rob about nurturing knights. What? It takes at least 6 months to nurture a kingdom-level knight. Zhou Zhou was shocked when he heard this news. He had only been in the High Continent for 13 days. 6 months. At that time, he did not even know how far he would have developed. At that time, would he still need a kingdom-level combat class? Zhou Zhou thought. What's so strange about 6 months? That's fast enough. Even the Empire-level forces can't nurture a kingdom-level combat professional in 6 months so easily. Rob said. Zhou Zhou understood. The reason why the other party said that it would take 6 months to nurture a kingdom-level combat class was because it was very likely because the other party did not use tools like the class change certificate at all. Instead, they used the most traditional profession nurturing method to forcefully nurture a professional through physical teaching and experience. In that case, 6 months was indeed a short time to turn an ordinary person into an extraordinary tier life form with the potential of a kingdom-level class. Then, he asked with a trace of hope, do we have any knight class change certificates or actually soldier-type recruitment books? Can I buy or exchange them? Soldier-type class change certificate? Soldier-type recruitment books? Rob looked at him speechlessly. Yes, we do. However, that kind of treasure is extremely rare. It's best to have a certain status in the Knight Temple and spend our internal merit points to buy it. You don't have either of these conditions. How can you buy them? Zhou Zhou looked disappointed. Then, he quickly became excited. Even though they could not exchange for it internally, Zhou Zhou could obtain the Knight's Change certificate by killing monsters through the drop function of the Night Temple. "Where are we going next?" he asked. "The Heroic Spirit Hall. Let's see if you're lucky. If you're lucky, you might be able to obtain a hero inheritance directly." Rob smiled. Chapter 229, The Gaze from the Heroic Spirit. Hero Inheritance. Zhou Zhou perked up when he heard this. Was the highlight finally coming? Previously, he was actually extremely envious when Bai Yun and Wu Xin became heroes, even though he did not say anything on the surface. "It's finally my turn." He did not say anything and followed Rob to the Heroic Spirit Hall expectantly. A moment later, Zhou Zhou and Rob walked for a long distance. They arrived at a golden door after passing through numerous guards. All kinds of patterns were carved on the door and the walls on both sides. Zhou Zhou looked over and realized that the carvings were stories of heroes saving the world. On the door hung a plaque with the words Heroic Spirit Hall. Rob was originally smiling, but after arriving, his expression immediately became solemn. This Heroic Spirit Hall consecrates some of the human hero inheritances that have appeared in various eras since our human race was born. They have all made major contributions to the human race, and the hero inheritance they left behind is the most important treasure of our human race. Therefore, this can be said to be one of the most important places of our human race. Therefore, after you enter, you must pay attention to your words and actions. Don't offend the heroic spirits inside. Rob reminded. "I'll be careful." "But what are heroic spirits?" Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he asked curiously. "Heroic spirit is a hero of our human race. This hero separated a wisp of his consciousness that contained the hero inheritance when he was alive and created a hero consciousness just in case. This kind of hero consciousness doesn't have the earth-shattering power of a hero, but it completely preserves their hero inheritance and leaves it for future generations to inherit. This is how generations of heroes have been passed down. However, a consciousness is a consciousness after all. It can't last forever. Usually, after about 1,000 years, the heroic spirits of heroes will gradually dissipate. To this day, there are only about 500 heroes in the heroic spirit hall of our human race. The other heroic spirits that have dissipated, their heroic inheritance, was only recorded in books in the end. But such records are almost meaningless. Because heroes can't be revived just by reading. It's not like the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, that legendary miraculous item. Rob sighed. In the face of time, even a great existence like a hero would eventually withdraw from the historical stage. Not to mention the heroic spirits left behind by heroes. Zhou Zhou's heart stirred. Hero Inheritance Secret Manual? He was familiar with this. He didn't think too much about it. Rob had already brought him to the door. Halt! A 3-meter-tall human with purple eyes blocked their path. He looked down at the two of them with his height. Seeing this, Rob flipped his right hand, and a golden token appeared in his hand. This token was engraved with a human knight's pattern and the word saint was written below. .c. Greetings, Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea. I've been ordered by the Temple Lord to bring a hero candidate to accept the hero inheritance of our human race. Rob said politely. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhou noticed that the burly man named Hidden Sea's gaze landed on him. He exclaimed in surprise. Interesting. It's actually such a young hero candidate. How did he pass Temple Lord Bai's test? His tone carried a hint of scrutiny. As the guardian of the heroic spirit hall, he had the important responsibility of guarding the hero inheritance. Therefore, even if Rob had the holy token of the Temple Lord, he had to review it before letting them in. Rob told him Zhou Zhou's identity. Lord Talent. That's rare. In that case, you're naturally fated with our Night Temple. The Guardian of the Hidden Sea laughed. His voice rumbled. Zhou Zhou's ears went numb. Indeed, indeed. He laughed dryly. Wasn't it a little inappropriate to say that he plundered this Lord Talent? Go in, newcomer. Remember to be careful with your words and actions in front of the heroic spirits of the heroes. He said solemnly. I'll be careful. Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. Hidden Sea nodded and asked the knights on both sides of the door to open the door of the heroic spirit hall. Come with me, Rob said. Then, Zhou Zhou followed him into the heroic spirit temple. In the holy temple, the illusory consciousnesses of human heroes floated on a crystal cube that looked like a diamond. There were about 300 of them. Their eyes were closed, and they looked like they were asleep. Even though this appearance did not look threatening at all, the terrifying pressure of a hero's destiny that vaguely emitted made Zhou Zhou hold his breath. But in the next second, an angry will suddenly roared in the depths of his soul. Right on the heels of that, the pressure of the hero fate suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Rob was still talking proudly in front of him. There are a total of 5 heroic spirit halls in the human race. In total, there are only 541 hero inheritances. Our Night Temple has 312 of them alone. Do you know our Night Temple's status in the human race now? Next, you only need to stay in front of each heroic spirit for a few seconds. If a heroic spirit feels that you meet the requirements of his hero's inheritance, he will open his eyes. He suddenly looked at all the heroic spirits in the hall in shock before he could finish speaking. Because at this moment, the 312 heroic spirit consciousnesses all opened their eyes. Their eyes emitted a dazzling light, making the entire heroic spirit hall brighter. Rob followed their gazes. Where the gazes of the many heroic spirits overlap was the Lord of the Blazing Sun he had just brought over. Rob was stunned. How could this be? He had also been brought here by Teacher Bai because of his talent before he became a hero. He wanted to see if he could directly accept the inheritance of a hero. At that time he had also received the attention of many heroic spirits. Rob remembered it very clearly. At that time, he was being watched by the heroic spirits of the 16 heroes. The 16 heroic spirits all felt that he could inherit their hero inheritance. At that time, even Bai, who never praised people easily, praised him as the future pillar of the human race. And what was the situation with this Lord of the Blazing Sun now? Why did the 312 heroic spirits in the entire heroic spirit hall think that he could inherit their hero inheritance? At this moment, Rob even suspected that even if all 512 heroic spirits of the entire human race were carried over to see the Lord of the Blazing Sun, all 512 heroes would probably all open their eyes to look at him. The scene in front of him did show such a possibility after all. Rob could not help but doubt his life. Therefore, the reason why I was chosen by the 16 heroic spirits back then was because only 16 of them valued me, while this kid could be chosen by the 312 heroic spirits because there were only 312 heroic spirits in front of him. Chapter 230, Linkage of the Lord Talents. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw so many heroic spirits staring at him. **T. Could it be that they have discovered that the Dragon Slayer Kings will had been resisting the pressure of their hero fate? However, didn't Dragon Slayer only react to high-level bloodlines? Why did it also react to the pressure of the hero's fate? Big brothers! I'm one of your own! Zhou Zhou shouted in his heart. Perhaps the will of the Dragon Slayer King was his own will. Therefore, as this thought appeared in his mind, the angry Dragon Slayer King resistance in his heart gradually dissipated. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he saw Rob looking at him with a complicated expression. What's happening? Zhou Zhou said awkwardly. Rob was silent for a few seconds before telling Zhou Zhou that the opening of the hero's eyes meant that he had been chosen to be the successor of the hero. Currently you can choose any heroic spirit present to accept the hero inheritance. But... Rob hesitated. But what? Zhou Zhou was originally quite happy to hear this, but when he heard the latter half of his sentence, he was immediately puzzled. I was in a similar situation to you. Cough cough. When Rob said this, he looked a little embarrassed. Being valued by 16 heroic spirits was indeed very similar to being valued by 312 heroic spirits, right? Yes. Definitely. Later, my teacher pulled me out and didn't let me accept the hero inheritance. He suddenly whispered. Why? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Rob walked to Zhou Zhou's side and whispered in his ear. Because my teacher feels that with my aptitude, which is valued by many heroic spirits, I should walk on my own heroic path. Only then can I go further. Even though you can quickly become a hero by accepting the legacy of other heroes. But it also has a not so big flaw. That is, it's very difficult to make a breakthrough in the path of a hero. For example, if you accept an epic tier hero fate or legendary tier hero fate now, perhaps in the future, you can easily reach the epic tier or even the legendary tier. However, while it's not impossible to take another step forward, the difficulty is much harder than a hero who becomes a hero himself. Someone else's path is someone else's path after all. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. The reason why he frowned was not because of the shortcomings of the hero inheritance. Instead, it was for Bai Yun and Wu Xin, who had already accepted the hero inheritance. If what Rob said was true, wouldn't it be very difficult for Bai Yun and Wu Xin to make a breakthrough after reaching the legendary tier and epic tier in the future? However, he quickly came back to his senses. He seemed to be thinking too far ahead. Moreover, with his talent and opportunities, he might be able to find a way for Bai Yun and Wu Xin to break through in the future. I'll think about it seriously. Can I take a look at the inheritance of these heroic spirit seniors now? Zhou Zhou said to Rob. Of course. The peaceful spirit stone under the heroic spirit is engraved with the life experiences and heroic abilities of the heroic spirits. You can take a look too. Rob was stunned before saying. Zhou Zhou nodded and began to stroll around the heroic spirit hall to check the inheritances of these heroes. Epic tier hero soul summoning priest, extraordinary tier hero blood shadow sword king, legendary tier hero king of puppets, epic tier hero tyrant axe, epic tier hero mystic spell master. The hero inheritances dazzled Zhou Zhou. A moment later, Zhou Zhou suddenly stopped and looked at the hero inheritance in front of him. It was a stalwart man with colorful tattoos and wearing an ancient sea blue outfit. Under his feet was a huge white whale. Zhou Zhou stood in front of the heroic spirit and could even hear the faint sound of waves and whales. He looked at the description below. Middle level master god tier hero white whale lord. Zhou Zhou held his breath slightly. There was actually a god spirit tier hero inheritance. At this moment, he wanted to accept this hero's legacy. However, he quickly remembered Rob's words and calmed down. He looked at it one last time before looking at the heroic spirits elsewhere. A moment later, Zhou Zhou stood in front of a heroic spirit. It was a young man holding a staff and wearing a fiery red robe. According to the contents of the divine calming stone, his name was Chongqing, and his hero title was Blazing Sun Mage. Even though this person had an epic tier hero fate level slot, he was killed on the battlefield by the enemies of the people of foreign races when he was at his peak. This human elite was only at the white platinum tier intermediate grade at that time. At that time, many human leaders said that if Chongqing could grow to the extraordinary tier level, such a thing would not have happened. But unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. This genius of the human race died before he could fully develop himself. However, the reason why Zhou Zhou noticed him was not because of his history. It was his strength. White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade. Carol Molly is a White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. With her strength, if I can obtain another Holy Spirit level Faith Divine Crystal, I can completely use the Great Resurrection spell to revive this Chongqing. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Resurrecting a hero. In the past, he did not dare to think about it at all. But from the looks of it, it did not seem to be very difficult for him. The prerequisite was that he had to have a Holy Spirit level faith divine crystal. Once it succeeded, even if he could not make the other party his subordinate, he could still form a relationship with him. Even if he took 10,000 steps back. If he used this as a condition to negotiate with the Night Temple, he would definitely be able to exchange for something good. For example, a Knight class certificate kingdom level and above. It would even give his subjects a chance to enter the heroic spirit hall and obtain the hero inheritance. Or other opportunities. This Knight Temple was a top faction in the High Continent. There would always be something he wanted. My God! He never expected. The shelter of the Goddess of Life and the Knight Temple. These two Lord talents could actually produce such a shocking linkage effect. He did not want the hero inheritance for the time being after hearing what Rob said. But he wanted even more things now. You liked Chongqing's hero inheritance? Rob walked to his side and said in surprise. He had been watching Zhou Zhou stand there for a long time. No. It's just a pity that this hero died a little too early. Zhou Zhou said. He did not plan to talk about resurrecting the hero for the time being. He did not have the Holy Spirit level faith divine crystal yet after all. It was not too late to talk when he had it. Indeed. Chongqing was also a person who walked the path of a hero himself. It's a pity to be killed at such a young age. This is also the horror of a race war. You're also a lord now. Race wars will be a run of the mill for you. You have to remember to pay attention to such things in the future. Rob said seriously. A human chosen by 312 heroes at the same time. He simply did not dare to imagine how high the other party's future achievements would be if he fully matured. Therefore, he now cherished Zhou Zhou's talent. Unfortunately, he could not interfere in Zhou Zhou's matters because of his lord talent. Otherwise, he would definitely help him. I'll be careful. Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. Oh yes. I heard that heroes can be resurrected. Why don't we resurrect these heroes? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. Heroes can indeed be resurrected. Even god spirits can be revived. But most of the existences who can resurrect such existences are true god tiers or even master god tiers of the law of time and the law of life. Our status in the myriad races is not high. It's very difficult to come into contact with them. Furthermore, even if we can come into contact with them, we can't take out a treasure that can move such an existence. That's why they have not been able to be resurrected. Rob shook his head. If they could be revived, of course, they were willing to pay the price for the revival. The key was that they did not have connections or channels, nor did they have the wealth that tempted the other party. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he could not help but regret it. So the value of a Holy Spirit level faith divine crystal was actually so high. Then, it seemed like he had lost out by using a Holy Spirit level faith divine crystal to exchange for an epic tier treasure. But it was useless to regret now. Fortunately, that treasure was quite useful to him. Otherwise, he would regret it to death. A moment later, Rob and Zhou Zhou walked out of the heroic spirit hall one after another. I've already shown you the two most important places. If you change your mind in the future, you can come here again and choose the hero inheritance again. However, there's only one chance for the hero inheritance which belongs to you and can't be transferred. Don't even think about giving the hero inheritance to others. Rob said. He already knew that Zhou Zhou did not want the hero inheritance for now. This was completely within his expectations. He wouldn't want it even if it was him. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Zhou Zhou left. What's wrong with this kid? Why does he want to give the hero inheritance to others? Was he not chosen by the heroic spirits? Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea walked over and asked. He had seen many people leave dejectedly because they were not valued by the heroic spirits among the many heroic candidates. Therefore, he was not surprised by this situation. That's not Rob looked at Zhou Zhou's departing back and recalled the scene of the heroic spirits opening their eyes to look at him. There are heroic spirits who chose him? How many? 3? 5? Hidden Sea asked curiously. All of them. Rob turned to look at the Hidden Sea and said solemnly. All the heroic spirits opened their eyes and stared at this Lord of the Blazing Sun. Don't tell anyone about this, not even the people inside the Night Temple. I'll report this matter to teacher and let him make a decision himself. Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea, I'll take my leave first. With that, Rob left, leaving the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea standing there in a daze. Chapter 231, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Tamer Sun Qian. A moment later, Rob followed Bai He back into the Heroic Spirit Hall and watched as Bai He walked into the hall alone. Bai He walked out after more than an hour. He frowned slightly, and there was confusion and an imperceptible trace of shock in the depths of his eyes. Teacher, how was it? What did the heroic spirits say? Rob could not help but ask curiously, seeing that his teacher had taken so long to come out. No one is allowed to divulge about what happened today. If I find anyone leaking what happened today, I'll punish them as traitors. Bai He's warm expression changed as he said with a cold and serious expression. Rob and the Lord Guardian of the Hidden Sea were stunned. Traitor! This was the highest crime in the human race. That Lord is actually so valuable? Bai He did not explain further. He left calmly. On the other side, Zhou Zhou was thinking about the last conversation he had with Rob before he left as he walked towards the Blazing Sun Army. Before he left, he asked him how to become a hero. The other party's answer was abnormally simple, but there was a deeper meaning to it. There were only 2 sentences. First, follow your heart and do what you want to do. Second, do something that the life forms will remember. These 2 sentences reminded Zhou Zhou of the hero biography at the end of each hero's stats information. Could it be that he wants me to do something comparable to a hero's biography? Zhou Zhou could not help but think. He frowned slightly, not sure if he was right. Unfortunately, the other party did not explain further after he asked further. That look. It was exactly the same as in the television dramas where the Daoist priest said that the heavenly secrets could not be revealed. Rob probably wants me to find the answer myself. Because only the answer I found myself can make me believe it from the bottom of my heart. I might question the answer if he told me about it. Zhou Zhou sighed. This must be the weakness of human nature. He was no longer a child after all. He would not believe whatever others said. Suspicion was normal. Let's try it like he said. Let's not think about anything else. Zhou Zhou thought. It was not too much to try everything he could in order to become a hero. At this moment, Zhou Zhou saw Elder Zheng walking towards the city gate. At the same time, Elder Zheng also saw Zhou Zhou. Greetings, my lord. He stopped and said respectfully. Elder Zheng, where are you going? Zhou Zhou said. Just now, a patrolling soldier reported that more than 100 foreigners outside our territory want to join our Blazing Sun City. I wanted to go over and take a look. It would be even better if there are reliable talents among them. Elder Zheng smiled. Zhou Zhou's heart stirred. More than 100 foreigners? Was it another foreign enemy attracted by the talent of the peace and prosperity lord like yesterday? Let's go take a look together. Zhou Zhou smiled. He was also interested. This was the first time he had seen subjects attracted by peace and prosperity. Okay. Elder Zheng smiled and nodded. Then, the 2 of them walked towards the city gate. Outside Blazing Sun City, Sun Qian hugged a white puppy in his arms as he looked at the pitch-black city wall in front of him and the rather intimidating Aurora Tower on the city wall. His eyes were filled with surprise. The Aurora Tower is a strategic city defense building of the Aurora Kingdom. Only military cities in the Aurora Kingdom would be equipped with them. I didn't expect there to be an Aurora Tower in just over 10 days after Blazing Sun City was built. Moreover, its level doesn't look low. Also, this city wall is not simple. It should be the light elemental city wall recorded in books. Is this really built from nothing in just 10 days? Sun Jian was shocked. Then, he looked at the surrounding crowd. These people were the people he had encountered along the way. At first, he only encountered one or two. Later on, they agreed to travel together after knowing that their destination was Blazing Sun City. In the end, they encountered more and more companions, and their group of refugees heading to Blazing Sun City became stronger and stronger. There were already a total of 124 people when they arrived. They brought their families, old and young, their luggage, and their eyes were filled with hope for their future lives. Even though they were tired, thirsty, and hungry, they were also excited. It's said that even though Blazing Sun City has only been established for a short period of time, it's a good place for the subjects to live and work in peace. Even the big shots of the Aurora Kingdom came here to retire. Even though I don't know what's going on in the city yet. But the city wall and the Aurora Tower do give off a very reliable feeling. I hope it won't disappoint everyone inside. Sun Jian sighed in his heart. These people in front of him were just ordinary people. Coming all the way here was already their last resort. If Blazing Sun City was a waste on the outside, he could not imagine what the future of these people would be like. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became restless. Sun Jian looked up. An old man brought a young man here. Prime Minister Zheng. Sun Jian's body trembled. Even though he was not a member of the royal court, he had heard of this former Prime Minister's good reputation among the people when he lived in the Aurora Kingdom and had seen his portrait. Therefore, he recognized him at a glance. Then, his gaze could not help but be attracted by the young man beside him. He did not know why. Logically speaking, the temperament of a big shot like Prime Minister Zheng should be more attractive. However, the young man beside him had a more obvious leadership aura than Prime Minister Zheng, making the surrounding people unable to help but pay attention to him. Once he appeared, he was the protagonist of everyone present. However, after this young man appeared, he did not say anything. Instead, he stood quietly at the side and watched Prime Minister Zheng register these refugees and make them new subjects of Blazing Sun City. But soon, he had a new move. The young man called over a soldier and whispered something in his ear. Then, he saw the soldier nod and turn around to run back into the city. A moment later, they saw the soldier lead smiling subjects out of the city. However, this was not what attracted them the most. What attracted them the most was the water, rice, buns, porridge, flatbread, and some dishes that looked appetizing in the hands of these subjects. These dishes were sent to Sun Jian and the others. Everyone, you must be very hungry after a long journey. His lordship asked us to send these over. Everyone, fill your stomachs first. There's more if it's not enough. I guarantee that you'll be full. The soldier smiled. Everyone looked at the young man gratefully. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The crowd said gratefully. Sun Jian also smiled. So he was the lord who forged this peace and prosperity city. No wonder he was so benevolent. Everyone was indeed at the right place. Name, class, level. The clerk in charge of registration asked. Sun Jian, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Tamer. Sun Jian replied. Chapter 232, White Silver Behemoth and the Dragon Race. Everyone could not help but look at him. Zhou Zhou was no exception. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Tamer. He should be a talent attracted by the reputation rating, right? Zhou Zhou thought. Soon, as the clerk registration was completed, Zhou Zhou could already see the information on his subject attribute panel when he looked at him again. Subject, Sun Jian. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Combat class name, Beast Tamer. Class, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Ability Overview, Sun Qian, who has liked small animals since he was young, has long displayed his beast tamer talent to be able to communicate with animals. When he displayed this talent, he was quickly taken in as his last disciple by a epic tier elementary grade beast tamer. Now, he has already learned everything and is looking for places on the high continent where he can showcase what he has learned. Skills, Talent Beast Language, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Taming Theory, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Taming Practice, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Control Contracts Scroll, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Taming Study, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Beast Food Manufacturing, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Summoning Black Feathered White Feather Eagle, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Summoning Golden Bone Jade-Eyed Tiger. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Summoning Great Strength Ant Swarm, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Summoning White Spirit Hound. Loyalty, 91. Potential, Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou exclaimed. Epic Tier Elementary Grade Potential. This was the subject with the highest innate potential he had ever seen. Among the human subjects under his command, even Zheng Yuankai, Wu Xin, Zhao Chongshao and the others were not as talented as him. Only Bai Yun had reached the epic tier advance grade in terms of potential and suppressed him. This was even with the epic tier hero fate level slot of the Blood Fire Arrow Elf. If Zheng Yuankai and the others' extraordinary tier potential were rare geniuses of the human race in 1,000 years, Sun Qian could be said to be a rare genius of the human race. My God! Such a talent actually came to him. The talents from the reputation rating had indeed never disappointed him. A moment later, the remaining 123 people had all completed their levels. Zhou Zhou looked at the results. Among these 123 people, among them, there were 26 Black Iron Tier professionals, 8 Green Bronze Tier professionals, and only 1 White Silver Tier professional. It was a White Silver Tier intermediate grade tailor. After Zheng Yuankai began to arrange their accommodation and work, Zhou Zhou came to Sun Qian. Greetings, my lord. Sun Qian said respectfully. After what had just happened. Now, Sun Qian's impression of Zhou Zhou could be said to have increased greatly. He was very certain that the other party was a wise master. This was also the reason why his loyalty had reached 91 after he joined Blazing Sun City. Are you interested in joining my Blazing Sun army and crusading against the people of foreign race and the Scarlet Lord with me? Zhou Zhou smiled. Yes. Sun Qian's eyes lit up. The purpose of his training was to test what he had learned and become a truly powerful beast tamer in constant battles. What this lord said was exactly what he wanted. Come with me. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he turned around and walked into the city. Sun Qian followed closely behind. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the Blazing Sun Army's base. After introducing Sun Qian to Bai Yun and the others, Zhou Zhou asked Bai Yun to gather the soldiers and prepare to start the new Lord Battlefield ranking. Originally, he wanted to lead troops to conquer new regional territories. However, the Dragon Slayer's ability aroused his great interest. He wanted to see how the Dragon Slayer performed on the Lord Battlefield. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou Zhou opened the Lord Battlefield function and clicked on the ranking. A text notification appeared. Matching with your queuing opponent. Match successful. Entering the battlefield. The next second, Zhou Zhou's body suddenly became illusory and slowly disappeared. Sun Qian looked at this scene in surprise. Don't worry. Our lord has entered the Lord Battlefield. We have to be prepared too. We're going in later too. Bai Yun smiled. Sun Qian nodded nervously. You have entered the extraordinary tier advance grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the extraordinary tier advance grade battlefield Falling Sun Desert. Your opponent is Behemoth Lord Mengchen Lord, extraordinary tier advance grade. Condition to defeat the enemy: kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. In the Lord battlefield. Zhou Zhou looked at the battlefield in front of him and could not help but exclaim in surprise. This was because he realized that the battlefield environment this time was actually a desert environment. The environment is good for us this time. But it's not a big advantage. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Even though his Blazing Sun army was familiar with the desert environment, they were only familiar with it but did not have much of an advantage. He looked into the distance. A primitive building complex that looked like a tribe stood in the desert in the distance. A creature about 3 to 4 meters tall with silver fur all over its body and 2 sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth was standing there and looking coldly in his direction. Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. The Index of All Races, Book 5, automatically flew out. It opened automatically and stopped on the last page. The other party's racial information quickly appeared on it. White-Silver Behemoth Race, one of the peak races in the Myriad Worlds, a land-based overlord creature. An ancient race that can compare to the dragon race. The legendary yellow gold tier behemoth specializes in feeding on the dragon race. The behemoth race has a huge body and an astonishing appetite. Their physical defense is extremely high, and even the sharp claws of the dragon race can't easily break through it. Their speed is astonishing. Coupled with their size, they are like war machines when they collide. They are born armed from head to toe. Don't clash with them. Zhou Zhou frowned deeply. An ancient race comparable to the dragon race. This white-silver behemoth was actually so strong. I just wanted to find a high-level race to test the abilities of the Dragon Slayer. Why did I encounter such an opponent the moment I came up? Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. There was no choice. Let's try it. If they really could not win, they would retreat. Then, he began to set up. Soon. Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Soul Reaper Maris, Nazario, Beast Tamer Sun Qian, and all the members of the Blazing Sun army appeared in Blazing Sun City. As soon as it appeared, Nazario suddenly looked in the direction of White-Silver Behemoth City and immediately saw the Silver Behemoth Lord and its White-Silver Behemoth subject. It suddenly spread its wings and flew into the sky, then roared at the other party. At this moment, the Mengchen Lord had already deployed 15 White-Silver Behemoth subjects. After hearing Nazario's roar, its pupils immediately widened as it looked at it. Then, it roared right on the heels of it. Zhou Zhou and the others could not help but click their tongues when they saw this. It had been a long time since he had seen Nazario so excited. It seemed that the behemoth race and the dragon race had a relationship that he did not know about. 10 minutes later. Deployment time has ended. The battle has begun. The next second. Lord Mengchen ran out of the tribe with the 15 white-silver behemoths and ran towards Blazing Sun City. As they ran, their bodies were also rapidly growing. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. In the blink of an eye. The Lord in the lead grew to more than 50 meters tall. The smallest white-silver behemoth behind it was more than 10 meters tall, and the largest was more than 30 meters tall. Prepare for battle. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Chapter 233, Sun Qian's Pets. Zhou Zhou looked at the information on the interface of the menacing white-silver behemoths. They realized that the strongest among them was Lord Mengchen, but he was only at the white-silver tier intermediate grade. As for the other white-silver behemoths, most of them were green-bronze tier and a small number were white-silver tier. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. The advancement of creatures with higher-level bloodlines required more promotion energy. Nazario had killed so many enemies, and with the blessing of the war god, he was only at the yellow-gold tier elementary grade. Therefore, at this time, it was indeed very reasonable for Lord Mengchen's strength to reach the white-silver tier intermediate grade. It was abnormal for someone as strong as Nazario. On the other side, Begin long-range attack. Bai Yun immediately shouted when she saw the 16 white-silver behemoths charging over like city-breaking behemoths. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, 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 bang, 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 bang. The sound of arrows and bullets tearing through the air could be heard. They turned into a rain of arrows and bullets that filled the sky as they shot towards the 16 white behemoths. However, what shocked everyone was that the arrows and bullets they released landed on this group of white-silver behemoths, but they did not even cause any wounds. The attacks of white-silver tier long-range soldiers could only leave faint white marks on their bodies. The attacks of long-range soldiers below the white-silver tier could not even leave a white mark on their bodies. Roar! Nazario roared at them. Then, he spread his dragon wings and flew out of Blazing Sun City, charging at the white-silver behemoths. When Lord Mengchen saw the lava dragon flying over, it immediately roared fearlessly. It suddenly jumped more than 100 meters high and charged at Nazario. Then, it grabbed its dragon wings and started fighting Nazario in the air. However, if it was a yellow gold tier behemoth, then it had to be at the same strength to be able to compete with Nazario. This Lord of Mengchen was not a yellow gold tier behemoth, and its strength was far inferior to Nazario's. In addition, it was still in the air and not fighting on the ground, which was its forte. Therefore, it quickly fell into a disadvantage while in combat and was injured by Nazario. Seeing this scene, the other two white-silver tier elementary grade white-silver behemoths also jumped over and forcefully pulled Nazario to the ground in the air before surrounding him. The three white-silver behemoths looked at each other and pounced on Nazario together. Zhou Zhou frowned when he saw this. But his eyes quickly lit up. This was because not only was Nazario not at a disadvantage against the siege of the three white-silver behemoths, but he even suppressed the three of them. After a while, the three white-silver behemoths had injuries of all sizes. Claw wounds, bite wounds, fire injuries. The three white-silver behemoths became more and more afraid as they fought. On the other hand, Nazario's fighting spirit surged. After forcing the three white-silver behemoths back with a blazing explosion, Nazario suddenly roared at the sky, displaying the heroic bearing of a dragon. At this moment, even though it also had some injuries caused by the white-silver behemoths, Nazario did not care at all. This injury was nothing to it. It felt comfortable all over. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he could not help but smile. In the days that Nazario had followed him, the battles it had experienced were mostly battles that could be easily resolved. Especially those ordinary Scarlet Lords, they were too weak. In most cases, Nazario could end the battle in 1 or 2 rounds against the Scarlet Lords. Sometimes, the Scarlet Lord would die with a single magma dragon breath. Therefore, he often felt that Nazario was not having fun fighting. In this battle with the white-silver behemoths, it seemed that it was satisfied. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that 3 more white-silver behemoths had turned around and rushed back, wanting to attack Nazario together. Support Nazario! Zhou Zhou ordered in a low voice. He could tell Nazario should be almost at its limit fighting 3 of them alone. If it was a 1 against 6, even if it could win, that would definitely be a tragic victory. Zhou Zhou was its master after all, so he naturally would not let it fight alone. Soul Reaper Maris immediately sat down cross-legged when he heard that. Right on the heels of that, he saw his soul leave his body with the God of Death scythe in his hand and fly towards the white-silver behemoths. Ordinary life forms could not see the Soul Reaper, but they could see it clearly in front of these peak-level bloodline races. They roared at Maris. Wild roar! Maris' flying soul froze slightly. But in the next second, he returned to normal and rushed into Lord Mengchen's brain. Lord Mengchen snorted coldly. Right on the heels of that, a bone necklace on its neck emitted a hazy pale light. Right on the heels of that, Maris seemed to have been ejected and flew out of its brain. This Lord Mengchen actually had a soul defense treasure. Maris was not discouraged. He turned around and flew towards another white silvertear elementary grade white silvertear behemoth. Then, he flew into its mind without any obstruction. Soon, the white silver behemoth's eyes dimmed before it fell to the ground with a bang. Lord Mengchen was furious when he saw this. On Nazario's side, the pressure was immediately reduced. When it saw that Lord Mengchen was furious, it roared and rushed up again. At the same time, just as the 6 white-silver behemoths were fighting Nazario and Maris, the remaining 10 white-silver behemoths were about to reach the city wall. Seeing this, Bai Yun and Wu Xin jumped down from the city wall. As soon as they saw the jumping height of the silver behemoth, they understood. His light elemental city wall should not be able to stop the other party. After all, his light elemental city wall had changed from 25 meters to 40 meters tall after 2 days of thickening and building up. However, this group of white-silver behemoths could jump 100 meters high with a single jump. The height of the city walls was completely useless against them. The other party could directly jump into the city. Since that was the case, it was better to fight outside the city. It also saved the interior of the Blazing Sun City from being destroyed. Zhou Zhou also understood his thoughts. Therefore, he ordered without hesitation. Open the city gate. All melee soldiers, leave the city and fight. Kill these white-silver behemoths. Long-range soldiers, assist in the killing on the city wall. Yes. 50,000 soldiers roared. Then, more than 30,000 melee soldier-type professionals rushed out of the already opened city gate and rushed towards the white-silver behemoths. The remaining 10,000 odd long-range soldier-type professionals stood on the city wall and used bows, crossbows, elemental archery, and guns to attack the 10 white-silver behemoths. I should help too. When Sun Qian saw this, he put down the white spirit hound in his arms. Then, he saw the white spirit hound's body quickly grow larger. In the blink of an eye, it became 7 to 8 meters tall and 15 to 16 meters long. Then, he summoned his other 3 main battle pets. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Black Feathered White Feather Eagle. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Golden Bone Jade-Eyed Tiger. White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Herculean Ants. Chapter 234, The Powerful Dragon Slaying Will Effect. Zhou Zhou's Ambition. The black feathered white feather eagle was a divine eagle with a white feather and black tail that was more than 20 meters long. The golden bone jade-eyed tiger was like its name. Its entire body emitted a faint golden light, and its tiger eyes were as green and clear as beautiful jade. It looked especially strange. The Herculean ants were a little special. Red ants the size of puppies ran out of the other party's pet bag. It was the Herculean ants. After a while, 300 to 400 Herculean ants crawled out and quickly crawled in the direction of the white-silver behemoths. Moreover, Sun Qian did not seem to have put away the pet bag. Clearly, he had more Herculean ants to release. Zhou Zhou looked at these Herculean ants and realized that other than the lowest level green bronze tier, white silver tier, and even yellow gold tier advanced grade Herculean ant generals. Are these all the pets you subdued? Zhou Zhou asked in surprise. How can I be so powerful alone? I only subdued a Herculean ant queen and asked it to nurture so many soldier ants and general ants. Sun Qian said. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. You can do that. The beast tamer's professional potential was high enough. If done well like what Sun Qian did, it was completely possible for a beast tamer to nurture an army. Then, he saw Sun Qian order his pets to attack the 10 white-silver behemoths. In the sky, the black-feathered white feather eagle controlled the power of the wind element to create wind cannons that bombarded an white-silver tier elementary grade white-silver behemoths. The golden bone jade-eyed tiger fought a white-silver behemoths in close combat. The Herculean ant queen commanded her more than 1,500 soldier ants and general ants to besiege a green bronze tier advance grade white-silver behemoths. As for the white spirit hound at the back of the battlefield, it used the water element to heal their injuries and increase their combat strength as an auxiliary pet. On the city wall, Sun Qian's expression was solemn. He had thought that it would be easy for him to deal with these white-silver behemoths who were not even yellow-gold tier with his 4 white-platinum tier elementary-grade pets. However, after the battle, he realized that these white-silver behemoths could actually fight on par with his white-platinum tier elementary-grade pets. Sun Qian did not feel proud even though he was on the suppressing end. Instead, he was secretly shocked. Was this the legendary white-silver behemoths? It was actually so powerful. 2 whole levels lower than his white platinum tier elementary grade pets, and they could actually fight on par. No wonder it was at the peak of the bloodline race. He couldn't help but look in Nazario's direction. At this moment, Nazario had already killed 4 of the 6 white-silver behemoths surrounding them after joining forces with Maris. The remaining 2 white-silver behemoths were also severely injured. My God! What was going on with his lord's dragon pet? The white-silver behemoths were already so confused. You can actually fight 2 against 6? Sun Qian clicked his tongue. He retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of Bai Yun and Wu Xian. He thought that he would see some more tragic battle scenes. However, when he saw the real situation, he was stunned. Zhou Zhou also stood up and looked at the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army in surprise. Army Formation Fury Array. Army Formation Fire Array. Wu Xian led the soldiers to charge at an white-silver tier elementary-grade white-silver behemoths while activating his 2 types of military formations, greatly increasing the movement speed, strength, and explosive power of the soldiers. Just as they approached the white-silver behemoths, Wu Xian directly activated the dragon blood transformation. The light under his crotch also began to transform into a dragon. A transparent golden dragon head gradually condensed on the man and the dragon horse. The golden airwave behind the dragon head covered all the soldiers behind Wu Xian, allowing them to possess a portion of the characteristics of the golden dragon bloodline for a short period of time. Their combat strength increased again. Hero skill Golden Dragon Break. Just as they were about to approach these white-silver behemoths, the white-silver behemoths roared. The overwhelming pressure of the white-silver behemoth's bloodline instantly erupted from his body and pressed down on Wu Xian and the others. At this moment, they felt the bloodline pressure from a peak-level bloodline race. A will that wanted to fight and kill crazily suddenly appeared in Wu Xian, Bai Yun, and the soldiers' minds. After this will appeared, the bloodline pressure of the white-silver behemoths seemed to have become a breeze that could no longer suppress them. At the same time, wisps of blood energy appeared on the surface of their bodies. Their pupils turned bloodshot. Hot killing intent and powerful strength flowed and boiled in their souls and bodies. At the same time, they felt that their strength had begun to increase rapidly under the influence of the other party's bloodline. Bai Yun was originally at yellow-gold tier elementary grade. However, under the enhancement of the Dragon Slayer's wool, his strength directly jumped to the white platinum tier elementary grade. Wu Xian was originally a yellow-gold tier advanced grade. However, his current strength had already increased to white platinum tier advanced grade. Due to their higher aptitude and potential, it was equivalent to having a higher bloodline level. Therefore, the increase was not even the highest among the Blazing Sun Army soldiers under their command. Some of the soldiers only had green bronze tier and white silver tier potential. Facing the potential of the white silver behemoths at least at the epic tier realm, the difference could be said to be worlds apart. This was originally a disadvantage. However, under the dragon slaying will, this difference turned into an advantage. The weakest among them was Black Iron tier elementary grade. With the help of the dragon slaying will, his strength directly jumped to white silver tier elementary grade. It had increased by 2 whole levels. He could not go any higher. This was because their physical bodies could no longer withstand stronger strength. The ones with the smallest increase in strength will directly increase by a major level. The greatest increase in strength directly increased by 2 major levels. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. The ability to slay the dragon slaying will was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. On the battlefield, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the soldiers of the Blazing Sun army looked at the white-silver behemoths that were as tall as god spirits. There was gradually only one main thought left in their minds. That was to kill them. Bath in their blood. This was the only way to calm the burning slaughter will in their hearts. However, even though Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others had a crazy and intense killing will in their minds, they were not completely crazy. There was still a portion of rationality in the depths of their consciousness. They also felt the change in their bodies and were happy to use this change to defeat their lord's enemies. Hero Skill Golden Dragon Break. Wu Xin led the soldiers to use the Golden Dragon Break and instantly passed through the desert battlefield. The three silver behemoths standing in the middle of the desert battlefield looked at the hole in their chests in a daze. Then, they fell one by one and could not stand up again. Wu Xin watched this scene calmly. The power of the hero skill, Golden Dragon Break, depended on him and the soldiers he led when he used it. The soldiers he had led just now were all elites among the elites of the Blazing Sun army. All of them had reached the white-silver tier. With the enhancement of the dragon-slaying will, all of them had white platinum tier combat strength. With the enhancement of hundreds of white platinum tier combatants, it was naturally easy to deal with a white-silver behemoth. Even if it was a top-notch bloodline race comparable to the dragon race, he felt the shocking power still boiling in his body. Wu Xin looked at the other white-silver behemoths, and a bloodthirsty red light flashed in his eyes. 15 minutes later, calmness returned to the battlefield. All the white-silver behemoths died. Without the influence of the high-level bloodline, Wu Xin and the others, who had just temporarily increased their strength, quickly recovered their previous strength. The soldiers felt like they were in a dream. Zhou Zhou looked at the text notification in front of him. You have defeated the white-silver behemoth's Lord Meng Chen, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade Lord. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have obtained 30,000 battlefield points. Congratulations, you have advanced to Epic Tier Elementary Grade in the Lord Battlefield of all races. You need to maintain this title until the Lord Battlefield event ends. Only then can you obtain this title permanently. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every day. Otherwise, your rank will decrease by -1. Your battlefield shop has been updated. You can return to your territory now. Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou looked at this level and his eyes gradually lit up. Maybe he could try to fight for the strongest lord of all races. What if it worked? Chapter 235, Dragon God Lord and Insect Lord. The fight for the throne of the strongest lord of all races. In the past, Zhou Zhou did not dare to think about this at all. He knew how far he was from the top 10 lords of all races after all. For example, the true lord of the original true spirit race, the great one lord of the chaos gods race, the heaven-chasing lord of the shepherds god race. These lords of all races firmly occupied the top 10 of the Lord Battlefield ranking with their incomparably powerful racial talent and bloodline. The difference between lords of normal race and their racial talent and bloodline was too great. There was no possibility of them fighting for the title of the strongest lord of all races. Zhou Zhou was like this in the past. He knew very well that the human race he was from was not outstanding among the myriad races. At the very best, they could only be considered below average. It was a fool's dream to compete for the position of the strongest lord of all races with lords like the original true spirit race who had the bloodline of a top race. But it was different now. The lord talent of dragon slaying hometown gave him hope of chasing after these true top lords of all races. Even the white-silver behemoths had been easily knocked down by them. This meant that they really had a chance to fight a top lord of all races with their lord talent, dragon slaying hometown. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but feel excited. At the same time, on the World Channel, just as Zhou Zhou raised his lord rank to epic tier elementary grade, some lords who specialized in keeping an eye on the rankings of their own kind were immediately excited. Then, they immediately sent this news to the World Channel. And then, the lords on the World Channel immediately exploded. How did Big Boss Blazing Sun do it? He can actually advance to the epic tier. Didn't someone say that with our human race's race bloodline and racial talent, no matter how talented we are, we won't be able to advance to the epic tier? It's even very difficult for us to advance to the extraordinary tier. Actually, there's nothing wrong with what was said. There are examples of the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord after all. The two of them are still stuck at the Diamond tier advance grade. I can only say that Big Boss Blazing Sun is a pervert. I think I've seen this scene before during the Novice Lord test. On this day, the Lords of Cerulean Planet once again thought of the fear of being ruled by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of the Blazing Sun, my forever God. No one saw it anyway. I'm a SB. I announce the official establishment of the Blazing Sun male group. I will be the leader. Men member +1. Men member +2. Men member +10,086. In the past, I thought you were joking when you mentioned this previously. Now, I'm really afraid that you'll snatch my Blazing Sun. It's so heaven-defying. Elemental World. Dragon Blood Mountain Range. The Dragon God Lord's territory. The Dragon God Lord Liu Chong frowned as he looked at Zhou Zhou's ranking. He can actually advance to the epic tier elementary grade. Is the difference between us really so big? He muttered to himself. As the owner of the legendary tier Lord Talent Giant Dragon Mystic Realm, he could randomly summon a pure-blooded dragon from the Giant Dragon Mystic Realm every 5 days to become his subject. On the first day, he summoned a pure-blooded dragon Bronze Dragon. On the 6th day, he summoned a pure-blooded dragon Golden Dragon. On the 11th day, he even summoned an abyssal demon dragon. Just like Nazario. When the 3 pure-blooded dragons were first summoned, they were only in the form of young dragons. However, even young dragons had the initial strength of a white silver tier elementary grade. Moreover, their combat strength could easily defeat yellow gold tier monsters and could even fight the white platinum tier Scarlet Lord. Towards this, Liu Chong was naturally overjoyed. He felt that he would definitely be the number 1 Lord of the Cerulean Planet. And yet, the appearance of the Insect Lord and the Overlord Lord, who also had legendary tier Lord talents, made him feel like he had a competitor. Then, the appearance of the Lord of the Blazing Sun made him feel suffocated pressure and defeat. Especially during the Novice Lord test. He had clearly done his best, but he was actually still far inferior to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Even though everyone said that the Lord of the Blazing Sun might have a mythical tier Lord talent, he, who knew some secrets, knew that the Lord of all races on the High Continent did not have innate mythical tier Lord talent. Legendary tier Lord talent was the ceiling. He could use some methods to upgrade his legendary tier Lord talent to the mythical tier Lord talent. For example, the rewards for the Novice Lord test. Which meant, perhaps the current Lord of the Blazing Sun had a mythical tier Lord talent. However, during the Novice Lord test, there was a high chance that he still had a legendary tier Lord talent. They both had legendary tier Lord talents. However, he was so far away from the Lord of the Blazing Sun during the Novice Lord test. He could not accept it. At that time, he was comforting himself that a temporary lead would not be a permanent lead. He did not expect that in the current Lord battlefield activity, the Lord of the Blazing Sun was actually leading so far ahead. Diamond tier and epic tier ranking. As a top-notch Lord of the Cerulean Planet, he knew the difference between these two levels very well. He only calmed down after a long time. My giant dragon Mystic Realm will be able to advance in 2 days. At that time, I can summon a pure-blooded dragon every 4 days. I might not be able to catch up to the Lord of the Blazing Sun in a short period of time. But in the later stages, if my giant dragon Mystic Realm can summon legendary tier dragon or even mythical tier dragon, I can definitely catch up. Liu Chong thought silently. In a special universe. On the desolate planet. A blonde Western woman with the lower body of a bloated purple worm also saw the news that the Lord of the Blazing Sun had advanced to the epic tier elementary grade. I didn't expect this Lord of the Blazing Sun to be so strong until now. Tamara was a little surprised. However, she did not pay much attention to it. She looked at the scene in front of her. A total of 140,000 sickle bugs, demon beetles, face-embracing bugs, spiritual energy bugs, and all kinds of insects were spread throughout her territory. Tamara looked at the Zergs with burning ambition in her eyes. Her legendary tier Lord talent was Insect Mother. This Lord talent not only transformed her into a half-human half-insect mother, but it also gave her the ability to produce all kinds of child worms. Moreover, she also had the talent Zerg race genetic modification. It could transfer the outstanding genes gathered to her and the Zerg offsprings she created, creating a powerful insect mother body and various Zerg offsprings. This was another Lord talent comparable to a cheat without a doubt. Now, I can produce more than 10,000 Zergs a day with the mist cores collected by these Zergs. Moreover, the number of Zergs produced will increase every day. One day, when the number of Zergs under my command reaches tens of millions. That will be when I conquer all the territories on this planet. And then, I will lead my Zergs to attack the entire universe. Tamara's eyes lit up. Chapter 236, Gradeless Territory Fusion Certificate. Tamara knew the name of the universe she belonged to after some investigation. The Insect Tribe Universe. Even the world channel she was in was called the Insect Lord World Channel. The lords in this exclusive channel were all Zerg lords of various branches of the Zerg race. Among all the Zerg lords in this channel, her lord talent was undoubtedly the strongest. Therefore, she had long treated the Zerg universe that the Supreme Will had specially arranged for them as hers after she knew this information. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was developing very quickly, but she didn't care too much given that her lord talent gave her the ability to wait in this unique development environment. Extraordinary Tier Lord Battlefield Fallen Sun Desert. After Zhou Zhou felt that he could try to fight for the title of the strongest lord of all races, he was naturally extremely excited. Zhou Zhou took out the resurrection token and revived more than 100 soldiers who had died in the battle when he finally calmed down. These top-notch bloodline races were indeed terrifying even though the white-silver behemoth was easily defeated by them. The soldiers under his command had already temporarily reached white platinum tier under the enhancement of the dragon-slaying will. Nonetheless, they actually still allowed this group of white-silver tier behemoths to kill more than 100 people. As expected of a top-notch bloodline creature that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon race. A moment later, Zhou Zhou looked at the battlefield after reviving all the soldiers. The corpses of the dead white-silver behemoths turned into white light and dissipated not long after they died. They were not given a chance to bathe in the blood in their corpses to increase their strength. Zhou Zhou shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. But there was no choice. The higher the rank of the Lord, the easier it was to buy a large number of territory rebirth tokens and resurrection tokens from their race. This also meant that it was almost impossible to really kill the foreign race Lord in a place like the Lord Battlefield. The Lord Battlefield could only be used as a place to test one's strength, but it was not a place to increase his strength. I have to start from reality if I want to rely on the Lord's innate ability, the Dragon Slayer's song in Bloodbath, to increase my strength. Zhou Zhou pondered. Then, he opened the rankings of the Lords of all races battlefield and realized that the top 3 Lords had not changed. The 3 top Lords of the original Spirit race, the Chaos God race, and the Shepherd's God race firmly occupied the top 3. He scrolled further down. He realized that there were already 22 Lords who had reached the mythical tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Is there really that much in fighting? However, how are these mythical tier advance grade lords going to compete for the last spot as the strongest lord of all races? Thoughts like these flashed across Zhou Zhou's mind. However, he did not think too much about it. They had nothing to do with him for the time being after all. Then, he filtered the ranking of the myriad races Lord Battlefield to the Lords of Cerulean Planet. The search results immediately refreshed. Zhou Zhou looked over. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun Epic Tier Elementary Grade Battlefield Ranking, 91,541 ST. Cerulean Planet's Human Race Dragon God Lord Rank, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Battlefield Ranking, 1,048,744 TH. Cerulean Planet Human Race Insect Lord Rank, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade Battlefield Ranking, 1,051,005 TH. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. After upgrading to the Epic Tier Elementary Grade, his Lord ranking had directly risen from the previous 500,000 to the top 100,000. The Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord surprised him. Why were these two still at the Diamond Tier Advanced Grade? Was the Diamond Tier rank so difficult to advance? It was indeed quite difficult. Zhou Zhou recalled his first defeat against a demi-lord in the Diamond Tier and the situation where he could not be ranked no matter what after reaching the Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. He could not help but smack his lips. The Extraordinary Tier was indeed a hurdle. If the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord did not make a huge breakthrough in their strength, they would probably be stuck at this level for a while. Then, he looked at his rank title and fashion effect. The title was still the title of the strongest lord. The effect of the title had not changed. However, the effect of the fashion had changed. Fashion name, Battlefield Elite, Event Limited Fashion. Fashion grade, Epic Tier, Enhanceable. Fashion feature 1, reduces 20% of the damage from Epic Tier and below to the wearer. Fashion feature 2, leave the battlefield in the Epic Tier Lord Battlefield ranking. If you have an Epic Tier Territory Rebirth token when your side is at a disadvantage, the Lord has the right to choose to admit defeat and automatically withdraw from the Lord Battlefield ranking. Fashion feature 3, same as before. Fashion feature 4, same as before. Current fashion outfit completeness, 5/5. Introduction, same as before. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze and opened the battlefield shop. 1. Cerulean Planet Human Race Building Architectural Blueprint Fragment, 7/7. Remaining purchases, 1. Price, 30,000 battlefield points. 2. Illustrated Handbook of All Races, Book 7, remaining purchases, 1. Price, 5,000 battlefield points. 3. 1 Extraordinary Tier Master Servant Territory Contract, remaining purchases, 1. Price, 10,000 battlefield points. 4. 1 Gradeless Territory Fusion Certificate, remaining purchases, 3. Price, 10,000 battlefield points. Zhou Zhou looked at the fourth product and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Territory Fusion Certificate? What's this? He opened its attribute information. Treasure name, Territory Fusion Certificate. Treasure grade, gradeless. Treasure effect, it can fuse any regional territory connected to it. The fused regional territory can retain all the resources of the original territory and have a certain chance of increasing the grade of its territory. Treasure description, a necessary item to increase the grade of the region's territory. It's actually a treasure that can increase the grade of the regional territory. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The first thing he thought of was the Blazing Sun Desert under his feet. The territory where Blazing Sun City was had always been a Black Iron Tier regional territory. If it could increase the grade of the territory in the Blazing Sun Desert, not only could it allow Blazing Sun City to develop better, it was also beneficial to satisfying the conditions to build a kingdom in the future. He naturally did not forget the 3 conditions for establishing a kingdom that Liya had told him. The first was to possess an Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade Treasure Kingdom token. He had no clue about this for the time being, so he did not have to think too much about it. The third condition was that he had 3 heroes with at least Extraordinary Tier hero fates, and one of them had to be a hero of his own race. The second condition was that the Lord had at least 30 regional territories, and at least one of them had to be an Extraordinary Tier capital of the kingdom. If Zhou Zhou built a kingdom in the future, the Blazing Sun City would definitely be the capital. If he wanted to upgrade the Blazing Sun Desert to an extraordinary tier regional territory, then this territory fusion certificate was a necessary item. So a gradeless territory fusion certificate cost 10,000 battlefield points. Zhou Zhou looked at the battlefield points he had. He only had 30,004 battlefield points left since the last exchange. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and decided to exchange for the last fragment of the triumphal arch first. He was not in a hurry to fuse the 7 fragments. Instead, he continued to rank. He planned to earn another 30,000 battlefield points and buy all the gradeless territory fusion certificates. Chapter 237, Mythical Tier Elementary Grade. Everyone is shocked. Zhou Zhou's second-ranking battle was against the Lord of the Holy Unicorn race from the Heaven Realm. According to the Index of All Races, Book 7, the Holy Unicorn race was one of the symbols of the Heavenly Realm and one of the favorite creatures of the gods of order in the Heaven Realm. They were a race with extraordinary tier bloodlines. As long as the Holy Unicorn reached adulthood, it would naturally advance to Diamond tier. It would easily advance to the extraordinary tier with a little hard work. A Holy Unicorn with outstanding potential could easily advance to the Epic tier or even Legendary tier with hard cultivation. Moreover, it was different from the meager white-silver behemoths. The reproduction ability of the Holy Unicorn was not inferior to most races, so they were populous. Therefore, the legend of the Holy Unicorn could be easily heard in the myriad worlds. The Holy Unicorn Lord Zhou Zhou was called Holy Light Lord. The other party led more than 600 Holy Unicorn subjects, all of whom were at the white-silver tier. This was almost equivalent to more than 600 subjects that were only one level weaker than the white-silver behemoths. However, their numbers naturally crushed the white-silver behemoths they had encountered previously. However, in front of their bloodline, Zhou Zhou's subjects had awakened his army's dragon-slaying will. The weakest of them had reached the white-silver tier, and the strongest had directly advanced to the white-platinum tier. Moreover, there were more than 2,200 soldiers who had advanced to the white-platinum tier. More than 2,200 white-platinum tier Blazing Sun Army soldiers versus more than 600 white-silver tier Holy Unicorns. Even if the Holy Unicorn's bloodline was much stronger than the human bloodline, in the face of the ineffectiveness of the bloodline pressure and the difference in strength and numbers, these 600-odd Holy Unicorns were still defeated in less than a moment. The Holy Light Lord in the Holy Light City was stunned when it saw this scene. This scene had completely exceeded its understanding of humans. Was this still the human race it knew? In its memory. Even though the reproduction ability of the human race was very strong, their bloodline and racial talent were not strong. The human race was an ordinary race among the races in the myriad worlds. It was completely unworthy of the attention of top-notch bloodline races. But how could it explain the scene in front of it? How did this human lord obtain so many white platinum tier subjects in such a short period of time? At the same time, Bai Yun and Wu Xian had already ordered all the subjects of Blazing Sun City to rush towards its Holy Light City. When the Holy Light Lord saw this scene, it finally used the ability to leave the battlefield from the battlefield elite fashion and took the initiative to admit defeat even though it was very unwilling. Then, it brought the Holy Light City and the corpses of all the Holy Unicorn back to the real world. On Zhou Zhou's side, his rank automatically advanced to the Epic Tier Intermediate grade when the other party surrendered. At the same time, he obtained 30,000 battlefield points. At this moment, Zhou Zhou had no intention of exchanging for the territory fusion certificate. There was only one thing on his mind. Continue to level up. He wanted to see where he could get with this dragon-slaying hometown. Then, Zhou Zhou continued to rank. The third round. Cerulean Planet's Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun vs. Bai Zi Race Lord of Listening Wind. The Lord of the Blazing Sun won. His rank had been upgraded to Epic Tier Advance grade. At the same time, he had obtained another 30,000 battlefield points. The fourth round. Cerulean Planet's Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun vs. Black Dragon Race Lord Fairy. The Lord of the Blazing Sun won. His rank had been upgraded to Legendary Tier Elementary Grade. At the same time, he had obtained another 30,000 battlefield points. The fifth round. 3 hours later. Legendary Tier Advance Grade Lord Battlefield Netherworld Volcano. After Bai Yun dealt with the last three-headed hellhound with 5 blazing arrows, the battlefield gradually returned to calm. On the city wall of Blazing Sun City, Zhou Zhou looked at the notification in front of him. You have defeated the hellish Cerberus Lord Black God Lord, Legendary Tier Advance Grade Lord. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 battlefield points. Congratulations, you have advanced to the mythical tier elementary grade in the Lord Battlefield. You need to maintain this title until the Lord Battlefield event ends. Only then can you obtain this title permanently. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every day. Otherwise, your rank will decrease by -1. Your battlefield shop has been updated. You can return to your territory now. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Arad.co. Mythical tier elementary grade. He had finally reached this level after 7 consecutive victories. He looked at the battlefield below. The blood energy unique to the Dragon Slayer on the soldiers of the Blazing Sun army was slowly dissipating. The blood color in their eyes gradually recovered, and most importantly, their powerful strength gradually returned to normal. Without the pressure of high-level enemies, they returned to their previous appearance. However, Zhou Zhou did not mind. They had won, it wouldn't affect him anyway. Rest for half an hour. Then continue fighting. Zhou Zhou looked at the soldiers and realized that they were in good spirits. Yes. The soldiers said excitedly. While they were a little tired physically and mentally after 7 consecutive battles, this indescribable sense of achievement swelled from the bottom of their hearts as they watched as the high-level races that were only recorded in books were defeated one after another. Therefore, when they heard Zhou Zhou's order, not only did they not resist, they even looked forward to it. At the same time, the lords who were paying attention to the Lord of the Blazing Sun's ranking on the World Channel were also completely crazy. Mythical tier elementary grade rank. They never expected the Lord of the Blazing Sun to advance to this level. Wasn't this rank something that only those mythical tier legendary lords of races could reach? Can we humans actually also reach it? They thought in disbelief and joy. At this moment, all the lords felt honored. Even the Dragon God Lord and the Insect Lord, who had always thought highly of themselves, were very surprised by the Lord of the Blazing Sun's current rank. They knew very well the value of the mythical tier elementary grade rank as top lords. It could be said that, at this time, lords who could reach this level could be said to be the top lords of all races in all the worlds, including the High Continent. Even though they felt that their lord's talent was very strong, it would take a long time for them to reach the current level of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. And the Lord of the Blazing Sun, who came from the same race as them, could actually do such a thing at this time. Their first thought was that this matter was very unbelievable. Their second thought was, could it be that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was not a lord of the Cerulean planet's human race? Otherwise, a Cerulean planet human lord wouldn't be so strong even if he had a mythical tier lord talent, right? When Lord of the Blazing Sun reached the mythical tier elementary grade, all the lords of the various races who were paying attention to the battlefield ranking quickly noticed this lord from the human race. Human race? They were also stunned when they saw the race of this new mythical tier elementary grade lord. A mythical tier lord could also appear among the humans? At that time, many people of foreign races began to discuss the name Lord of the Blazing Sun. At the entrance of the abyss, in an ancient and damaged building. If Zhou Zhou was standing here, he would definitely recognize that the architectural style of this building was exactly the same as the Night Temple in his territory. Chapter 238, The Shocked Lord Baihe. The shortcoming of the dragon-slaying hometown. This was indeed the Night Temple. However, the Night Temple in Blazing Sun City was only a small and unimportant part of it. This Night Temple that suppressed the entrance to the Abyss and prevented the Abyss demons from leaving the Abyss to invade the myriad worlds was the core of the Night Temple. At this moment, the Silver Meteorite Knight, Rob, was resting in the lounge. "Rob, did you just return?" A knight in black armor with a deep scar on his face walked over and sat beside Rob. He was the 9th commander of the Holy Temple Guards Gilbert. They were usually in charge of leading teams to clean up the abyssal demons around the Holy Temple and launch regular counterattacks into the depths of the Abyss. Therefore, he was comrades with Rob, who often came here to fight. They were quite close. "Yes, I just got back." Rob nodded. "Where's the Temple Lord?" Gilbert asked curiously. "Teacher is fighting Meyersack at the Snake Pit. He should be back in a while." Rob shook his head. Gilbert was not surprised at all. Clearly, this was not the first time their Temple Lord was fighting it. As for the Snake Pit, its full name was the Viper Pit. It was located on the 74th level of the Abyss Emerald Domain, and its owner was the Abyss Lord, the god of Nagas, Meyersack. One was the king of Abyssal Knights while the other was the Abyss Lord on the 74th level of the Abyss. Both of them were true god-tier existences. It was no joke that they could destroy the world if they fought. However, it was precisely because of this that the two of them would not easily engage in a life-and-death duel. Typically, it would be an easy competition to test the other party's condition. If they did not have a 100% chance of killing them, they would go back to their respective homes. Rob came back early because he was a little tired from fighting in order not to distract his teacher in the battle. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Gilbert suddenly thought of something and said, "Have you heard? I just heard that a human lord rushed to the mythical tier elementary grade in their lord battlefield activity among lords this year. Tisk tisk. That's amazing. To be able to rush to the mythical tier, even if it's only the elementary grade, means that the human lord is already among the top lords of all races. The Supreme Will has attracted all the races from the myriad worlds. It seems to have really attracted a good junior to our human race." Gilbert sighed. "Really? Which race's human lord? Is it the yellow gold tier human race? Or the primordial human race? Or the celestial race?" Rob asked in surprise. The three humans he was talking about were the top human races in the endless heavens that he knew. None of them. It's said to be from a race called the Cerulean Planet. I think he's called something like the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Gilbert muttered. He saw Rob looking at him blankly as soon as he finished speaking. "What did you say?" "I said that the other party is the Lord of the Blazing Sun from the Cerulean Planet's human race." "What's wrong? You heard about it too?" Gilbert said in surprise. "No, I didn't. I just didn't expect such a young and promising human lord to actually come from an unknown human branch." Rob smiled. However, he was extremely shocked. It was actually the Lord of the Blazing Sun? He had just met him in the morning. It had only been a few hours, but the other party had actually caused such a huge commotion? Gilbert nodded, not thinking too much about Rob's reaction. After chatting for a while, Rob said goodbye to the other party on the grounds that he wanted to go back to his room. Then, he quickly returned to his room. He took out a communication device exclusive to the Abyss and first confirmed that his teacher was still fighting through the communication status. When he saw that his teacher's communication status was activated, he was delighted. Since the communication state was activated, it often meant that the teacher was in a very safe state. That was why he could divert his attention to deal with other things. If the communication state was turned off, it usually meant that the teacher was focused on fighting or other things and could not be disturbed by other things. Rob immediately called his teacher. "Soon." Baihe's voice came from the other end. Rob first concerned himself about Baihe's situation. After confirming that his teacher was not injured, he immediately told him about the Lord of the Blazing Sun ascending to the mythical tier elementary grade. I really underestimated that Lord of the Blazing Sunday. I didn't expect him to not only be talented as a potential hero, he's also so good at being a lord. Rob sighed. However, he did not give any response. Just as Rob felt that something was wrong with his teacher's reaction. I understand. Don't worry about this and don't tell anyone. I'll take care of it. He said calmly. Yes, teacher. Rob said respectfully. On the 43rd level of the abyss. A blood-red light was flying quickly towards the abyss wormhole and the night temple. There was a figure in the blood-red light. Who else could it be but the king of abyssal knights he? I knew this kid would cause trouble. I didn't expect it to be so fast. That taboo will. Is it really that powerful? He muttered. The next second. He passed through the abyssal wormhole and disappeared. In the Blazing Sun City. At this moment, Zhou Zhou only knew that he had advanced to the mythical tier elementary grade, causing a commotion on the world channel. However, he did not expect that the fact that he had reached the mythical tier as a human lord attracted a certain amount of attention from the lords of the myriad races. Even he, who he felt was a true god tier big shot, was rushing over for this matter. At this moment, he chose to begin ranking again without hesitation half an hour later after advancing to the mythical tier elementary grade. Matching with your queuing opponent. Match successful. Entering the battlefield. After the world changed. Zhou Zhou looked at the world in front of him. This was a vast and boundless silver arena. Surprisingly, the surroundings of the arena were scarlet. He looked into the distance. A technological mechanical barrier slowly stood there. Floating robots and technological arms that looked very cool were quietly arranged there. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he suddenly had a bad feeling. At this moment, a text notification appeared. You have entered the mythical tier elementary grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the mythical tier elementary grade battlefield Starry Sky Arena. Your opponent is Machina Race Lord Black Radium Lord. Condition to defeat the enemy, kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. Zhou Zhou. A moment later. In Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou and the others appeared out of thin air. They looked at each other helplessly. They had lost. An utter defeat. Zhou Zhou's dragon-slaying hometown lord talent was useless facing the Machina race that did not have any bloodline and only had pure mechanical technology. Under such circumstances, both his soldiers and his strength did not increase at all. The result was, after the other party's technological arms washed the ground, they did not even see the other party's shadow before they all died and automatically left the battlefield. Looks like the dragon-slaying hometown is not omnipotent. When encountering a Machina race or other races that have nothing to do with bloodline, the dragon-slaying hometown will become useless. Zhou Zhou thought helplessly. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou fought another ranking competition. The enemy of this battle was a race called the Death Nether Tree. This time, they triggered the effect of the dragon-slaying hometown again. After a battle, they won the ranking competition again. A soldier suddenly came over to report something to him just as he was about to rank again. Temple Lord Bai is looking for me. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he did not think too much about it. He let the soldiers rest while he walked towards the Night Temple. Chapter 239, The Story of the Dragon Slayer. Night Temple. In a secret meeting room. Zhou Zhou saw that he was already sitting on the main seat waiting for him quietly when he was brought here. There was no one else in this conference room. He smiled when he saw him. You're here. Take a seat first. Zhou Zhou was a little confused, but he still nodded and sat down. Temple Lord, why are you looking for me? He went straight to the point and asked. There is indeed one thing. I heard that you've already surpassed most races in the Lord battlefield created by the Supreme Will and reached the mythical tier elementary grade. Impressive. As expected of the number one Lord of the human race on the cerulean planet. He praised. Temple Lord, you're too kind. I'm just a small lord who has just started. But did the news about me travel so quickly? I just ascended to the mythical tier elementary grade not long ago, but you already know about it. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. You are the lord that even the Supreme Will cares about. It will also be related to the future lord of all races. Why wouldn't we care? Let me put it this way. All the forces of our high continent have begun to pay attention to all of you when you lord of all races first descended on our high continent. Just like the lords of your cerulean planet. In the territories of many lords, our human countries have specially arranged for liaisons to spend mist core to buy some information from you. So we know about it not long after the news about you spread. It's not just coming from you humans on the cerulean planet. We have such an intelligence agency for the other humans and even the people of foreign races. Do you know how much we value you lords this time? He smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded as usual. However, he could not help but curse in his heart. I've been wondering why there were so many people hanging there every day on the World Channel. Previously, he thought that those people liked to gossip. He did not expect to be obtaining intelligence. So they were salaried. Zhou Zhou complained in his heart. Would they be considered a mole? We will also build an intelligence liaison station in your territory if you allow it. You're the number one lord of your cerulean planet. The information you can obtain must be much more valuable than the information of others. We can also provide information exchange services. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. As one of the top forces of the high continent, the information we can provide will definitely far exceed your imagination. He smiled. Zhou Zhou wanted to refuse. There were many secrets in his territory after all. He did not want outsiders to enter his blazing sun city and know the secrets in his territory. Especially a top organization like the Night Temple. Even though the other party had previously said that he would not take the initiative to interfere with the development of his territory and could not even enter his territory. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Once something special happened, and his secret had been grasped by the other party, he would not even be able to resist with the other party's strength. However, he could not help but hesitate when he heard the other party's words. His words made sense. Even though he had information-gathering organizations like the Heavenly Army and the Starfire Mercenary Team, they could only collect some information at the lower middle level because of their strength level. He did not even have the chance to come into contact with information at the level of the Night Temple. If he could really come into contact with information at this level, it would undoubtedly be very beneficial to him and the development of his territory. He thought for a moment and finally replied. This is not a small matter. I will need a few days to think, is that all right? Sure, there's no hurry. He immediately admired Zhou Zhou even more. It was rare for someone so young to not be rash. All right. Back to the main point. I specially came back this time to tell you about you ascending to the mythical tier elementary grade. He said. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. However, what he said next stunned him. You should have relied on the power of the dragon-slaying will to reach this level, right? Zhou Zhou was silent for a while. He didn't expect him to see through his reliance on ascending to the mythical tier elementary grade. He suddenly remembered that his Dragon Slayer King's will had been exposed in the Heroic Spirit Hall. The other party should have known that he had the dragon-slaying will through this matter. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou admitted it frankly. This was his lord talent to begin with, a reasonable product created by the Supreme Will. It was not a cheat like a cheat. What was there that he did not dare to admit? After hearing Zhou Zhou admit it, he sighed faintly. As expected. Then do you know what the Dragon Slayer represents? What does it represent? Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. I don't know much about the Dragon Slayer. The heroic spirits of the Heroic Spirit Hall told me that you have the dragon-slaying will. Bai he said slowly. Zhou Zhou's heart stirred. I don't possess an ordinary dragon-slaying will, but the will of the Dragon Slayer King. It seemed that even those heroic spirits knew very little about the Dragon Slayer and the Dragon Slayer King. The ancient Pale Whale Lord knows the most about the Dragon Slayer. He told me that the Dragon Slayer can be traced back to the time when the dragon race was first born. It has an ancient origin. When it was born, it was famous for its unique ability, especially among races with high bloodlines. Its reputation is even more resounding. That's why it has also encountered the jealousy of high-level bloodline races. It didn't take long for a war against the Dragon Slayer to begin. Very few life forms remember the exact process of that war. However, the high-level bloodline races of the myriad races suffered heavy losses ever since then. Several peak-level bloodlines were even exterminated. On the other hand, very few life forms have heard the name Dragon Slayer again. A few occasional times. However, I only heard that the Dragon Slayer lineage had completely declined. Not long after, there was no news again. Bai he recounted the history of the Dragon Slayer in a low voice. Zhou Zhou's heart was also very heavy. He thought of the Lord Talent name of the Dragon Slayer Lord. At that time, it was still a yellow gold tier Lord Talent and was called the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer. Which meant, the Dragon Slayer Lord might very well be the last lineage of the Dragon Slayer. After he was destroyed, if not for his Lord Talent reappearing in his hands and being promoted to the White Platinum tier Lord Talent, Dragon Slaying Hometown, the legendary race of Dragon Slayer would probably be completely extinct. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou felt a little complicated. He did not expect the Dragon Slayer to have such a story. Chapter 240, Kingdom Token. Low-tier deity tier hero inheritance secret book. He had already guessed why Bai he was looking for him. That was indeed the case. At this moment, Bai he looked at Zhou Zhou. Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Most of the high-level races that plotted to destroy the Dragon Slayer lineage are still alive. I know that the power of the Dragon Slayer is very important to you in this event on the battlefield of the Lords of all races. But if you continue to use this power, these high-level races might not be able to guess it in a short period of time. They might even think that this is some skill or racial talent of yours. But it will be seen through as time passes. When the time comes, the enemies you are facing might not only be the lords of the other races, but also the true experts of those peak bloodline races. Even enemies comparable to me might appear. Bai he looked at Zhou Zhou. Actually, under normal circumstances, it didn't matter if he didn't say whatever he said just now as someone who had accidentally appeared here because of Zhou Zhou's Lord Talent, he only needed to be in charge of nurturing knights. However, firstly, while Zhou Zhou and him were not from the same branch of human race, they were still from the same human race. As a senior of the human race, he was still willing to give him some care. Secondly, he had a metaphysical premonition. His premonition told him that as long as this Lord of the Blazing Sun in front of him grew up, he would give the human race a huge surprise one day. As a true god tier, he naturally did not feel that his sixth sense was groundless. Someone at his level, any sixth sense, premonition, dream, and other specious things could be an omen of fate. In addition, the reason why the heroic spirits in the Heroic Spirit Hall opened their eyes was not only because of the dragon-slaying will, but also because they really felt that Zhou Zhou was qualified to accept their hero inheritance. Bai he did not tell Zhou Zhou about this. He had already achieved a lot at this age. There was no need to set fire to this. Zhou Zhou naturally did not know what Bai he was thinking. He still thought that the Heroic Spirit Hall had opened its eyes only because of his dragon-slaying will and not because they valued his aptitude. After a moment of silence, Zhou Zhou said, "Then what should I do next?" "Don't use the power of the Dragon Slayer anymore. I've already used the power of the Dragon Slayer many times. He could not help but smile when he heard Zhou Zhou's words. This young man. He was willing to let it go. Not bad. If he was unwilling to give up what he had and still wanted to use the power of the Dragon Slayer to fight for the position of the strongest lord of all races, he would definitely not value him as much as he did now. He admired Zhou Zhou even more now. You still have to use it. It might attract more attention if it seems like you're deliberately hiding something. I previously understood the power and manifestation of the Dragon Slayer. To people who do not know about it, the Dragon Slayer's strength increased explosively when facing high-level bloodline life forms. It's very similar to using a forbidden technique. If that's the case, you can package it as a forbidden technique with harsh conditions. He immediately came up with a solution. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This method was not bad. Thank you, Temple Lord Bai, for advising me. Otherwise, I might not even know when I'm in danger. Zhou Zhou immediately said gratefully. This Temple Lord Bai could be considered to have saved his life. Work hard, little guy. He smiled and stood up before leaving. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's back view and sighed. He went away after giving him some pointers. This might be the big shot's style. If the Night Temple could nurture knights a little shorter. This Lord talent is even more perfect. Zhou Zhou thought. It would take at least half a year to nurture a knight. This might be acceptable to other lords, but to him, who was developing rapidly every day, he felt that it was a little too slow. Then, he left the Night Temple without thinking too much. Zhou Zhou asked the soldiers to rest and told them that there would be no lord battle today after he returned. Instead, they would conquer the other regions in an hour. He decided. In the future, he would only play for maintenance on the Lord battlefield every day to maintain his mythical tier elementary grade. In addition, in terms of the dragon slaying will, he also planned to follow Temple Lord Bai's instructions and make it into a forbidden technique. This way, even if the lords of other races realized that his forbidden technique was a little too strong, they would not think in the direction of the Dragon Slayer. In the Lord's residence, Zhou Zhou checked his title as the strongest lord and his event clothes. The effect of the title of strongest lord remained unchanged. However, the battlefield elite fashion had become the king of the battlefield fashion. Fashion name, King of the Battlefield, Event Limited Fashion. Fashion grade, Mythical Tier Enhanceable. Fashion feature 1, reduces 20% of Mythical Tier and below damage by the wearer. Fashion feature 2, leave the battlefield in the Mythical Tier Lord battlefield ranking. When one is at a disadvantage, the Lord has the right to choose to admit defeat and automatically withdraw from the Lord battlefield ranking if one has a Mythical Tier Territory Rebirth token. Fashion feature 3, automatically obtain 200,000 battlefield points every day, 2 territory rebirths, 200,000 resurrection spots. Fashion feature 4, same as before. Fashion feature 5, comfort and max. Current fashion outfit completeness, 5/5. Introduction, same as before. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The battlefield elite has become the king of the battlefield. The familiarity is also maxed out. Moreover, this fashion special effect 3 is actually a real benefit. Not bad, not bad. The effect of this fashion outfit should be maxed out next. There shouldn't be any room for improvement. Zhou Zhou thought. He was already at the mythical tier. There was nothing more even if he wanted to increase it. Then, he opened the battlefield shop. 1. Kingdom token, remaining purchases, 1, price, 200,000 battlefield points. 2. Low-level divine tier hero inheritance secret manual, sanctuary tier purchase count, 1, price, 100,000 battlefield points. 3. Index of all races, book 8, remaining purchases, 1, price, 5,000 battlefield points. 4. Index of all races, book 9, remaining purchases, 1, price, 10,000 battlefield points. 5. 1 Epic Tier Master Servant Territory Contract, remaining purchases, 1, price, 50,000 battlefield points. 6. 1 Legendary Tier Master Servant Territory Contract, remaining purchases, 1, price, 100,000 battlefield points. 7. 1 Gradeless Territory Fusion Certificate, remaining purchases, 3, price, 10,000 battlefield points. Zhou Zhou immediately became excited when he saw the first exchange option. Kingdom Token. The most important item to build the kingdom was actually in the battlefield shop. Moreover, there was a low-tier deity-level hero inheritance secret manual. Oh my god! Was this the upgraded battlefield shop? Chapter 241, Exchange. Special Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Zhou Zhou looked at the kingdom token in the shop and felt a little emotional. He had originally planned to ask the Night Temple about the kingdom token later. He did not expect to see it here first. Just as well. It saved him from owing the Night Temple a favor. Thinking of this, he looked at his personal information on the Lord battlefield. Title, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Rank, Mythical Tier Elementary Grade. Number of rankings tries, 22. Battlefield points, 440,004. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had rushed up all the way. He had earned a lot of points on the battlefield alone, ignoring everything else. He could exchange for many things, and so he began. A kingdom token worth 200,000 battlefield points? I'll buy it. A low-tier divine tier hero inheritance manual worth 100,000 battlefield points? I'll buy it. The index of all races, Book 8, and Book 9, that were worth 15,000 battlefield points? It's not a big deal. I'll buy it directly. In addition, there were extraordinary tier and epic tier master servant territory contracts that he bought for 54,000 battlefield points. In the future, if he encountered a chance to subdue extraordinary tier and epic tier territories, this treasure could be used directly. However, Zhou Zhou felt that the probability of such a thing happening at this stage was very low. Therefore, there was a high chance that these high-level items would only be useful in the later stages. As for the last 3 gradeless territory fusion certificates, he also spent 30,000 battlefield points to buy them. At this moment, Zhou Zhou had already spent 399,000 battlefield points and had only 41,004 battlefield points left. At this moment, the only valuable item left in the battlefield shop was a legendary tier master servant territory contract worth 100,000 battlefield points. This thing was too expensive. Zhou Zhou could not buy it for the time being. I can't help but spend these battlefield points. Zhou Zhou sighed. However, he did not feel that he had suffered a loss. The things he bought were all very valuable goods after all. Then, he looked at the details of these items. Firstly, it was the kingdom token that Zhou Zhou had been thinking about. Treasure name, Kingdom Token. Treasure grade, Extraordinary Tier Advance Grade. Treasure effect, you can have the basic qualifications to build a kingdom with the Kingdom Token. Treasure description, certificate to establish a kingdom. Unfortunately, it's only a basic qualification. If only I could build a kingdom directly. Zhou Zhou thought greedily. Then, he looked at the low-tier deity-level hero inheritance secret manual. Treasure name, Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Grade, Low-level deity advance grade. Treasure ability, after using it, you can obtain the inheritance of a hero that suits your race. Introduction, a treasure created by the Supreme Will. It is connected to the River of Time. After using it, the user can obtain the hero inheritance of his race who has the fate level slot of a lesser god. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. This is actually different from the hero inheritance secret manual he had obtained previously. It was not the inheritance of a certain hero. Instead, he obtained the inheritance of a hero that matched his race. Zhou Zhou quickly realized the value of this slightly different hero inheritance. Not only could it be used by humans, it could also be used by life forms of other races. For example, Nazario. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but feel excited. He and his subjects had seen how powerful Nazario was. It could be said that Nazario played a supremely important role in the development of his territory. This was only because Nazario was already so strong before he became a hero. If Nazario became a hero, wouldn't he take off immediately? Zhou Zhou had never even thought about the flaws of the hero inheritance. If this hero inheritance secret manual was only at the epic tier or legendary tier, naturally, Zhou Zhou would not give it to Nazario for the sake of a temporary increase in combat strength. However, this hero inheritance secret manual was a low-tier deity-level treasure. Nazario only had legendary tier potential. The benefits of Nazario using this hero inheritance secret manual were naturally greater than the disadvantages. As for the path that Nazario would take after becoming a low-tier deity. Firstly, this matter was too far away. There was no need to worry about something so far away now. Secondly, it was still the same thing. At that time, with Zhou Zhou's Lord talent, he might be able to obtain an opportunity to advance Nazario. Therefore, there was a high chance that he did not have to worry about such a thing. I'll give the hero inheritance to Nazario when I return tonight. Zhou Zhou thought. He still had to go out to conquer the white-silver tier regional territories. He still needed Nazario to hold down the fort. There was naturally no need to mention the 8th and 9th volumes of the Index of All Races. The Extraordinary Tier Master Servant Territory Contract and the Epic Tier Master Servant Territory Contract could turn an Extraordinary Tier or Epic Tier Lord's territory into their subordinate territory with the agreement of the other party's lord. Then, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the last gradeless territory fusion certificate. These were 3 rectangular golden contracts with strange words that he could easily understand even though he could not understand them. The general meaning was that the fusion of the territory had been notarized by the supreme will. Even the god spirits could not stop and change it. Moreover, they had to admit that the existence of this fusion territory was reasonable. Zhou Zhou pondered. What he wanted to do was not to use these 3 territory fusion certificates now. Instead, he was thinking about something else. These 3 gradeless territory fusion certificates can fuse any 2 regional territories bordering each other. Which means, even legendary tier, epic tier, and even low tier and higher level regional territories can be obtained through this gradeless territory fusion certificate. It feels a little wasteful if I use it now. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. The blazing sun desert he was in currently bordered a total of 4 regions. They were the Sand Gold Land, the Black Iron Tier Regional Territory in the north, the Eastern Black Iron Tier Regional Territory, Thorn Dune, Fish Spring Town, the Green Bronze Tier Territory that occupied the west and southwest, as well as the Green Bronze Tier Calamity Zone in the south, the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone. If he used the gradeless territory fusion certificate now, he could only fuse with the Sand Gold Land and Thorn Dune that bordered the Blazing Sun Desert. This would definitely waste the value of a treasure like the gradeless territory fusion certificate. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and called Aaliyah over. "Help me invite Princess Leia over," he said. "Yes, my lord," Aaliyah said respectfully. Then, she walked out of the room to look for Leia. Soon, Aaliyah brought Leia and her maid, Yu Jiao, over. "My lord, why are you looking for us?" Leia said in surprise. "Your Highness, do you know about the territory fusion certificate?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Territory fusion certificate? I know." Leia nodded. Then, he smiled. "My lord, didn't I tell you? You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Leia. Then call me Zhou Zhou too." Zhou Zhou did not pay much attention to addressing her. "Okay." Leia smiled and asked curiously, "Why do you suddenly want to ask about the territory fusion certificate?" "I want to increase the level of my territory. I heard that the territory fusion certificate can do this, so I asked." Zhou Zhou said. I see. The territory fusion certificate can indeed do this. If you want, I can ask my father to send some over. Li Yi said after hearing this. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Send some over? Did I misunderstand something? The territory fusion certificate is not a precious thing, but an ordinary treasure? Chapter 242, Complete Triumphal Arch Blueprint. Preparing to upgrade the Lord talent. That's not good. It's too valuable. But it's fine if we can purchase it through transactions. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Even though high-level territory fusion certificates are precious treasures, our Aurora Kingdom can still give out some low-level territory fusion certificates. Li Yi smiled. Low-level territory fusion certificate? Are there different quality territory fusion certificates? Zhou Zhou caught the main point of the other party's words and his eyes lit up. Of course. The territory fusion certificate has different qualities. For example, the Black Iron Tier Territory Fusion Certificate can only fuse the two connected territories of the Black Iron Tier. A White Silver Tier Territory Fusion Certificate can only allow territory below the White Silver Tier to fuse with each other. And so on and so forth. Even though our Aurora Kingdom is only an ordinary human kingdom, it's not a problem to give away some territory fusion certificates below the White Platinum Tier quality. Li Yi smiled. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. So the territory fusion certificate really had different grades? Then his 3 territories that could fuse any 2 connected territories proved that they were really treasures. He could stop using them for the time being and use the low-level territory fusion certificates that Li Yi mentioned. How did you obtain the territory fusion certificate? Can you tell me? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. It's not inconvenient. It's no secret. The territory fusion certificate can be dropped by the fog monsters themselves. However, its drop rate is extremely low, and it won't only drop on one kind of fog monster. For example, our Aurora Kingdom has been established for nearly 600 years and has killed more than 1 billion fog monsters. However, the territory fusion certificates that dropped only add up to 300 to 400 copies. Moreover, most of the territory fusion certificates are only low-level territory fusion certificates. This is because it's not only a problem of low drop rate, but the probability of it appearing is also extremely low. Li Yi sighed. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. It turned out that the appearance and drop rate of the territory fusion certificate were so low. No wonder he had never seen a loot like the territory fusion certificate even with a 100% drop rate after leading his army to eliminate many fog monsters. I'll write a letter today and ask Father to send over some territorial fusion certificates at the White Platinum Tier and below. Li Yi said. Thank you. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. The territory fusion certificate at the White Platinum Tier and below matched his needs. After that, Zhou Zhou and Li Yi chatted about the construction progress of the Aurora Kingdom Tower. To his surprise, Li Yi said that the talents she had brought with her had completed all the construction goals quite smoothly during the construction of the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower with Zhao Chongshao. Moreover, the speed at which the Aurora Tower was built was faster than anyone had expected. The first Diamond Elementary Grade Aurora Tower in his territory would probably be completed tonight. After Zhou Zhou heard her, he quickly thought of a territory buff that he had almost forgotten. That was the Green Bronze Tier Ancestral Enhancement given by Lu Ban in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Heart of the Craftsman. Ancestral Enhancement, Heart of the Craftsman. Grade, Green Bronze Tier. Enhancement Effect 1, increase the efficiency of war machinery manufacturing in the territory by 30%. Enhancement Effect 2, construction efficiency of the territory plus 10%. Blessing Description, a blessing from China's ancestor, Gong Shiban. The Aurora Tower is both a war machine and a territory building. That's why Elder Zhao and the others built the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower so quickly. Zhou Qin guessed. He was naturally very happy. The faster the Diamond Elementary Grade Aurora Tower was built, the stronger his territory would be, and his ability to resist risks would naturally be stronger. Moreover, Zhou Zhou thought of something. After this diamond elementary grade Aurora Tower was completed, he could completely use it to replace the dragon slaying will and increase his rank in the Lord battlefield. This way, he would not have to use the dragon slaying will to greatly reduce the possibility of him being exposed. He could also legitimately continue to increase his rank on the Lord battlefield. The Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower can already threaten extraordinary tier enemies. I wonder if I can deal with the top 10 abnormal lords. Zhou Zhou thought. While he felt that the Diamond Elementary Grade Aurora Tower was very strong, he had never underestimated other mythical tier lords. He could have such an opportunity after all, why couldn't the other lords? Then, he did not say anything else. After that, Zhou Zhou and Liya chatted for a while before separating. After they walked back, Zhou Zhou asked Liya to call Zhao Chongshao over. Then, he took out 7 building blueprint fragments from his spatial ring. They were the 7 building blueprint fragments of the Triumphal Arch. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Soon, a text notification appeared. Do you want to fuse? Yes. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. The next second, he saw the 7 blueprints floating up one by one. Their edges emitted a golden light, then the 7 blueprints fused together and turned into a thin green booklet. It was the complete blueprint of the race-building Triumphal Arch. It's finally complete. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. It was not easy to gather this complete blueprint. He glanced at the building information. Construction blueprint name, Triumphal Arch. Construction blueprint level, special unique. Construction blueprint effect Triumph Glory, when the Lord and his military professionals subject return victorious after the war and pass through the Triumphal Arch, if the promotion energy in the Lord and his military professionals subject has already accumulated to more than 80%, there is a 50% chance of directly obtaining the promotion energy that is lacking and directly obtaining a breakthrough in Strength Realm. Construction blueprint description. The blueprint of the human race on Cerulean planet. Good news arrived from the battlefield yesterday for the triumphant return of the army today. Construction requirement, 10 million units of wood, 10 million units of fine sand, 10 million units of metal, 10 million units of stone, 10,000 units of forged stainless steel, 1,000 units of adamantine, 1,000 units of mithril, 100 units of 4 elemental gemstones each, 1,000 units of yellow gold tier mist core. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After the Triumphal Arch was built, the efficiency of his soldiers' breakthroughs would greatly increase in the future. He had all the basic materials required. As for the rare materials behind the basic materials, he happened to have a portion of the materials left from the Novice Lord test last time. The rest could also be bought from Sand Gold City. At most, he would spend some mist cores, so it was not a problem at all. A moment later, Zhao Chongshao was brought over. Zhou Zhou handed the blueprint to the other party. Elder Zhao, I'll give you this building blueprint. After the Diamond Elementary Grade Aurora Tower is completed, you can build another one for the Aurora Kingdom. Then, you can start building this building. Zhou Zhou said. He was not in a hurry to build the Triumphal Arch with the blessing of the War God. Moreover, he had already promised Liya and had a good relationship with the Aurora Kingdom. He did not want to be a treacherous person. Even though Liya might not say anything even if he built the Triumphal Arch first, Zhou Zhou did not want to leave the impression that he had not kept his promise. Reputation was still very important to him as a lord. Yes, my lord. Zhao Chongshao said respectfully. After saying that, he could not help but look at the blueprint again. His heart trembled. It was actually another race-building blueprint. Then, he was overjoyed. As a master in the construction field, he naturally liked to build difficult buildings. His architect level would definitely increase again when he built this Triumphal Arch. Zhou Zhou knew what Elder Zhao was thinking from his expression. He smiled and asked Zhao Chongshao to bring the blueprint back. Zhou Zhou asked Aaliyah to return to her room after he left. Then, he took out his Lord Talent crystal fragment and prepared to upgrade his Lord Talent. Chapter 243, White Silvertear Insight Defection. White Silvertear returned to the city. Zhou Zhou first took out all his Lord Talent crystal fragments. There were a total of 74 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 796 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 3 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 14 White Platinum Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 10 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, 2 Legendary Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou smiled. Even though the people brought by the Night Lord today had caused him some trouble. However, if not for them, he would not have been able to obtain so many Lord Talent crystal fragments. Isn't it good to live well? Must you come up here to have a death wish and give me treasures? He sighed. Then, Zhou Zhou stopped thinking and began to upgrade his Lord Talent. He first fused 790 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments into 79 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. Just as he was about to take the next step, he was stunned. F***CK. It's actually not enough to upgrade the War God's Blessing. Zhou Zhou was dumbfounded. When he obtained the 702 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments previously, he subconsciously thought that he would definitely be able to upgrade this Lord Talent with so many Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. He reacted now that he saw the number. It was impossible to fuse a Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. Even though he was helpless, he could only fuse 20 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals first and obtain 2 White Silver Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. Then, he could upgrade his Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent, return to the city and incite defection. A text notification appeared. As you have 3 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talents, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, incite defection and return to the city, please choose 2 to upgrade. I choose to update incite defection and return to the city. Zhou Zhou said. The Gnome Alchemy Workshop could satisfy his needs for the time being. There was no hurry to upgrade. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he felt a strong warm feeling appear between his eyebrows again. Moreover, the feeling this time was far more obvious than the previous 2 upgrades to the Lord Talent. A moment later, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your Black Iron Tier Lord Talent, Incite Defection, has been upgraded to Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent, Incite Defection. Congratulations, your Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent, Return to the City, has been upgraded to White Silver Tier Lord Talent, Return to the City. Your Mythical Tier Lord Talent effect is as follows. Lord Talent, Incite Defection, White Silver Tier. Incite Defection, a Lord's exclusive talent. When you fight the enemy Lord's faction head-on, you can activate the Incite Defection talent and incite 8% of the enemy Lord's faction to become your loyal subordinate. Lord Talent Hint 1, the minimum number of enemies for Incite Defection is 1 unit, and the maximum number of enemies for Incite Defection is 100,000 units. The loyalty of the enemies after Incite Defection is at least 85 points. Lord Talent Hint 2, currently, the upper limit of the Lord faction level that you can induce Incite Defection is Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Lord Faction. This upper limit can grow. Lord Talent Hint 3, this talent can only be activated once a day. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The increase in Incite Defection, which had been promoted to a White Silver Tier Lord Talent, was quite obvious. The highest increase was naturally from the original 5% Incite Defection ratio to the 8% Incite Defection ratio. Secondly, the upper limit of the number of enemies in the Incite Defection had also increased from 30,000 units to 100,000 units. The lowest loyalty of the enemies after the Incite Defection had also increased to 85 points. Finally, the upper limit of the Lord faction that could induce insight defection had also increased from the Diamond tier intermediate grade to Extraordinary tier elementary grade. I didn't level it up in vain. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at the upgraded Return to the City. Lord Talent, Return to the City, White Silver tier. Return to the city, no matter where you are, you will immediately return to your territory and recover 60% of your physical state in the next 10 seconds 3 seconds after chanting the designated password. You can also specify 1000 life forms or 1000 units of supplies to return to your territory together. If the specified person is a life form, it will recover 30% of its physical state in the next hour. Lord Talent hint, this talent can be activated twice a day. Zhou Zhou was also very satisfied with its improvement. Other than the number of times he could use the White Silver tier Return to the City, his other abilities had increased. In the future, the White Silver tier Lord Talent, Return to the City, could play an even more important role by returning to help in time. Then, he put away the remaining Lord Talent crystal fragments and the Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. An hour later. Outside Blazing Sun City. 50,000 Blazing Sun Army soldiers were gathered here. Above their heads floated a black disc-like spaceship. This spaceship was about 500 meters in diameter. Even though it was not as big as the previous Ranger and was only a third of its size, it still gave the soldiers on the ground a feeling that it covered the sky. All the soldiers, including Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and even Nazario, who had the inheritance of the dragon race, looked up at the spaceship in shock and novelty. Everyone, stand under the black ghost in order and wait for the spaceship to collect you. Don't panic. Pay attention to the neat formation and maintain order. Teams of soldiers in charge of patrolling shouted. The soldiers arrived under the black ghost under the order. Then, they saw a light released from the center below the spaceship and illuminate the soldiers. Then, these soldiers suddenly disappeared in the light and appeared in the interior of the Black Ghost. Groups of soldiers boarded the Black Ghost. A moment later, only Zhou Zhou and Bai Yun were left outside the spaceship. My lord, let's get on the spaceship first. Bai Yun said respectfully. Let's get on the ship. Zhou Zhou nodded and called for Bai Yun to come under the spaceship. After a flash of light, when Zhou Zhou and Bai Yun could see their surroundings again, they had already appeared in the Black Ghost. My lord! The room you're in now belongs to the captain's room. Here, you can instruct Wenya to do whatever you want within your authority. Wenya will serve you at any time. Wenya's voice sounded in Zhou Zhou's heart. What's the upper limit of my authority? Are there any restrictions? Zhou Zhou asked. The upper limit of your authority is unlimited. All of your orders are not restricted within Wenya's ability. Wenya said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at his surroundings. After looking at it for a moment, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This very spacious captain's cabin not only occupied a very large area, it was also the size of a football field. Moreover, its internal facilities were complete, such as a bathroom, study, kitchen, bedroom, dining room, life detection, an anti-reconnaissance radar room, driver's cabin, an energy room. There were even a cultivation room, a gym, a projection room, a meditation room, an entertainment room, and other rooms that were unrelated to the function of the spaceship. The folding space technology is also used here, right? Zhou Zhou looked around and said. Chapter 244, The Speed of Black Ghost. First meeting with the Sandstorm Forbidden Land. Zhou Zhou looked at the vast captain's cabin. This captain's room alone would occupy a quarter of the entire Black Ghost without spatial folding technology. Yes. The entire captain's cabin only takes up 1,000th of the entire hull's space volume because of the spatial folding technology. Making full use of the space inside the ship and ensuring sufficient energy. The Black Ghost can accommodate 200,000 human life forms for a year. A large virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Zhou when Wenya finished speaking. The virtual screen was divided into 10 divisions. Each division had 5,000 Blazing Sun Army soldiers inside. He could clearly see their expressions through the virtual screen. He could clearly feel their surprise towards Black Ghost. Zhou Zhou nodded inwardly. "My lord. Where are we going?" Wenya asked. "White Silvertier region territory Dust Wasteland." After saying that, Zhou Zhou handed the area map to Wenya and asked her to make a copy and store it in her data center. Previously, they had withdrawn halfway and stopped attacking the White Silvertier regional territory of Dust Wasteland because of the Night Lord's surprise attack. Now that the trouble had been resolved, he naturally had to continue his previous journey. "Yes, my lord," Wenya said respectfully. "Let's go now," Zhou Zhou said. As soon as he finished speaking, lines of text appeared in front of him on the virtual screen. "As you command. Black Ghost is setting sail. The destination of this journey is White Silvertier region territory Dust Wasteland. Distance, about 174 kilometers. Time required, 2 minutes 24 seconds. My lord, please wait patiently." Zhou Zhou did not pay much attention to the first half of the sentence. However, when he heard that the time required was only more than 2 minutes, he was immediately shocked. "How many minutes will it take?" he immediately asked. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. This error will not exceed 0.01. Wenya said. "Oh my god!" Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue. Without the help of external forces, such as Wu Xian's military formation or other treasures and skills, his Blazing Sun army would take 2 hours to go from Blazing Sun City to the edge of the withered forest plains. On the other hand, Black Ghost only needed more than 2 minutes. This efficiency increased by a total of 60 times. So this was a bronze-tier advance-grade spaceship? Zhou Zhou expressed his love. "Depart," he said. "Yes." As the spaceship set off, Zhou Zhou could not help but fantasize about the future where his efficiency in conquering regional territories would double with the help of the Black Ghost. At this moment, he suddenly transmitted a message from afar. Have Zhang Fugui and the others arrived at the Sandstorm Forbidden Land? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. "Wenye, call me when you get there. I have something else to do," he said. "Yes, my lord," Wenya said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and closed his eyes. His consciousness appeared on the Blood Bat avatar more than 300 kilometers away. Green Bronze Tier Calamity Forbidden Land Sandstorm Forbidden Land. A caravan of 51 people and 30 carriages was standing at the edge of the Sandstorm Forbidden Land. It was the mysterious caravan led by Zhang Fugui and the accompanying archaeologist, Gu Bo. At this moment, they were all respectfully surrounding a blood bat standing on the carriage with its eyes closed. They were quiet, their expressions solemn and respectful. Coupled with their mysterious clothes that were like the starry sky, it was as if they were welcoming the relocation of an astral world evil god. Soon, the blood bat with its eyes closed opened them. "Greetings, my lord," everyone said in unison. "Good work." The blood bat nodded. It was Zhou Zhou, who had just transmitted his consciousness. This was not the first time he had controlled a blood bat, so he quickly adapted to his current state. Then, he looked around and his gaze quickly landed on the sandstorm not far away. More than 1,000 meters away. Yellow tornadoes were constantly entangling, gathering, colliding, and splitting. There were countless of them. At a glance, Zhou Zhou seemed to see a doomsday world formed by a tornado and sandstorm. The wind howled endlessly. The ear-piercing and sharp sound of the wind even made Zhou Zhou's eardrums ache. Even though this was only the eardrums of the Blood Bat avatar, it made Zhou Zhou realize that the Sandstorm Forbidden Land was not ordinary. As expected of a natural disaster forbidden area. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. How do we get in? The Blood Bat looked at Zhang Fugui. My lord. Please follow us. Also. Before entering, I need to disguise the two of you. Zhang Fugui's voice was low, like a god speaking in the starry sky. He was no longer as honest and kind as before. Bloodbat and Gu Bo looked at each other and nodded. Zhang Fugui stretched out his right hand that was formed by the starry sky and waved it gently at the two of them. Seeing this, then, he saw a caravan uniform identical to the one on the mysterious caravan gradually appeared on the bodies of the Bloodbats and Gu Bo. It was just that the size was different. You can enter this way and you don't have to worry about the King of Undead wondering about the true identities of the Lord and Gu Bo. Zhang Fugui chuckled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, Zhang Fugui led everyone and the carriage towards the sandstorm forbidden land without hesitation. When they got closer, everyone suddenly seemed to have passed through a water wall and walked straight into the sandstorm forbidden land. Below the sandstorm forbidden land, in a dilapidated ancient ruin, there were many collapsed buildings, the corpses of life forms, and various products that had long become rotten. Among these, were some damaged old murals carved on a yellow wall, which was especially eye-catching. At this moment, in the air, Zhang Fugui, Zhou Zhou, and the others walked out of the ripple one after another as a ripple spread out. It feels a little similar to spatial teleportation, but it's also a little different. Zhou Zhou thought. My lord, we used our mysterious caravan's unlimited right of passage to enter this place directly. Next, we just have to pass through that spatial teleportation array and teleport underground. Then, we can see the undead couple. Zhang Fugui said directly to a spatial teleportation array not far away that emitted a faint silver light. Zhou Zhou looked at the spatial teleportation array and nodded. He was about to bring people to the spatial teleportation array. At this moment, he suddenly saw Gu Bo lying on the wall, looking at the mural in front of him in surprise. Did Elder Gu find anything? Zhou Zhou temporarily dispelled the idea of setting off immediately and came to his side to ask politely. It's not a big discovery. But I roughly know their origins if there's really an undead kingdom below. Gu Bo said. Pray tell. Zhou Zhou was interested. In any case, he was not in a hurry, so there was no harm in listening. As the saying goes, if you know both your enemies and yourself well, you will not be defeated in 100 battles. Then, Gu Bo began to tell Zhou Zhou. Chapter 245, Kingdom of Eternal Silence. The Secret Hero Inheritance Manual that can be dropped. My lord, you should still remember what I told you last time about the 5 generations of kingdoms ruling under our feet, right? Gu Bo asked. I remember. Ever since the rise and destruction of the Sand Empire more than 8,000 years ago, this land under our feet has experienced another 4 generations of kingdoms. The latest kingdom is the Aurora Kingdom, which borders our territory. Bloodbat said. Its voice was a little sharp. Gu Bo nodded and pointed at the murals. This mural describes the history of 2 ancient kingdoms that have ceased to exist. One of them is called the Violent Storm Kingdom, and the other is called the Ancient Gold Kingdom. If the 4 kingdom eras after the Emperor of Sand are called the 4 kingdom eras, then the era they belong to is the 2nd generation of kingdoms after the Sand Empire. They were about 3,000 to about 4 years ago. It doesn't say much else. The content on this mural roughly describes that these 2 kingdoms were mortal enemies in that era. The content on this mural roughly describes that these 2 kingdoms were mortal enemies in that era. The Prince of the Violent Storm Kingdom and the Princess of the Ancient Gold Kingdom developed feelings for each other because they fought many times on the battlefield. The 2 of them were already tired of war, so they wanted to use a union between them to resolve the hatred between the 2 countries. But the enmity between the 2 countries is already deep. How can a man and woman in love resolve it? That's not all. The union of the 2 was also strongly opposed by the higher UPS of both countries. Eventually, this pair of prince and princess stabbed each other to death with their swords and died for love together. But to the 2 countries' surprise, after they died, their souls became powerful vengeful spirits. This pair of vengeful spirits destroyed the violent Storm Kingdom and the ancient Gold Kingdom and turned the dead citizens of the two countries into their undead citizens. After that, the vengeful spirit couple who destroyed two kingdoms woke up to their senses. After they saw this scene, they finally decided to seal themselves and all the undead citizens deep in the ground and use storm magic to transform the area where the sealed place was into a natural disaster forbidden area in order to save themselves and not let these undead hurt others. This is the origin of this sandstorm forbidden land. As for the vengeful spirit couple, they are the King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence. Zhou Zhou and the surrounding people fell silent. The blood bat sighed softly. Zhou Zhou did not expect this. These undead creatures actually had such a sad story. According to the ancient books, after the violent Storm Kingdom and the ancient Gold Kingdom were destroyed by two nameless powerful vengeful spirits, they disappeared without a trace. Even their corpses disappeared. This has even become an unsolved historical mystery. I didn't expect the real reason to be like this. Gu Bo also sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, an energy fluctuation appeared in his body before disappearing. The blood bat was stunned. Then, he opened his personal information and realized that the other party's archaeologist level had increased from the previous White Silver Tier elementary grade to White Silver Tier advanced grade. He was a little tongue-tied and there was nothing much to say. This was what life professions were like. It was different from combat professions that needed to accumulate promotion energy bit by bit. Once a life profession made a breakthrough in innovation, it was very likely to increase by more than one grade. It was normal to increase by a few grades. As an archaeologist, Zhou Zhou even felt that it was too little for Elder Gu to crack an unsolved historical mystery and raise it by 2 grades. That was indeed the case. After a moment of silence, Gu Bo smiled at the blood bat. If I publish the historical answer here, I'm afraid I'll directly be promoted to a yellow gold tier or even white platinum tier archaeologist. Are you going to publish it? Blood bat asked. I'm not going to publish it. If the truth is really as the murals say, I'm afraid this place will be in chaos if I announce the truth about this place. Gu Bo shook his head. The blood bat nodded. There were not only the undeads of the 2 kingdoms here. It also had all the wealth accumulated by the 2 kingdoms. Just as old Gu had said, if the others knew the truth of this place would indeed be in chaos. Even his territory might suffer. Moreover, he wished that these 2 kingdoms would never come out. Otherwise, he would be the first to suffer if they had any bad intentions after coming out, since his territory was connected to this place. He was a small faction that was not even a kingdom. He could probably not resist in front of these 2 big shots who could even destroy 2 kingdoms. Then, he did not say anything about keeping it a secret. Elder Zheng. Don't sell the matter here as information. The blood bat flew to Zheng Fugui's shoulder and smiled. Yes, my lord. Zheng Fugui said respectfully. Blood bat nodded. Then, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, how did you get in if this place was sealed? Is it also because of the unlimited right of passage? Blood bat asked. Yes, my lord. As long as it's a secret faction that our mysterious caravan knows about and its faction level is below the kingdom level. No matter how secretive it is, we have the right to enter and conduct business. But it's only limited to doing business. It can't do anything else. Zheng Fugui said. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Even though there were some restrictions, this unlimited right of passage still felt ridiculously strong. My lord, Mr. Gu, we can talk about these things outside the seal. But if you enter the spatial teleportation array, it's equivalent to entering the sealed kingdom of eternal silence. We have to be careful when the time comes. Otherwise, the identity of the Lord and Mr. Gu might be seen through. Even though they might not do anything because of our status, there might be accidents. Zheng Fugui said seriously. The blood bat and Gu Bo nodded. The 2 of them, especially Zhou Zhou, could naturally feel Zheng Fugui's sincere concern and care. After that, everyone did not say anything else and walked into the spatial teleportation array. Eternal Silence Kingdom. After Zhou Zhou saw his surroundings again, he realized that he had arrived at a dead city. In this city, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, carpenter shop, grocery store, jewelry shop. There were all kinds of buildings. Moreover, they were all functional blueprint buildings, not self-built buildings. However, even though the buildings were complete, there was no one alive here, and the aura of the undead was extremely strong. The dim green light illuminated the city, and coupled with the dead atmosphere, it made this place look a little eerie and terrifying. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. His sixth sense was astonishing, he could sense that a large number of undead creatures were sleeping in these buildings. Tap, tap, tap. A pair of undead knights wrapped in black undead aura galloped over on undead war horses. After coming close, leading undead knight jumped down from his horse and walked in front of Zhang Fuegui. Welcome to the Eternal Silence Kingdom. His Majesty and the Queen have been waiting in the palace for a long time. Please follow me. His voice was hoarse. Zhang Fuegui nodded slightly and did not speak, looking unfathomable. However, the other party liked this very much. He looked at Zhang Fuegui and the mysterious caravan members behind him in awe. Then, he led Zhang Fuegui and the others towards the palace. Zhou Zhou originally wanted to investigate the other party's attribute information. But he thought of what Luo Buletin had said to him before and held back. My lord, if you want to understand his information, you can check it directly. The mysterious caravan uniforms on you and Mr. Gubo are not just ordinary clothes. Even the vengeful spirit couple won't be able to discover that. Zhang Fuegui seemed to have sensed what Zhou Zhou wanted to do and sent a mental message. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he heard this. Then, he immediately looked at the undead knight. Monster name, faceplate, hero unit, Regional Scarlet Lord. Hero title, 100 Death Cavalry General. Position, Extraordinary Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Kingdom of Eternal Silence. Strength Level, Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Monster Description, the former second general of the Violent Storm Kingdom, one of the 4 heroes under the command of the King of Eternal Silence. He is powerful and has outstanding battle records. He is deeply trusted by the King of Eternal Silence. Loots, 20 Epic Tier Mist Cores, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Hero Skill, Undead Body of 100 Deaths, 300 Origin Crystals, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Summoning Undead Knights, Drop Rate, 3%, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Treasure, Death Fog, 1 Epic Tier Elementary Grade Army Formation, Summoning Storm Spirit King, 1 Extraordinary Grade Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, Drop Rate, 0.001%, 8 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal. Fragments, Drop Rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou could not help but be shocked after reading it. On the one hand, he was shocked that the other party was actually an extraordinary tier hero. On the other hand, he was shocked that the Secret Hero Inheritance Manual could actually be dropped by killing heroes. Chapter 246, The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence shocked. Zhou Zhou had always thought that this could only be dropped through a special dungeon like the Time Ruins. He did not expect it to be dropped in reality. It was just that the probability was infinitely equal to 0. But was this a problem for him? No matter what the probability was, he could make it drop 100%. Which means a hero that others can't get. As long as I can find other heroes and kill them, I can obtain their hero inheritance and add another hero to my faction. Zhou Zhou could not help but be overjoyed when he thought of this. How many heroes were there? It could be said to be one of the important indicators to measure the strength of a lord. Since he could increase the number of heroes on his side by hunting heroes, then he could completely max out in this aspect. Other kingdoms such as the Aurora Kingdom might only have 3 or 4 heroes. With his king of lutes Lord Talent, the number of heroes in his kingdom might have reached 10 or even more after his territory was upgraded to a kingdom. The significance of using this to increase the strength of the territory was naturally self-evident. He suppressed his excitement and followed the other party to the entrance of the palace. However, it was only an ancient ruin of the palace. It was just cleaned up very nicely. Even though he could still see its former glory, it was no longer the same as before after thousands of years. After everyone entered the palace, they quickly arrived at a hall called the Eternal Silence Hall. A vengeful spirit couple in black royal robes was sitting high in the hall. Zhou Zhou looked over. Monster name, Zhou Dan, Hero Unit, Kingdom Level Crimson Kingdom. Hero Title, King of Eternal Silence. Position, High God Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Kingdom of Eternal Silence. Strength Level, Legendary Tier Advance Grade. Monster Description: the original prince of the violent Storm Kingdom committed suicide because he was in love with the princess of an enemy country. Later, both of them turned into vengeful spirits and destroyed their kingdom. He became the king of eternal silence over thousands of years. Loots, 100 legendary tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 legendary tier advance grade hero skill, Eternal Loneliness Kingdom, 1 legendary tier advance grade hero skill, Violent Storm Territory, 1000 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 legendary tier advance grade equipment, Eternal Silence Scepter, drop rate, 3%, 1 legendary tier advance grade equipment, Eternal Silence King Armor, drop rate, 3%, 1 legendary tier advance grade skill book, Summon Sandstorm Tornado, 1 High God tier advance grade hero inheritance secret manual, drop rate, 0.000001%, 1 epic tier Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%, 6 legendary tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Monster name, Zhou Dan, Hero Unit, Kingdom Level Crimson Kingdom. Hero Title, Queen of Eternal Silence. Position, High God Tier Heroes Fate Level. Territory, Kingdom of Eternal Silence. Strength Level, Legendary Tier Advance Grade. Monster Description: the original princess of the ancient Gold Kingdom committed suicide because she was in love with the prince of an enemy country. Later, both of them turned into vengeful spirits and destroyed their kingdom. For thousands of years, she became the Queen of Eternal Silence who accompanied the King of Eternal Silence. Loots, 100 legendary tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 legendary tier advance grade hero skill, Eternal Kingdom, 1 legendary tier advance grade hero skill, Ancient Gold Soldier Armor, 1000 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 legendary tier advance grade equipment, Eternal Silence Heart, drop rate, 3%, 1 legendary tier advance grade skill book, Golden Dawnfall, drop rate, 3%, 1 legendary tier advance grade skill book, Meteor Destruction, 1 high god tier advance grade hero. Inheritance Secret Manual, drop rate, 0.000001%, 1 diamond tier Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%, 3 diamond tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence were actually 2 high god tier heroes with the legendary tier advance grade destiny. If not for the fact that they lived underground, they would probably be able to be promoted to being lords of an empire if they developed some more. Everyone, please take a seat. The King of Eternal Silence said. His voice was unexpectedly gentle. He quickly discovered that there were 2 more existences in the mysterious caravan this time. Moreover, one of them actually had a different physique from other mysterious merchants. He was puzzled, but he did not pay much attention to it. The name of the mysterious caravan resounded throughout the entire high continent and even the endless heavens. The common agreement that all living beings acknowledged about them was: the mysterious caravan only engaged in trading. They would never hurt the person they were dealing with unless they took the initiative to provoke them. Therefore, he was very at ease with Zhang Fuegui and the others. Last time, we couldn't reach a deal because we weren't ready. We have to trade our worth this time. I wonder what goods you brought here for us to trade this time. The Eternal Silence Queen said. Other than gentleness, her tone was also filled with curiosity. This was their first time trading with the legendary mysterious caravan. They also wanted to see what kind of goods the mysterious caravan would sell them. Zhang Fuegui did not say anything and looked at the blood bat. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence were also slightly shocked and surprised when they saw this scene. No wonder there were two more people this time. So the owner of the transaction had come personally. I heard that your country has a temple dedicated to Thanatos, the god of death. Bloodbat's voice was sharp. Of course. Any undead faction will worship Thanatos, the god of death. Let alone a kingdom of the undead like ours. The King of Eternal Silence said matter-of-factly. He felt a little strange. He did not know why the other party suddenly asked about matters of such common sense. Caw. Then you should be interested in the things I brought with me. The bloodbat's figure was enveloped in the starry sky robe, and he could not see what was inside. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence looked at him curiously. Then, the other party spat out a spatial ring. Immediately after, the spatial ring flashed with light. The next second, a total of 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals flew out and floated quietly in the air. This was a white silver tier intermediate grade skill called Object Control. It was obtained from the loot of an elemental monster called the Hanging Stone Spirit when Zhou Zhou conquered the territory. Even though it did not have many offensive abilities, it was very practical in life. That was what he was using now. When the King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence saw the 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals, they immediately stood up uncontrollably. They were dumbfounded and only had one thought in their minds. Which ambitious guy slaughtered so many fanatic believers under the gods to obtain so many fanatic believer faith divine crystals? What is happening outside? Could it be that there is a huge battle between the gods? Hundreds of thousands of believers would have to die to obtain so many fanatic believer faith divine crystals, right? The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence thought of the meaning behind these things. They were immediately shocked. Only the sharp voice of the blood bat could be heard. I wonder what you can offer to trade with me for these 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals. Chapter 247, 5 Treasures. 1. The King of Eternal Silence exchanged glances with the Queen of Eternal Silence, then he sat down and shook his head with a bitter smile. Honorable guest, you really think highly of me. How can we have any treasures to trade for fanatic believer faith divine crystals? Let alone 1,000 of them. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence looked at the 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals with desire in their eyes. Just as Zhou Zhou had said. They naturally wanted these 1,000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals. One had to know that even God spirits cherished their Holy Spirit tier believers. So much so that they were willing to fight other gods there his Holy Spirit tier believers were injured. Why? Because believers were the most important source of power of faith for the God spirits. The power of faith that every Holy Spirit tier believer could provide to the gods was extremely huge. The power of faith created every day by a Holy Spirit tier believer was even comparable to the total power of faith provided by tens of millions of shallow believers every day. Not only that, Holy Spirit tier believers were the purest existence of faith. Not only could they cast the strongest divine arts given by the God Spirit, they could even be used as a medium for gods to walk the mortal world when necessary. Through this method, they created miracles and spread the grace of God to complete their goal of spreading their faith. From there, they could make their deity position more stable and even obtain the possibility of advancement. It could be said that the Holy Spirit was one of the most important ways for God spirits to become stronger by collecting the power of faith. Fanatic believers were second only to the Holy Spirit tier, and they had the possibility of advancing to the Holy Spirit level at any time. It could be said that every fanatic believer was a seed of the Holy Spirit. Such pure faith also meant that their faith divine crystals could provide an extremely huge and pure power of faith. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence had served Thanatos for many years. As legendary tier powerhouses, they naturally knew that their god yearned for this pure power of faith the most. They would definitely obtain the favor of their god if they could give these 1000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals to their god spirit. They might even be bestowed with a divine artifact. These two legendary tier powerhouses had been silent for thousands of years, but even so, their hearts could not help but become restless facing this divine grace. However, they had their own difficulties. The first was that they could not afford it. That's right. They really could not afford it. Even though they were an existence that was on the verge of becoming an empire, however, they had never gone out to fight after all. As a result, they had never obtained a mythical tier treasure. In their hearts, only mythical tier treasures could buy these 1000 faith divine crystals. The value of these things far exceeded Zhou Zhou's imagination. This was a miraculous gain that could only be made by a mythical tier unique Lord Talent and a white platinum tier Lord Talent after all. Even the Supreme Will, who created the Lord Talent, probably did not expect that such a bug combination could be born from the countless Lord Talents he created. There was another reason. That was, they did not dare to buy them. In their eyes, the karma behind 1000 fanatic believer faith divine crystals was too great. Even though they were hidden very deeply and almost no one in the high continent knew of their existence, they did not dare to buy these faith divine crystals. Zhou Zhou naturally did not know what these two majesties were thinking. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them say that. Actually, even though he had obtained many loots, there were not many that were valuable to legendary tier existences. Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals, Death Immunity Scrolls, or Battle Campaign Resurrection Tokens were fine. However, Zhou Zhou was definitely unwilling to trade them. After thinking about it, he thought of what Zhang Fugui had once told him about the existence of the God of Death's temple in the Kingdom of Eternal Silence. He felt that the faith divine crystal might be used to trade. Therefore, he took it out and tried it. He did not expect it to really work. Moreover, judging from their reactions, this thing seemed to be quite valuable and did not embarrass the mysterious caravan. Thinking of this, he immediately became confident. Why don't you take out what you can offer to determine the affordability? Even if you can't buy 1000, you can maybe buy dozens or hundreds of them. Bloodbat's voice was sharp. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence looked at each other when they heard this. Then, their eyes became firm. They agreed and got someone to bring the treasures up. Then, Zhou Zhou and the others saw 5 beautiful vampires with graceful figures walking up with 5 treasures in their hands. Then, they lifted the red cloth on them, revealing the treasures below. These 5 treasures are treasures that our Kingdom of Eternal Silence has preserved for many years. Only these treasures are worthy of buying these precious faith divine crystals. The King of Eternal Silence said sincerely. The corners of Zhang Fugui and the other mysterious merchants' mouths twitched a few times. Even Zhou Zhou and Gu Bo had strange expressions. What kind of business dealing is this? First you praised how precious the other party's goods were. Don't you want to bargain next? Isn't it obvious that he wanted us to rip him off? However, when they thought of the other party's background, they suddenly understood. Well, this pair of prince and princess had been buried underground for thousands of years and had never come into contact with commoners for transactions. It was understandable that they acted so innocently. Next, let me introduce these 5 treasures. The King of Eternal Silence walked down from the throne and came to the first treasure. It was a 2-meter-tall dark blue egg. This is the dragon egg of a spectral dragon. When we first obtained it, the aura inside was about to disappear. If we hadn't placed it in the deepest underground area of the Kingdom of Eternal Silence and been nurtured by the rich undead aura here for thousands of years, it might have completely become a dead egg. And now, it has been perfectly nurtured. As long as a soul contract is signed with it, this spectral dragon will be born and will recognize the person who signed the soul contract as its master. We will gift you a soul contract along with it. The King of Eternal Silence said. Zhou Zhou's body immediately trembled. A spectral dragon egg. It is not a spectral dragon transformed from a dead dragon. Wouldn't that make this a natural spectral dragon? This would be a pure-blooded dragon comparable to Nazario. Nazario's contribution to his territory went without saying. A pure-blooded dragon was already so strong. What about having two of them? Zhou Zhou immediately made up his mind to obtain this spectral dragon egg. Even though he was excited, no one could tell his reaction under the starry sky divine robe. When the King of Eternal Silence saw that Zhou Zhou did not react, he coughed awkwardly. These guys don't even fancy a pure-blooded dragon? What? They are the mysterious caravan? Oh, right, forget it. The King of Eternal Silence's expression did not change as he came to the second treasure. It was a class change certificate and a recruitment book. Kingdom level combat profession Violent Storm Spirit. It's an advanced combat profession, the Storm Mage. This is its recruitment letter and class change certificate. The King of Eternal Silence had a complicated expression. It comes from a monster from the ancient Violent Storm Kingdom. It's a powerful wind element spellcaster profession. It has an extremely destructive casting ability and an elementalization ability that makes it immune to physical attacks. Do you only have this one book? The Blood Bat asked. Of course not. His expression gradually returned to normal as he said seriously. The Violent Storm Spirit is a special profession in our Kingdom of Eternal Silence. Other than the Violent Storm Spirits that were rumored to be in the elemental world, the only other place you can find this class change certificate in the entire High Continent is our Eternal Silence Kingdom. That's why I'm prepared to trade the right to trade for this specialty profession. Chapter 248, 5 Treasures. 2. Our mysterious caravan won't stay in one place, nor will we have any fixed trading partners. We're not interested in the trading rights you mentioned. The Blood Bat said. The King of Eternal Silence fell silent. True. He had indeed never heard of a mysterious caravan having a fixed trading partner. Even though his Violent Storm Spirit profession was precious, he seemed to have taken it for granted. He sighed and was about to introduce the next treasure when he heard the Blood Bat speak again. Even though we're not interested in your trading rights. However, I'm a little interested in monsters that can drop the Violent Storm Spirit recruitment book and the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate. I want to buy them. How about that? The Blood Bat said. The King of Eternal Silence was stunned when he heard this. Then, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He was not stupid. Therefore, he immediately had a guess when he heard this. This mysterious merchant probably had the ability to mass-produce monsters. Which meant, if he really handed that monster to the other party, it was very likely that the kingdom-level combat profession's Violent Storm Spirits would not be his alone. He was silent for a moment, then nodded. Sure. A relieved smile appeared on the King of Eternal Silence's face. Some things could be buried but some things should continue to be passed down. The Queen of Eternal Silence was stunned when she saw her husband say yes. Then, she seemed to understand something and a gentle smile appeared on her face. When Zhou Zhou heard the King of Eternal Silence's words, he was slightly surprised. However, it was a good thing that they agreed. He didn't think too much about it and was looking forward to it. He could have a fixed kingdom-level combat profession in his territory. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He remembered that the Storm Lord of the Sun Extermination Society's profession seemed to be a Storm Mage. Could it be that the Storm Lord's Storm Mage profession came from here? He felt that the possibility was very high. Then, he stopped thinking about it. The Storm Lord was already dead. There was nothing he could do about it. At this moment, the King of Eternal Silence came to the third treasure. It was a token that Zhou Zhou had just seen. It was an extraordinary tier advance grade kingdom token. This is a kingdom token. With it, you can establish a kingdom after completing the other two conditions for establishing a kingdom. When the King of Eternal Silence introduced this kingdom token, his expression was more complicated. Even though this kingdom token was the least valuable of the 5 treasures, it was the most meaningful to him. This was the kingdom token of his ancestors, the Violent Storm Kingdom. The Blood Bat said nothing. Seeing this, the King of Eternal Silence came to the 4th treasure. It was a fist-sized Blood Wolf Totem. This is an extraordinary tier intermediate grade treasure of the military formation. It's called the Greedy Wolf Totem. It has a military formation called the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Array engraved inside. The person who masters this array can summon a creature called the Greedy Wolf by gathering the essence, energy, and spirit of the professionals. This Greedy Wolf avatar can directly attack the enemy. It can be said to be peerless on the battlefield. Moreover, the more professionals there are in the military formation, the stronger the Greedy Wolf avatar will be. It can condense an extraordinary tier intermediate grade Greedy Wolf avatar at best. I obtained this treasure from an outer realm life form in the past. I kept it because it has the ability to defeat the strong even if we are weak. The King of Eternal Silence said. Zhou Zhou contemplated. The name Greedy Wolf seemed to be used only by the immortal Dao civilization. Could the outer realm life form that he mentioned be life forms from the immortal realm or from the immortal Dao civilization? At this moment, the King of Eternal Silence also came to the 5th treasure. It was a golden bag. This is a strange treasure. The King of Eternal Silence said. Strange treasure. Zhou Zhou's heart stirred. This was the first time he had heard of the concept of a strange treasure. Zhang Fuegui seemed to have seen through Zhou Zhou's doubts and sent a voice transmission. They don't have a specific grade, and most of them don't increase the user's combat ability, but they have all kinds of strange and unique functions. That's why they're called strange treasures. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. At this moment, the King of Eternal Silence also introduced it. This strange treasure is called the Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag. It only has one function. That's converting the mist core. It can transform a low-level mist core into a high-level mist core, or a high-level mist core into a low-level mist core. For example, put 10 black iron tier mist cores in the Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag. With the user's will, it can become a green bronze tier mist cores. If you put in 1 green bronze tier mist core, it can also turn into 10 black iron tier mist core according to the user's wishes. Even though it's not very useful. But it's convenient. Moreover, if the user lacks high-quality mist cores, they can completely convert a large number of low-level mist cores to forcefully create the high-quality mist cores they want. But it has a limit. The Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag can transform legendary tier mist cores at best. It can't be converted beyond the legendary tier. The King of Eternal Silence said. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag actually had such a function. He happened to need this ability. He sold a large number of goods through the exchange every day and often obtained tens of millions of black iron tier mist cores. Even though these black iron tier mist cores were real, it was very inconvenient to trade them. The quantity was too big after all. It would take a long time to calculate the exchange rates. With the Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag, he did not have to worry about such things. This thing was simply a natural money bag. Not to mention that it could also create the ability of higher level mist cores. In the future, he would not have to worry about being unable to build higher level buildings because of the lack of higher level mist cores. In Zhou Zhou's heart, this thing was even more valuable than the spectral dragon egg. I want all 5 of them. The Blood Bat calmed down and said calmly. The King of Eternal Silence was delighted. How about the 800 fanatic believer faith divine crystals? He probed. The Blood Bat looked at Zhang Fuegui. Zhang Fugui immediately understood. 800 is too much. More like 20. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence looked over. Even Bloodbat almost couldn't help but look at him. How ruthless! The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence looked at each other and began to bargain. A moment later. 50, what about only 50 of them? The King of Eternal Silence gritted his teeth. Zhang Fugui nodded reluctantly. You're lucky, he said. A forced smile appeared on the faces of the King and Queen of Eternal Silence. Then, the King of Eternal Silence asked the 5 vampires to send all 5 treasures to the Blood Bats. I'll give this Violent Storm Spirit recruitment letter and class change certificate to this lord. As for the Violent Storm Demon Spirit monster, I'll get my subordinate to bring it over later. The King of Eternal Silence said. The Blood Bat nodded. Then, he put away the remaining 950 Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals and the 5 treasures. Chapter 249, the third fragment. The Blood Bat did not show anything on the surface. However, he was already extremely happy. A mere 50 Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals could actually exchange for these 5 priceless treasures. Every treasure was a treasure that could make kingdom-level forces go crazy and empire-level forces tempted in the outside world. He actually bought them so easily. He could not help but glance at Zhang Fugui. As expected of the boss of the mysterious merchant. This bargaining ability was indeed ridiculous. In any case, he did not dare to slash like this. Still, the transaction was not over yet. King of Eternal Silence. I have 2 small deals I want to make. The Blood Bat suddenly said. The King and Queen of Eternal Silence were stunned. They thought the deal was over. What deal? The King of Eternal Silence said seriously. To the north of the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone above you it borders the territory of a lord of all races called Blazing Sun City. Our mysterious caravan once made a deal with him and agreed to help him obtain safe passage in the Sandstorm Forbidden Land so that he and his lord forces can safely pass through the Sandstorm Forbidden Land you set up. Can you accept this deal? The Blood Bat said. That's simple. After saying that, the King of Eternal Silence flipped his right hand and took out a blue seal. Then, he handed it to the Blood Bat. This is a Violent Storm seal. Use it to stamp anything and come to our Storm Forbidden Land with that item. We will naturally let the people from their lord's faction pass safely. Just give me the amount of Faith Divine Crystals you think it's worth. He said. This matter was nothing to him. The King of Eternal Silence did not want to appear too greedy in front of these mysterious merchants, lest he attract trouble. Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of them. This is also one of the contents of our deal with the forces of Blazing Sun City. The Blood Bat said. With that, he controlled 10 Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals and sent them to the King of Eternal Silence. The King of Eternal Silence's eyes flashed. Such a simple transaction actually traded for 10 Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals? It seemed that this mysterious caravan cared a lot about the deal with the forces of Blazing Sun City. Could it be that the Lord of all races had given up treasures that were comparable to or even more than 10 Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals? Was that why these mysterious merchants were so concerned? At this moment, the King of Eternal Silence thought about many things. On the surface, he put away the 10 Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals and nodded seriously. Okay. As long as the forces of Blazing Sun City pass through the Sandstorm Forbidden area I set up. No matter what kind of enemy they encounter. Our Eternal Silence Kingdom can guarantee the safety of the people from Blazing Sun City as long as it's below the divine level. Sure. The Blood Bat said. Zhou Zhou was delighted. With the protection of such a legendary tier advance grade king and kingdom level faction. Even if it was only limited to the interior of the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone, he still had a lot of room to operate and could do some things. For example, he could try attacking the Dark Knight Town, the yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord area south of the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone. In other words, it was the territory of the Crimson Kingdom, the Taiyan Kingdom. The Taiyan Kingdom, a Crimson Kingdom, was near his territory. The war between the two was only a matter of time. Since that was the case, he could completely cause trouble for it during the war between the Taiyan Kingdom and the Aurora Kingdom. Zhou Zhou had just had this thought. He was not in a hurry to do it for the time being. It would not be too late to attack Dark Night Town after he had made a thorough plan. I wonder what the other deal is. The King of Eternal Silence said. The final deal would be related to a piece of equipment. I heard that your country has a fragment of the Emperor of Sand's glory scepter here. Our target is this equipment fragment. The Blood Bat said. The King of Eternal Silence and the Queen of Eternal Silence were stunned. Then, they frowned and thought about it. Soon, they were shocked and thought of the fragment of the Emperor of Sand's glory scepter. They looked at the Blood Bat warily. The fragment of the Emperor of Sand's glory scepter was a collection that had existed since the era of the ancient Gold Kingdom. After more than 3,000 years, they had almost forgotten the existence of this item. He did not expect the other party to actually gather information about this equipment fragment and even find this place. What terrifying intelligence-gathering ability! Was this the mysterious merchant? He was both surprised and emotional. I didn't expect you to be interested in that equipment fragment. We've kept it for thousands of years, but we haven't found the secret of why the Emperor of Sand is so powerful from that equipment fragment. The King of Eternal Silence smiled and said. The Emperor of Sand is considered a hero of his generation. The items he left behind are still worth trading. The Blood Bat said. In other words, what you value is the secret of the Emperor of Sand's strength, while our mysterious merchant only values the value of the items left behind by the Emperor of Sand. The King and the Queen of Eternal Silence were not surprised. The mysterious merchant was indeed like this. They did not care whether the items were powerful or not. They only cared if the goods were worth trading. The King of Eternal Silence did not say anything else. He got someone to bring the equipment fragment over and sent them directly to the Blood Bat. Even though this equipment fragment has an extraordinary origin, it's only a fragment. Just give me what you think is worth. The King of Eternal Silence said. The Blood Bat looked at the fragment in front of him. It was different from the previous fragments of a completed staff. It was a fragment of a golden staff with a water-like blue gem at the end. A text notification appeared. Item name, Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter Fragment. Item level, Special. Item effect, Sealed, you need to gather all the scepter fragments to unseal it. Item description, Legendary tier advanced grade equipment, one of the fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. It contains the mighty power that the Emperor of Sand once possessed. It's the third fragment. I wonder how many fragments I need to fuse to form the complete Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Under the current situation, it was not good for him to take out the other two scepter fragments. He could only put away the fragment of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter first and send 5 Faith Divine Crystals to the other party. The King and Queen of Eternal Silence were also very satisfied. 2 goods that were not worth anything to them could actually be exchanged for 15 more Faith Divine Crystals. They felt that they had made a killing. The deal is over. We won't stay any longer. Let's meet again if fate allows. The Blood Bat said. With that, all the mysterious merchants stood up. The King and Queen of Eternal Silence watched this scene quietly, feeling a little dazed. May I ask? What's it like outside? Do the life forms of the world still remember the existence of the ancient Gold Kingdom and the violent Storm Kingdom? The Eternal Silence Queen suddenly stood up and could not help but ask. Chapter 250, Emperor of Sand's Glory Staff. The Blood Bat, Zhang Fugui, and the others were stunned. When the King of Eternal Silence saw his wife like this, he pursed his transparent lips. There's been a huge change in the outside world. The Supreme will attracted the lords of all races from the myriad worlds just to fight for the position of the Supreme Lord. The former Lord of the High Continent is no longer the protagonist of the world. The enemy is still the Crimson Overlord. As for the ancient Gold Kingdom and Violent Storm Kingdom, they have become words in the history books. Some life forms will remember when they see it. But many have forgotten. The Blood Bat said. So. The world has actually changed so much after we remained sleeping for more than 3,000 years. The Queen of Eternal Silence muttered. Humph. Nothing has changed. The life forms on the High Continent still live in ubiquitous wars. Our Kingdom of Eternal Silence is the true paradise of peace. The King of Eternal Silence snorted. Then, he looked at his dazed wife. His cold expression melted and he regained his gentleness. He reached out and shook the Queen of Eternal Silence's transparent hand. The Queen of Eternal Silence came back to her senses. They looked at each other and smiled. However, there was a hint of loneliness in their eyes. This era did not belong to them. They were already dead in more than one way. After the two kings adjusted their emotions, they looked at Zhou Zhou and the others again. Since you want to leave, Yan Pan, go to the hunting area and subdue 10 violent storm demon spirits. Hand them to the mysterious merchant. The King of Eternal Silence said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yan Pan accepted the order respectfully. Then, he left. When Zhou Zhou and the others saw this, they waited a little longer. Soon, Yan Pan walked over with a grey bag and came in front of the Blood Bat. My lord. There are 10 violent storm demon spirits in this monster's pocket. Just what you need. He said respectfully. The Blood Bat looked over. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Fog Monster Pocket. Treasure grade, Yellow Gold Tier. Treasure effect, can accommodate 1 Yellow Gold Tier Fog Monster, 10 White Silver Tier Fog Monsters, 100 Green Bronze Tier Fog Monsters, 1000 Black Iron Tier Fog Monsters. Currently imprisoning, 10 White Silver Tier Advanced Grade Storm Demon Spirit. Treasure description, a spatial treasure specially used to trap fog monsters. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This was the first time he had seen a spatial item that could imprison living creatures. They did not stay any longer and left the Kingdom of Eternal Silence with the mysterious caravan and Gubo and returned to the surface. After everyone returned to the ground, they dared to go in the direction of Blazing Sun City. The Blood Bat stopped everyone after walking for about 2 to 3 kilometers. After confirming that there were no living beings spying on them, the Blood Bat spat out its spatial ring and took out the fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter, the Sandman Scepter, and the Sand Corpse King's Summoning Scepter. After the 3 items appeared at the same time and were placed together, they quickly shook by themselves. The Blood Bat looked at this scene expectantly. The next second. Bang! Puff! The Sandman Scepter and the Sand Corpse King's Summoning Scepter suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Then, beams of light appeared and finally condensed into 2 fragments of the Sand Emperor's Glory Scepter. These 2 fragments of the Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter. One was the top part of the scepter, and the other was the middle part of the scepter. The 3 collided and quickly condensed into a slightly illusory golden scepter. The golden scepter was completely golden and its surface was covered in tiny bumps that looked like gravel. At the top was a circular item that looked like a slowly spinning sun. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text notification appeared. Equipment name, Emperor of Sand's Glory Scepter, completeness, 67%. Equipment grade, Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment effect 1, Desert Protection. When using sand element related skills and summoning skills, it can reduce a portion of the energy consumption. When using the professional skills of the Desert Summoner, the strength level of the Desert Summoner summoned will increase by 1 level. Note, when using skills below Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade, it can reduce energy consumption by up to 50%. The reduction will decrease as the strength of the skill increases. Equipment effect 2, the world is your desert. The user can transform the terrain where they are into the desert terrain. The range and degree of transformation depends on the energy input. On the desert terrain, the user and his subordinate's skill strength increases by 100% when using sand element skills. Note, this skill does not affect Equipment Effect 1. Equipment Effect 3, Emperor of Sand's Empire will. The user can swap positions with the lives summoned by the Sandman they summon. They can also temporarily replace their own will with the will of any Sandman under their command. Equipment Effect 4, Lost Empire. This equipment can guide the user to find the legacy of the Emperor of Sand. Prompt: because this equipment was found by the Lord of the Blazing Sun and obtained the recognition of the Emperor of Sand's glory scepter, the Lord of the Blazing Sun can ignore the level requirements and directly use this equipment. The blood bat widened his eyes slightly and was a little excited. He could actually use this extraordinary tier advance grade equipment in advance. There's actually such a benefit to taking the initiative to find this equipment. The blood bat muttered to itself excitedly. The effect of this equipment was not bad. Not only did it include all the equipment abilities of the Sandman Scepter and the Sand Corpse King's Summoning Scepter, but some of the equipment abilities had also been greatly enhanced. Moreover, it had an additional The World is Your Desert equipment ability. The blood bat nodded in satisfaction. It was not in vain that he had spent so much effort to collect this Emperor of Sand's glory scepter. At this moment, the Emperor of Sand's glory scepter trembled slightly. Then it floated up, and the tip of the scepter tilted south. Zhou Zhou was no stranger to this scene. He had also obtained the same guidance when he obtained the Sand Corpse King's summoning scepter. This should be the Lost Empire at work. The Emperor of Sand's glory scepter should be telling me that the remaining scepter fragments or other legacies left behind by the Emperor of Sand are in the south. The blood bat muttered to itself. It looked south. To the south of the sandstorm forbidden land was the green forest, a white silver tier territory. Then, there was another white silver tier territory, and then the yellow gold tier area of the Taiyan Kingdom, Dark Night Town. Fortunately, I obtained the right to pass through the sandstorm forbidden land from the King of Eternal Silence in advance. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to continue obtaining the Emperor of Sand's legacy. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he put away the Emperor of Sand's glory scepter and looked at Zhang Fugui and the others. You guys can go back first. I'm going back too. The blood bat said. Yes, my lord. Zhang Fugui and the others said respectfully. The blood bat nodded slightly. Then, the expression in its eyes gradually returned to normal, and it returned to its ordinary blood bat avatar. When Zhang Fugui and the others saw this, they did not waste any more time and rushed towards Blazing Sun City with everyone. White Silver Tier Region Territory Dust Wasteland. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and saw a notification appear in front of him. Your pet lava dragon Nazario has killed Yellow Gold Tier Advance Grade Wild Sand King White Sand, Regional Level Scarlet Lord. Promotion Energy plus 8000. Loots Condensed. Blessing of the War God, your pet Nazario has received an additional 32,000 promotion energy. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. The Dust Wasteland has become an ownerless area. You can become the regional lord of this area after you obtain the regional token. That was pretty fast. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before smiling. Chapter 251, Mount Contract. Zhou Zhou looked at the battlefield in front of him. Nazario, which was more than 50 meters tall, stepped on an elemental creature made of yellow sand. It was the regional lord of the Sand Wasteland. Wild Sand King White Sand. At this moment, the other party was already motionless. It was obvious that it had died at Nazario's feet. Near it were 50,000 military professionals who were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, quickly wiping out more than 8,000 desert fog demons. In less than a moment, the battlefield returned to calm. All the desert fog demons had already turned into corpses. Only the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield were left. All the loots had been extracted more than an hour later. Bai Yun walked over. "My lord, you're back," she immediately said happily when she saw Zhou Zhou's clear eyes. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Actually, it would not affect his main body's consciousness if he used a portion of his consciousness to control the blood bats. It was just that he would be a little distracted. However, Zhou Zhou had placed most of his consciousness on the blood bat in order to avoid any mistakes during the transaction just now and asked Bai Yun to protect him, who would be distracted. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Nothing went wrong. "My lord, all the lord-level forces in the Dust Wasteland have been destroyed. This is the list of loots we recorded." Bai Yun handed the list of loot to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. There were a total of 2 white silver tier Scarlet Lord territories, 4 green bronze tier Scarlet Lord territories, 7 black iron tier Scarlet Lord territories, and 3 Lord territories, including the Storm Lord territory. During the process of conquering these territories, the Blazing Sun Army had killed a total of 39,700 fog monsters and foreign race enemies. With the enhancement of the King of Loots and the Strongest Lord, he obtained a total of 142 white platinum tier mist cores, 6,792 yellow gold tier mist cores, 72,870 white silver tier mist cores, and 146,466 green bronze tier mist cores. 64 origin crystals. There were 44,512 various skill books, 78,242 pieces of basic equipment and more than 10.6 million units of basic materials. 21,889 True Faith tier Scarlet crystals, 14,900 Pious tier Scarlet crystals, and 1,111 True Faith tier Scarlet crystals. 4 white silver tier Advanced grade Alchemist recruitment books. 2 white silver tier Intermediate grade Alchemy Technology recruitment books. 1 yellow gold tier Advanced grade Black Flame Horse mount contract. 1 golden ring elk mount contract. 96 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 2 silver tier territory tokens, 6 green bronze tier territory tokens, and 8 black iron tier territory tokens. 1 white silver tier regional token. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had just spent 65 Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals today. Yet he obtained more than 1,000 Fanatic Believer Scarlet Crystals conquering a white silver tier regional territory and would obtain another 1,000 odd Fanatic Believer Faith Divine Crystals when he returned to the shelter. Perhaps the most valuable currency in my hands is these Faith Divine Crystals. Zhou Zhou thought of how much the Goddess of Life and the Death God valued these Faith Divine Crystal. As for the Black Flame Horse mount contract and the Golden Ringed Elk mount contract, they were looted under the influence of the Knight's Temple building. Zhou Zhou specially took it out and looked at it curiously. Treasure name, Black Flame Horse mount contract. Treasure grade, Yellow Gold tier Advanced grade. Treasure effect, after blood recognition, you can obtain a Black Flame Horse with Yellow Gold tier Advanced grade bloodline as your mount. Treasure description, a mount type treasure. After using it, you can obtain a Black Flame Horse as your mount companion. Note, non-Knight type professionals can only obtain 3 mounts in their lifetime. Knight type professionals can only obtain 7 mounts in their lifetime. Treasure name, Golden Ring Elk mount contract. Treasure grade, Yellow Gold tier elementary grade. Treasure effect, after blood recognition, you can obtain a Golden Ring Elk with Yellow Gold tier elementary grade bloodline as your mount. Treasure description, a mount type treasure. After using it, you can obtain a Golden Ringed Elk as your mount companion. Black Flame Horse and Golden Ringed Elk. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to drip his blood on it and give it a try, but when he saw the note at the back, he hesitated for a moment and dismissed his thoughts. Since there was a limited number of mounts he could have in his life, a mount with only a Yellow Gold tier Advanced grade bloodline and a Yellow Gold tier elementary grade bloodline was clearly not enough to satisfy his requirements. The mount he wanted had to be at least a bloodline level mount like Nazario. Otherwise, he would not be interested. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and asked Bai Yi to find 2 cavalrymen with outstanding military achievements. Bai Yun received the order and left. Soon, 2 white silver-tier advanced grade intermediate grade professions wind cavalrymen followed Bai Yun over. My lord. These are Zhang Yao and Zhou Sun. They're 2 very brave wind cavalrymen. The 2 of them have already accumulated a lot of military merits. They are currently the commander and deputy commander of the cavalry in the Blazing Sun Army. Bai Yun said respectfully. Greetings, my lord. Zhang Yao and Zhou Sun said respectfully and excitedly. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he handed the black flame horse mount contract to the 2 of them. These are 2 mount contracts. As long as you drip your blood on it and they recognize you as its master, you can obtain 2 mounts with yellow gold tier bloodlines. Do you want it? He asked. I want it. Of course I want it. Thank you for the reward, my lord. The 2 of them knelt on one knee excitedly. Their potential was only at the yellow gold tier advanced grade. If they obtained these 2 mounts, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. You 2 fought well. These are your rewards. Fight well in the future and there will be better benefits. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this. Then, he handed the 2 mount contract books to him. Yes, my lord. The 2 of them said excitedly and respectfully. Then, they took it with both hands and dripped their blood on it without hesitation. 2 golden lights flickered on the mount contract book. Then, they turned into 2 golden streams of light and flew into the space between their eyebrows. The 2 of them closed their eyes instinctively. Soon, they opened their eyes. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Summon them and let me take a look. Zhou Zhou smiled. He was a little curious. This was also the first time he had come into contact with a mount contract. He also wanted to see the performance of this treasure. Zhang Yao and Zhou Sun nodded. Then, they shouted at the same time. Come out, black flame horse! Come out, golden ringed elk! 2 spatial teleportation arrays automatically gathered in the air beside them as soon as they finished speaking. Then, a tall horse covered in black flames and an elk covered in golden rings jumped out of the spatial teleportation array and came to their side. After the black flame horse and the golden ringed elk came out, they stuck close to the 2 of them, looking very intimate. Chapter 252, Greatly Increased Efficiency of Conquest. Special Wild Stone King. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder at this scene. Then, he looked at the attributes of the black flame horse and the golden ringed elk. In the end, he realized that these 2 mounts had their own characteristics. The black flame horse was good at long-distance raids and used a flame called the black flame fire to attack. Even though the golden-ringed elk did not have any offensive ability, it had an even more astonishing speed and flying ability than the black flame horse. He looked at their expressions. Zhang Yao and Zhou Sun were clearly quite satisfied with their new mounts. Then, they thanked Zhou Zhou and left. Bai Yun looked at Zhou Zhou with burning eyes after the 2 of them left. Zhou Zhou touched her nose and smiled. Don't worry, I won't forget you. There's just no suitable mount for you yet. Forget about the black flame horse and the golden ringed elk, a better mount had to be arranged for Bai Yun as his general. Bai Yun blushed. However, she was looking forward to it. Zhou Zhou led the Blazing Sun army onto the Black Ghost and flew to the next White Silver Tier regional territory, the Yellow Earth Plains, because the Wild Sand King's loots were on the loot list. In less than a minute, Zhou Zhou and the others arrived at the Yellow Earth Plain. Yellow Earth Plain. Zhou Zhou and the others looked at the scene in front of them. It's really a yellow plain. Zhou Zhou sighed. This Yellow Earth Plain was as its name suggested. They were all huge plains formed by large stretches of yellow earth at a glance. The violent wind swept through the sand, making this land look even more desolate. Zhou Zhou took out the regional map of the Yellow Earth Plain drawn by Wu Tu. He looked at the map. The Yellow Earth Plain was slightly smaller than the Dust Wasteland. There was only one White Silver Tier Scarlet Lord territory, 3 Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord territory, and 5 Black Iron Tier Scarlet Lord territory. The only thing that surprised Zhou Zhou was there were actually 5 territories of the lords of all races here. However, it was only an accident. He did not pay much attention to it. Let's attack. Let's strive to take down 3 White Silver Tier regional territories today. Zhou Zhou ordered in a low voice. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun and Wu Xin said respectfully. Then, he led the soldiers towards the Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord's territory closest to them. 2 hours later. Yellow Earth Plain. In the Lord's residence of the yellow-striped Fog Wolf. Zhou Zhou looked at the shattered territory tablet in front of him and took out the territory token and regional token inside. He suddenly felt a little emotional. It was too fast. They had actually conquered a White Silver Tier regional territory in only 2 hours. This was something he did not dare to think about in the past. Now, he had actually done it. There were undoubtedly 2 most important factors that could do this. The first was naturally the Black Ghost. Zhou Zhou and his Blazing Sun army could save a large amount of traveling time and quickly shuttle through the territories of the various Scarlet Lords or even different regions to conquer with the Black Ghost. It would probably take them 3 to 4 hours on foot and probably an entire day to capture a White Silver Tier regional territory without Black Ghost. Unlike now. They had already captured 2 White Silver Tier territories in an afternoon. Just as he had thought, the appearance of the Black Ghost had indeed greatly increased the efficiency of his conquest. The second important reason was the explosive increase in military strength. Zhou Zhou only had more than 30,000 professionals under his command before the Night Lord and the others arrived. Zhou Zhou directly recruited a large number of professionals after the Night Lord and the others arrived. His military strength jumped from more than 30,000 to more than 50,000. He could use his overwhelming military advantage to quickly destroy their monster subjects and capture their territories with nearly twice the military strength. Each battle involved 50,000 professionals fighting hundreds or thousands of fog monsters. In addition, their individual combat strength was not weak. How could they lose? This was also the reason why they could capture a White Silver Tier regional territory in just over 2 hours. Let's go to the gravel wilderness. We'll go home after occupying this White Silver Tier regional territory. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yun and said. Yes. Bai Yun said respectfully and went to pass on the order. Soon. The soldiers rushed in the direction of the gravel wilderness. 2 minutes later. White Silver Tier region territory gravel wilderness. Zhou Zhou looked at his surroundings. This was a place filled with yellowish-black gravel. Even though it was still a little desolate, Zhou Zhou could already see some green plants hidden in the gravel. I can already see green plants. There should be fewer and fewer regional territories in desert-related environments further east. Zhou Zhou thought. He was looking forward to it. His territory was still too barren because of the environment. Report. At this moment, a scout quickly came to his side and said respectfully. I've something to report, my lord. We've found the location of the Wild Stone King's territory. Lead the way. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. The scout said respectfully. Then, he ran to the front of the Blazing Sun army and led the way. At the same time, Wu Xin ordered the entire army to prepare for battle. Zhou Zhou thought of the Wild Stone King's background as he sat on the back of the Mechanostrider. This Wild Stone King was the regional Scarlet Lord of this gravel wilderness. Of course. It was no different from other regional Scarlet Lords if that was the case. Zhou Zhou naturally did not care about it. This Wild Stone King was special. Not only was it a regional Scarlet Lord in the gravel wilderness, but it had also captured the territories of the other Scarlet Lords and the Lords of all races in the area, unifying the entire gravel wilderness and becoming the only Lord faction in the gravel wilderness. Zhou Zhou was naturally very curious about this. This was the first time he had seen a Scarlet Lord take the initiative to conquer the territory of another Scarlet Lord. He did not know why the other party made such an abnormal move. A moment later, the scout brought Zhou Zhou and the Blazing Sun army to an empty gravel field. At this point the scout stopped with a look of fear. He came in front of Zhou Zhou and said respectfully, "My lord, the Wild Stone King's territory is ahead. Under that vast land are its stone monster subjects." Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He looked at the gravel land and was a little surprised. If not for his powerful sixth senses from the chaos human race and sensing the dense hostility hidden under the ground, it was really difficult for him to tell that this seemingly calm gravel land in front of him was actually the hideout of a monster based on the scout's one-sided statement. "Elder Wu, get the soldiers ready for battle. At the same time, order all long-range soldiers. Launch a long-range attack on this gravel land." Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and ordered. Yes. Wu Xin accepted the order and used the desired military morale to attack with his 50,000 soldiers. He gave the order. Soon, tens of thousands of long-range attacks formed a net of fire in the sky, covering the gravel ground in front of him. Rumble. Countless explosions sounded. Right on the heels of that. Roar. Bang bang. Rumble. The ground trembled slightly. More than 50,000 stone monsters stood up from the ground and roared at the sky. Chapter 253, The Power of White Silvertear Insight Defection. Wild Stone King's Loots. These stone monsters were made of all kinds of gravel. The shortest was 4 to 5 meters tall, and the tallest was more than 30 meters tall. Among them, black iron tier rock monsters were called wild rock monsters, green bronze tier rock monsters were called wild rock monsters decurion, and white silver tier rock monsters were called wild rock monsters centurion. In addition, there were more than 20 yellow gold tier wild rock monsters millennium. As for the strongest, it was naturally the region-level Scarlet Lord Wild Stone King. Zhou Zhou looked at the more than 50,000 heads and his eyebrows twitched slightly. This number. Something was wrong. There were too many of them. The most number of monster subjects he had encountered was the withered demon tree he had encountered previously. However, it only had 10,000 withered tree monster subjects under its command. And this Wild Stone King actually had more than 50,000 monster subjects under his command. Even if there was a difference between the strongest Scarlet Lords in the White Silvertear region, there shouldn't be such a huge difference. Could this be the reason why it took the initiative to conquer all the lords in the entire region? Zhou Zhou suddenly had an idea. He looked at the largest wild stone monster among the 50,000 odd wild stone monsters. It was the only wild stone monster that was more than 30 meters tall. Monster name, Wild Stone King Stone Hall, Regional Scarlet Lord. Strength level, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Monster description, the strongest Scarlet Lord in the Gravel Wilderness and the only remaining Scarlet Lord. It controls the entire Gravel Wilderness and has many wild stone soldiers under its command. It has the ambition to become a kingdom-level Scarlet Lord. Loots, 10 White Platinum Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 20 Origin Crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Equipment, Wild Stone King Armor, drop rate, 10%, 1 White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Skill Book, Summoning Wild Stone King, drop rate, 5%, 1 Gradeless Skill Book, Mental Communication, drop rate, 5%, 1 Pious Tier Scarlet Crystal, drop rate, 3%, 1 Green Bronze Tier Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, drop rate, 0%, 6 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. He really has a Scarlet Lord talent. Then its actions might be related to its Scarlet Lord talent. Zhou Zhou thought. He was a little surprised. He had also encountered many Scarlet Lords with Scarlet Lord talents, but there was only one which was so obvious. As for its white platinum tier elementary grade strength, Zhou Zhou was also very surprised. It seemed that conquering an entire white silver tier regional territory had given it many benefits. At this moment, the Wild Stone King had already rushed over with more than 50,000 wild stone monsters. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou stretched out his right hand without hesitation and aimed his palm at them. White Silver Tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Activate. Boom. An invisible fluctuation instantly covered the 50,000 wild stone monsters. The next second, more than 4,000 wild stone monsters froze. Then, the expression in their eyes changed. They turned around and attacked their companions beside them without hesitation. The wild stone monsters that were originally attacking together immediately became chaotic. Bai Yun and Wu Xin naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. They immediately led 50,000 soldiers to attack these wild stone monsters. Kill them! Destroy these monsters! For the Lord! The two sides began to fight amidst countless furious roars. The sound of weapons colliding, bones breaking, rocks colliding, life forms roaring, guns firing. All kinds of sounds filled the battlefield. Nazario also spread his dragon wings and flew towards the Wild Stone King, quickly fighting it. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou activated Insight Defection, he looked at the Lord Talent hint. Prompt: you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent, Insight Defection. Insight Defection has taken effect. Lord Talent hint: a total of 2,142 black iron tier wild stone monsters, 1,575 green bronze tier wild stone monsters Decurion, 377 white silver tier wild stone monsters Centurion, 6 yellow gold tier wild stone monsters Millennium has betrayed their lord faction and become your loyal subordinate. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This time, there were actually 4,100 wild stone monsters that had been directly subdued by his Insight Defection. This 8% surrender rate is too strong. With this Lord Talent, I can rely on Insight Defection to incite a large number of new troops every day. Looks like we can't delay establishing the monster army, he thought. Zhou Zhou had the idea of building a monster army a long time ago, however, at that time, the level of the Insight Defection was not high, and there were not many enemies who could turn it around. In addition, Zhou Zhou was relatively busy himself, so he gradually forgot about this matter. However, now that it had been upgraded to white silver tier Insight Defection, its true power was already showing. He could start forming a monster army. A moment later, with Nazario's blazing explosion, the Wild Stone King, whose head was directly decapitated, fell to the ground with a bang. A kill notification appeared. Your pet lava dragon Nazario has killed the white platinum tier elementary grade Wild Sand King White Sand, Regional Scarlet Lord. Promotion energy plus 20,000. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your pet Nazario has received an additional 80,000 promotion energy points. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. The Dust Wasteland has become an ownerless area. You can become the regional lord of this area after you obtain the regional token. Zhou Zhou felt a gentle energy surge in his heart. Then, this energy surged into his limbs, bones, and glabella, completely strengthening his body and soul. I've advanced. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He opened his personal stats. That was indeed the case. He was already at the white silver tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the Wild Stone King's corpse and could not help but click his tongue. A white platinum tier elementary grade regional Scarlet Lord actually provided a total of 20,000 promotion energy. Coupled with the white silver tier blessing of the War God, a white platinum tier advance grade regional Scarlet Lord directly provided Nazario with 100,000 promotion energy. One word: ridiculous. In addition, Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with Nazario's performance. It was only at the yellow gold tier elementary grade now. It could crush or even kill a white platinum tier elementary grade regional Scarlet Lord. as expected of a dragon. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou could not help but think of the spectral dragon egg that his blood bat avatar had brought back. Because he was worried that something would happen on the way, he got the blood bat avatar to follow the mysterious caravan to bring the spectral dragon egg back to Blazing Sun City. When he returned and acknowledged his soul as its master, he would be able to obtain a second dragon under his command. When the time comes. As long as the spectral dragon increased its strength, his development speed would definitely increase greatly with 2 dragons around. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. More than an hour later, all the wild stone monsters were eliminated by the Blazing Sun army soldiers. Zhou Zhou looked at the time. There were still more than 3 hours before dark. He was a little tongue-tied and there was nothing much to say. Today, he had led the army to capture 3 white silver-tier regional territories in just over 5 hours. This actually included the time taken to retrieve the loots. Otherwise, he estimated that he would only need more than 2 hours to conquer these 3 white silver-tier regional territories. It takes at least 30 regional territories to build a kingdom. It used to feel so far away. It doesn't seem so hard now. I'm getting closer to this goal. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, Nazario flew over with the Wild Stone King's corpse and placed it in front of Zhou Zhou. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou placed his hand on its corpse. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint, your loots have been affected by the title of Strongest Lord. The number of loots has increased by 20%. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained Perfect Loots 12 Mist Cores, Diamond Tier, 24 Origin Crystals, 1 Wildstone Emperor Armor, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Wildstone Emperor Summoning Skill Book, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, 1 Mental Communication Skill Book, Gradeless, 1 Fanatic Tier Scarlet Crystals, Drop Rate, 1%, 1 Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, White Silver Tier, 7 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, White Silver Tier. Chapter 254, Harvest. Upgrade Territory. Zhou Zhou began to check these loot. He ignored the usual Mist Core, Origin Crystals, Scarlet Crystals, Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere, and Lord Talent Crystal Fragment and looked directly at the Wildstone Emperor Armor and the Summoning Wildstone Emperor Skill Book. They were Diamond Tier Elementary Grade items. Zhou Zhou was not too interested after taking a look. Their grades were too high after all. Neither he nor the people in his territory could learn them. Zhou Zhou looked at the only gradeless skill book. Skill name, Mental Communication. Skill quality, gradeless. Skill description, after learning it, you can master the ability to communicate with intelligent life forms mentally. Note, the number and distance of communication depends on the strength of the user's soul. Zhou Zhou was excited. He had wanted this skill for a long time. Previously, he was very envious when he saw that the intelligent Wenya had mental communication. He finally had one now. To him, if this skill was used well, it might have an effect similar to Elder Wu's hero skill Desired Military Morale. He immediately learned it. Then, he stood up and looked at the more than 2,000 surviving wild stone monsters on the battlefield. These more than 2,000 living wild rock monsters were the ones that he had successfully incited. Come here. Zhou Zhou said telepathically. His target was 6 yellow gold tier wild stone monsters Millennium. They were all alive now because they were the strongest. The next second, he saw the 6 yellow gold tier wild stone monsters. The Millennium soldiers paused, then they subconsciously turned to look at Zhou Zhou. They quickly came back to their senses and bowed respectfully from afar. Then, they immediately brought more than 2,000 wild stone monsters to Zhou Zhou. Greetings, my lord. The 6 wild stone monsters spoke in the common language of the High Continent. They had naturally mastered this language after being instigated by Insight defection to become subjects of Blazing Sun City. In a while, follow our army and return to my territory. Then you just wait for the new arrangements. When you don't have anything to do, follow my army to fight. Zhou Zhou said. Yes. We will obey your orders, my lord. X6. The 6 wild stone monsters, Millennium, said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. A moment later, the soldiers found the lord's residence. Zhou Zhou obtained the territory token and regional token from the territory stone tablet in the residence there. 2 hours later, all the loots had been extracted. Moreover, the loots in the entire gravel wilderness had basically been searched and collected by the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou led the Blazing Sun Army soldiers onto the Black Ghost and returned to Blazing Sun City. 5 minutes later, in the Blazing Sun City. At this moment, some of the Blazing Sun City subjects were planting jade sun trees, some were building city walls, some were patrolling, and some were taking their relatives and friends for a walk in the city. There were all kinds of things in life. At this moment, they suddenly saw an additional black dot in the sky and looked over curiously. In the sky, the black ghost floated in midair. A white light shone on the ground from the center of the spaceship. Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and 50,000 Blazing Sun Army soldiers immediately appeared out of thin air. We're back. Zhou Zhou sighed. Having Black Ghost was an entirely different experience. He immediately made a decision. In the future, this Black Ghost would be their standard equipment for going out to fight. Zhou Zhou looked at the surrounding onlookers and smiled. He asked Bai Yun to arrange for the soldiers to reward them before returning to the Lord's residence. A moment later, in the Lord's residence, Zhou Zhou looked at the list of loots in his hand. This was the gain from conquering Yellow Earth Plain and Gravel Wilderness. Other than the Wild Stone King's gains, there were 276 white platinum tier mist cores, 12,424 yellow gold tier mist cores, 154,211 white silver tier mist cores, and 146,466 green bronze tier mist cores. 94 origin crystals, 72,121 skill books and 108,876 equipment. More than 21 million units of basic materials. 45,741 true faith tier scarlet crystals, 31,121 pious tier scarlet crystals, and 2,560 fanatic tier scarlet crystals. A yellow gold tier advanced grade alchemy pharmacist recruitment books. 2 white silver elementary grade alchemy technology recruitment books. 7 mount contracts below the yellow gold tier. 156 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 2 white silver tier, 12 green bronze tier, and 14 black iron tier territory tokens. 2 white silver tier regional tokens. I can upgrade my territory now. Zhou Zhou thought. Previously, he was only lacking a white silver tier territory token to upgrade his territory. Now that he had a total of 5 white silver tier territory tokens, he could naturally upgrade them. Thinking of this, he walked out of the Lord's residence and looked at the building in front of him. A line of text appeared. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's residence? Yes. He said. The next second. 1.2 million units of basic materials, 500 white silver tier mist cores, 20 origin crystals, and 2 white silver tier territory tokens disappeared from the territory warehouse. Boom! A golden light immediately covered the entire Lord's residence. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. A brand new Lord's residence appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Rows of golden text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's mansion has been upgraded to a white silver tier advanced grade building. There is an additional film hall. Your territory has been upgraded to a white silver tier advanced grade territory. Territory token endurance increased to 700,000/700,000. Your territory has expanded to 80,000 m times 80,000 m times 10,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, white silver tier advance grade. Lord talent hint, the upper limit of the enemy Lord faction that you can induce incite defection has been increased to extraordinary tier intermediate grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. White silver tier advance grade territory. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It has finally been upgraded now. Then, he looked at the basic building blueprint treasure chest, white silver tier advance grade. He opened it. It was the same as last time. Inside were the basic building blueprints of various territories. However, the last time was at white silver tier intermediate grade, and this time, it was at white silver tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou took a few glances at it before putting it away. He prepared to find a time to hand it to Elder Zhao and let him reward the territory's architect. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements for the next level of the Lord's residence. Construction upgrade, 1 million units of wood, 1 million units of fine sand, 1 million units of metal, 1 million units of stone, 2000 white silver tier mist core, 50 origin crystals, 3 white silver tier territory tokens. I have all the materials. I can continue to level up. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou leveled up again. Chapter 255, Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade Territory. Strengthen Supreme Barrier. 4 million units of basic materials, 2000 white silver tier mist cores, 50 origin crystals, and 3 silver tier territory tokens disappeared from the territory warehouse. An even brighter golden light immediately covered the newly upgraded Lord's residence. A moment later, the resplendent golden light dissipated. A brand new building appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It was no longer the previous Lord's residence. Instead, it became an even more luxurious and imposing Lord Manor. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's courtyard has been upgraded to a yellow gold tier elementary grade building and advanced to a Lord Manor. Your Lord's blessing, the Supreme Barrier has been strengthened. Your territory has been upgraded to yellow gold tier elementary grade. Territory stone tablet endurance increased to 1,000,000/1 million. Your territory has expanded to 100,000 m times 100,000 m times 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, yellow gold tier elementary grade. Lord talent hint, the upper limit of the enemy Lord's faction you can incite through incite defection has been increased to extraordinary tier advance grade. Lord talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your goddess of life's shelter has increased. The notification was not over yet. Soon. Zhou Zhou's expectant notification sounded. Cerulean Planet's Lord announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to the yellow gold tier elementary grade. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Legendary Tier Rate +1, Race's Unique Title, Glory of the Pioneer 2 advances to Glory of the Pioneer 3. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. The Glory of the Pioneer title has finally advanced. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He obtained the next Pioneer title before all the other Lords again. He originally thought that with the arrival of the Lord Alliance era, it might be a little difficult for him to obtain this new title before all the other Lords. After all, the strength of top-notch Lords had greatly increased with the establishment of the Alliance. Fortunately, he was still the first. His focus was on the glory of the Pioneer 4 next. He opened the World Channel. As expected, the lords on the World Channel were all discussing how the Lord of the Blazing Sun had once again taken down the First Lord to upgrade his territory to Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Lord of the Blazing Sun, my forever God. I knew that the First Lord to upgrade to a Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade territory would definitely be my Big Boss Blazing Sun. A top-notch Lord, Big Boss Blazing Sunday. Is there no Lord who can surpass Big Boss Blazing Sun? Indeed, can't there be something new? This non-suspenseful feeling is so boring. I thought that after those top lords established the Lord Alliance again, their development speed would surpass that of the Lord of the Blazing Sun and obtain this honor. I didn't expect the person who obtained this honor to still be the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. I also saw many people looking down on the Lord of the Blazing Sun, but he's using the truth to slap their faces now. The Lord of the Blazing Sun will definitely be able to suppress the top lords who form the Lord Alliance even without the Lord Alliance. It's so terrifying. I don't even dare to imagine what the structure of our cerulean planet's human lord will be like after the Lord of the Blazing Sun forms the Lord Alliance. Will the Lord of the Blazing Sun form a Lord Alliance? I'm not sure. I want to see what the glory of the Pioneer 3 looks like. Lord of the Blazing Sun, glory of the Pioneer 3, strongest novice lord. It looks something like this. Big Boss Blazing Sun appeared. I'm hugging Big Boss's thigh. Big shot, teach little sister. Little sister doesn't know how to develop her territory next. Boo-hoo. Lord of the Blazing Sun, glory of the Pioneer 3, strongest novice lord. My method is to nurture myself in battles, but my situation can't fit the situation of all the lords. Everyone, you still have to adapt to the situation and play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses to develop. Thank you, Big Boss Blazing Sun. Big Boss Blazing Sun doesn't seem so cold. Zhou Zhou looked at the heated discussion on the World Channel and smiled. He was not one of those saints who could ignore fame and fortune. He would feel happy when he saw others flattering him. He would feel happy as long as they were not malicious flattery. It was just that it was not so obvious. Therefore, every time he did something big, he could not help but come over to take a look. It had to be said. The flattery made him feel very comfortable. I'm not going to look at it anymore. I'm going to float if I keep looking. Zhou Zhou closed the World Channel and entered the upgraded Lord's Manor. It had to be said. The Lord's Manor was indeed much better than the previous Lord's Manor. The size alone was 3 times that of the Lord's residence. Moreover, the number of buildings inside was 3 to 4 times more than the previous Lord's mansion, and they were much more exquisite. He walked around for a while and quickly arrived at a building he had never seen before. It was the new building, the film hall, that had appeared when he upgraded to White Silver Tier Advance Grade. The film hall. Zhou Zhou was curious and walked in. Then, he saw that it was a private film studio. There was also a virtual screen under the projector. On it, various movies, television dramas, documentaries, animations, programs, and even news from the cerulean planet could be played. Zhou Zhou looked down curiously. Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The Legend of Nezha, Man and Nature, Animal World, Shawshank's Redemption, Titanic. All kinds of familiar videos could be broadcasted and watched. In the future, I can come here to watch movies and television dramas when I want to relax. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. He was quite satisfied with the appearance of this film hall. After staying in this high continent for a long time, he did miss the cerulean planet a little. These videos could relieve his homesickness. After that, he walked out of the film hall and went to his room. There were not many changes to his room after it was being upgraded, other than the fact that the rooms were bigger and the facilities were more complete and exquisite. He went to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Then, he looked at the reward for upgrading his territory. The first was naturally the Strengthened Supreme Barrier. Skill name, Lord's Blessing Supreme Barrier, Enhancement. Skill Quality, Special. Skill Description, an exclusive skill of a lord above the yellow gold tier. Every time a lord occupies a city or builds a city, a supreme barrier will automatically rise in the city after the lord agrees to it. It will be used to prevent the scarlet fog from invading the territory and has the defense power equivalent to a wall. The lord can close the supreme barrier of any territory at any time. Note 1. The defensive ability of the supreme barrier will only be triggered when the city encounters malice or attacks from enemies above the yellow gold tier. Note 2. The supreme barrier cannot be used on the lord battlefield. Chapter 256, Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill. Zhou Zhou and Nazario. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The supreme barrier can actually defend against attacks. There was actually such a benefit in upgrading his territory to yellow gold tier elementary grade. In the past, the supreme barrier could only block the invasion of the scarlet fog and not any attack. It was equivalent to a gas mask. It could only defend against poison and not bullets. Now that the supreme barrier had been strengthened, it meant that the city under his command would have 2 levels of defense buildings. The first was naturally the wall. The second was the supreme barrier. If the enemy wanted to break through his city, they had to break through the supreme barrier first, then break through his city walls before they could attack the city. This would greatly increase the safety of the territory. In the future, even if something similar to a Night Lord happened again, he did not have to worry about any danger and could rush back calmly. Then, he looked at the basic building blueprint treasure chest, yellow gold tier elementary grade. There were more than 20 yellow gold tier elementary grade basic building blueprints within it. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied with these blueprints. They were different from the blueprints white silver tier and below. Yellow gold tier blueprints were already considered precious items. Yellow gold tier blueprints were worth taking seriously even for his current territory. They could nurture some yellow gold tier architects. Architects at this level were already considered core talents in the territory. These talents could build some yellow gold tier living buildings for the yellow gold tier professionals in the territory. It suited the needs of the subjects. He put away the blueprint and prepared to hand it to Elder Zheng so that he could distribute it. After that, he opened the supreme treasure chest. He realized that there was only a small yellowish gold bottle inside, and there was a yellowish gold medicinal pill in the bottle. A pill. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. Is it an item of the immortal Dao civilization? He picked it up and looked at it. He realized that it was indeed as he had expected. Treasure name, Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill. Treasure grade, yellow gold tier advance grade. Treasure effect, after any life form absorbs it, their strength will reach the yellow gold tier advance grade. Treasure description, a cultivation medicinal pill created by the immortal Dao civilization's true immortal Calamity Crossing. It has the advantage of greatly increasing one's strength realm and forcefully raising it to a specific realm without leaving any future cultivation problems. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened when he saw this. He immediately thought of the spectral dragon egg he had obtained during the day. Normally speaking, once the spectral dragon egg hatched, it would give birth to a white silver tier elementary grade spectral dragon baby, the same as Nazario's back then. If Zhou Zhou wanted it to quickly increase its strength realm, even though it was different from before and had the blessing of the war god, it would definitely take a long time for the spectral dragon to barely catch up to Nazario. However, it was different with this Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill. He could directly raise the spectral dragon to the yellow gold tier advance grade and save the process of increasing its strength. When the time comes, his territory would have 2 pure-blooded dragons with top-notch bloodlines and strength. But Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something and hesitated. I can't give it to the young spectral dragon. It should be given to Nazario. He muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately walked out of his room and came to an empty grassland. He called out to Nazario in his heart. Soon, a black shadow landed on the ground and slowly landed accompanied by a gust, blowing the surrounding grass in all directions. It was Nazario. It growled, as if curious why its master had suddenly called it over. Nazario. This is for you. Zhou Zhou stretched out his right hand with the calamity-crossing spirit pill in his palm. Nazario's eyes lit up, but it did not eat it immediately. Instead, it looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly, as if asking if it was really for it. For you, of course. It's not just that. And this. Zhou Zhou extended his left hand and a book appeared in his palm. It was the Hero Inheritance secret manual that he had exchanged from the battlefield shop. Nazario's heart skipped a beat when he saw this low-tier deity-level Hero Inheritance. This book gave it an extreme attraction, as if its heart was telling it crazily. I have to have it. I really have to have it. Request to my master. Master, please bestow this book to me. With this book, your territory will undergo an unprecedented transformation. Nazario's eyes were red. However, it did not move and only looked at Zhou Zhou with anticipation. It would make a request to its master, but it would not do anything else. If its master gave it, it would naturally be very happy. However, even though it would be disappointed if its master did not give it, it would not have a knot in its heart, let alone be dissatisfied with its master. Because in its heart, this book was indeed very important to it. However, it was far less important than its master. Zhou Zhou smiled at Nazario's eager gaze. Then, he used the object control technique to send the two items to Nazario. These are for you. Nazario. Lower your head. He said. Nazario was stunned for a moment, then lowered its head obediently. Zhou Zhou reached out and patted its forehead. It's been hard on you all these time. In the past, my territory had just developed. At that time, even though I wanted to reward you with some things, they were not very meaningful to you, who was already very strong, so I never rewarded you. But even so, you've always worked hard and helped me conquer powerful enemies and develop my territory. Now I can take out something to reward you. These two items are just the beginning. I promise. In the future, you will definitely become the happiest dragon among all the dragons. I want all the dragons to think highly of you. Even the legendary dragon god. Zhou Zhou said seriously. This was his promise. Nazario looked at its master. Suddenly, it roared at the sky. Its voice was filled with happiness and satisfaction. All the orders from Blazing Sun City were attracted by this dragon roar. What's wrong with the Guardian? The Guardian seems very happy. It's good to be happy. It's good to be happy. That's right, it's a good thing. No one paid attention to this sudden dragon roar. Instead, they all had smiles on their faces. To Zhou Zhou, Nazario was his good helper and companion. To all the subjects, Nazario, who had fought many battles for the territory and brought countless victories, was also a guardian deity worthy of their respect and love. In the Lord's Manor. Nazario. You can rest in the Lord's Manor in the future. In the past, this place was not big enough for you to stay by my side and rest. It's okay now. As for the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill and the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, you can use them here with me now. No one will disturb you here. Zhou Zhou smiled. Nazario nodded happily. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he chatted with Nazario for a while more before returning to his room. Then, Zhou Zhou opened Glory of the Pioneer 3 and checked its title stats. Chapter 257, Glory of the Pioneer 3. New White Silver Tier Lord Talent. Title Name, Glory of the Pioneer 3. Title Quality, Unique Title of the Race. Title Effect 1, You are famous among the Lords of Cerulean Planet. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. The number of subjects that can be summoned through the gate of summoning every day plus 300%. Among the subjects summoned, there will be a class talent of the same level as the territory plus 4. Title Effect 2, your unique title suffix will be added behind your lord title when you speak in any channel. You can take the initiative to turn it off or activate it. Title Effect 3. When you become the first Cerulean Planet Lord with a White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 4 and unlock more title effects. Title Description: the Supreme Will is the exclusive title given to the Pioneer among the Lords. Every Pioneer of every race has a higher chance of achieving extraordinary achievements. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It had increased by another 100%, and there was another subject of the same level. While the former was no longer very meaningful after having the new effect of peace and prosperity, the effect of the latter was still very important. Moreover, the higher the level of the territory, the stronger it would be in the later stages. I can summon the subjects tomorrow, and there will be a legendary tier talent coming over. Zhou Zhou was looking forward to it. Then, he looked at the materials needed to upgrade his territory to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Construction upgrade: 3 million units of wood, 3 million units of fine sand, 3 million units of metal, 3 million units of stone, 100 yellow gold tier mist core, 80 origin crystals, 1 yellow gold tier territory token. I have all the other materials. I'm only lacking a yellow gold tier territory token. Zhou Zhou pondered. A white silver tier territory token could only be obtained by attacking the territory of a white silver tier Scarlet Lord. That yellow gold tier territory token could probably only be obtained by attacking the territory of a yellow gold tier Scarlet Lord or a yellow gold tier local lord. Zhou Zhou immediately thought of a place. The territory of the Taiyan Kingdom Dark Night Town. Currently, this is the only yellow gold tier territory I know that can still be attacked. Looks like we can only attack here. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou was even more glad that he had obtained the right of passage to the Sandstorm Forbidden Land. Otherwise, his territory might be stuck at the yellow gold tier elementary grade for a long time. After Nazario consumed the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill and used the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual, it will become a yellow gold tier advanced grade dragon hero with a low tier hero's fate level slot. When the time comes, it should be able to easily defeat the diamond tier advanced grade Scarlet Lord. It might even be an extraordinary tier enemy. I can even defeat Nazario. Zhou Zhou thought. He suddenly froze. In that case, he seemed to be not far from the top combat power of the kingdom. A top-notch kingdom-level combatant was only an extraordinary tier hero after all. He was even more confident in his plan to attack Dark Night Town thinking of this. After Nazario advanced and became a hero, even if his attack on Dark Night Town attracted the support of the Taiyan Kingdom, with Nazario's strength, they should be able to retreat unscathed and even carry out a siege operation. Then, he stopped thinking about it and went to the Gate of Summoning to upgrade it. Because the territory had already leveled up twice in a row, the Gate of Summoning had successfully advanced to the yellow gold tier elementary grade after consuming 600,000 units of basic materials, 1,000 white silver tier mist cores, and 100 yellow gold tier mist cores. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to a yellow gold tier elementary grade building. You can summon plus 70 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 12 professionals every day among the subjects. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 3, you can summon 645 subjects a day. You will definitely summon 13 professionals every day among the subjects. And the professional levels of 4 of the professionals will be the same as your territory level. From tomorrow onwards, I can summon 645 subjects. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This number had already exceeded the number of subjects attracted by peace and prosperity every day. Then, he looked at the requirements to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to the yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Construction upgrade: 200,000 units of wood, 200,000 units of fine sand, 200,000 units of metal, 200,000 units of stone, 500 yellow gold tier mist core, territory level upgraded to yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou shook his head. He had to wait for the territory to level up first. He returned to the Lord Manor and entered his room. Then, he took out the white silver-tier Scarlet Lord talent sphere he had obtained from the Wild Stone King. A text notification appeared. Do you want to purify it? Purify? Zhou Zhou said expectantly. The next second, a golden light flashed on the Scarlet Lord talent sphere. Then, its information changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Embrace of the Conqueror. Treasure grade, White Silver Tier. Treasure effect, the Lord will possess the White Silver Tier Lord Talent Embrace of the Conqueror after absorbing it. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a White Silver Tier Lord Talent. Embrace of the Conqueror. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He looked over. Lord Talent, Embrace of the Conqueror, White Silver Tier. Embrace of the Conqueror, 1. Every time a lord conquers a territory, he can attract a different number of classless subjects to join his territory. 2. Every time a lord conquers a regional territory, he could attract a different number of professional subjects to join his territory. 3. Every time a lord conquers a kingdom, he could obtain the loyalty of a hero with an extraordinary tier hero's fate level slot. 4. Every time a lord conquers an empire, he could obtain the loyalty of a hero with a legendary tier hero's fate level slot. 5. Every time a lord conquers a divine kingdom, he can obtain the loyalty of a hero with a true god tier hero's fate level slot. So this is the embrace of the conqueror. No wonder the Wild Stone King destroyed all the lords of Gravel Wilderness and had so many Wild Stone subordinates. Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of something. His normal Lord Talent was transformed from the original Scarlet Lord Talent. Not surprisingly, the Wild Stone King's Scarlet Lord Talent should be similar. It's a pity about the Wild Stone King. This can be considered half a growth talent. It can play a good role at all stages of the Lord's development. It's a pity you met me. I intercepted you. Zhou Zhou lamented. He felt a little uninterested about this talent. This was because he did not lack classless subjects and class subjects. In addition, he realized that he could drop the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual by killing heroes, so he was destined to not lack heroes in the future. Which meant, the ability of this Lord Talent could only serve as icing on the cake for him. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Never mind. It was better than nothing. Then, he closed the Lord Talent panel and willed. Soon, a blood bat flew in front of Zhou Zhou. It was the blood bat avatar that had gone to the Kingdom of Eternal Silence during the day. It stood on the table in front of Zhou Zhou and spat out a spatial ring and a fog monster bag before flying away. Chapter 258, Spectral Dragon Augusta. Zhou Zhou watched it fly away. He did not plan to retract this blood bat avatar into his body. Instead, he planned for it to stay in Blazing Sun City so that it could be his eyes and microphone. This way, if something similar to a Night Lord happened again, he would be able to know the news immediately. He retracted his gaze and looked at the two items on the table. Then, he asked Aaliyah to bring the fog monster bag to Mugu at the Monster Ranch and asked him to nurture the violent storm spirits inside. He also asked Aaliyah, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Molly to come and see him later. Aaliyah received the order and left. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his gaze landed on the spatial ring. He picked it up and took out the 5 treasures he had traded during the day. Firstly, it was naturally the spectral dragon egg and the accompanying soul contract. Zhou Zhou looked at the soul contract. After seeing its specific information, he knew how to use it. As long as he stuck the soul contract on the dragon egg and used a wisp of mental power to come into contact with it to appease the spectral dragon baby in the eggshell, he could try to sign a soul contract with it after it became docile. Why is it so troublesome? Didn't I just drip my blood on the egg when I made Nazario recognize me as its master? Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. However, he did not plan to follow the steps of Nazario recognizing him as its master. He could not afford such a loss if anything were to go wrong. He obediently placed the soul contract on the dragon egg and sent a wisp of mental strength into the soul contract. Soon, through the soul contract, he sensed a confused consciousness in this spectral dragon egg. Zhou Zhou perked up. This should be the consciousness of the spectral dragon. He carefully probed with his mental strength and came into contact with this spectral dragon, young dragon. He emitted a consciousness that was similar to friendliness, concern, care, and love. The young spectral dragon had no resistance to such consciousness. It immediately transmitted a lonely, yearning, intimate, docile, and dependent emotion to Zhou Zhou's spiritual power like a curious baby. Zhou Zhou was stunned. It actually succeeded so easily. He immediately began to sign a soul contract without hesitation. The next second, the contract was signed with no hiccups. Zhou Zhou immediately felt a soul connection with the spectral dragon in the dragon egg. It was somewhat similar to Nazario, but there were some subtle differences. Perhaps it was because their stats were different, one was fire, and the other was spectral, so it gave him this feeling. Zhou Zhou guessed. At this moment, it transmitted another memory to Zhou Zhou. It was a memory from the dragon egg. Actually, this spectral dragon baby already had its own consciousness thousands of years ago. However, it was born deficient back then. In addition, even though the spectral dragon was comparable to a pure-blooded dragon, it was still not liked by the orthodox pure-blooded dragons. Therefore, it was abandoned by its mother a long time ago. It was born with a congenital deficiency and did not have the nurturing of its mother. It relied on its ghost talent to subconsciously absorb the surrounding death energy and soul energy to survive in its half-conscious state. Zhou Zhou knew everything that happened after that. The King of Eternal Silence and his wife unintentionally found this spectral dragon egg and placed it in the deepest depths of the Eternal Silence Kingdom. It was nurtured by absorbing the rich undead aura in the deepest depths of the ground. Thousands of years passed. The young spectral dragon gradually made up for its innate shortcomings and regained its consciousness. However, it could not break out of its shell because of the confinement of the rock layer around the eggshell and because no one took it away. Therefore, it guarded the darkness in the eggshell for more than 1,000 years. Until the King of Eternal Silence encountered the mysterious caravan and traded it to Zhou Zhou. So it's a poor little guy. Zhou Zhou sighed with emotion. He carried the dragon egg to an empty courtyard and gently placed it on the ground. Then, he stood up and looked at the dragon egg. Come out. There's no need to continue guarding the darkness in the dragon egg, he said gently. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhou could feel the spectral dragon in the dragon egg emitting excitement and desire. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the dark blue eggshell. 3 to 4 seconds later. Bang! A strange little dragon, whose entire body was dark blue and whose crystal white skeleton could be vaguely seen, broke out of the dragon egg. It stretched its body. Soon, it revealed its entire body. After completely stretching its body, it looked at Zhou Zhou with an intimate and dependent expression. Zhou Zhou could not help but touch its head. It was cold and slippery but very sturdy. It was not as strong as Nazario's defense when it was born, but it was not too far off. The little spectral dragon had no resistance to its master's head touching. Instead, it took the initiative to lean its head against Zhou Zhou's hand and rub it. Zhou Zhou smiled and retracted his hand after touching it for a while. The little spectral dragon looked at Zhou Zhou for a while before retracting its gaze reluctantly. Then, it lowered its head and started eating its eggshell. During the process of eating the eggshell, the strength aura and dragon might emitted from its body gradually increased. Fortunately, Zhou Zhou had the will of the Dragon Slayer King. Therefore, facing its dragon might was like a breeze. Soon, the 2-meter-tall eggshell was completely eaten by it. At this moment, its strength had already reached the green bronze tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou looked at it. Attribute information appeared. Pet, does not have a name yet. Race, spectral dragon. Growth stage, infancy. Strength level, green bronze tier advance grade. Skills, ghost dragon breath, dragon might, draconic magic mastery, soul magic mastery, undead magic mastery, thrilling dragon roar, dragon bone shield, soul secret whisper, unawakened, spectral dragon clone, unawakened, summoning undead, unawakened, legendary tier physics immunity, awakening level 1%, legendary tier soul immunity, awakening level 1%, extraordinary tier elemental immunity, awakening level 1%. Potential, legendary tier. Loyalty, dead loyal. Personality, silent, bloodthirsty, intelligent, cold, likes to be alone, relies on his master, and is anti-social. Pet description, an innate ghost dragon with noble bloodline. A different pure-blooded dragon. Be it strength or potential, it is one of the best among the myriad races in the myriad worlds. Due to its stats, its innate destructive power is incomparably powerful. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a spectral dragon, these stats were not inferior to Nazario's at all. Let's call you Augusta, Zhou Zhou said. The little spectral dragon was a male, and this name meant the dead king in the supreme common language. Zhou Zhou felt that it was quite suitable. Augusta nodded happily. At this moment, a guard hurried in. I've something to report, my lord. Lord Mugu, Lord Zhang Fugui, and Lord Carol Molly request an audience, he said respectfully. Let them in, Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. The guard received the order and left. Chapter 259, Enhanced Lord Talent. The violent storm spirit Wang Han. At this moment, a huge black shadow flew over. It was Nazario. It landed beside Augusta and looked at the little guy beside it with surprise in its scarlet dragon eyes. Augusta also looked at it curiously. Then, it took unfamiliar steps and staggered towards Nazario. Nazario snorted. In an instant, the dragon might that erupted from its body immediately stunned Augusta. Nazario looked at it quietly. It was as if he was saying, "Don't come near me." Augusta was stunned. This feeling of being despised was familiar. Nazario, this is your future comrade. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly when he saw this. However, he quickly thought of the reason why Nazario treated Augusta like this. Bloodline biasness. This was because Augusta was a spectral dragon. Nazario, as an orthodox pure-blooded dragon, looked down on it even though it was born a natural spectral dragon. When Nazario heard its master's words, it retracted its dragon might even though it was a little unwilling. Augusta was still a young baby dragon after all. It quickly forgot its previous unhappiness and pounced on Nazario's thigh. Nazario was very disgusted, but it did not kick it away. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he could not help but rub his eyebrows helplessly. It seemed that this was the only way. Bloodline was what the dragon race valued the most. Even the dragons were divided into all kinds of different dragons because of their bloodline. This was a matter decided by the race. He could not change it. It was already quite good that Nazario and Augusta could get along like this. At this moment, Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Molly came to the courtyard and saw the two dragons immediately. They were stunned. Nazario, go back and continue absorbing the Calamity Crossing Spirit Pill and the Hero Inheritance. Augusta, stay here for now. Don't disturb Nazario for the time being. I'll take you out to play tomorrow, Zhou Zhou said. Nazario nodded slightly, glanced at Augusta which flapped its dragon wings to fly away. Augusta's eyes lit up when it heard Zhou Zhou's words. It nodded obediently and ran to the side to play. Zhou Zhou looked at Mugu and the other two. Come with me, he said. Originally, he wanted to continue looking at the remaining 4 treasures. However, since they were already here, he would see their improvement first. Yes, my lord. The 3 of them said respectfully. Then, he followed Zhou Zhou to a meeting hall in the middle of the Lord's Manor. In the meeting hall, after the 4 of them arrived, Zhou Zhou sat down first before the 3 of them sat down. The territory has been upgraded to yellow gold tier elementary grade. Tell me about your growth. Mugu, come first. Zhou Zhou looked at Mugu. Yes. Mugu stood up and said respectfully. After my lord's territory was upgraded to yellow gold tier elementary grade, my strength also increased to yellow gold tier elementary grade. The number of monster ranches that I can manage has already reached 10. The maximum capacity of each monster ranch has increased from 2,000 to 3,000. The upper limit of the monsters that I can nurture has also increased to the yellow gold tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. In that case, his fixed income from the monster ranch every day would definitely more than double. As for how much it would increase, it would depend on the specific gains tomorrow. He suddenly felt a little emotional. Even though he already had a total of 14 Lord Talents, the one that could really stabilize his strength was this monster ranch. Of course. Its fixed income was also thanks to the help of the other Lord Talents. He opened Mugu's personal information and realized that his various skills had advanced to yellow gold tier elementary grade with his advancement to yellow gold tier elementary grade. There were also some yellow gold tier elementary grade skills that he had never seen before but were related to monster nurturing. Build as many of the remaining monster ranches you can. Don't worry about no new monsters being farmed for the time being. At most, they would be kept as backup. Zhou Zhou said to Mugu. In any case, the monster ranches had to be built sooner or later. He might as well build them earlier. This way, when new monsters with protection value were captured in the future, he could directly throw them in. Yes, my lord. Mugu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at Zhang Fugui. Elder Zhang, tell me about it too. Yes, my lord. Zhang Fugui stood up with a chuckle. Reporting to my lord. With the upgrade of the territory, the number of our caravan has increased from 50 to 200. In addition, our carriages have increased from 50 to 100 now. The abilities of all the mysterious merchant have also been upgraded to yellow gold tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. With this improvement, the mysterious caravan could sell and buy more goods in the future. He finally looked at Carol Molly. Reporting to my lord. We already have 50 clergymen, 50 priests, 100 nuns, and 100 life paladins in the shelter. Moreover, the strength of all the clergy has increased to yellow gold tier elementary grade. I've also advanced from white platinum tier advanced grade to diamond elementary grade. Carol Molly said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He was even happier. The shelter of the goddess of life concerned whether or not the soldiers who died in battle could be resurrected and how many of them could be resurrected. This was extremely important to him. After that, Zhou Zhou asked them to go back separately before looking at the next treasure. Item name, Spirit Violent Storm Class Change Certificate. Item level, Gradeless. Item effect, Kingdom Level Combat Class Change Tool. After using it, you can become the spirit of the Kingdom Level Combat Class Violent Storm. You will also have a set of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Standard Equipment, 20 years of combat experience of the Spirit of the Violent Storm, and the initial strength of the Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Item description, Kingdom Level Combat Class Certificate. Just one can allow ordinary people without any strength to step onto the extraordinary tier path of a combat professional. Item name, Violent Storm Spirit Recruitment Books. Item level, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Item effect, Kingdom Level Combat Class Recruitment Books. Throw them into the Gate of Summoning and you can summon a Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Violent Storm Spirit with White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade potential to become your subject. Item description, a Kingdom Level Combat Class from the Kingdom of Eternal Silence. It has powerful spell destruction and physical damage immunity. The King of Eternal Silence is actually so generous. He directly gave the Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books with White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade potential. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This potential was already comparable to a legendary tier talent. He took this recruitment book to the gate of summoning and threw it in. Soon, a young man wearing the wind and thunder robe and holding the wind and thunder staff walked out of the gate of summoning. Violent storm spirit Wang Han. Greetings, my lord. His voice was cold and respectful. Chapter 260, The Powerful Violent Storm Spirit. Greedy Wolf Totem. Rise. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou smiled. It's my honor to become your subject, my lord. Wang Han said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he looked at his attribute panel. Subject, Wang Han. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Combat class name, Violent Storm Spirit. Strength level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Ability overview, a resident from Violent Storm Island who has the elemental talent to control wind and lightning since he was young. After joining the Wind and Thunder Gate, the sect master valued his aptitude and taught him the combat class of the Violent Storm Spirit. He is currently undergoing a sect quest to train outside. He accidentally joined Blazing Sun City and became the subject of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Skills, Talent Wind and Thunder Spirit Body, Kingdom Level Combat Talent Elemental Incarnation, Kingdom Level Combat Skill Death Violent Storm, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Controlling Wind Spirit, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Controlling Thunder Spirit, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Listening to Wind Whisper, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Thunder Flash, Extraordinary Tier Physical Damage Immunity, Awakening Level 1%, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Damage Immunity. Awakening Level 1%. Loyalty, 85. Potential, White Platinum Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. This attribute panel was a little strong. Even though it was not as strong as the initial interface of the Divine Kingdom Soldier type, Maris, it was only inferior to non-hero soldier types and non-dragon units like Maris. He suddenly looked forward to it. The Violent Storm Spirit was already so strong. Wouldn't he take off immediately after Mugu nurtured a large number of Violent Storm Spirits tomorrow and created a large number of combat professionals? Then, he suddenly thought of something and looked at the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate in his hand. We can't waste these class change certificates of the Spirits of Violent Storm. It's a kingdom level combat class certificate after all. Maybe I can change some low-level soldiers to kingdom soldiers like the Violent Storm Spirits. Zhou Zhou thought. He thought for a moment and asked Atli to gather all the combat-type professionals in the territory to come to him. A moment later, 16 people appeared in front of him. Zhou Zhou looked at them. These 16 people were the current soldier-type professionals and combat professionals in his territory. They were Sword Shield Soldier, Pudeo Soldier, Spear Soldier, Crossbowman, Bowman, Cavalryman, Scouts, Crossbowman, Poison Crossbowman, Musketeer, Star Musketeers, Water Crossbowman, Aurora Cavalryman, Sand Corps Summoners, Elemental Archers. Zhou Zhou handed the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate to them and asked them to try to change their classes one by one. Soon, the results were out. Other than the Sand Corps Summoners and Elemental Archers who could change their profession to the Violent Storm Spirit, the other professionals could not change their profession to the Violent Storm Spirits. Zhou Zhou understood the reason immediately. This was because the Violent Storm Spirit was a combat class that focused on casting abilities. Among these professionals, only the Sand Corps Summoners and Elemental Archers focused on casting spells. As for intermediate grade soldiers like the cavalrymen, even though they had a certain level of spell casting ability, their spell casting ability was biased towards support in their respective class systems. It was not the dominant ability of their respective class. Therefore, it was not suitable for them to change their class. Zhou Zhou pondered. Could only the Sand Corps Summoners and Elemental Archers change their profession to the Violent Storm Spirits? He thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. Since that was the case, he would change all the Sand Corps Summoners to the Violent Storm Spirits. In any case, the Sand Corpse summoners had a very low presence in his Blazing Sun army. Their role on the battlefield was not so obvious. Sometimes, their role was not even as direct as the basic military types. Most importantly, the ability of the Sand Corpse summoners was to transform the flesh and blood of monsters into sand corpses, thereby creating controllable combat strength. However, not all monsters were flesh-type monsters. Moreover, if the flesh and blood of monsters were really turned into sand corpses, it meant that this monster corpse could not collect loots. This would be disadvantageous to Zhou Zhou. Since that was the case, he might as well turn this useless intermediate-grade combat class Sand Corpse summoners into the Violent Storm Spirit, a kingdom-level combat class. Not only that, since the Sand Corpse summoners were useless, he might as well remove its monster ranch and change it to the monster ranch of the Violent Storm Spirits. There are a total of 10 monster ranches that Mu Guam can manage now. 7 of them have been occupied by 7 types of monsters. If we remove the Sand Corpse summoner's monster ranch, there will be 4 monster ranches free. If that's the case, why don't we nurture the Violent Storm Spirits in these 4 monster ranches? Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. This was also very simple. The King of Eternal Silence had given him 10 violent storm demon spirits in the pockets of the fog monsters. He could just distribute these 10 violent storm demon spirits to the 4 monster ranches. Then, he would see 4 monster ranches that nurtured the violent storm spirits the next day. Zhou Zhou looked forward to it. The 4 monster ranches jointly produced the Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books and the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate. Before long, he would form a team of Violent Storm Spirits under his command. It could even form an army of Violent Storm Spirits. When the time comes, his Blazing Sun army could have combat strength not inferior to the dragons even without Nazario. As for the elemental archers, Zhou Zhou did not intend to turn them into the Violent Storm Spirits. The Sand Corpse summoners were only intermediate-grade combat class. However, it was a high-level soldier-type class. Zhou Zhou did not want to give it up so easily. As for finding any monsters worth joining the Monster Ranch in the future, he would just revoke the Monster Ranch that was the Violent Storm Spirits. Then, he asked Wang Han to look for Wu Xin and temporarily join the Blazing Sun army. In the future, he would follow the army to fight. Then, he returned to the Backlord Manor and looked at the next treasure, the Kingdom Token. I have 2 Kingdom Tokens now. What should we do with this? Sell it. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. He only needed 1 Kingdom Token to establish a kingdom, so the second Kingdom Token would be idle. However, Zhou Zhou was a little unwilling to sell it. This was a kingdom token that only mythical tier lords had the right to exchange for at this stage. There was no need to mention its preciousness. It would be a pity to sell it. Perhaps it would be useful in the future? He thought for a long time but could not think of a way to deal with it. He simply put it away and waited for the time when he could use it in the future. Then, he looked at the 4th treasure, Greedy Wolf Totem. He looked at its specific stats and abilities, and the result was naturally the same as what the King of Eternal Silence had said. If used well, it will be a killing machine on the battlefield. If I can condense a Greedy Wolf avatar with extraordinary tier intermediate grade strength, I'll be almost invincible among all the lords. Zhou Zhou thought. He thought for a moment and called Wu Xin over. Then, he handed the Greedy Wolf Totem to him. Elder Wu, I'll give you this Greedy Wolf Totem. Try your best to train the soldiers and master the Greedy Wolf Moon Howling Array inside as soon as possible. This array formation is very useful to us. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. Wu Xin had the hero skill desired military morale. If he wanted to quickly master this Greedy Wolf Totem, it would definitely be Wu Xin. Yes, my lord. Wu Xin was shocked when he saw the attributes of the Greedy Wolf Totem. He immediately realized the Lord's expectations of him. Even though he felt that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, he still agreed without hesitation. He would not disappoint. How could he let his master down? Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he chatted with Wu Xian for a while before letting him leave. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the last treasure. The strange treasure, the heavenly mist treasure bag. Chapter 261, Untitled. Zhou Zhou looked at the strange treasure. Strange treasure name, Heavenly Mist Treasure Bag. Strange treasure grade, Special. Wondrous item effect, it can condense a low-level mist core into a high-level mist core. It can also transform a high-level mist core into a low-level mist core. The conversion ratio between a high-level mist core and a low-level mist core is 1:10. It can condense a legendary tier mist core at most. Strange treasure description, a strange treasure that can transform high-level and low-level mist cores. After reading it, he took out 10 black iron tier mist cores and placed them in the heavenly mist treasure bag. The next second, this heavenly mist treasure bag sent him a message and asked him if he needed to condense a green bronze tier mist core. Zhou Zhou agreed in his heart. He soon felt his heavenly mist treasure bag heat up slightly. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, when he opened the heavenly mist treasure bag again, he saw a green bronze tier mist core lying quietly in the bag. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he took out another yellow gold tier mist core and placed it in the heavenly mist treasure bag and turned it into 10 white silver tier mist cores, then into 100 green bronze tier mist cores, and then into 1000 black iron tier mist cores. In the end, Zhou Zhou restored it to a yellow gold tier mist core. A magical strange treasure. Zhou Zhou sighed. With this strange treasure, he would not have to worry about lacking high-level mist cores in the future. He could just use this bag to condense a large number of low-level mist cores if he needed them. Then, he threw all his mist cores into the heavenly mist treasure bag. There were a total of 86,845,863 black iron tier mist cores. 966,803 green bronze tier mist cores. 435,016 white silver tier mist cores. 39,639 yellow gold tier mist cores. 816 white platinum tier mist cores. 12 diamond tier mist cores. This heavenly fog treasure bag can actually store an unlimited amount of mist cores. That is similar to infinite space. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the mist core in the treasure bag. There were so many mist cores because he had been too busy to sell anything for the past 2 days. Otherwise, he would only have more mist cores in his hands. Let's try the upper limit of this strange treasure. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately used 80 million black iron tier mist cores and 200,000 white silver tier mist cores to condense a legendary tier mist core. He took out the legendary tier mist core. This was a mist core that emitted a resplendent golden light and even emitted a faint pressure. It looked extremely magical. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. 80 million black iron tier mist cores and 200,000 white silver tier mist cores can only condense one legendary tier mist core. This legendary tier mist core is really valuable. Zhou Zhou played with it carefully for a while before solemnly putting it into his heavenly mist treasure bag. In the future, the Heaven Fog treasure bag would be his exclusive money bag. After that, he returned to the territory stone tablet in his room. Then, he took out the 3 white silver tier regional tokens he had obtained from capturing the territory today and pasted them on the territory stone tablet. Soon, rows of golden text notifications appeared. Congratulations on obtaining a white silver tier regional token, Dust Wasteland, and officially becoming the regional lord of this region. Dust Wasteland, white silver tier, has been added to your regional territory. You have obtained a regional treasure chest. Exclusive to Dust Wasteland. Congratulations on obtaining a white silver tier regional token, Yellow Earth Plain. You have officially become the regional lord of this region. New Yellow Earth Plain, white silver tier, has been added to your regional territory. You have obtained a regional treasure chest. Exclusive to Yellow Earth Plain. Congratulations on obtaining a white silver tier regional token, Gravel Wilderness, and officially becoming the regional lord of this region. Gravel Wilderness, White Silver Tier, has been added to your regional territory. You have obtained a regional treasure chest. Exclusive to Gravel Wilderness. Zhou Zhou opened his regional territory column. He looked over. Regional territory, Blazing Sun Desert, Black Iron Tier, Sand Gold Land, Black Iron Tier, Thorn Dune, Black Iron Tier, Black Rock Desert, Green Bronze Tier, Silent Wasteland, Green Bronze Tier, Withered Forest Plains, White Silver Tier, Dust Wasteland, White Silver Tier, Yellow Earth Plain, White Silver Tier, Gravel Wilderness, White Silver Tier. The 9th Regional Territory. If nothing goes wrong tomorrow, there should be a 10th Regional Territory. I hope I'm the first lord to own 10 regional territories. This way, I might be able to make another lord announcement on the entire channel. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he thought of something and could not help but frown slightly. This was because he did not dare to guarantee anything. He felt that he might not be the first to own 10 regional territories. These regional territories were obtained by conquering the surrounding regional territories step by step after all. Among these regional territories, there were Black Iron Tier regional territories, Bronze Tier regional territories, and even many Silver Tier regional territories. This kind of behavior actually could not allow him to quickly own 10 regional territories. If some lords wanted to take advantage of the situation, they could completely find 10 Black Iron Tier regional territories through gathering information or other methods. Then, they could spend less time than him to easily attack them. Then, he might miss the next lord announcement. He could not help but look at the sky. At this moment, the sky was completely dark. Even the scarlet fog had already begun to appear in large patches and quickly spread throughout the world. At this moment, it's impossible to go out and capture ownerless territory. Zhou Zhou shook his head. He gave up on the idea of going out and occupying another territory. Forget it. If he really missed it, so be it. In any case, he had been on the entire channel's lord announcement too many times. It didn't matter. It was not good to monopolize too much limelight. He stopped thinking about it and looked at the 3 regional treasure chests that had just appeared out of thin air in front of him. The other top-notch lords naturally thought of what Zhou Zhou could think of. Some people even put it into practice themselves. However, the result stunned them. More than 2 hours ago. Undead Lord's territory. In a coffin in the center of the cemetery. The undead lord, Zhang Han, finally looked at the territory stone tablet in front of him in disbelief after waiting for a long time. Why? I've already given you 10 regional tokens, why hasn't the lord announcement appeared? Could I have made a mistake? If you want to appear on the entire channel's lord announcement related to the number of territories captured next time, isn't it 10 regional territories? Could it be 20? 30? The undead lord could not help but doubt his life. However, no one could tell him the answer. No one could tell the other lords who wanted to use this opportunity to appear on the entire channel's lord announcement. If Zhou Zhou took the initiative to ask, he might be given an answer with his qualifications to be admired by the supreme will. However, even though Zhou Zhou was puzzled, he had almost forgotten that he was admired by the supreme will, therefore, he did not take the initiative to ask, so no one knew why. In the Lord's manner, Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 regional treasure chests in front of him and finally chose to open the regional treasure chest from the Dust Wasteland first. Chapter 262, White Silver Tier Territory Fusion Certification. Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower. In the end, he immediately became speechless when he saw a Dust Wasteland resource pack. However, his expression improved slightly when he saw the specific resources. Item name, Dust Wasteland Exclusive Resource Pack. Item level, White Silver Tier. Item effect, after opening it, you can obtain 2 million units of stone, 2 million units of wood, 2 million units of metal, 2 million units of fine sand, 10,000 units of forged stainless steel, 10,000 units of light silver, 1,000 units of adamantine, 1,000 units of mithril, 100 units of water element gems, 100 units of fire element gems, 100 units of earth element gems, 100 units of wind element gems. Item description: White Silver Tier Area Exclusive Resource Pack. After opening it, you can obtain a large number of basic resources, some area exclusive resources or elementary and intermediate grade resources. There are actually these elementary and intermediate grade resources. That's not too bad. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Today, he had just handed all these resources to Zhao Chongshao and asked him to build the triumphal arch. These resources were already gone. Now, this exclusive resource bag could replenish his energy. After that, he opened the regional treasure chest in the Yellow Earth Plain and realized that it was still an exclusive resource bag. Moreover, the types and quantities of resources were exactly the same as the exclusive resource bag in the Dust Wasteland. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. Then, he looked at the last regional treasure chest. It's a white silver tier regional treasure chest after all. Give me something different. Zhou Zhou prayed silently. Then, he opened this regional treasure chest. Then, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and surprise flashed across his eyes. It's actually this thing. A territory fusion certificate was lying quietly in the treasure chest. Zhou Zhou picked it up and looked at it. A familiar text notification appeared. Treasure name, Territory Fusion Certificate. Treasure grade, White Silver Tier. Treasure effect: it can fuse a white silver tier or lower regional territory that is connected to its territory. The fused regional territory can retain all the resources in the original territory and have a certain chance of increasing the grade of its territory. Treasure description: a necessary item to increase the grade of the region's territory. It's actually a white silver tier territory fusion certificate? It's not gradeless. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He never expected that his first territory fusion certificate would not drop from a monster but from a regional treasure chest. Thinking of this, he could not help but shake his head. This territory fusion certificate is too difficult to obtain. I've the King of Loots, but I only obtained one territory fusion certificate. It didn't drop from a monster. He sighed. He looked at the territory fusion certificate in his hand and put it away. The surrounding territories were all black iron tier. Even though this silver tier territory fusion certificate could be used, it would obviously be a waste. Since that was the case, he should wait for Li Yu's territory fusion certificate first. In any case, he was not in a hurry to fuse his territory. After that, he went to the Gate of Summoning and threw in the Alchemy Technology recruitment books and Alchemy Pharmacist recruitment books he had obtained earlier in the day. After they came out, Zhou Zhou looked at their attribute information. In the end, they realized that even though their life class levels were quite high, the alchemy technology and alchemy potions they knew were either not as useful as the shapeshift potion or replicated the life potion. Even though Zhou Zhou was a little disappointed, he did not say anything and asked them to go to the Gnome Alchemy Workshop to join the work there. If only there were alchemists who could make higher level potential advancement potions. Zhou Zhou could not help but think as he watched them leave. Then, he felt that he was a little greedy and stopped thinking about it. He returned to his lord's manor. However, not long after he returned to the lord's manor, the two of them came to ask for an audience. In the meeting hall, Zhao Chongshao and Zhang Kexuan looked at each other and smiled. Zhou Zhou sat opposite them and looked at them in surprise. Elder Zhao, Elder Zhang, why are you two here together? He asked curiously. I'm naturally here to report a happy occasion. Zhao Chongshao smiled. What happy occasion could it be? Zhou Zhou thought of something and his eyes lit up. Zhao Chongshao nodded. Even though he was trying his best to calm down, he could not hide the excitement in his voice. The first diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower on the High Continent, which also belongs to Blazing Sun City, has just been completely built. Okay, Elder Zhou, you've worked hard. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. He finally had an extraordinary lethality. And it was not an ordinary lethality. Other than being weaker than ordinary extraordinary tier combatants in terms of agility, a diamond tier Aurora Tower could destroy all extraordinary tier combatants of the same level. Even dragons of the same level could not withstand the bombardment of the Aurora Tower polarity mode too many times. He resisted the urge to go out and take a look immediately and looked at Zhang Kexuan. Seeing this, Zhang Kexuan took the initiative to smile. My lord. I've also completely mastered the mist energy cannon and forged a mist energy cannon. Where? Zhou Zhou immediately asked. He had been looking forward to this mist energy cannon for a long time. Elder Zhao and I tested the power of the mist energy cannon previously. We're still outside the city gate. The two of us came together to ask my lord to come with us to see the actual compatibility of the Aurora Tower and the mist energy cannon. Zhang Kexuan said. Let's go take a look. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Zhao Chongshao and Zhang Kexuan nodded. Then, they walked out of the Lord's Manor and came to the city wall. Soon, he saw the first diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower in the territory. He also saw Leah and her maidservant. At this moment, the two of them looked at the diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower excitedly. Zhou Zhou took a few glances before looking at the Aurora Tower. A text notification appeared. Building name, Aurora Tower. Building level, Diamond Tier Elementary Grade. Building function 1, Light Energy Reserve Device. Absorb light elements and store them in the Light Energy Reserve Device of the Aurora Tower to collect attack energy for the Aurora Cannon. Building effect 2, Aurora Kingdom Cannon Ray Mode. Activate the Aurora Kingdom Cannon and continuously release light elemental energy, forming an extremely penetrating Aurora Kingdom Ray that sweeps through all enemies in range. It can instantly kill any normal race life form below the yellow-gold tier. Building effect 2, Aurora Kingdom Cannon Polarity Mode. Activate the Aurora Kingdom Cannon and instantly release all the light elemental energy in the energy storage device. Concentrate on one point to kill the enemy. It can kill any normal race life form below the epic tier. Remarks: the Aurora Tower has a range of 200,000 meters. Construction description: the racial building of the Aurora Kingdom's human race. It is also the only kingdom-level building in the Aurora Kingdom. Later on, it was promoted by architect Zhao Chongshao of Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. He remembered that in Elder Zhao's description of the White Platinum Tier Intermediate Grade Aurora Tower, the White Platinum Tier Intermediate Aurora Kingdom Tower's Aurora Kingdom Cannon Polarity Mode could kill any normal race life form below the Extraordinary Tier. After it was strengthened to Diamond Tier Elementary Grade, it could actually kill any normal race life form below the Epic Tier. Even though he was already prepared. However, he could not help but be shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. As expected of the huge advancement of a class. Strength. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the Lord Battlefield tomorrow. With this Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower. And the Greedy Wolf Totem. Perhaps I can fight for the position of the strongest lord of all races even without the dragon-slaying will. When he thought of this, ambition burned in his heart again. Chapter 263, The Power of the Aurora Tower and the Mist Energy Cannon. The reason why Zhou Zhou did not use the Aurora Tower on the Lord Battlefield previously was to protect his territory in reality. The Lord Battlefield was just an activity after all. It was far less important than his foundation in reality, the Blazing Sun City. If it used up all the energy of the Aurora Tower in the Lord Battlefield and its territory in reality suffered a powerful attack, he would have no place to cry if he had no other way and could not use his strongest trump card, the Aurora Tower. Now that he had this Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower, Zhou Zhou felt that he could already use a portion of the Aurora Towers to participate in the Lord Battlefield with the help of other lower-level Aurora Towers. My lord, the Aurora Tower is ready. Do you want to try it out now? Zhao Chongshao said. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Let's begin. Zhao Chongshao nodded and said to the gunner beside him. The gunner nodded and began to adjust the angle of the aurora cannon. Soon, the muzzle of the aurora cannon emitted a faint white light, and a large amount of light elemental energy condensed at the muzzle. The next second, buzz! An aurora ray instantly shot out accompanied by a low hum. It shot from the desert 100 meters away and shot straight into the distance. There was still a long track condensed from light elements in the night sky that was slowly dissipating after the gunner turned off the aurora cannon. After that, the gunner activated aurora cannon polarity mode. A white light spot appeared at the muzzle of the aurora cannon. This white light spot continuously gathered light elemental energy in the muzzle and quickly condensed into an incomparably dazzling and tiny light spot. Zhou Zhou was not standing close. Even so, he could feel the soul-stirring energy contained in this light spot. The next second, there was a puff and a dazzling light that was only a centimeter in diameter shot out and shot straight into the ground. Zhou Zhou's vision was extremely good. However, he only saw an extremely deep and small pit. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. So this is a diamond tier elementary grade kingdom level building? Such power! Even 10 Nezarios would be instantly killed. He flew down from the city wall and came to the place where the aurora cannon polarity mode had been activated. A ditch 5 to 6 meters deep and 200,000 meters long shot from Blazing Sun City to the center of Thorn Dune before stopping. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. This range was a little ridiculous. He came to the place where the aurora cannon polarity mode had hit. He realized that even though he was close, he could not see the deepest part. My lord, what do you think of the might of this aurora cannon? Zhao Chongshao, Zhang Kexuan, and Li Yi walked over and said with a smile. Okay. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he felt that it was not enough to describe it, so he nodded heavily. Very good. With this aurora tower, I don't have to worry about the safety of the territory even if I'm not in the territory for the time being. Elder Zhao, remember to arrange a diamond tier elementary grade aurora tower for Sand Gold City after the construction of the Triumphal Arch is completed. Zhou Zhou said. As a commercial city, Sand Gold City had already begun to make a profit. Even though it could not compare to the fixed income of the Monster Ranch, be it channels, connections, reputation, and other things that could be seen or invisible, the efficiency accumulated by Sand Gold City far exceeded that of the Monster Ranch. In terms of defense, Sand Gold City was no longer the 1,000-odd military professions from before under the rule of Qian Zhongsheng, the previous finance minister of the Aurora Kingdom. However, it was better to arrange a diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower for it just in case. Yes, my lord. Zhao Chongshao said respectfully. Li Yi and Yu Jiao's eyes lit up. In the future, when they also had this diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower, the pressure on their Aurora Kingdom against the Taiyan Kingdom and the surrounding foreign race kingdoms would definitely be greatly reduced. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at Zhang Kexuan. My lord, please follow me. Zhang Kexuan immediately understood and smiled. Then, he brought Zhou Zhou to a red cannon that was half the height of a person. This red cannon was about half the height of a person and 2 meters long and wide. It was completely scarlet and had an ancient style with a sharpness. It was a yellow gold tier advance grade mist energy cannon. Zhou Zhou looked at its attribute information. It was the same as the blueprint information he had seen previously. Its range was 5,000 meters, and it was often used to kill giant creatures, creatures with powerful vitality, attack defenses, and naval battles. Zhang Kexuan looked at the gunner beside him. The gunner understood and immediately began to control the barrel, then pressed the firing button. The next second, boom! A loud bang sounded in the distance. A sand pit 4 to 5 meters deep and more than 20 meters in diameter appeared in the desert more than 3,000 meters away. This mist energy cannon can kill giant creatures. If Nazario doesn't advance to yellow gold tier advance grade, I'm afraid even its life would be in danger in front of it. Zhou Zhou looked at the huge pit and could not help but think. Of course. Its most common function was to attack. For example, it was used to break through the defense of the enemy's city wall in siege battles. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou suddenly looked forward to it. Previously, because he did not have any siege facilities, he used conservative defensive methods most of the time on the Lord battlefield and waited for the enemy to attack before attacking. He would only send troops out to take the initiative to attack when he encountered enemies that he could not defend against. Under such circumstances, the enemy had the advantage of the city wall. On their side, other than some subordinates who could fly, the soldiers who could not fly had to break through the city wall first before they could attack the enemies above and inside the city wall. This meant that they had to pay the price of their lives to break through the city wall and attack the city. Now that he had the mist energy cannon, it was different. This kind of war equipment that was specially used to attack the fortress could completely allow them to attack the city wall without paying the lives of their soldiers. To them, this could completely greatly increase the efficiency of attacking cities and plundering lands. Old Zhang. We have to make more of this mist energy cannon. You can get other alchemy technicians to help you make mist energy cannons at the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Include the alchemy technicians who have just joined the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Zhang Keqian nodded. Even though those new white silver tier alchemy technicians were far inferior to him, a diamond tier intermediate grade alchemy technician. However, they could still be considered good helpers to help him make the mist energy cannons. The three of them chatted for a while after that. Then, Zhou Zhou and Liya chatted for a while before returning to the Lord Manor. He washed up briefly and lay on the bed to rest. The next day, early in the morning, in the master bedroom of the Lord Manor, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes in a daze. A few seconds later, he woke up. It's the fourth day of the Lord of all Races battlefield. He thought silently. Then, he opened the World Channel and looked at what the lords were discussing. Not surprisingly, most of them were discussing the myriad races Lord battlefield. Most of them were discussing how to advance to the green bronze tier elementary grade and complete the basic goal of the Lord battlefield activity. It could be seen that they were all very anxious. The other small group was discussing how to increase their strength and stabilize their ranks. There were also a very small number of lords who had completed their basic goals early on and were confident that their ranks would not drop to black iron tier. Therefore, their performance on the World Channel was quite indifferent, and some lords even had an obvious sense of superiority. Zhou Zhou closed the World Channel after watching it for a while. Then, he washed up and walked out of the Lord Manor to the Gate of Summoning. A text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou looked at the Gate of Summoning expectantly. Chapter 264, Augusta's Advancement. The next second, the Gate of Summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, the subjects walked out one after another. After spending 3 times the amount of time taken in the past, 6:45 new subjects walk out of the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord, X645. The 645 new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 25 professionals. Zhou Zhou was even more satisfied. Normally speaking, he should summon at least 16 professional subjects a day with the glory of the Pioneer 3, 4 of whom had the same profession level as his territory. Yet he had summoned 25 professional subjects. Which meant 9 of the professionals came for free. Who didn't like to freeload? Zhou Zhou opened their attribute information expectantly. A moment later, the inspection was completed. Among the 25 military professionals, there was 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade cavalry, 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade archer, 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade gem craftsman, and 1 yellow gold tier intermediate grade blacksmith. There were also 2 white silver tier advanced grade merchants, 2 white silver tier intermediate grade carpenters, and 1 white silver tier elementary grade tailor. The rest were green bronze and black iron tier life professionals and combat professionals. Zhou Zhou no longer had any emotions towards green bronze tier and black iron tier professionals, so there was no need to elaborate. After handing them all to Elder Zheng and letting him make the arrangements, Zhou Zhou went to the golem nest and summoned the 126 golems today. He also asked them to join the Blazing Sun Army. After that, Zhou Zhou led the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army to sweep through the time ruins and came to the monster ranch. After a night of construction, this place was already filled with 10 monster ranches. Moreover, every monster ranch was filled with monsters. Each monster ranch had 3,000 ranch monsters. 10 monster ranches would have a total of 30,000 ranch monsters. This number of fog monsters was almost comparable to the total number of fog monsters in the entire White Silver Tier regional territory. Even regional Scarlet Lords had to take a detour in fear when they came here. Zhou Zhou looked at the 10 monster ranches. 6 of the monsters in the monster ranch were Desert Fog Lizard, Black-tailed Fog Scorpion, Sandman, Wild Sand Believers, Withered Tree, Undead Knight. The monsters in the last 4 monster ranches were all Storm Spirit. This was a humanoid soldier-type monster formed from wind and lightning elements. On both sides of their heads floated 2 fist-sized wind and lightning spirits. The violent Storm Spirit's eyes were scarlet, and its entire body was surrounded by wind and lightning elements. It looked quite fierce. However, under Mugu's nurturing, a total of 12,000 violent storm demon spirits were quietly wandering in the ranch. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Monster attribute information appeared. Monster name, Violent Storm Demon Spirits. Strength level, White Silver Tier Advanced Grade. Monster description, a monster from the Kingdom of Eternal Silence. It was originally a kingdom-level military professional in the Storm Kingdom and a member of the Storm Army. Later, after the kingdom was destroyed, it was modified by the Scarlet Fog and became a fog monster. Loots, 8 white silver tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 wind elemental gem, drop rate, 20%, 1 thunder elemental gem, drop rate, 10%, 1 true faith tier scarlet crystal, drop rate, 3%, 1 gradeless violent storm spirit class change certificate, 1 white silver tier advanced grade violent storm spirit recruitment book, drop rate, 1%. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Elemental gemstones were intermediate grade resources. Not only did this violent storm demon spirit drop the violent storm spirit class change certificate, but it also dropped the wind elemental gem and the thunder elemental gem. There was no need to mention the wind elemental gem. Even though this was the first time he had heard of a thunder elemental gem, he could guess from the name that it should be an item of the same type as the wind elemental gem. Moreover, from the drop rate, the thunder elemental gem should be a more precious resource than the wind elemental gem. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the drop rates of the other violent storm demon spirits. The yellow gold tier elementary grade violent storm demon spirits would drop an additional wind elemental gem and a thunder elemental gem. The yellow gold tier intermediate grade violent storm spirits would drop an additional fragment called the Proof of Legion. There was actually not a single one violent storm demon spirit below the white silver tier advanced grade. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Then, he called Mugu over. Hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Mugu said respectfully, "My lord. Because this violent storm spirit's predecessor was a kingdom-level soldier, the violent storm spirit. Therefore, their initial monster strength is white silver tier advanced grade. They can't create a violent storm demon spirit below white silver tier advanced grade." Zhou Zhou came to a realization. Wasn't this the same as the undead knights? As a high-level profession, the initial strength of the undead knights was also green bronze tier elementary grade. Not a single undead knight was below green bronze tier elementary grade. He stopped asking and asked the Blazing Sun Army to attack the 30,000 ranch monsters in these 10 monster ranches. Even though Nazario had yet to wake up from the hero inheritance, with Mugu around, he could still control all the ranch monsters and allow the soldiers to slaughter them easily. As for Augusta, Zhou Zhou wanted to see its ability, so he asked it to be in charge of a monster ranch for violent storm demon spirit and deal with the 3,000 storm demon spirits here alone. When Augusta heard its master's words, it immediately let out an excited cry. Then, it flapped its dragon wings and flew into the air of the monster ranch, looking down at the 3,000 violent storm demon spirits below. It first used dragon might, making all the white silver tier advance grade violent storm demon spirits tremble in fear. It opened its dragon mouth right on the heels of that. A black and grey cold dragon breath spewed out of its mouth. They surged out continuously and quickly enveloped the 3,000 violent storm demon spirits in the monster ranch below. It was the spectral dragon breath. The 3,000 violent storm demon spirits did not feel anything at first, but in less than 2 to 3 seconds, their elemental bodies were gradually corroded into a black-grey color by the spectral dragon breath. The scarlet soul flames in their eyes also gradually dimmed, finally turning into the same blackish-grey color as the spectral dragon breath. At this moment, they had completely lost their vitality and fell to the ground weakly. Even their elemental bodies dissipated, revealing the tattered corpse of a black-grey soldier. Violent storm demon spirits fell one after another under the spectral dragon breath. Your pet spectral dragon Augusta has killed a white silver tier advance grade violent storm demon spirit. Promotion energy plus 800. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your pet Nazario has received an additional 3,200 points of promotion energy. Your pet spectral dragon Augusta has killed a yellow gold tier elementary grade violent storm demon spirit. Promotion energy plus 2,000. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your pet Nazario has received an additional 8,000 points of promotion energy. Your pet spectral dragon Augusta has killed a yellow gold tier intermediate grade violent storm demon spirit. Promotion energy plus 4,000. Loots condensed. Blessing of the War God, your pet Nazario has received an additional 16,000 promotion energy. Kill notifications quickly appeared. When the 43rd kill notification appeared, Augusta's body shook with a bang. Then, it suddenly roared at the sky. Nazario, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and the others immediately looked over curiously. Then, their eyes widened. Wisps of dark green undead elements and greyish-white soul elements converged into two elemental rivers that appeared out of thin air around Augusta, making him look like the death dragon god. Then, a portion of the undead elemental river fused into Augusta's body. The other part formed a layer of dark green armor on its body. The other river of soul elements turned into two tributaries that flowed down from Augusta's eye and entered its brain. During the process of fusing the two elemental rivers, Augusta's body also began to increase at a visible speed. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. After increasing to more than 4 meters tall, Augusta stopped growing. Then, the advancement phenomenon around it slowly disappeared. At the same time, a series of text notifications appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Congratulations, your pet, the spectral dragon, has broken through to the white silver tier elementary grade. The spectral dragon's spectral dragon breath has been strengthened. The spectral dragon's dragon might has been strengthened. The spectral dragon has comprehended the growth type draconic demon, soul spike, from draconic magic proficiency. The spectral dragon has comprehended growth type soul magic from soul magic mastery, elementary soul elemental control, and soul voice. The spectral dragon has comprehended growth type undead magic from necromancy mastery, elementary undead elemental control, and enslavement of the undead. The spectral dragon has awakened the dead soul dragon armor from the dragon inheritance. The spectral dragon's legendary tier soul immunity and legendary tier physical immunity awakening rate have increased from 1% to 3%. The spectral dragon's extraordinary tier elemental immunity awakening rate has increased from 1% to 10%. Chapter 265, Monster Ranch Gains. Proof of Legion. Augusta seemed quite excited after being promoted. It soared in the air a few times before suddenly floating in the sky and looking covetously at the 2,957 violent storm demon spirits below. A dark green light flashed in its eyes. The next second, boom! An invisible soul fluctuation pierced into the minds of the remaining violent storm demon spirits below like spikes. Growth type draconic spell soul spike. Ah! Bang! Hiss! The brains of the violent storm demon spirits exploded one after another and they fell to the ground accompanied by sharp or ear-splitting explosions. A moment later, the 3,000 violent storm demon spirits turned into headless corpses and fell to the ground. At this moment, Augusta had already advanced to the white silver tier intermediate grade. Then, Augusta went to help the other soldiers of the Blazing Sun army destroy the ranch monsters in the monster ranch. A moment later, after all the ranch monsters were eliminated, Augusta's strength had shockingly increased to white silver tier advance grade. When Zhou Zhou saw this, a smile appeared on his face. With the blessing of the war god and the yellow gold tier intermediate grade monster ranch, Augusta's advancement speed was far from what Nazario could compare to back then. However, the upgrade from white silver tier advance grade to yellow gold tier elementary grade was a major upgrade. It would not be so easy for Augusta to increase its strength like what he had achieved. In the time that followed, under the joint operation of the 10 yellow gold tier advance grade conqueror furnaces, the corpses of the ranch monsters were extracted as loot. In less than 20 minutes, the loots of the 30,000 ranch monsters were all extracted. Under the effect of the perfect loots, other than the +1 quality monster flesh, skill books, potion formulas, equipment, materials, fire demon fog wolf outfits, vitality potion, jade sun tree seed, and other items, he obtained a total of 155,154 green bronze tier mist cores, 74,866 white silver tier mist cores, 72,312 yellow gold tier mist cores, and 15,642 white platinum tier mist cores. 57,892 class change certificates. 1,624 sword shield soldier recruitment books. 3,151 Pudeo soldier recruitment books. 2,871 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books. 384 elemental archer recruitment books. 9,311 Aurora cavalry recruitment books. 12,000 violent storm spirit recruitment books. 12,000 violent storm spirit class change certificates. 16,800 wind elemental gems. 16,800 thunder elemental gems. 32 pieces of the proof of legion. 38,751 kilograms of light drawing crystal. 3,000 tree core gems. Green bronze, white silver, yellow gold, white platinum tier. 13,523 true faith tier grade scarlet crystals. 10,336 pious tier grade scarlet crystals. 6,141 fanatic tier grade scarlet crystals. 12 yellow gold tier intermediate grade combat spirit knight class change certificates. 4 yellow gold tier mount contracts. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened when he saw the loot. How many recruitment books were there? He counted carefully. After counting, he could not help but hold his breath. After clearing out the monster ranch, he actually obtained 30,641 recruitment books? Then if he did it again tomorrow, wouldn't his military strength break through the 100,000 mark? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou immediately became excited. He had chatted with Liya before. The total military strength of the entire kingdom's regional territories usually did not exceed 1,000,000. If his military strength reached 100,000 tomorrow, he would really have the strength to attack kingdoms. The other party would not take the huge risk of losing other regional territories and gather all their forces to deal with the enemy that suddenly appeared after all. As long as the other party did not stake everything on it, his 100,000 troops were qualified to challenge the other party's entire kingdom. Zhou Zhou thought of the Taiyan Kingdom and Dark Night Town. Previously, his confidence in dealing with Dark Night Town came from the fact that the Sandstorm Forbidden Land would not let the pursuers from the Taiyan Kingdom chase after him. Now, he even began to feel that he could try to fight the entire Taiyan Kingdom head-on after conquering Dark Night Town even if he did not rely on the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone. Got carried away. Calm down, calm down. Let's see how it goes. Zhou Zhou could not help but think for a while before gradually calming down. Whether he could fight the Taiyan Kingdom head-on or not depended on when the time came. Then, he looked at the Wind Elemental Gem and the Thunder Elemental Gem. These two elemental gems actually don't have a quality +1. Is it because there are no higher level elemental gems? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. However, it was not too strange. Some special skills or gradeless skills would not change after being enhanced by the quality +1 of the King of Lutes. This was because they no longer had an upper limit, or their grades were separate. He looked at the other loot that the Storm Spirit had dropped. Proof of Legion Certificate Fragments. Item Name, Proof of Legion Certificate Fragment, 1%. Item Level, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Item Effect, collect 100 fragments of the Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade Proof of Legion Certificate and you can synthesize a complete Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade Core Certificate. With the Extraordinary Tier Advanced Grade Core Certificate, you can create an official Kingdom-level army formation and activate the growth-enhancing army buff. Item Description: gather 100 fragments of the Proof of Legion Certificate and you will obtain the certificate to establish a Kingdom-level army. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. It was actually an item to establish an army? He had always thought that armies were casually built. It turned out that the Supreme Will had also created something like the Proof of Legion Certificate. 100 fragments of the Proof of Legion Certificate can only be fused into one complete certificate. I only have 32 now. If I want to gather 100, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Zhou Zhou thought. He nodded to himself. Then he would wait slowly. Even though he was quite curious about the effect of establishing an official army, he was not in a hurry. Then, he opened the exchange and threw in 40,000 basic soldier class change certificates, extra materials, skill books, equipment, and other items. Then, he directly announced the transaction. Compared to the previous transaction, the number of class change certificates this time had doubled. Moreover, the grade and quantity of materials, skill books, equipment, and other items had more than doubled. Therefore, in less than a moment, this transaction was ranked first on the transaction viewership rankings. The lords on the World Channel immediately started to discuss fervently. My God, the Lord of the Blazing Sun's talent is definitely the control panel. The Lord of the Blazing Sun definitely controls a large amount of control panel code. As long as he enters the code, countless resources will appear out of thin air. It does seem like it now that you mention it. Otherwise, where would the Lord of the Blazing Sun get so many resources? Especially the 40,000 class change certificates. This number is ridiculous. I feel that the Lord of the Blazing Sun has a sign-in system. As long as he signs in every day, he will obtain a large amount of resources. Didn't you notice that the goods sold by the Lord of the Blazing Sun are the same every day? It's just that their grade is increasing. Damn the control panel and the sign-in system. This is the real Lord's world. Have you never felt pain? Thank you for the goods, Big Boss Blazing Sun. To be honest, I feel at ease every day when I see Big Boss Blazing Sun selling goods at a fixed time. I might experience losses going out to fight, but Big Boss Blazing Sun's goods can allow the strength of my territory to steadily increase every day. Chapter 266, Monster Core Established. Transactional Results. +1. The thing I look forward to the most every day is buying a soldier class change certificate from Big Boss Blazing Sunday. +2. +11,111. Big Boss Blazing Sun can even sell these class change certificates at will. Just how strong is his territory? Could it be that everyone is a soldier? It might be even more ridiculous. Don't forget how the Night Lord disappeared. It's a little scary. More than 100 lords went to find trouble with the Lord of the Blazing Sun, but they were beaten down by the Lord of the Blazing Sun before they could even cause a ripple. It's simply terrifying. What should I do if I become enemies with the Lord of the Blazing Sun in the future? Sigh, I'm worried. It doesn't matter. I'll take action. 66,666. The Night Lord had great confidence in himself the day before he besieged the Lord of the Blazing Sun, so he basically did not care about leaking it. Therefore, the lords on the World Channel knew that the Night Lord had led more than 100 lords to besiege the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Even the Dragon Lady Lord, the Overlord Lord, and the other top lords paid attention to this matter. Originally, the lords thought that no matter how much they overestimated the Lord of the Blazing Sun, facing the siege of more than 100 lords and a lord like the Night Lord would be a fierce battle. They did not expect the Night Lord and the others to fail so directly. This shocked many lords. Now that they saw the Lord of the Blazing Sun take out so many soldier class change certificates and other items, all the lords knew one thing. The Lord of the Blazing Sun's strength had increased again. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou announced the transaction, he closed the exchange interface and ignored it. A moment later, Bai Yun also walked over after counting the number of soldiers who had advanced. I've something to report, my lord. A total of 28,752 soldiers just broke through. 15,201 of them have been promoted to Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade and Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. 7,896 people advanced from Black Iron Tier to the Green Bronze Tier. 5,122 people have advanced to the White Silver Tier. In the end, there were still 463 people who advanced to the Yellow Gold Tier. We have a total of 25,234 Black Iron Tier soldiers. 21,612 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. 8,963 White Silver Tier. 500 Yellow Gold Tier. In addition, I just broke through to the Yellow Gold Tier Intermediate Grade. Maris has also broken through to the Yellow Gold Tier Elementary Grade. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Among the military professionals under his command, there were nearly 10,000 White Silver Tier professionals. There were even 500 Yellow Gold Tier professionals. He only had a few dozen of them before today. He could only say that the quantity caused a qualitative change. Otherwise, without more than 56,000 troops and the blessing of the war god, it was impossible for so many Yellow Gold Tier professions to suddenly appear. From today onwards, his quantity would increase greatly. On this basis, the overall strength of the professionals under his command would increase greatly every day from today. Thinking of this, he came to the gate of summoning and threw the 30,641 recruitment books he had just obtained into it. The next second, he saw professionals walk out of the gate of summoning one after another. After greeting Zhou Zhou respectfully, they came behind him. Zhou Zhou watched for a while and stopped waiting. More than 10,000 people yesterday made him wait for more than half an hour. Wouldn't he have to wait for 2 hours for the 30,000 people today? He called Bai Yun over and asked her to be in charge of receiving these 30,641 new recruits and started preparing for the Lord battlefield. Bai Yun immediately accepted the order. Also, I have something else for you to do. Zhou Zhou said. My lord, please instruct me. Bai Yun said without hesitation. Go and change all the Sand Corps summoners in the Blazing Sun Army to Violent Storm Spirits. In addition, all the knights in the Blazing Sun Army will be promoted to Aurora Cavalrymen for free. You can use the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificates and the Aurora Cavalry class change certificates yourself. Yes, my lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he left and found Wu Xin, asking him to gather all the monster subjects in the territory. A moment later, 4,378 monster subjects stood not far from Zhou Zhou and looked at him respectfully. Zhou Zhou looked at them. Most of these monster subjects were wild stone monsters that had defected yesterday. The second highest in numbers were the golems produced by the golem nest. Lastly, there were some sandmen, sand corpse summoners, and other monster subjects. Zhou Zhou felt a little ashamed. Previously, he had used these monsters as cannon fodder. Every time he charged into the front line, he would arrange for them to be at the front. Only some spellcaster monsters would stay behind. This also caused many of the monster subjects that had defected to die. Otherwise, there would definitely be more than 4,000 monster subjects in front of him. He coughed lightly and looked at them. From today onwards, I will integrate you into a separate army. This army is called the Monster Army. All subjects who join the Monster Army will enjoy the same treatment as the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army. I hope you can make a name for yourself as a Monster Army in the future. Let the enemy tremble in fear. Roar! Howl, howl, howl! Weev. When the 4,000 odd monster subjects heard Zhou Zhou's words, they immediately cried out. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Even though this scene looked a little strange, he, a lord under the supreme will, was actually leading a group of fog monsters. However, since the supreme will did not send a warning notification, it meant that what he did was within the rules set by the supreme will. Moreover, the reason why he gave these monster subjects the same treatment as the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army was because these monster subjects who had defected were very loyal. He would not mistreat them as long as their loyalty was high enough. At this moment, the exchange sent out a notification. Zhou Zhou took a look. As expected, the transaction he had just issued had been completed. He glanced at the transaction results. Trade result: 131,783,692 black iron tier mist cores. A total of 130 million black iron tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou smiled. This number was not surprising. He had done his mental sums before throwing those things into the exchange. They were exactly the same as this transaction result. I can earn more than 100 million black iron tier mist cores just selling goods every day. There's the heavenly mist treasure bag. Which means I can obtain a net profit of more than a legendary tier mist core every day. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied. He was only a yellow gold tier intermediate grade lord, but he already had such a daily income. He did not know what it would be like when his territory level increased to the legendary tier or even higher. More than an hour later, all 30,641 recruits walked out of the gate of summoning. At this point, Zhou Zhou's Blazing Sun Army had a total of 82,692 military professionals. In addition to the 4,378 monster subjects of the Monster Army, there were a total of 87,070 professional combatants. Zhou Zhou did not waste any time. He opened the Lord Battlefield, clicked on Match, and began to rank. Chapter 267, Volcano and the Dragon King of Destruction. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou looked at the words that still maintained the word matching and could not help but fall into deep thought. Why was the matching process so slow today? He suddenly thought of something and opened the rankings of the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield to check the number of mythical tier lords. He realized that there were only 46 mythical tier lords, amongst which, there were only 19 mythical tier elementary grade lords. Is it because there are too few mythical tier lords? Zhou Zhou guessed in his heart. He felt that this should be the reason. Since there was a high chance that there was no problem with the Lord's battlefield, Zhou Zhou prepared to continue waiting for the ranking. However, just as he waited for another 3 to 4 minutes, roar! A dragon roar suddenly sounded. Then, a mighty and domineering black and red dragon suddenly flew out of the Lord Manor and stood proudly in the sky. It was surrounded by black-red magma and smoke. A pair of scarlet eyes were hidden in it, as if the dragon god in the flames was watching all living beings. It had an ancient crown on its head that was like a volcano, and its body was covered in black and red ferocious dragon armor. Its body was 3 to 4 times larger than before, and its height had increased from more than 50 meters to more than 120 meters. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Was Nazario done accepting the legacy of the low-tier deity level and the calamity crossing pill? He closed the ranking first, then looked at it eagerly. Soon, a brand new attribute information panel appeared in front of him. Zhou Zhou only took a look before his expression lit up. It was because he realized that this brand new attribute information panel was the attribute panel of a dragon hero. Subject: Nazario, Hero Unit. Hero Title: Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction. Position: Low-tier deity level hero fate level. Territory: Blazing Sun City. Strength level: Yellow Gold tier advanced grade. Ability overview: the legendary pure-blooded dragon race mastered the extremely violent power of magma when they were born. As their strength increased, the destructive talent of a top destroyer gradually appeared. Later, under the nurturing of the Lord of Blazing Sun City, they unearthed their bloodline talent and advanced to the level of the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, who had the fate level of a low-tier deity level hero. It mastered the even stronger power of the volcano and even unearthed a trace of the destructive talent. Bloodline: Lava Dragon Bloodline, Low-tier deity level intermediate grade, 99%, Divine Dragon of Destruction Bloodline, True God tier advanced grade, 1%. Skills: Hero Skill Volcanic Eruption, Hero Skill Lava Sea of Fire, Hero Skill Destruction Dragon Flame. Destruction Dragon Breath, Dragon Might, Draconic Magic Proficiency, Lava Armor, All Things Burn, Lava Explosion, Intermediate Fire Elemental Control, Blazing Explosion, Epic Tier Elemental Immunity, Awakened Level 30%, Epic Tier Physical Immunity, Awakened Level 30%. Loyalty: 100, Dead Loyal. Potential: Low-tier deity level advanced grade. Hero Biography: 1. Innate pure-blooded dragon race. Hero's personal reputation rating +1, dragon race reputation +30,000. 2. It fought countless battles for the human race's Lord of the Blazing Sun before becoming a hero. It made countless contributions and protected many citizens of the Blazing Sun, causing countless fog monsters to fear it. Hero's personal reputation rating +1, human race reputation rating +1000. 3. Under the blessing of the human race's Lord of the Blazing Sun, it obtained the legacy of a low-tier deity level and became the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction. Hero's personal reputation rating +5, human race reputation rating +50,000, dragon race reputation rating +100,000, high continent reputation rating +10. Prompt: when the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction advanced to the low-tier deity level, this hero's hero title will advance to the Dragon God of Annihilation. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction? This name sounds so domineering. Moreover, the fate level of a low-tier deity level hero was indeed worthy of being a low-tier deity level. It even had 3 hero skills. Moreover, after advancing to the low-tier deity level, its hero title would actually advance. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This was the first time he had heard of a hero who could advance. At this moment, Nazario's scarlet dragon eyes immediately lit up after sensing the incomparably terrifying power in its body in the sky. In the sky, Nazario's scarlet dragon eyes immediately lit up after sensing the incomparably terrifying power in its body. After arriving in front of Zhou Zhou, it began to slowly descend. However, even though it had already deliberately controlled its strength, it still landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Nazario didn't mind. It looked at Zhou Zhou excitedly and confided in him about its excitement after advancing. Zhou Zhou smiled. He reached out and touched its chin. No choice. Nazario was more than 120 meters tall. Its dragon head alone was more than 30 meters tall. Even though he wanted to touch the other party's head, he had to fly to touch it. Zhou Zhou did not mind such a small matter of which was better, so he did not waste his effort. When the surrounding living beings saw that the 100-meter-tall Nazario was actually willing to lie obediently in front of Zhou Zhou, they could not help but exclaim in their hearts. When Bai Yun, Wu Xian and the others saw this scene, they could not help but feel envious. However, when they came back to their senses, they were immediately sincerely happy. This was because the Lord's dragon pet was clearly stronger. With such a powerful dragon by his side and the other party helping him, anyone would feel at ease. Moreover, His Highness Nazario was so strong that the Lord would definitely develop faster in the future. On the other side, Augusta looked at the size of its big brother. Then, it looked at its small body. It could not help but feel envious and inferior. It could not help but feel even more envious when it saw how close its master was to Nazario. I'm going to grow up to this size too. This way, Master will definitely be able to treat me like Big Brother Nazario. Augusta immediately thought. At this moment, its dark green dragon eyes were filled with determination. Zhou Zhou, who was in front of Nazario, suddenly thought of something. He looked at Nazario. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Nazario, do you want to find an enemy to test your ability against? He asked. Nazario's eyes lit up. At this moment, it had just advanced and wanted to try its new ability. It immediately nodded repeatedly. Okay. Then you can show your skills later. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he opened the Lord Battlefield and clicked on the match again to begin the ranking. Matching with your queuing opponent. Match successful. Entering the battlefield. When the text notification entering the battlefield appeared, Zhou Zhou frowned. He had queued for half an hour but could not enter it. This time, he actually entered so quickly. It seemed that if he encountered a situation where he had been ranked for too long, he would try the rule of ranking again no matter which world it was. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. At the same time, his body also became illusory and quickly disappeared. The next second, the world in front of him suddenly changed, and he arrived in a world filled with birdsong and flowers. This place was full of life. At a glance, it was very easy to see cute and docile little animals running on the grass. The air was filled with dense light elements. Even those small animals were made of light elements. He looked into the distance. Then, he saw a golden white building that was as sacred as a church. A creature with 4 pairs of holy wings on its back looked at him quietly from the top floor of the church. Could this race be? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and had a guess. At this moment, a text notification appeared. Chapter 268, Lord of the Blazing Sun vs Holy Light Lord. You have entered the mythical tier elementary grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the mythical battlefield Divine World Light Plane. Your opponent is, Lord of the Radiant Angel Race Lord Catherine. Condition to defeat the enemy, kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. It really is the angel race. Zhou Zhou looked at the 6-winged angel and could not help but think. He took out the index of all races. Then, he saw the 9th volume fly out automatically and begin to flip through the pages in front of him. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. According to his experience, the mythical tier treasure, the index of all races, the further back the race was recorded in the book, the higher the ranking of the race. This time, the 9th volume of the Index of All Races actually flew out. It was enough to show how high the bloodline level of the Radiant Angel race was. The Index of All Races, Book 9, soon stopped on one page. It displayed detailed information about the race. Radiant Angel race. The Radiant Angel race comes from the Radiant Divine Realm of the Divine Realm. They are a race created by the Light Master God. Not only do they have unique light elemental talent, but they can also stay by the side of the radiant god day and night and listen to the guidance of the radiant god. Therefore, they are very powerful. When the battlefield of the lords of all races started, the radiant god used his strength to let his radiant angel race participate in this competition. So it was a divine race created by a master god tier existence. No wonder we could get here. A strong opponent. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. He did not look nervous. The other party was powerful, but he was not weak either. He stopped wasting time and began to gather his people. Soon, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Nazario, Augusta, Soul Reaper Maris, Beast Tamer Sun Qian, and 50,000 soldiers of the Blazing Sun army appeared in Blazing Sun City. As for the remaining soldiers, they were all new recruits summoned today. Those recruits were all Black Iron Tier elementary grade. They were too weak. Zhou Zhou did not plan to let them die on such a high-end battlefield, so he let them stay in the real world and defend Blazing Sun City. However, even if more than 30,000 soldiers stayed behind to defend Blazing Sun City, Zhou Zhou was still quite confident in the strength of his current subordinates. There were almost 9,000 white silver tier professionals and 500 yellow gold tier professionals. The remaining people were half black iron tier and half green bronze tier. Coupled with the hero Nazario, the diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower, and the mist cannon, as well as the new team, Augusta. They were all the source of Zhou Zhou's confidence. It was worth mentioning that after receiving treatment in the Goddess of Life's shelter for the past 2 days, not only had Wu Xin's injuries been alleviated, his strength had also recovered from yellow gold tier advanced grade to white platinum tier elementary grade. This also made Zhou Zhou even more confident. In the following period of time, Bai Yun and Wu Xin began to set up defenses. At the same time, Lord Catherine was also looking calmly at Blazing Sun City in the distance. My lord! Our enemy this time seems to be the human race. Incredible! A human lord can actually barge into a mythical tier battlefield and fight us. A tall and beautiful four-winged angel walked to Catherine's side and looked at the figure standing quietly on the city wall of Blazing Sun City in the distance. Don't be careless. Before we left, the Lord told us. Don't underestimate the lords of any race. That lord is not simple. Yesterday, this lord's reputation has already spread. And I can sense the aura of the chaotic human race on him now. However, the other humans seem to be just ordinary humans. This chaos human can lead these ordinary humans to this extent. His ability is even more unbelievable than we imagined. Isn't it just relying on the dragon race? Angel Nam pursed his lips. It shouldn't be just the dragons. Catherine said. Her gaze fell on Nazario. Then, her gaze became serious. A dragon hero. It seems that this Chaos Human Lord should have given the low-tier deity level hero inheritance secret manual to this lava dragon race. Not bad. He's a good opponent. I just became a hero too. Let's use this lava dragon to test my combat strength. Catherine's eyes suddenly burned with blazing holy white flames. A holy light sword condensed from the power of angels appeared in her hand. Seconds ticked by. 10 minutes later. Deployment time has ended. The battle has begun. All angels, listen up. Implement the defensive counterattack policy. Wait for the other party to attack. Catherine ordered. Yes. All the angels immediately responded. So cautious. They are actually not coming out. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. They really could not be careless with those who could reach the mythical tier. Bai Yun. Since the other party won't come out, then let us attack. Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes, my lord. After Bai Yun finished speaking, she immediately gathered most of the soldiers and walked towards the other party's church. At the same time, Nazario and Augusta flew directly above the soldiers like two guardians, sheltering them as they advanced in the direction of the church. Soon, They arrived about 4,500 meters away from the enemy's city wall. Nazario and Augusta were the first to attack. Nazario flew high in the sky, threw its head up and roared. The next second, balls of fiery red fire clouds appeared above its head and quickly condensed. After a while, this fire cloud expanded to a diameter of 30,000 to 40,000 meters, enveloping Lord Catherine's holy light city. Everyone suddenly felt that the originally cool air suddenly became hot. Angel Nam, who was standing beside Lord Catherine, could not help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. Then, she was dumbfounded to see sparks appear out of thin air within a large radius covering a few thousand meters. At this moment, exclamations suddenly sounded. She immediately looked up. The fire cloud that had gathered previously had actually turned into a boiling sea of magma. They hung upside down in the sky like the sword of Damocles, making every angel who saw them feel their blood run cold. There was only one thought in their minds. This magma sea wouldn't be pouring down on us, right? Nazario told them the answer. The surface of its dragon body emitted scorching light and heat, mixed with wisps of black aura. A pair of scarlet dragon eyes looked coldly at the holy light city below. It whispered, "CLU. Dragon language, destroy." The next second, the sea of magma that filled the sky actually poured down from the sky like water under the terrified gazes of all the angels. Chapter 269, The Power of Hero Skills. Catherine surrenders. Magma sea reversal. This scene was like a celestial river destroying the world, shocking all life forms. The holy white flames in Lord Catherine's eyes burned even more fiercely. "Don't panic." At this moment, Lord Catherine's voice sounded in the ears of all the angels. Then, they saw Lord Catherine fly into the sky with the holy radiance sword in her hand and charge straight into the magma sea. She raised the holy radiance sword in her hand high, and her entire body burned with holy white scorching flames. She looked like a god or a saint. Then, the holy white flames on her body condensed on the holy radiance sword in her hand. At this moment, the holy radiance sword in her hand condensed into 1,000-meter-long holy white sword light. Hero skill judgment of the radiant god. The next second, she brandished the holy radiance sword and swung it heavily at the magma sea and Nazario, who was in the middle of it. A holy white sword light instantly streaked across the sky and actually split the magma sea open. After the judgment of the radiant god slashed across Nazario's body, the lava armor on its body instantly shattered. However, what made Catherine's pupils constrict was that after this incomparably powerful sword energy cut through the armor of the dragon hero, it only left a sword mark burning with holy white flames on its body. Then, it could not advance anymore and finally disappeared. "That's not right. I share the same fate as its hero. Even if there's a difference in bloodline, the difference shouldn't be so big. Why is its defense so strong?" Lord Catherine was just puzzled when she sensed the other party's aura. Her expression could not help but change slightly. Yellow gold tier advance grade. How did its strength increase so quickly as a pure-blooded dragon? She could not believe it. The higher the level of the bloodline, the more promotion energy it would need to increase its strength. According to Catherine's common sense, it was normal for Nazario to be promoted to a white silver tier advance grade at this stage as a pure-blooded dragon. She never expected that the other party had actually advanced to the yellow gold tier advance grade. She had only reached the yellow gold tier elementary grade even with the will of the radiant god. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, and she quickly thought of two possibilities. The first was that this dragon had obtained the inheritance of other dragons, which was why its strength increased so quickly. The second possibility was the reward from the supreme will. These two might be the most likely reasons why this pure-blooded dragon could reach the strength of a yellow gold tier advance grade. Only with the super strength of a yellow gold tier advance grade, coupled with the pure-blooded dragon's physical technique and bloodline immunity talent, could the other party receive its hero skills so easily. Not much time had passed in the outside world while she had thought of this series of thoughts in her mind. The magma sea was about to land on her holy light city. Lord Catherine raised the holy light sword in her hand, her entire body burning with blazing light power. A white light barrier emitted from her body and instantly covered the entire holy light city. Hero skill blessing of the radiant god. The next second, the sea of magma that filled the sky had already completely fallen, completely covering this barrier formed by the hero skill. All the radiant angel race looked at the sea of magma that had magma bubbles appear outside the barrier. When they realized that the magma had not melted the barrier and landed in Holy Light City, the angels heaved a sigh of relief. When Lord Catherine saw this, she felt relieved. She could tell that this was also a hero skill of the other party. This kind of large-scale damage-type hero skill used by a dragon hero with the fate level of a low-tier deity level must be very destructive. Fortunately, she had also used a hero skill to block it. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses. In the sky. When Nazario saw this scene, the flames in its scarlet dragon eyes became even deeper. It had just used its second hero skill, the magma sea of fire. Its specific effect was just like the one before him. It was a large-scale damage-type hero skill. This hero of the Radiant Angel race has some skills. Nazario thought. It looked at the magma on the barrier and its heart skipped a beat. Hero skill Volcanic Eruption. Hero skill, Volcanic Eruption. Level, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Skill effect, when using damage-type skills, adds destructive power to damage-type skills, greatly increasing the damage ability of damage-type skills. It can increase by up to 300%. The increase will increase as Nazario's strength increases. The next second, the bright red magma covering the passport suddenly condensed even more. Soon, its color changed from bright red to black and red. Not only was the temperature of the black-red magma higher, but there were also wisps of black destructive aura dissipating from the surface of the magma. Inside the barrier, Lord Catherine was preparing all the radiant angels to prepare for the next battle. At this moment, crack, crack, crack. It was as if something was cracking. Lord Catherine's expression suddenly changed. Then, she suddenly looked up at the blessing of the radiant god. Under the cover of the black-red magma, cracks gradually appeared on the holy white light barrier that was still intact, causing drops of black-red magma to fall in. Soon, the cracks increased in number and size. A large amount of black-red magma seeped in from the crack and landed in Holy Light City. Even though the radiant angels relied on their own skills to dodge, a few of them were still drenched by the black-red magma and quickly dissolved with screams. In the end, only balls of light emitting holy white light were left. That was the heart of the radiant angels. When Lord Catherine saw these radiant angels' hearts, her expression could not help but turn ugly. The heart of the radiant angel was the original form of these radiant angels when they were first born. Yet they had become like this under the other party's attack. In reality, this could be considered returning to the embrace of the Lord, which was also a sacrifice. Fortunately, this was the Lord battlefield. She could still revive through the resurrection token later. But even so, Lord Catherine still felt that something was wrong. She looked at the blessing of the radiant god above her head. In the next second, her expression changed greatly. This was because she felt that the blessing of the radiant god she had released was about to be unbearable. A few seconds later, there was a loud bang. The blessing of the radiant god was completely shattered. Countless black-red magma poured down, covering all the angels of light. Seeing this scene, Lord Catherine sighed softly and did not use her last hero skill. Even though that hero skill could help them stall for time as a defensive hero skill. However, she would not have much combat strength left to face this dragon hero who was clearly still at ease. I probably won't be able to win even if I reached the yellow gold tier advanced grade. Thinking of this, Lord Catherine could not help but sigh faintly. In the end, she looked through the falling magma at the Lord of the Blazing Sun, who was still standing firmly on the city wall in the distance. She did not want to waste the resurrection spots and chose to surrender, disappearing from the Lord battlefield. Chapter 270, Amethyst Behemoth. The Might of the Aurora Tower. Lord of the Radiant Angel race, Lord Catherine has surrendered. You have defeated the Lord of the Radiant Angel race, Lord Catherine, mythical tier elementary grade. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have advanced to the mythical tier intermediate grade in the Lord battlefield. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 battlefield points. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every 3 days. Otherwise, your rank will -1. Your battlefield shop has been updated. Surrendered. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised, but he smiled. He did not expect this. This qualifying match was easily won by Nazario alone. His Aurora Tower, Mist Energy Cannons, and the Blazing Sun Army that had greatly increased their strength had yet to attack. Zhou Zhou shook his head. There was also a difference between heroes. A dragon hero with the fate of a low-tier deity tier hero, and a yellow-gold tier elementary grade dragon hero at that, gave him too much of an advantage. The current him could stand firm in a high-end mythical tier lord game even without relying on the dragon-slaying will, relying on just Nazario. Then, seeing that the soldiers did not need to rest, he directly activated the second ranking. Zhou Zhou was looking forward to it. He could advance to the mythical tier advance grade and officially stand at the peak of all the lords of the myriad races, becoming a top lord among the lord of all races as long as he won another ranking match. A text notification appeared. Matching with your queuing opponent. Zhou Zhou looked at the words matching in progress and began to wait quietly. More than an hour later, Zhou Zhou, who was reading in the study, suddenly saw a new notification. Match successful. Entering the battlefield. His body suddenly became illusory and quickly disappeared. The next second, the world in front of him suddenly changed and he arrived at a desolate plain. A sun that looked like an egg yolk stopped in the southwest. In the world, it was as if there was an ancient aura. In the distance stood a primitive tribe. 100-meter-tall amethyst giant was looking at Zhou Zhou and the blazing sun city under his feet with a predator-like gaze. It was a yellow gold tier elementary grade amethyst behemoth. A text notification appeared. You have entered the mythical tier intermediate grade battlefield. You and your opponent have been randomly assigned to the mythical tier intermediate grade battlefield Doomsday Wasteland. Your opponent is Amethyst Behemoth Lord Reckless Sky Lord. Condition to defeat the enemy, kill all the enemy forces within 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, both sides will be judged to have negative battle results. Ranking -1. You have 10 minutes to deploy your forces. Countdown, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. Amethyst Behemoth. This ancient race actually still exists. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. The Amethyst Behemoth was the ancestor of the white-silver behemoths and yellow-gold behemoths. They were originally born together with the dragons. As races that could fight against pure-blooded dragons, the white-silver behemoths and the yellow-gold behemoths were already very powerful. As an ancestral race stronger and older than them, the amethyst behemoths naturally could not be underestimated. He looked at it for a while, then began to deploy. When Nazario and Augusta appeared, Nazario immediately sensed something and looked at the amethyst behemoth and the members it had deployed. At this moment, Zhou Zhou felt fear from Nazario for the first time in his life. Not to mention Augusta. Even though it wanted to try its best to showcase its heroic bearing in front of the amethyst behemoth, its trembling body still exposed the fact that it was also quite afraid of it. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue secretly. This was the first time he had seen an existence that could completely suppress a pure-blooded dragon like Nazario in terms of bloodline level. If he wanted to show no fear in front of this amethyst behemoth, he would probably have to raise the divine dragon of destruction bloodline in Nazario's body to more than 50%. He guessed in his heart. 10 minutes later. Deployment time has ended. The battle has begun. Zhou Zhou looked at the other side again after he was done with the deployment. In the end, he realized that the other party had already summoned 18 amethyst behemoths. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. This was one of the advantages of a high-level lord. If anyone among the human race could obtain the lord talent to summon the amethyst behemoth, it would be at least a legendary tier lord talent. But to the amethyst behemoth itself, summoning its own kind from the gate of summoning was just like how Zhou Zhou summoned his human subjects every day. It was just the most basic daily operation. At this moment, he saw that the yellow gold tier elementary grade amethyst behemoth lord had already led the 18 amethyst behemoths he had deployed out of the tribe and rushed towards his blazing sun city. Even though Nazario and Augusta were afraid of the other party's aura, they still mustered their courage and flew over. When it approached the other party, Nazario suddenly opened its dragon mouth, and a black-red flame spewed out of it. It was like a fire dragon as it shot towards the amethyst behemoth lord. Hero skill Annihilation Dragon Flame. When the amethyst behemoth lord saw the dragon flame's attack, it immediately hammered its chest with both fists and roared at Nazario. Hero skill Amethyst Blood Armor. Hero skill Berserk War. Its original height of 120 meters increased to more than 180 meters. At the same time, its body was covered in a layer of purple crystal armor. Nazario's strongest single-target hero skill, the Dragon Flame of Annihilation, began to burn the amethyst behemoth lord after landing on it. Augusta also used its soul spikes to attack the other party's soul. However, after it retracted the Annihilation Dragon Flame, everyone was shocked to discover that the amethyst behemoth lord was still standing on the spot. It was just that the purple crystal armor on its body had become a little charred. It roared again, and the purple crystal armor on its body immediately returned to normal. Then, it ignored Nazario and Augusta and charged towards Blazing Sun City. Use the Aurora Tower. Activate the polarity mode immediately. Zhou Zhou said when he saw this. The soldiers of Blazing Sun City would not be able to deal with these amethyst behemoths without using the dragon-slaying will. He would not waste his resurrection spot. Yes. My lord. Bai Yun immediately led her subjects and went to the diamond-tier elementary Aurora Tower in the middle of the city wall. She ordered the gunners to begin controlling the Aurora cannons. Soon, Zhou Zhou heard a soft puff. The next second, a dazzling light that was only a centimeter in diameter shot out and shot straight at the head of the Amethyst Behemoth Lord. The Amethyst Behemoth Lord had sensed fatal danger when the Aurora Cannon was activated. It wanted to dodge, but it could not dodge the light at all. The next second, everyone saw the Amethyst Behemoth Lord standing quietly on the spot. Its head was no longer there, only the flesh of its charred neck. Chapter 271, Mythical Tier Advance Grade Rank. The Amethyst Behemoth army instantly fell silent when its lord died. They stared at their lord's headless corpse with wide eyes, as if they did not expect their lord to die just as the war began. Then, all the Amethyst Behemoth's eyes immediately turned red. Their muscles trembled, and even their bodies became much larger. Roar! Roar! Furious roars suddenly sounded from the mouths of the 18 amethyst behemoths. Then, they rushed towards Blazing Sun City crazily. Keep going! Get the other Aurora Towers to attack together. Don't let them attack the city wall. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zhou ordered expressionlessly. After hearing Zhou Zhou's order, all the gunners controlling the Aurora Tower activated the Aurora Cannon polarity mode to kill these amethyst behemoths. The strongest of the remaining 18 amethyst behemoths was only at the white-silver tier advance grade. Facing the powerful attack of the Aurora Cannon, they turned into headless corpses and fell to the ground in less than a moment. Then, they turned into light spots and disappeared from the battlefield. Where? Where? At this moment, Nazario and Augusta flapped their dragon wings and flew in front of Zhou Zhou. The two pure-blooded dragons lowered their heads, not daring to look up at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou smiled. You two don't have to be embarrassed. This amethyst behemoth is one of the oldest and top races among the myriad races. Probably only the deity level amongst the pure-blooded dragon race bloodline would be comparable. You dared to attack them under such circumstances instead of hiding away. In my opinion, you're already very good. Don't worry. One day, you'll overtake it. There might even be enemies stronger than the amethyst behemoth. Zhou Zhou comforted them. He had never felt that his two pure-blooded dragons were invincible. The Dragon God Lord would definitely surpass him in terms of the number of pure-blooded dragons, not to mention the amethyst behemoths. His two pure-blooded dragons were obtained by accident, while the Dragon God Lord was able to summon pure-blooded dragons on a sustained basis after all. They could not be compared. However, he did not care. His territory was strong in terms of overall strength. The quantity and quality of Lord talents, dragons, military professionals, buildings, heroes, and life professionals. These factors combined were the reason why he could far surpass the other cerulean planet human lords to reach this level. However, a smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face looking at the dejected expressions of the two dragons. He suddenly felt that this was not bad. It was better to borrow the hands of other mythical lords to shatter their invincible hearts and let them realize that there was always someone stronger than them. He stopped thinking and turned to look at the battlefield. Amethyst behemoths were killed one after another by the Aurora Cannon's polarity mode. Among them, the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower was naturally the most useful. Under the precise control of the gunner, the Diamond Tier Elementary Aurora Cannon inside was completely accurate, killing an amethyst behemoth with one polarity mode. A moment later, calmness returned to the battlefield. All the amethyst behemoths fell to the ground and became lifeless headless corpses. Then, they turned into light spots and disappeared from the battlefield. A text notification appeared. You have defeated the amethyst behemoth Lord Reckless Sky Lord, Mythical Tier Intermediate Grade Lord. You have won this ranking competition. Congratulations, you have advanced to the Mythical Tier Advance Grade in the Lord Battlefield. Congratulations, you have obtained 100,000 battlefield points. You need to participate in at least one ranking competition every 3 days. Otherwise, your rank will -1. Your battlefield shop has been updated. Ranking System Notification. Respected Mythical Tier Advance Grade Lord, as you have already been upgraded to the highest level of your current ranking, you need to continue the ranking competition and obtain a ranking score if you want to continue increasing your ranking. You will rank with the Mythical Tier Advance Grade Lords through the ranking score. System prompt: your current ranking score is 0. Please continue ranking and obtain ranking points to increase your ranking. Zhou Zhou could not help but sigh when he saw this. No matter how ancient and powerful these amethyst behemoth bloodlines were, they were still helpless against a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower. At this stage, a Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower was completely an extraordinary weapon. These peak bloodline races whose strength had yet to grow to the extreme could not do anything to a Diamond Tier Elementary Aurora Tower at this stage. But I've really become a Mythical Tier Advance Grade Lord in rank. Zhou Zhou felt like he was in a dream. In the beginning, when the Lord Battlefield activity first appeared, he did not think that he could win against the top lords of the myriad races. He might possess a Mythical Tier Lord talent, but so might the others. His combat strength was actually not much stronger than the lords of other races without the advantage of a lord's talent. At that time, he even felt that he would succeed as long as he advanced to the extraordinary tier. However, he never expected that as he continued to develop and improve himself over the past few days, the strength of his territory became stronger and stronger day by day. His lord rank actually rose from the extraordinary tier to the epic tier, legendary tier, and even to the current mythical tier advanced tier. It was truly at the peak of the lord of all races. Even though it was not the strongest. However, it was enough to make countless lords look up to it. Then, he saw the change in the ranking score. His eyebrows twitched slightly. Ranking score? When did that happen? This was the first time he knew about such a thing. He opened the battlefield ranking of the Lords of all races battlefield. In the end, he realized that ranking scores had appeared behind all the titles of mythical tier advanced grade lords. Original Spirit Race True Lord rank, mythical tier advanced grade, 121 points, Myriad Race Lord battlefield ranking, 1 St. Chaos God Race Great 1 Lord rank, mythical tier advanced grade, 104 points, Myriad Race Lord battlefield ranking, 2 ND. Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord rank, mythical tier advanced grade, 88 points, Myriad Race Lord battlefield ranking, 3 RD. The ranking scores aren't high. Could it be something that just appeared? Zhou Zhou guessed in his heart. He had only looked at the rankings in the morning yesterday and had not looked at the rest of the time. Not surprisingly. It should be a new function added during this period of time. But the top 3 are really close. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he slid down and quickly found his ranking. Cerulean Planet Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun rank, mythical tier advanced grade, 0 points, Myriad Race Lord battlefield ranking, 9 th. I'm in 9th place. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This was not surprising since there were only 9 lords of mythical tier advanced grade. He was the last. Zhou Zhou glanced at the 8th place and was a little surprised. It was actually a lord he was familiar with. Extreme Dragon Race Extreme Venerable Lord rank, mythical tier advanced grade, 15 points, Myriad Race Lord battlefield ranking, 8 th. Chapter 272, True God Tier Recruitment Card. Xiao Xian. Zhou Zhou was naturally not unfamiliar with this lord. 4 days ago, when the Lord of all Races battlefield activity had just begun, this extreme venerable of the extreme dragon race had directly rushed to the 3rd place on the Lord of all Races battlefield ranking. It was second only to the original Spirit Race and the Chaos God Race. Now, the original Spirit Race and the Chaos God Race were still firmly in control of the top 2 positions. And this extreme venerable had actually fallen to the 8th place. Zhou Zhou did not mock its thoughts. Even though it was now ranked 8th. However, since he could enter the top 3 on the first day, his strength was undoubtedly top-notch. He could only say that all mythical tier lords were abnormal. Even the extreme venerable was lagging behind. And now he had also become one of these perverted lords. Zhou Zhou did not sigh too much. He came to the gunner controlling the diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower. How much attack energy is left in this Aurora Tower? He asked. Reporting to my lord. Currently, the Aurora Tower only has 37% of its attack energy left. The gunner reported respectfully. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. 37%? After a ranking battle, he consumed 63% of his attack energy. How long will it take to replenish everything? It will take about 15 hours from the time the sun rises. If I start absorbing the light elemental energy now, I'll probably only be able to replenish it at 10 PM without using the Aurora Tower. Zhou Zhou was silent. Then wouldn't he only be able to use the diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower once a day? He thought for a while and heaved a sigh of relief. Once a day was fine too. It was fine as long as it could steadily increase his rank. Moreover, it could reach this level on the 4th day. After 6 days, his strength might not necessarily reach that level. Perhaps he wouldn't have to rely on the diamond tier elementary Aurora Tower when the time came and he could steadily upgrade his rank. After that, he thought about it and did not continue to rank. After all, his greatest trump card, the diamond tier elementary grade Aurora Tower, did not have much attack energy left. The remaining attack energy needed to be saved to guard against danger in the real world and protect his blazing sun city. Elder Wu had yet to completely master the greedy wolf totem, so he could not use it on the Lord battlefield. Nazario also needed to preserve its internal energy so that it could conquer regional territories in reality. For example, the yellow gold tier regional territory of the Taiyan Kingdom Twilight Town. Under such circumstances, if he forcefully ranked, his rank might decrease instead of rising. Naturally, he could not do such a stupid thing. Thinking of this, he led everyone out of the Lord battlefield and asked Bai Yun to bring people back to rest and prepare to conquer other regions in an hour. He returned to his Lord manor and opened the Lord battlefield interface. He first looked at his battlefield information. Title: Lord of the Blazing Sun. Rank: Mythical Tier Elementary Grade. Number of rankings tries: 94. Battlefield points: 341,156. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Yesterday, he only had 22 ranking tries, all obtained from conquering the territory previously. Then, the 3 white-silver tier regional territories yesterday, including all the Scarlet Lord's territories, gave him a total of 72 ranking tries and 152 battlefield points. 152 battlefield points were naturally useless. And 72 rankings were too many. Zhou Zhou guessed. The Supreme will probably felt that the lords should have some wins and losses in their respective ranks and would have to consume many rankings. However, to a top lord like Zhou Zhou, to him, ranking was destined to lose more than win. Therefore, he only used a very small number of rankings to rush to the mythical tier advance grade, leaving him with so many rankings. I'm afraid I won't be able to use all these rankings until the end of the Lord battlefield activity. Maybe there will be more left. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. However, he did not care too much. It wouldn't affect anything anyway. Then, he opened his Lord battlefield shop and used 100,000 battlefield points to exchange for the legendary tier master servant territory contract that he had not exchanged for last time. This could turn a legendary tier territory into his subordinate territory. It could be considered a post-production tool. He did not expect to obtain it now with this activity. However, he naturally did not have the strength to make a lord with a legendary tier territory take the initiative to become his subordinate territory. He could only use it in the future. Then, he looked at the other goods. There were only 3 new products added to the mythical tier advance grade battlefield shop. As follows. 1. True God tier recruitment card, remaining purchases, 1, price, 300,000 battlefield points. 2. Mythical tier master servant territory contract, remaining purchases, 1, price, 200,000 battlefield points. 3. Illustrated handbook of all races, book 10, remaining purchases, 1, price, 100,000 battlefield points. The last 2 goods. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. However, when he saw the first product, he immediately held his breath and his breathing became heavy. A true God tier race member recruitment card. He immediately opened the item to check its details. Treasure name, True God tier recruitment card. Treasure grade, True God tier advance grade. Treasure effect, throw it into the gate of summoning. You can summon a member of the same race as the Lord and have the potential of a true God tier higher level to become your territory's subject. Treasure description, top-notch race member recruitment card. A reward specially prepared by the Supreme Will for mythical tier advance grade lords. Oh my god! After using it, I can actually obtain a clansman with the potential of a true God tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. True God tier advance grade. He remembered that the king of Abyssal Knights Bai He, who had the fate of a true God tier hero, only had Master God tier intermediate grade potential. This potential definitely had the bonus of a hero. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to reach the Master God tier intermediate grade potential. It would be a true God tier advance grade or a Master God tier elementary grade at best. The potential of the subjects that this clan member recruitment card could summon could actually reach the true God tier advance grade. If he/she could grow successfully, wouldn't she be another king of Abyssal Knights in the future? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhou did not hesitate to spend 300,000 battlefield points to exchange for it. As for the myriad race illustrations, Book 10, and the mythical tier lord subject territory contract, he would think about it later. Soon, a golden card appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. This card was about the size of 2 palms. It was rectangular and depicted a mysterious creature in a cloak. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he immediately went to the gate of summoning and threw the true god tier recruitment card into the door. The next second, the golden light of the gate of summoning shone brightly, far brighter than when it usually summoned its subjects. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a magical scene in the gate of summoning. As expected of a clansman with true god tier potential. A moment later, a 14 or 15-year-old youth walked out of the gate of summoning. He had delicate features, fair skin, red lips, and white teeth. His eyes revealed a spiritual aura. Anyone who looked at him would think that he was a beautiful young man who made people love him. "Are you my lord?" The young man looked at Zhou Zhou with shining eyes. "Right. Welcome to Blazing Sun City." Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before nodding with a smile. He looked at his personal information. Subject, Xiao Xian. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Battle class name, none. Life profession, none. Ability overview, a young man with 9 apertures in his heart is curious about everything in the world. Skills, talent 9 apertures heavenly heart, talent celestial appearance, talent immortal martial sacred body, talent blessing of the god of fortune, talent danger prediction. Loyalty, 100, dead loyal. Potential, true god tier advance grade. After Zhou Zhou saw his attributes, there was only one thought in his mind. Good God! He has no abilities, only talents. Chapter 273, 5 Great Talents. Zhou Zhou had seen many people with their own talents up till now. However, most of them only had one talent. Those with 2 talents were already extremely rare, and Zhou Zhou had never heard of anyone with 3 talents. And this young man with true god tier advance grade potential in front of him was actually born with 5 talents. Ridiculous. Simply too ridiculous. Zhou Zhou could not help but click on the 5 talents. Talent, 9 apertures heavenly heart. Talent effect, 9 apertures in the heart. His comprehension has already reached the limit of all living beings in the world. He can easily master any knowledge and ability. Moreover, he can draw inferences and master more knowledge and abilities. Talent, celestial appearance. Talent effect, a life form with celestial appearance has an extraordinary charm. When life forms of any race see a living being with celestial appearance, they will see a beauty that suits their aesthetic standards. Talent, immortal martial sacred body. Talent effect, living beings with the immortal martial sacred body are natural martial artists. They can easily master any difficult martial arts secret manual. After a person with immortal martial sacred body embarks on the path of martial arts, not only can they improve rapidly, there is also a chance of comprehending the legendary immortal martial technique from ordinary martial arts secret manuals. Talent, blessing of the god of fortune. Talent effect, this life form is favored by the god of fortune and can easily obtain good luck. Talent, danger prediction. Talent effect, this creature has a certain chance of sensing danger before it descends and avoiding disaster. After Zhou Zhou saw these 5 talents, he could not help but fall silent. He looked at Xiao Xian with a complicated expression. This is the protagonist, right? This must be the protagonist, right? These 5 talents were completely standard for the protagonist. With these 5 talents, Xiao Xian would likely be able to easily become an expert of the higher continent. Right, and his name? Xiao Xian. What a name with the protagonist style. Zhou Zhou sighed. In front of this young man's name, he felt that he had nothing to do with being the protagonist other than his name being 2 words. My lord, what are you thinking about? Little Xiao Xian looked at Zhou Zhou curiously. Nothing. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and stroked Xiao Xian's head. The more he looked at this little guy, the more he liked him. Why was a little boy so cute? Tisk. His celestial appearance was indeed not to be underestimated. Little Xiao Xian, do you want to become a martial artist? Zhou Zhou asked. After seeing his immortal martial sacred body talent, he naturally knew that the most suitable path for this little fellow to walk on was the path of martial arts. This path was the same as adventurers and was already common on the high continent, but it was undeniable. It was precisely because it was common that the path of a martial artist was also one of the extraordinary paths with the greatest potential and inheritance. Martial artist. Is that the kind of extraordinary professional who can use all kinds of handsome moves? Xiao Xian's eyes lit up as he finished speaking. Then, he even posed a few martial arts moves. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Even though little Xiao Xian had yet to become a professional martial artist, these martial arts moves were executed smoothly and vigorously. He did not feel like a layman at all. What shocked Zhou Zhou the most was that when little Xiao Xian executed these martial arts moves, he realized that the energy in his surroundings actually changed with his movements, as if it was responding to his martial arts movements. My God! This was very difficult even for professional martial artists. This was because when martial artists used professional moves, they relied on their own internal strength, which was the energy in their bodies, not the energy of the world. Little Xiao Xian was so young, but he could actually do this. Zhou Zhou vaguely felt that this might be related to immortal martial artist. Yes. Are you willing to learn? Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Zhou's mind, and he asked with a smile. Little Xiao Xian nodded repeatedly and looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly. Zhou Zhou smiled. He flipped his right hand and a warrior class change certificate appeared in his hand. After Zhou Zhou told little Xiao Xian the use and usage of the book, little Xiao Xian immediately thanked him excitedly. Then, he took it and used it without hesitation. He closed his eyes and felt the feeling of stepping onto the path of transcendence. Soon, he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. So this is a martial artist. I've become a martial artist. Little Xiao Xian was so excited that he could not control himself. There's a dojo in the territory. If you want to learn martial arts manuals, you can go and acknowledge your master. Don't worry about anything else. The territory will be responsible for all your martial arts expenses. Zhou Zhou said. My lord, you're so good to me. Little Xiao Xian hugged Zhou Zhou's thigh, his eyes filled with reverence. Little imp. Zhou Zhou looked at this kid and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. He could see the cunning in this kid's eyes at a glance. Little Xiao Xian was truly grateful for his care. However, it was probably true that he wanted more benefits from this performance. However, Zhou Zhou did not dislike his performance. Instead, he liked it. In the chaotic world of the high continent, being smart was better than being stupid. Go to the gnome alchemy workshop and ask them for a white silver tier elementary grade mechanostrider. Tell them I gave it to you. Consider it your little gift. He thought for a moment and said. White silver tier elementary grade. Little Xiao Xian's eyes immediately widened. He did not know what a mechanostrider was, but he knew what a white silver tier elementary grade was. That was a standard treasure that only white silver tier experts would treat. His lordship was actually willing to give him a treasure of this level. He looked at Zhou Zhou with even more reverence. After that, he stayed beside Zhou Zhou for a while. Then, he could no longer hold back the anticipation and excitement in his heart and happily ran in the direction of the gnome alchemy workshop. After running for a while, he suddenly stopped and looked in a direction. An old man with a burly figure and a blood-colored saber hanging from his waist stood quietly. The sharpness occasionally revealed in his eyes caused Xiao Xian's eyes to immediately light up. He ran to his side without hesitation. Hello, Grandpa. Are you a martial artist? He asked obediently. Little Xiao Xian was very good at using the advantage of his appearance and temperament, and had always been quite proud of it. Where did this brat come from? Luo Feng frowned slightly as he looked at little Xiao Xian. When he saw little Xiao Xian's appearance, he raised his eyebrows slightly before calming down. After killing so many people, his heart had long been as cold as his knife. Can I learn martial arts from you? Seeing that Luo Feng did not speak, little Xiao Xian asked expectantly. A mocking smile appeared on Luo Feng's face and he was about to say something. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly as he squatted down and pressed everywhere on Xiao Xian's body. Soon, Luo Feng stood up with surprise in his eyes. What a top-grade innate ability! I can't even figure out the upper limit of his innate ability. He muttered in his heart. Chapter 274, The Confused Overlord and the Dragon Lady Lord. You really want to acknowledge me as your master? Luo Feng looked down at him and asked. Him. However, the Lord said that I should go to the dojo in the territory first. He suddenly looked hesitant. Ha ha ha. Why should you bow to those martial artists who follow the rules? They're just a bunch of weak chickens. In terms of the strongest martial artist in Blazing Sun City, it belongs to me, Blood Demon Saber, Luo Feng. It's definitely not a problem for you to acknowledge me as your master. If you don't believe me, ask the Lord. Luo Feng was extremely arrogant. Even though he had been secretly protecting the Starfire mercenary team during this period of time, his strength had not fallen and had even increased greatly. He had already become a white platinum tier elementary grade martial artist. He was not far from becoming a diamond tier elementary grade. Even though such combat strength was not the strongest among the many experts in the territory. For example, he could not defeat Nazario and Wu Xin. However, he was definitely the first among the martial artists in Blazing Sun City. Okay. Then I'll go ask now. Little Xiao Xian said when he heard this. Then, he immediately returned and found Zhou Zhou. Luo Feng. You want to acknowledge him as your master? Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He naturally would not forget this reputation-rating talent. Even though this person was a little unruly. However, its loyalty to him was still all right. Moreover, his potential was also at the extraordinary tier intermediate grade and his strength was quite good. Coupled with his experience, his future could be said to be bright. Thinking of this, the other party was indeed very suitable to be Little Xiao Xian's teacher. Little Xiao Xian nodded excitedly after Zhou Zhou told him his thoughts. Then, he bade farewell to Zhou Zhou and immediately went to look for Luo Feng. Zhou Zhou watched him leave and frowned slightly when he thought of Luo Feng's white platinum tier advance grade strength. The strength of a white platinum tier advance grade was already considered a powerhouse in a kingdom-level faction. It shouldn't be a problem to protect Little Xiao Xian, right? He thought about it and was still a little worried, so he sent someone to call Sun Jian, a white platinum tier elementary grade beast tamer, and asked him to secretly send a message to Luo Feng to protect Little Xiao Xian. At the same time, he asked Sun Jian to protect Xiao Xian in the dark. Even though Sun Jian's pets with different methods were not very strong, their life-saving ability was still stronger than Luo Feng's. With this protection, Xiao Xian's growth should not be in any danger for the time being. Zhou Zhou had been worried sick in order to let this clansman with the potential of a true god-tier advance grade grow up rationally. However, he still felt that it was not enough. It's better to increase the means if I can give Little Xiao Xian more means to protect himself in the future. Zhou Zhou thought. If such a subject with the potential of a true god-tier advance grade died during his growth, his heart would ache. At the same time, the Lords on the World Channel also discovered that Zhou Zhou had reached the mythical tier advance grade. All the Lords were excited. Oh my god! There's actually a Lord of our cerulean planet who can reach the top of the Myriad Race Lord battlefield ranking? Am I seeing things? We shouldn't be wrong if there's no second cerulean planet human in the Myriad Worlds, nor is there a second Lord of the Blazing Sun among the cerulean planet humans. Everyone, look at me. I have something to announce. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is my father. There's no need for that. Didn't they say that the racial bloodline level of our cerulean planet's human race isn't high? Why did one of us reach the top of the mythical tier advance grade? I can only say that the Lord of the Blazing Sun is too strong. He was just lucky. If I had the luck and opportunity of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, I could do better than him. The autopsy report of the previous poster is out. His entire body is soft, and only his mouth is hard. Is it so difficult to admit that others are strong? No wonder the Night Lord couldn't destroy the Lord of the Blazing Sun even after gathering more than 100 lords. He's already so strong. You have to pay attention if you want to deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. Don't make the same mistake as the Night Lord. It's best not to deal with the Lord of the Blazing Sun without the cooperation of more than 500 lords. Are we destined to live in the shadow of the Lord of the Blazing Sun in the future? Lord of the Blazing Sun, are you peeping at the screen? I'm your fan. Can I be your friend? In the Overlord Lord's territory. The Overlord Lord flew in the air with his upper body naked and a circle of blood-colored beast skin tied to his waist. His entire body was covered in blood-red engravings. He had a pair of purple twisted dragon horns on his head and a pair of blood-red dragon wings on his back. At this moment, he was frowning as he watched the Lord's discussion on the World Channel. Then, he opened the rankings of the Myriad Races Lord battlefield and looked at the words of the Lord of the Blazing Sun, who was ranked 9th. He's really advanced to the mythical tier advance grade. How did he do it? Xiang Swiba muttered. He had great ambitions and would never be easily swayed by external things. However, he still fell silent when he saw the ranking of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. He thought that his legendary tier Lord talent, the gluttonous demon body, was very strong. However, at this stage, even if he tried his best, he felt that it would be very difficult for him to enter the extraordinary tier, let alone the mythical tier. His Lord talent was inclined to increase his personal combat strength after all. His Lord talent did not give him much advantage in a place like the Lord battlefield that tested the overall strength of the Lord talent. The Lords on the World Channel are right. Even a mythical tier Lord's talent might not be able to raise the Cerulean planet's human Lord to the mythical tier advance grade. The Lord of the Blazing Sun probably has other methods to increase his combat strength on the Lord battlefield. What? An opponent worthy of going all out against? Xiang Swiba's eyes burned with fighting spirit again. Then, he looked in a direction. In his perception, there was a powerful fog monster in that direction that had reached the yellow gold tier. Kill it and eat all its flesh. Perhaps he could rely on the gluttonous demon body to obtain stronger abilities from it and close the distance between him and the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Thinking of this, he turned into a blood-colored stream of light and rushed towards the fog monster. In front of the wyvern's nest. The Dragon Lady also saw the latest ranking of the Lord of the Blazing Sun and the discussion on the World Channel. Just like the Overlord Lord. She was also stunned when she saw the results of the Lord of the Blazing Sunday. That guy could actually reach the top of the mythical tier advance grade on his own. She had established her own Lord alliance from the beginning, but she was still lingering at the diamond tier. She could not even advance to the promotion competition. What she's doing? Is it really meaningful? The Dragon Lady Lord thought blankly. Night Temple. The Silver Meteorite Knight, Rob, was resting in the lounge. He had just fought in the abyss and was about to exhaust his stamina, but he had a smile on his face. It was so fun killing them. He sighed. There were not many enemies on the high continent that could make him attack with all his might so fearlessly. Only in a place like the abyss, where the world was his enemy, could he fight so happily. Have you heard? A human lord has reached the top of the mythical tier advance grade in the Lord of All Races event set up by the Supreme Will. F***ck, so fierce? Which human lord? I think it's called the Cerulean Planet Human Race. Cerulean Planet's human race? Is there such a person among the top humans? I don't remember. Neither do I. Where did this Lord of the Blazing Sun come from? When Rob first heard these words, his ears pricked up. When he heard the last Lord of the Blazing Sun, he immediately stood up. The cerulean planet's human race. Lord of the Blazing Sun. How did he reach the top of the mythical tier advance grade? Could it be that he used that power again? Luo Buletin could not help but frown when he thought of the consequences. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately walked into the hall. At the same time, in Blazing Sun City, Zhou Zhou looked at the man in front of him in surprise. Is this the talent attracted by my reputation rating? Chapter 275, Different Sword Shield Soldiers. Deal with Li Yi. Subordinate Feng Luo. Greetings my lord. Feng Luo, who looked like a middle-aged man, said respectfully with a saber and shield on his back. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou smiled. He looked at the saber and shield on Feng Luo's back. Even though he couldn't see anything on the surface, he felt a little strange. His new reputation rating talent was actually a sword shield soldier? Logically speaking, talents attracted by the reputation rating should be very strong. It shouldn't be a problem for such a strong talent to obtain a higher level soldier class change, right? Why was he still a sword shield soldier? I've heard of my lord's name for a long time. I can consider to have fulfilled one of my wishes to be able to become the lord's subject today. A faint smile appeared on Feng Luo's cold face after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. He looked at the smile on Zhou Zhou's face and the simple smiles on the faces of the ordinary subjects surrounding him. He sighed and was touched. In the High Continent, a place filled with war, it was really rare to see such an honest and happy smile. He had not come to the wrong place. Feng Luo thought to himself. Zhou Zhou also nodded when he heard the other party's words. Then, he opened the other party's attribute panel. Subject, Feng Luo. Territory, Blazing Sun City. Soldier type, Sword Shield Soldier. Strength level, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade. Ability Overview, a Sword Shield Soldier from a destroyed country. He has been wandering all year round and has seen many sorrows and joys in the human world. He has pity for the living beings of the world. His dream is to use his saber and shield to create a peaceful place to live for more living beings who have suffered from war. Because he has used his saber and shield all year round, Feng Luo's understanding of sword shield soldier has already surpassed the limit of his profession and walked the path of his own sword shield soldier. Skills: White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Sword and Shield Combination Technique, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Shield Breaking Technique, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Arrow Control Technique, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Sword Slashing Technique, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Spear Breaking Technique, White Platinum Tier Advance Grade Hunyuan Combat Body. Loyalty, 89. Potential, Epic Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou was slightly surprised. Epic Tier Elementary Grade Potential. Such potential was rare even among his many reputation rating talents. This was really a legendary tier talent that surprised him. When he saw the last sentence in Feng Luo's ability overview, he came to a realization. He had actually walked his own path as a sword shield soldier after using his sword shield for a long time. It was really extraordinary. No wonder he had such strength and potential but had yet to replace higher-level military professions. This Feng Luo. His future was probably not ordinary. Zhou Zhou remembered the other party and asked. Are you willing to join my Blazing Sun army? Yes. Before coming here, Feng Luo had already found out that the reputation of Blazing Sun City was mostly earned by this lord and the Blazing Sun army under his command. It was also because of the Blazing Sun army that the people of Blazing Sun City have such a peaceful life. Under such circumstances, joining the Blazing Sun army coincided with his wish. In addition, he was also a professional soldier, so he was naturally willing to join the Blazing Sun army and fight for the Lord of the Blazing Sun and his subjects. Okay. Go find Bai Yun. She's your commander. Make some preparations. In a while, we'll go out and fight. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Even though there were already many yellow gold tier professionals in his Blazing Sun army, there were still very few white platinum tier professionals, less than 5 of them in total. Therefore, he was quite happy that Feng Luo had joined them. "Yes, my lord," Feng Luo said respectfully. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou called over a soldier and asked him to bring Feng Luo to Bai Yun. After thinking for a moment, he left the spot and walked in a certain direction. A moment later, in Li Ye's room, "My lord wants the corpses of the honorable subjects." Li Ye looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise and understood what he was thinking. "My lord, do you want to build more diamond-tier elementary-grade Aurora towers?" she asked. However, she was already quite certain. "Yes." Zhou Zhou nodded. "The Diamond Elementary Aurora Tower is extremely important to us now, so I want to build a few more. That's why. In addition to trading the corpses of some honorable subjects, I also want to rent these talents from your country that can help build the Diamond Tier Elementary Grade Aurora Tower and buy some corresponding building materials to build them. Price is not a problem," Zhou Zhou said. With the Heavenly Mist treasure bag, he could now create high-level mist cores and trade in high-end goods. Li Ye nodded. She thought for a moment and gradually looked troubled. If it's not easy to trade the corpses of diamond tier honorable subjects, white platinum tier honorable subject corpses are fine too. To be honest with you, I have other channels to obtain diamond tier aurora crystals, Zhou Zhou said. This was naturally a falsehood. To his king of lutes, the corpses of the white platinum tier honorable subjects could also be extracted from diamond tier aurora crystals and used to build the diamond tier elementary aurora tower. When he said that he wanted to exchange for the corpses of the diamond tier honorable subjects, it was just a speaking technique. Okay. Our diamond tier elementary grade aurora tower should be completed tonight. I'll bring it back to my country immediately. Then I'll discuss with my father about your matter. This matter is not a big deal. My father shouldn't refuse. Li Ye heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. The corpses of the white platinum tier honorable subjects were not very precious. It was not a problem to trade them. That's good. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. With more diamond tier elementary aurora towers, he could fight a few more battles on the Lord battlefield every day. He would also be more confident in facing the top lords ranked at the top, so he did not have to worry about the Aurora Tower not having enough energy to attack. How about this? Since your country is willing to trade Aurora crystals with us, I'm naturally not petty. In the future, if your country wants to build more diamond tier elementary grade Aurora towers, just come to us. The price is negotiable, Zhou Zhou said. Really? Li Ye's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. I have a harmonious relationship with your country. Why would I lie? Zhou Zhou smiled. Thank you, my lord. Li Ye thanked him. She immediately looked forward to it. If she could bring back more diamond tier elementary grade Aurora towers, the predicament facing their Aurora kingdom would definitely be relieved. It was even possible to completely resolve the current predicament. Zhou Zhou looked at Li Ye in front of him and could tell that she was sincerely thinking for her country. Who said that women were inferior to men? Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. As for the feelings between the two of them, that wasn't made evident. In the face of national matters, the two of them subconsciously did not discuss it. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before Zhou Zhou left. Not long after Zhou Zhou left, Yu Jiao quickly walked out of her room and came behind Li Ye. This lord is really impressive. When we first arrived, he was only an ordinary lord who looked good. Even His Majesty values him so much now. How long has it been? Yu Jiao said. Then, she looked at Li Ye and suddenly covered her mouth and smiled. If only he could be with you, Your Highness. His Majesty will definitely not refuse. Who could reject a lord with a bright future as their son-in-law? Li Ye pursed her lips. She looked in the direction Zhou Zhou had left in a daze. I want to be with this lord too. But the 9 million subjects of the Aurora Kingdom are waiting for me. Their lives are much more important than my personal feelings. I can't let them down. Her eyes gradually became firm. Yu Jiao looked at the princess in a daze. This was the first time she had seen her princess so boldly and calmly say that she liked a man. But why did her words make her heart ache so much? On the other side, in the night temple,